saying that she had never heard the explanation of ether drift and the swirling ether, like Lemon says. I mean, it's been said so many times over and over again. I find that
I'm astonished she call it sticking to her guns.
Yeah, which part offended you there, Left Lane? Which part? Why do you think we should delete one of the best streams I think we had? Which part offended you?
I mean, the moment that transgender came out of your mouth, I knew what she was going to do, and I think that that's kind of common knowledge that that's a trigger and everything. So I think that she responded exactly the way I would anticipate.
But why? Why does that offend you? She's transgender, right? We asked her. Let's say I was gay. Let's say I was gay, Left Lane, and you asked me a gay question. Let's say Lemon was here, and I would say, "Hey, Lemon, I need your opinion. I know you're gay, bro. What's your opinion on this gay matter?" You think Lemon would flip out like Brenda?
Or not even just that, but what about
it was provocative
what
though,
about
man.
things that we look at as flat earthers and then suddenly being offended, being asked about how you look at this as a flat earther, you know? Would we get triggered?
That's a sensitive subject, though. Why go to that? Come on now. Seriously?
Well, I just want to say real quick. So, yeah, we've been back live for the last 20 seconds or so. So, yeah, I will go back on that stream. I'll just cut out that last part that Brenda did that, and then I'll post it to the channel. So it'll be up there. But,
cheers, bro. Cheers.
Thank you, Gio.
But there's a lot of things. I mean, I will say, SE, I mean, you probably knew that was going to trigger, you know what I mean, that was going to do that.
The last time you was on a stream with her, the same shit happened. So Howard said it good. We knew how she was going to respond, and I think it wasn't that bad of a question. But yeah, it's provocative due to the fact that we know how she's going to respond if you know.
I think he knew exactly how she was going to respond. That's why he asked the question.
I wanted to prove.
Yeah, I'd have to
I
disagree with that.
Let me tell you why I asked that question. One, I truly was genuinely interested, number one. Two, I knew she might flip out, and that would show her troll, her dishonesty. She's here for one reason. And why would she not take this opportunity to stick up for the LGBT community?
This was
not about her subject. Completely,
you were testing her honesty.
Excuse me?
You were almost testing her honesty.
Well, it shows you she has no respect for us, man. Yeah. She thinks of us as lower than fucking.
Do you have respect for her? Do you have respect for her?
Let's get back to the
I have a little bit of respect for her, man.
So why
I know her type. I don't hate people, but
yeah, but so why ask a question like that? Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, as see, I'm not calling you a troll, but you kind of out trolled the troll.
That's exactly what I was trying to do.
Hey, and he was honest about it. He was honest about it.
I think that was uncalled for. Come on now. I think that was uncalled for.
Well, you think I'm going to sit here and listen to Brenda troll you guys all day long? No.
B-ball.
I'm going to expose her as a troll.
But it wasn't really
she was being honest.
it was personal, but it wasn't really. You know what I mean? I don't see. We all know what Brenda is, so it's not like she's going to be offended by it. It's not like she's divulging something we don't already know.
B-ball, you think she was being honest?
Why change the subject to ask a question like that?
No, I'm just asking. Do you think she was being honest?
I'm tired of listening to her lie and troll you guys.
Lie about what?
Everything.
B-ball, do you think she was being honest when I asked her the question? You know, about the ether. You think she was being honest?
In my mind, yeah. Maybe that's how she feels. You think she's lying about? You think she's lying about her opinion?
Her answer was that she wouldn't give our response to what is it the Earth moving or the heavens moving? Our answer is nuh-uh.
No, her answer was that she hasn't heard. Maybe that she hasn't heard that response from flat earthers. That was her answer.
Is that even
if that's what she believes, then that's what she believes.
Yeah, but B-ball, hang on. Is that even? Do you think that's even remotely possible? The number of times you've heard that as ether being connected to the pendulum, as many times as you've heard that, do you really think that she hasn't?
Well, the thing is, I know. I mean, the thing is that most flat earthers have different opinion about that.
Yeah, but more directly, the gyro. When I narrowed it down and said, you know, Bob or any of our explanations, you know, just give us a feasible explanation of our type of flat earther, you know, the type to hear the other arguments, and I said, just give us any explanation, a popular explanation among flat earthers about what's causing the heavens to move, and what method. And she said, no, I've never got an answer. She said, literally, this is why I want to make a video. There's so many lies. She said, I've never heard an answer. All I get is nuh-uh. Do you think that was honest, people?
Listen, maybe that's what she believes. I don't think she was being dishonest. Maybe that's what she believes.
Here's the thing. Here's what I
I'm just
believe.
gonna
I
say
believe that what she done has got us talking about her and her only. Him, her, whatever it is, right? That's
Ding,
what
ding,
her
ding, ding,
goal
ding. We
was.
have a
And look,
winner.
she's won because we're all talking about her,
Exactly,
him,
bro.
whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. And we're not talking about.
I'm
flat Earth.
testing the other Globers though, bro. Howard was honest and said no, he didn't think she was being honest, and because she's heard it so many times, he didn't say for sure. He just gave his opinion. I asked B-Ball what his opinion was.
I don't know.
I
don't know what
B-Ball,
she's
do you
heard.
think she was being honest, or do you
I don't
think
know.
just
I don't know what
opinion?
she's heard, and I'm not gonna comment on what I think she is. I don't know what she's heard. I know what I've heard, and I've heard some flat earthers attributed to ether drift.
And here's the
Yeah,
thing.
but-
Like, here's the thing.
There's other flat earthers that
she's got
don't
bad
believe in
memory.
ether.
Sorry, dude. I spoke
Ask
over
for
you.
any
Say that
explanation,
again.
though, B-Ball. I asked for any popular explanation, and she said that we don't have one. Is that honest?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know why she would say that, but because there are explanations given.
Okay,
I mean,
so in my
the-
opinion, the
the-
most honest Glover in here right now that I've heard talk is Howard. In second place, I'd give B-Ball, but in third place, I'd give Brenda.
Well, there's two possibilities to this: that she's got a really bad memory, or it didn't sink in. She, like someone else said, she wasn't listening every time it was spoken about beforehand, or she was playing dumb to not be able to have the.
Y'all want to
I
hear
think
it? I can
that's it.
break it down.
I mean, this
I can
is
break it
no
down.
different than what Flat Daddy was doing. I mean,
I can break
these
it
guys-
down, y'all.
it's
I
selective
set her on this
listening.
path on purpose, man. I'm sorry, but let me finish this and I'll back off.
listening.
I set her on this path on purpose. When I asked her that how many flat earthers, how many flat earthers say that the ether is stationary, and that's when she started getting mule and all that. She's like, I ain't heard this, and I said, okay, so I've seen an opportunity because I know when her mule mode kicks in, and I asked her, I said, I asked her just some honest questions. There was any of the questions I asked her, there was no right or wrong. They were just opinional questions or just to see what she's picked up over the last 5 years. And that's where the dishonesty kicked in.
Yeah, I don't think Flat Daddy was doing anything different than Democ does. He just wanted to see a demonstration in a lab or outside. Didn't like that shit.
Yeah, it's fair, but except for it.
Democ comes here and says that shit. Democ comes here and says that shit over and over again all fucking day.
Yeah, but at first he was being provocative. At first.
So I would just like to say, that was an incredibly great example of double speaking that I heard earlier. Like, I wasn't even saying much. I was just listening, and it was, like, just from a listener's perspective, it was pretty bad. Like, it was like asking one thing, and she affirms it. Asking something contradictory, she affirms that, and then you point out the contradiction, and then she denies she affirmed either. It's like, it was like, wow.
Do you know what I think? I think we should get back to actually looking at observations and evidence rather than trying to point out someone's, double speak or misspeaking or trying to win an argument. I think we should get back to the basics of why we're here and trying to figure out, whether or not we live on a flat earth or a globe by looking at the evidence.
That's good, but we couldn't have did a better job of pointing out her deflection, how she was calling me a liar over and over, and how her dishonesty. And I think your honest answer should have been, yeah, man. I'm pretty sure she's heard some explanations, man. I don't believe that. And I don't know. I think we did a great job of exposing her, and you should have recognized that, man. You should recognize that, so you'll know how to detect it.
I can't.
We got a skill. Flat earthers have a skill, B-Ball. We have a skill.
Brian, I can't. Brian, I can't speak for what she's heard. Maybe that's what she believes. Maybe she hasn't. I don't know. All I can say is what I know. I have heard different explanations for it. Maybe she's heard different. I have no idea. why she
If
would
I play
say
if
she
I play
hasn't
a
heard it
video,
before.
if I play a video with and show with her arguing about there being no ether and us saying that it's making the heavens move, with you in that video, if I can do that twice on this server, will you consider that your brain is like partial, very very partial?
But
And
you still can't say whether it actually sunk in and whether she kept it in her she kept it in her brain, its brain. Yeah, you still
no,
can't. We
Evol's
can't.
saying that he doesn't know, and I'm
I don't
trying to
know.
give an
I can't
example. I'm
speak
trying
for
to get,
what
if I
she's
can give an
heard.
example,
It
I'm
could
just
be
trying to
in
point
one
out how
ear and
your
out the
memory
other
is
for
also
her.
impartial a little bit. If I
That's
if I do a
possibility.
video with you in that video and her arguing about the ether and you're in it, if I can produce you two of them, will you at least recognize that your memory is very very partial, man, and that and look
Oh, the
into
only
it?
okay. I'm gonna put it like this: the only places that Brenda actually talks anymore is here, and maybe over in Gems, right? Maybe I don't even know if she goes to Gems anymore. She's banned from Jose's, so I don't know. You know, where are you
Doesn't she
gonna
pop
find this
into?
video at?
Doesn't she pop into Bev's here and
I don't
here
go
and
to
there?
Bev's. I
Bevo,
don't
No,
go to
she
Bev's.
does. Though.
Bevo,
She
I'll
does.
tell you
Though.
right now, since my memory is very good, I have had that conversation with Brenda roughly 53 times at least.
If that's the case, then that's what it is. I mean, I'm not gonna deny that.
Because I
So,
very frequently bring up the ether drift being connected to the
well,
pendulum because that's what I think is going on. And
But we
every single time I brought it up to her, she what she instantly does is said, "Well, no, ether doesn't exist," and tries to go on some Mickelson Morley thing. But she's literally heard it hundreds of
So what I'll do is I'll disagree with her and say that's not true because flat earthers have given explanations for the drift of a
which you did.
pendulum.
Fair play.
There was no right or wrong. I was asking. It was an honesty test. I even told her it was an honesty test. I told everybody and her that she'll do anything at all to avoid saying anything about moving ether or a moving field or a moving magnet, anything.
Yeah.
She would, and then she still did it. And that's why I asked you. You know, maybe you came in a little bit late, but
Well,
you know, if I can point out you in one of these conversations, B-ball, then yeah, that should get you at least thinking a little bit. I'm not trying
like
to.
I said,
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna like I said I would disagree with her and say yes, you guys do bring up explanations for it, but I'm not gonna say yes, you have heard these explanations before because it could come down to you guys were having a conversation with it, then she dropped for a second when you guys gave it. I don't know. You know what I mean? I can't say I can't speak for what she's heard.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean?
there's something fair to be said that you can't speak for someone else's memory and so on, and what
Yeah.
went through their ears and all that. However, there is also evidence involved. So it's sort of like if a little child says, like, let's say the child steals cookies from the cookie jar, and then the parents drilling them, and they're just like, "No, I don't even remember that there were cookies in the jar.
Good example, bro.
I don't even know what a cookie
Yeah.
is." You know, it's sort of like at some point, even though like you've got videotape of the kid taking the cookie, so.
Yeah, that's Gio.
I
That's
didn't
actually
eat those
Yeah,
cookies,
but that's
mommy.
a
I
bit more
promise.
physical. That analogy is a bit more physical, whereas this is like information, which is supernatural. It's like quite often people can take it or leave it. You might hear the same thing 10 times a day and not ever take it in because you think, why do I need to hold that? So we could give her that, right? She could get away with that, but at the very least, she's being she's being
She called
And
me
at
a
the very
liar.
least, I would say, Brandon, I would like, Brandon, come on. I know you've heard Bob explain how he thinks that the gyro processes because of the heavenly bodies and ether drift. I know you've heard that before.
Yeah, but I even told her, man. I told her she called me a liar, right? And after she called me a liar, I said, Brenda, if I can give you 5 examples of you arguing exactly against this, by tomorrow, will you apologize for calling me a liar? And she's like, no, you can't prove that that I didn't remember something. And I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm asking. I think that was the best fucking sequence of events. I'm gonna make a video tomorrow or tonight, and I'm gonna post it. And it's gonna be probably one of the best exposure videos of all time. It's gonna be hilarious.
I mean, come on. What's the
almost
point,
became a
though,
court case,
Brian?
though, didn't it? Like
Point?
it's like, oh, that might be true, but it's what you can prove,
You don't know how damaging she is to the globe.
Brian,
So
a
damaging
better
to the
video
globe.
would be A better video would be you proving that ether exists, besides just
No, no, I'm just
getting
all I'm
I mean,
pointing
someone
out
Brian,
how
to
broken
Brian,
it's
you
back.
know.
Brian. If you want to make a good video, you do what you post what what happened here just now, and then you go back and find 20, 30, maybe 40 times of Brenda talking with people about the ether drift.
Yeah.
That will
Yeah,
be a
that's what
good
I mean.
video. If you just
Yeah,
post
bro.
what just happened now, it's all right. It ain't gonna be
No,
great.
that's Jeremy. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Is I'm gonna have her literally
So
making the argument
exactly what
with me, Jeremy, with me, for that matter, and other people too.
That would be a
So
great
exactly what I just said.
video.
You know, we
I'll
we
say
need to
in
get back
general, though,
to actually, you know, the evidence involved, not trying to. I don't
Yeah,
know.
B-Ball, I'm glad you mentioned that. By the way, I debunked Bob, the science guy, with his gyro compass claim 3 years ago. And just for the
And how
record,
did
B-Ball, a
and how did
gyro
you do that?
compass, let me finish just one more sentence. A gyro compass can be made to point in any cardinal direction, and I have proof.
Okay.
Right. What do you mean by debunk, though? Like, what did he even claim to prove?
Well,
What's
they
there to
claim
debunk?
that the
What's the
gyro
debunk?
compass finds north on its own. That's what the claim is, because of the
Right.
Earth
It does,
spin. Right.
and it does. Yes, it does.
It does not. I proved the
No, it
opposite. I
doesn't.
proved
But it
that a
finds north
gyro.
after we set it to north, and it finds it. Yeah.
No,
Exactly.
you can point it at 45 degrees and stand back and let it go, and it'll eventually align to north.
Without you setting it to north first.
Yeah.
I don't know
If I
about
post
that.
a
You
video
sure?
proving you how it can be done, will you believe it, Left Lane?
Doesn't
can
have to
post
have
it right
an
now.
established reference.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you look at all the literature involved in a gyro compass, it explains how it works.
Yeah, no, it says
So
it finds true
Literature is
north.
not what you're supposed
anything
to
other
be
than
paying
that, I
attention
mean,
to. You're supposed to be paying
Yeah,
attention to the drift
explains.
and the numbers and the amount and how you can deviate it or not, or how you can change the reading, right? Not
Right.
what some
What
guy
other
told
Well,
you
things have an effect
1,000 years
on the?
ago.
Hold on. Why you guys
I mean,
over talking Democ? Why you guys over talking Democ? He's
his
dropping
mic is
some
really low.
knowledge on us.
Go on, Demo.
I said stories in a book are not going to help you understand what's happening in reality with this thing that you're supposed to pay attention to, the thing. So if you can manipulate that very thing to do whatever you want, then your guys' claim is falsified right there.
Yeah, but
Simple.
those
Doesn't
stories
matter
in the
what you
book are
read down in
based.
a book about
Those
cartoons or
stories in
what's
the
funny.
book are based on the observations when people built them and observed them, and they write.
So you mean observing it's not
They
enough?
observe it first, and
So
then they write
standing
it
there and
down.
observing it's not enough. You got to go back to a book
Yeah,
now.
they
That's
no,
you.
they observe it first, and then they write down what they see.
Well, has any of
That's how
the
it works.
scientific
So they
literature addressed gyromagnetic precession? Because if not, this could be a good answer as to what's taking place.
Well, I don't know. You have to take that up with all the physicists that have studied these things. So
yeah, the
Well,
gyro
again,
compass is
physicists. There
magnetic.
are no globe physics.
again,
right.
if they haven't
Globe
addressed
physics
it,
don't exist.
then they haven't
Yeah.
taken it into
Well,
thought.
I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
or take that with MIT.
yeah, the issue with compasses in big metal ships being inaccurate, that was the whole reason gyro compasses were made.
Well, a gyro compass is just made to keep a fixed direction. So
Yeah,
they fix the direction
it-
before winding it up, and then it keeps that same Cartesianal
no,
direction.
Yeah, you
no,
have to
you could
set north. You can't
you
just
could
fire up a gyro and it's gonna find north. You got to set it first.
Right.
Right. It's
no,
got to be.
it
You
will. It'll
also
find
need the
north.
ladder experiment. You need the flat Earth experiment next to your round one to see which one makes more sense or which one's
Yep,
right.
I got
you
the
need to
perfect
manipulate the
experiment for you.
variables.
that is a non sequitur. Democ has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So Howard,
Right.
in terms of, so you know that gyro compasses are not magnetic, right? They're not finding magnetic north.
Right.
But,
And there's a
are
difference
they
when
not?
when they use the word seek. There's a difference between the idea that like let's say a compass that points north, like a magnetic compass, you could say it's
Right.
seeking it because it's finding the north. You know, there's another definition of seek where in a gyro compass where it's set to true north and then it continues in that it stays in that fixed direction. So it's seeking it in that way, meaning no matter what way the boat turns, it's still facing north.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can fire it up.
But are other electromagnetic fields having an effect on the gyro?
No, not the gyro compass. But you can
So
fire the
it's just
gyro up.
completely
and pointing.
not affected by any other field, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just you fire the gyro up and it can be pointing at 45 degrees and you stand back and let it go and it will eventually align itself to true north.
No, actually, eventually it'll flip
Incorrect.
itself over, and this is all due to the field torque, which is a necessitated byproduct of a magnetic toroid. So essentially, this is what's called geomagnetic precession, and it's literally field friction or magnetic torque between the magnetic and the dielectric, in which magnetism generates phase, which is why
So
there's a proportional disparity of a ratio of 1 to 5 between the north and south poles of a magnet, and eventually enough torsion that causes flips of polarity over time. And yeah,
so a gyro compass doesn't work then, right?
gyro compass keeps its fixed Cartesianal direction prior to you starting it up. So that's all it's used to do, is just keep a fixed location.
Anybody
That's
Rigidity
not
denies
what
within
that? I just
motion.
posted a
that's
video.
not I don't know where you found that information, but if you read the manuals and how they're made and what they do, none of
I
it says
just
any of that.
posted a video, Left Lane. Are you not listening to me? It explains everything. Check this guy's website. He has over 50 videos on gyro compasses. He'll teach you. It can be made to point to any cardinal direction, bro. You cannot
Yeah,
deny that.
and I don't know
You
if you remember,
cannot
Left
deny
Lane,
that.
but this is the same conversation that got you and I arguing, which ultimately got my position taken because you were highly inaccurate in what you were saying, and I was trying to help you out,
Yeah, because it
Yeah.
sounds
and it
like
turned into an argument.
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to say, Left Lane, that no matter how you establish it, how you set it, it's going to seek north, right? Whereas,
No, you don't want to start it out pointing at like due east, but if you
Why
start it
not?
up,
Why not?
and well, I don't know. There's a reason, but you'd have to read
Yeah,
up
because
about it.
it's
But
going to
I do
continue
know that
pointing
you
due
can
east, Left
start it
Lane.
at,
That's why not.
I do know that you can start it at 45 degrees, pointing to the northeast. That it will align itself to true north. That's all that I know about it. I don't know. There is something about the alignment that what you're talking about. Something about setting the dials or something
Bro,
on it.
for the
I
love
don't
of
know
God,
about all
just
that. I'll have
watch
to look on it.
Left Lane. For the love of God, I implore you, bro. Just watch the video. He explains it very, very clearly. It's
Yeah,
undisputable, bro.
you can't just build a gyro compass and it's going to point north. It needs to know where north is, and it does that by you telling it
Yeah.
which way north is.
Yep.
There's
Even
some things
B-ball
that you
agrees.
can
He never
dispute,
knows what's
but
going on.
yeah, this is not one of the things that you can dispute. You just can't.
especially if you didn't even look at it yet.
Yeah, especially
Oh, I thought that was
then,
B-ball.
yeah.
I want to know when they've done a gyro compass on a ball to show us what a ball looks like. I've never seen one on a ball.
Yeah, in a lab. In a lab.
Yeah, in a lab on a little ball,
Yeah,
actually showing us the
on a
north of
ball
that
in a
ball.
lab.
Can we get that
Or
anywhere,
outside.
gyro boys? In a lab, scientifically?
Or
Because
outside.
I see a
We do it
flat
outside.
ground. I see some. Jeremy, can you shut up a minute, please? I see a
I
fucking
just
cat toy spinning around a flat lab in a flat room on a flat floor. Where is the sphere and where's the north? And what are you guys talking about? Science ball boys. What are you guys even talking about? Are you even on a topic of a spherical thing that you're finding the orientation of? Fuck no.
You always
Fuck
sound like
no.
Dr. Seuss, dude, with your.
Yeah, I know. They sound like Dr. Seuss looking at a fucking flat ground, spinning a fucking cat toy at the top of a fucking container and saying that proves a globe. How ignorant are we right now? Now, do you have a little ball where this little cat toy can be smaller and your ball be smaller so we
who
can
you yelling
demonstrate
at?
the cat toy? I need to yell over
Who
you.
D-Mock,
you
chill
You're
out,
yelling
man.
at?
talking over me
We're
right
listening
now.
to you, D-Mock. We're
All
listening.
you guys talking over me right now. That's who I'm yelling over. So, all we need is a cat toy on a ball to show us the north you put on the ball. Fix a magnetic north on a little ball have it spinning in a vacuum, put your little gyro compass on the side and see what it does. See what it reads then. If you don't got that, you don't got nothing but a fucking fairy tale.
This is
Sorry.
fucking,
What the fuck are you guys
But
doing
would it not
science
depend
that
on?
on
was
where they
profound.
orientate
That was
to?
profound. I'm going to tell my wife right now what you just said.
Would it not depend on where they
Yeah,
orientate
tell her
to?
your
Wake them up?
sciencing imagination of a flat fucking floor where there's no ball and no north in that room, and none of the shit you guys are talking about even exists. What the fuck is the reading doing? What are you getting a reading of and from? What are you even talking about? Let's do some real science, can we? Anybody?
Yeah, start with this, bro. Check this out. Let's go back to reality. Start with the gyroscope, right? What is the gyroscope main function? Everybody knows this, right? It keeps its rigidity in space, right?
And we're talking
Maybe.
about
Maybe
strictly
it might.
mechanical.
It might not.
We're talking strictly mechanical
Exactly, it
here,
might
yeah?
not. We've never seen space. So all this
No.
Well,
I
the
mean,
thing is,
you know what I
SE,
mean, D-Mark. Chill.
SE. The thing is, we have this thing where we see a gyroscope not moving and it's deviating, right?
No. When a gyroscope is spun at a constant rate, like you can see they put motors on it and balance it. It does not process. It'll
on
spin
You've never seen a
all day
gyro.
long.
Hold on, Democ. You've never seen a gyro deviate when it's not moving?
What do you mean when it's spinning at a constant rate?
Yeah, the gyroscope is spinning, and the gyroscope itself is stationary, and there's a deviation in it, precession,
Yeah. The
whatever.
bottom. Yeah. If you're saying that, yes,
Yeah, it
that I've
spins
seen.
around
Yes.
Yes. So we don't. Hold on, Democ. Hold on. So we see a gyroscope not holding its rigidity in space.
So hold on, what do you mean by deviation? Deviate from what?
It
What was
spins
established?
diagonally around on your finger.
There's people that
Bob
show
got
the
19.
So,
I
bottom.
think
so
Bob.
from its orientation, it's deviated.
I think Bob got, I don't know, anywhere from 13 to 18 degrees an hour. That deviation.
Well,
Yeah,
that's because it
I remember hearing
generates
No,
him say
that's
phase.
something about.
As
I remember.
it's spinning, it's generating phase, and eventually enough torsion that causes itself to flip or
That's
the
not a
I'm
flux
just
of
saying.
mechanical
polarity.
gyroscope, by the way. Yeah, let's remember that it's not a mechanical gyroscope.
So you've never seen the mechanical ones deviate?
I've seen some globe people
What's the
show
cause
that
of that?
there is
No,
actual
there was a
rotation.
What's
no,
the
there was
cause
a
of
guy
that?
with a guy with FE core actually built a mechanical gyro, and unfortunately, it was showing the precession to 15 degrees. I don't think he's with it before anymore.
Okay, so left lane. Okay,
It's a precession. It's not.
listen, it's undisputable, guys. Don't argue with this. A gyroscope keeps its rigidity in space. That's what it does.
I don't know. I've
There's
seen examples of gyroscopes deviating when they're stationary.
no, you haven't seen that. You haven't seen the gyroscope itself actually move. That you haven't seen. Try it.
Axes.
Do it on
I've
your
seen one
own,
of
and
the
you'll see.
I've seen one of the
So
axes
hold
deviate.
on.
over time.
The only way I can think that would happen is that it doesn't have enough. The only way I can think that would
It has
happen
to do
is
with the calibration.
if it doesn't have enough energy to keep it spinning to keep its orientation.
Well, you're
Exactly.
making an assumption. Like we can assume the energy driving it is constant.
Have you ever put the
Because
string in one?
you're talking about a mechanic gyroscope, dude.
Yeah,
But what
the
we
one you
can't
put a spring
assume
in,
is the fact
a
that it's
string.
been calibrated properly. Because if it hasn't been calibrated properly or unbalanced, then you're going to have an issue with precession.
Right, that's where you're going to see deviation.
Well, that would be
So you guys are saying these mechanical.
Just Google the definition and you'll see that's exactly the definition of a gyroscope. Keeping its rigidity in space. I mean,
yeah, Jeremy's trying to talk, y'all.
Well, I believe I was talking, y'all.
So you're saying these mechanical gyroscopes, they never have any deviation to them unless they're calibrated wrong?
Yeah, that's basically the claim.
Well, how do we know if they're calibrated right or not? By if they don't have deviation or not?
Well, isn't that its function?
You'd have to have a standard method or instrument to test that.
It's a gyroscope.
You cut out, Demo.
Yeah, what were you gonna say? I'm
Went through
sure
that
it's gonna be
whole again.
Well,
great.
it's no different than when you go to the tire shop to get your tires balanced and rotated. Like, there's a reason for that.
Yep.
Yeah, but how do we know if the gyroscope is calibrated properly?
Again, it's no different than going and having your tires balanced. They pull the tire off, they spin it around, and they test it with the machine. How the machine works, fuck, I don't know. I'm not a specialist in that, but I would assume there would be some sort of a mechanical way to validate the fact that this thing's remaining balanced and true.
I'm sure there's a
It's not that
level
hard to
involved in
balance
that
the wheel.
somehow, some way.
I mean, so basically, it's going to be if we see the gyro deviate, then it's not calibrated right, right?
Like the plum blobs, yeah.
That would be the
Plum blobs
assumption.
can
Scope
deviate.
gyrates. It gyrates. It's a gyroscope. It gyrates. It does do this.
Jeremy, I don't know why you're going down this road, man. Gyroscope keeps its rigidity in space.
Dude,
As
I don't
simple as
know.
that.
I've
Now, if
seen them deviate. I've seen them deviate
yeah,
when they're not moving.
what setup? Show me the setup. Was it a constant
I've
RPM?
seen
What
digital
was the
scales
RPM?
not function
Why
properly.
can I not ever finish a sentence, man? Why?
I don't
Sorry,
know. I
dude.
don't know.
Sorry.
You want me to get the video, Essie?
Yeah, I was just wondering which one you were talking
Oh,
about because there's many variables
there's
here. Is
lots
it
of them.
constant
Yeah,
rotation? Did he have a
yeah. There's a lot
platform
of
that was
variables.
spinning?
No, these are just stationary ones. They were trying to show the deviation with a still gyro. I'll look for it. I mean, I haven't looked at this in a while. I didn't even think this was in contention.
Neither did I. It's the first time I hear somebody contesting that a gyroscope keeps its rigidity in space. Honestly, not even ballers contest that. You're the first
Well,
guy I heard.
if Earth is stationary and not rotating or moving, right, and we have a gyro deviating, do they
Well,
keep their rigidity in space?
well, if it's
Then we have
deviating,
to
would it
look
be
at that.
classed as a
Yeah.
gyro by then?
That's what I'm questioning right now. Like I've seen them deviating when they're sitting still. So are they stationary? I'm not so sure. I
Well,
understand
let's
what they
explore it.
say.
Let's look at it.
We'll find some video. I
Because,
mean, you
because
guys haven't looked at this?
surely if it deviates, then it wouldn't be classed as a gyro anymore, right?
Exactly. My point. Yeah.
So
That's my whole
if we
point.
got the gyro, if we get a mechanical gyro deviating,
Like if that's what its job is,
Then we
and
have
it's not doing its job, then it's not what its job title is, right?
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
I don't know. This seems kind of circular. You're saying if it's broken if it's deviating.
Well,
By
it's supposed to keep
definition,
its
Jeremy.
rigidity, right? Isn't that what a gyro is supposed to do? So if it's not keeping its rigidity in space, then it's not a gyro anymore, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Earth's rotate.
Yes. Yes. One of those two.
But gyros precess.
Not if they're kept in the same RPM, Gio. I don't think they do, bro. Now, if they slow down, if you wind them up, like let's say 8,000 RPM and you let them go, and as they wind down, yeah, then they might process. But if you keep a motor on them with a constant RPM, I don't think they process, bro.
Dude, there's tons of videos on this on YouTube with mechanical
maybe I'll get
gyros.
educated then, and I'll learn something. Yeah, it's possible.
I don't know. I don't know if this is the one I saw before. I've seen a bunch of them from years ago. I haven't even looked at some. These don't even look like the same ones I saw from before. So
Because think about it, if they process, how would a gyro compass work then? How would it always point in one direction if it processes? Think about that.
Yeah. So let's expand on this gyro precession topic, right? Do all gyros process at the same rate?
First, we have to establish
no,
that
they
they do
don't.
process.
Here I found one. I don't know about mechanical ones, but Bob got his shit to go anywhere from like I think it was 13 degrees, maybe 13 degrees an hour up to like 18.
So it's
Yeah,
not a
but do you realize
universal
what
thing.
Bob said
So
after he did that?
you can take a non-mechanical gyroscope and put it next to a heavy magnetic field, and the thing will just literally keep spinning and spinning without having any sort of electrical drive to it. And with that being said, this is why I'm directing you towards geomagnetic precession, or you could also call it Lamar precession if you want to Google that. LARMOR precession.
So
yeah,
you saying
I
that
posted
things
one in
can
the.
have an effect on the gyro? Is that what you're saying there, Dicelo?
Yes, the magnetic field does have an effect on the gyro, but not in the sense that it's directing its position of change. It has to do with the phase emission being that there's a field friction between the magnetic and the dielectric, which is why the magnetism generates phase due to this proportional disparity of, like I said, a ratio of 1 to 5 between the north-south poles of a magnet, and eventually enough torsion that eventually causes flips of polarity over time.
Are you saying this happens to mechanical gyros, not laser gyros as well, right?
Mechanical or non-mechanical, just like a regular old gyroscope,
I'm posting a few in the text chat.
Hey, Jeremy, he said that it shows it shows Earth rotation. That's his claim, right?
I know.
So
I
it's not
understand that
drift.
because
It's not drift of. So it's not what you're saying, Jeremy.
if a
The
gyro
gyro
holds it,
is not drifting. He's claiming that the Earth is spinning. Let's get that straight, bro.
Ah, there
is
you
he
go.
showing?
Yeah, but
So
it
he's
could be
saying-
it's
I
precessing.
realize that.
It is precessing, but it's just not from Earth rotation.
Right, he's saying that
The
That's
debate
right,
is not
yeah.
what it happens.
It's one or the other.
He's saying that
Hold
the
on a second,
gyro is
1 second.
accurately showing the displacement of Earth, right?
Mm.
The
That's what he
argument
claims.
isn't
That's what he's
about
trying
why.
to claim.
Was my
If
mic
the-
fucked up?
If the cause is no, go ahead, Jeremy. If the cause is ether drift, then it would just not be Earth rotation, but there is something causing it to drift. But yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
The argument isn't over what's causing it to process. It's if it's processing or not.
But it's not processing. He
Well,
claims
has
the bottom of it is turning. Which part? You don't get that, Jeremy.
He said it's not
He doesn't
processing.
claim it's Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. He is saying that.
He's saying that it's not processing.
No, listen up. He is saying that the gyro shows Earth rotation. In other words, it is stationary, it is holding its rigidity, and the Earth, the bottom of it, is spinning. That's what
Yes,
he is
so we're
saying.
seeing deviation in the gyro. Yes, the deviation.
No. Being a
No,
passenger.
negative.
Being a passenger.
Well, that's just his interpretation of it, though.
Yes, that's his interpretation, yes.
Like what's happening is happening, and then he's interpreting a spinning Earth, which is what they do.
Right.
So what is happening?
I don't know. I would have to take a close look at his setup. This is one guy, one dude. I would have to take a close look at his setup, observe it for a while, and make up my decision.
Also, when you have like spinning motors and things involved, you have torque involved, it gets a little bit more complicated when you have that going on. Electric motors and all that.
Yep.
Yeah, I hear you. But I mean, if we're gonna say gyros hold their rigidity in space, and then we got gyros deviating when they're stationary.
They're not deviating, bro.
I think that's what we need to clear
you're
up.
saying that wrong, bro.
Well, that's what they
Gyros
say.
don't deviate.
Then the globe
Well, this is
model,
what we've got
they
to clear
claim
up.
that the precession, they claim that the gyroscope is keeping its rigidity, but the precession is caused with the Earth rotating.
Correct.
Well, this is what we've got to clear up. What do you mean by processing, Jeremy? Deviation.
Showing the 15 degrees an hour. Not holding its rigidity in space.
So what's causing that then in your mind, Jeremy?
I'm not even worried about what's causing it right now. I'm just worried about if it's happening or not. What's causing it is irrelevant. We can get to that later. We just need to worry about is it actually happening or not.
Or
Well,
whether
that's the part I
it's a
contest.
bad calibration or something.
Exactly, yeah. I want to see the rig. I want to see this setup.
Bro, I don't know.
Are you
There's a
open
whole bunch of
Are you open to the idea that they do process, the Earth is stationary, and there's something in, let's just say, the field. We don't even have to use the word ether. Something in the field that's causing the precession, because we know the sun, moon, and stars are moving. The whole 15 degrees an hour thing. So, are you open to that idea that that's what's happening?
I would consider that
what Bob
idea
said?
if I didn't know that the gyroscope is meant like its whole existence is keeping its rigidity in space. So, yeah.
Well, isn't that what Bob actually conceded, that it could be being affected by the sun or the moon?
No, he said it could be affected, and he thinks it could be affected because of the altitude change of the ether. That's what his conclusions were, if I remember correctly. I wish Witsit was here because he knows better.
Yeah, he talks about like the vortexual nature of the ether, and there's essentially vortex patterns happening on multiple different scales that cause that.
So you got an ether, a vortex, a magnet, the field, the spin, the in space, orbit, the circular. Like, what are we even talking about? How does a magnet do? I mean, aren't we
Good
supposed to
question,
say that? So by even discussing this, you guys are just like discussing the idea of a globe, which makes no sense because that's what we're trying to find out.
That's not what we're doing. What we're discussing is
Where do you have a globe?
whether the gyro is actually being accurate or whether it's not.
On a ball. On a
No,
ball
no, no.
pointing north.
Who said the ball?
Right, where's your ball?
Yeah, but who said ball? You were the first one to bring up ball.
He ain't even hearing you, bro. He ain't even hearing
Can
you.
we address this ether thing, D-Monk, without going AWOL? Can we address the ether thing?
We could try.
Yeah, no one brought up the ball.
Okay,
but
for
you,
a lack.
D-Monk,
Okay, can there be nothing? Can there be nothing?
Hell no.
Okay, so we know whatever.
Never nothing.
Right. So we know whatever's out there that we call space, right? We know, I don't want to speak for everybody, we know it can't be a vacuum, right? And we know it can't be nothing, right?
I agree.
So whether you call that something, ether or whatever, it doesn't really matter. We don't need to argue about it. We know there can't be nothing.
Well, no,
So
I think
to me, it's that simple.
Jeremy's getting at is like we have to really decipher what effects are being had on the gyro. I think
we need to make up. We
need to make up what we need to do.
Is what we need to do is make up our fucking mind on if the mechanical gyro is processing or not.
Yes, I agreed with that.
How can you demonstrate space versus the air that your finger is, and you put it on your finger, you put it on a desk? Like, how do you demonstrate the two?
What the fuck?
I was willing
are
to
you
buy
talking
one,
about?
D-Monk, but they're telling me that,
dude, a vacuum. How do you demonstrate something keeping its rigidity in a vacuum without using a big vacuum? Jeremy, how do you propose this?
Don't know what you're talking about.
When you don't make any sense, dude. What the
Dude,
fuck?
you just be rambling. Not, anyways.
Yeah, I
go
know.
ahead.
About what? About the gyro that's not on a ball that you guys don't have. You don't have a ball. I don't see a ball. I see you guys in a flat piece of floor talking about what something does in your imagination of your misunderstanding of reality. So who the fuck's wrong here? You guys don't have a ball. You don't have a magnet, a ball magnet with north on it. You don't have a little gyro that's doing anything towards a precession towards that ball that's spinning in a lab. So what are we talking about? What you see in reality that's never going to change on the ground that you live on. That doesn't mean ball or fucking flat. That doesn't mean shape of anything.
All right.
Actually,
so we're talking about, nobody's debating a ball right now. What we're doing is we're talking about these devices, what they do in reality, and what the reason and what's happening. We're not talking about a ball.
Yeah, you are. The whole gyro and the thing of precession is about north on a ball. Wrong or right?
Wait, no, elaborate.
Yes, he's right about that, but that's not the only thing. That's not the only thing, D-Monk. You're right about that. The gyro compass is based on a spinning monkey sphere, yes, but that's not the only thing that we can use it on.
But I just hope you guys understand my point here.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Well, but here's the thing. I've got another point. If mass attracts mass, how could any gyro be accurate?
Exactly.
That's a good point, bro.
I mean, do you see what
That's
we're
a
saying
good
right
point.
here? We don't have, we're miscomprehending what's really going on and what they're telling us, and we're trying to and everything's getting packed in, and it's like a magician. Look at this hand while this hand's tricking you. Okay? No, we can't keep doing that.
So, but with my statement there, I've established that gyros aren't anything to do with the ball because they wouldn't work, right? If mass attracts.
I know they would lay down
claiming that you're not substantiating.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. If the Earth was a globe in the way that they described it, then it would work the way that they're saying it works.
I've never seen that happen for their description or for an idea.
So let's just say for the moment that gyroscopes definitely precess. The ring laser gyros, the mechanical gyros, let's just say for the moment of discussion, they all absolutely 1000%, they do roughly a 15-degree precession. Let's just say that's the case. If that's the case, if the Earth was a globe and that whole deal, that is one explanation for it. Now, I know that you need curvature and you need movement, you need vacuums, you need gravity. I know you need all that stuff, but there are a lot of educated people that think the Earth is a globe and that even understand gyroscopes. So they're not all just totally insane. There is a logical concept around it. Now, again, you need curvature and you need all that stuff in order for that to work. However, it is an explanation. So I was just saying that I think it's important, like not necessarily to concede, but I mean, in my viewpoint, it's good to at least, give them the, I don't know, benefit of the doubt, whatever the right term is, to at least be like, okay, if it was a globe, I understand why that explanation is what it is. However, is that the correct explanation? Because if it's not correct, then it's just not correct, even though like, oh, the pendulum precesses because of Earth spin. Well, okay, well, there's one thing to say, yes, the pendulum precesses. We'll give you that, but your interpretation may not be correct. Because if we just throw out the whole thing, say, no, the pendulum doesn't precess, and it does precess, then it leaves us, kind of hanging. Like we're that position in that case would be wrong. And,
I agree with you.
You're just denying that.
Well, it's a simple question. It's right. Okay, so a gyro is made to nullify the external forces on it, right? So we have to find out what it can't nullify. If there's a precession, this thing that it can't nullify, what is that?
Well,
you know what I was thinking?
That's a deeper mystery. Oh,
wait,
sorry,
Gio.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just thinking, like, how they show all those ether toroids or whatever? Maybe the toroid doesn't actually, because I don't know, some toroids have a center, but others look like a donut, right? They actually have a gap in the center. There's nothing in the center. So I was thinking maybe when you're in the North Celestial, on like the North Hemisphere, if you're in the North Hemisphere, you see the stars accurately. And then once you get to the equator, or I guess like at the equator, you have like the ether going straight up, coming straight up. But then at the south, you have the ether kind of like pointing at an angle away. You know what I mean? And that could actually be causing it to tilt. Because like there's all kinds of things where you have like magnetic flux moving through a loop, and if it's at a different angle, it produces a different a different phenomenon.
Guys, I just spent 4 days with Zanuck going over stars converge and diverge at the equator, right? An observation that we can all see and agree on. Like, I just don't want us to look like maniacs if mechanical gyros are precessing, and we're running around just denying this observation or whatever.
Well, the thing about that,
yeah, but what is that?
We all can see the sun, moon, and stars moving at the 15 degrees per hour. So the let's just say for a moment, I'll just use the term ether drift. Let's just say that the sun, moon, and stars are doing their thing. And let's just say that there's the ether, the magnetic field, whatever the wording would be, that also is drifting. Meaning right now, as we're sitting here, there's this very light 15 degree per hour drift. And then that's going to affect bullets when you shoot them out of guns. It's going to affect pendulums when you swing them at different latitudes. And the different latitudes correlate with the magnetic fields, at those layers. It's going to affect gyroscopes. If that's the case, and like I said, all we have to do is look up and see that there's clearly a spin happening. The sun, moon, and stars, there is that happening. Now, they've inverted that, and they've said the Earth is a globe and it's spinning, but the phenomenon are still real, and they still happen. So there needs to be more explanation of it, and of what actually is going on. But I'm just saying, you don't have to really go that far to see that there is a drift occurring. They just call it Earth rotation, but it doesn't mean that that's what it is.
So
I just posted something. Maybe this will help out a bit.
Sorry, C. Montreal. With what you just said, though, would that mean that gyros would precess more different parts of the Earth? So is that the case?
No, every
Well,
there you go.
technically,
anything
technically
rotating
in terms
has
of
a constant.
So on each different
My mic
latitude,
fucked
you
up,
should.
or what are you guys doing?
Well,
Nah,
no, I
sorry,
haven't finished my
Jeremy.
point. No, sorry, I was just trying to.
I didn't even answer.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to expand on the point before you started. In case I missed something out there. I was just going to say that surely the deviation would be different depending on where you are on Earth.
Why?
No,
Can I say
it
one
wouldn't.
quick sentence before you go on?
Yeah.
There's no magnetic flux at the center of a magnet. This is all residing at the plane of inertia, which is 45 degrees perpendicular from the 90, meaning at the edge. And this is all verifiably tested. Like Ken Wheeler's done several videos on this with a super magnet, about 8 inches in circumference, and taking a magnetized steel ball, and the ball will never want to reside at the center of a magnet, always at the edge. And then you can push the ball and it'll process around that plane of inertia, because that's literally where true magnetism is. Hopefully that helps you in your question.
What's that point? How does that help what we were talking about?
Because you guys we're talking
answer
about
it.
magnetic fields causing things to precess, and he asked if they'll precess more or less depending on their location within the north-south proximity.
I get you. Yeah. Like depending on how
Can I
close
just
they are
answer
to
it?
the poles or whatever, right? Yeah, I get you.
Are you gonna answer?
So do you have your answer? Did that answer the question? I didn't fucking
No, the
hear it there.
pendulum actually rotates the opposite direction of the South Pole, I heard.
Yo, that answered your question, Jim?
What, my question about whether if they're deviating, would they not deviate at different rates depending on where they are on the Earth? No, it didn't really.
Answer your question?
Yeah,
No,
he
all right.
kind of did. He kind of did. Yeah.
So yes
but is
or
that
no?
what's happening then? Are we agreeing that that's what's happening?
No.
Is it
Do you know
settled?
if do you know if the deviation would change in a gyroscope depending on where you went on the ball?
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm just asking that question. I want to know.
Yeah, all right, let me just answer it. Let me answer it. The answer is no. The deviation would stay the same no matter where you are, as long as you're stuck to the ball. It wouldn't matter if you went up a mountain, down a ditch, North Pole, anywhere. You get this constant rotation, this constant deviation. You'd have to change the axis of the gyro you were measuring it in, but you would get a constant 15 degrees per hour, because every rotating body has a constant angular velocity. The angular velocity doesn't change, but tangential speed will change depending on where you go.
Fair enough. So it was just a mix-up. So are you saying you don't trust gyros? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying we need to do mechanical gyros deviate or not.
Did you see what I posted, Jeremy? Have
No,
a
I
little
didn't see
read at
it.
what I posted. If anything, it's due to that.
Due to what, is he?
It's the torque.
It just does what it do. It do what it do. What
do
else
what
does
it
it need
do.
to
Well,
do?
yeah, there is the torque in a mechanical gyro, but what about like a ring laser gyro or a interferometer where it's using
None
the
of it matters if you don't know what you're on. You have nothing to compare about what you guys are even talking
Well,
about. Then you
here's the
can't compare
thing.
the spin to ether or anything because you don't know what you're talking. You don't know
Tes-
what
Tesla said
you
his
have no
greatest
premise.
discovery wasn't the AC generator, rather than that of rotational magnetic fields. And he said that the understanding of that could have endless implications that could live longer than science alone. So there's a lot to be understood when talking about rotational magnetic fields. And anytime anything is spinning, there's always going to be a magnetic field involved in that.
Right, but we're talking about the influence it could have on certain things.
Well, we got to find out now. The next step, if we're really honest, is to find out this torque, how much, when, and how many RPMs does it cause this drift. That's what we should be looking at next, if we're honest. Because it kind of defeats the purpose, right? If it's supposed to keep its rigidity in space and it drifts, Like that doesn't equate.
It's not accurate anymore. It's just not useful.
Yeah.
Well, it keeps its rigidity in space minus the ether.
Minus the
If you re-
15
if you
degree
remove the
drift.
ether drift, it would.
Minus the mechanical. Yeah.
Yeah, so the torque, you're saying the torque can cause it to process. All right. How do we know when we got the torque just right? To when it doesn't
Exactly.
process?
Yeah,
Maybe there's a way to get it. Yeah, maybe there's a way to get it at a certain RPM that it doesn't process, or a fine-tuned one with really heavy-duty gearing or whatever you want to call it.
How much are one of these? How much are one of these mechanical gyros like that?
I'm afraid
They can't
to
be
ask,
that
bro.
much. They
I'm
can't be
afraid
that
to
much.
ask.
Let's Google it real quick. Well, what
That's
are the
right.
specs? What are the specs that we would need for it to know that it's good? Like what? I don't even know what I'm searching
Cat
for
toys
here.
of misunderstanding cost a lot, Jeremy. They really cost a lot. Cat toys of incoherency, they're really expensive.
What sort of gyros are we talking about? I know the laser gyros are really expensive.
No, we've got to do a mechanical one.
Forget the laser ones. Yeah, for this.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah. But some of the just mechanical ones are really expensive as well. I didn't know that. I thought just the laser ones were really expensive.
They're crazy expensive. I was gonna buy one. I was gonna spend $300 for the kit, but then I asked the ballers, and they said, "Well, that's not sensitive enough to pick up Earth rotation." So I said, "Screw that! I ain't gonna spend $300."
Here's super precision gyroscope with free quick start, 12,000 RPMs. Does that sound good?
Nope. How much is it?
It's only $80.
Forget about that
How
one,
many
bro.
RPMs do you need, or whatever?
I think the sweet spot is around 10,000 RPM, something like that.
That one you're talking about, Jeremy, you just put the string in and spin it as a kid, and you just put it on your finger and you watch it, go around at an angle, 23 degrees.
Yeah,
No, it has a motor.
They also claim that at the North Pole, the gyroscope does not process at all. And then if you take it down, you take it down to the equator, it would. Now that could be connected to ether drift as well. If that's the case, we'd have to test that. Of course, it does correlate with their globe idea. If you're at the North Pole, then you wouldn't pick up very much, Earth rotation.
I find that weird.
So it must negate the torque then, eh, Gio?
Hold on a second. If it doesn't process in space and it doesn't process in the North Pole, is the North Pole space?
Yeah.
But that's the thing. There's a contention there, Dimok, because people think it does process.
The thing is,
Right, I don't know.
Gio, there's three different.
What it does. I'm just saying, no matter what it does, depending on the action that it does, if it doesn't process in the North Pole, is that space? Is that space?
No.
The thing is, there's three different axes, right, that a gyro can work on. So if you're at the North Pole, the axis you would use at the equator, you're not going to get any deviation on that, right? You got to use the one that's perpendicular to that on the globe.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Hold on, isn't the Earth, isn't the spinning globe spinning underneath you, even at the pole, their mythical pole?
A different direction.
Yeah, it's a different direction, though. So the deviation.
So how come it doesn't work on the North Pole then? So Houston, we have a problem here.
Well, no, that's what they say you're supposed to see on the globe, but
that's weird though. The way that you said that, Jeremy, as if like you kind of calibrate it to the point locally that you're using it. Well, it would deviate from that, wouldn't it? If you're going to send it somewhere else from there, it would be different. Surely.
You couldn't try to measure the deviation from horizontal like you.
No, but what I'm saying is
you got to measure it on a different axis at your different latitudes on a globe.
Jeremy is correct.
Yes, we know, Rumpus. We know. Thank you.
Yeah, because it doesn't work spinning sideways. It only works spinning directly underneath the object that it's on top of. It's not going to work spinning that other way. On a big edge of a ball.
Rumpus, what kind of gyroscope?
Focal point.
Rumpus, what kind of gyroscope we need to measure Earth rotation on?
Well, Focal did do it with a mechanical one at one point, but it's quite tricky. You do need a very sensitive gyroscope
Well, if
that's
folk
very
call
well
did it,
engineered.
I'm sure we got better shit now than when folk call was alive, right?
Well,
I mean,
yes,
these
but you
things
have
should
to
be
pay
20
for it.
bucks
But,
at a convenience
yeah,
store.
but don't forget, in those days, everything was mechanical, and you could go to a watchmaker or something. These days, those sorts of skills are much more expensive than they were then, because that was the only way of doing it then. Now people just use a fiber optic gyro or a, what's the other laser-based one, which is 20,000 quid.
And we've already
20,000.
established
No,
it
not the
doesn't matter
laser
where
one.
on Earth you are, it's going to have the same. So
Correct.
right.
In a different axis.
But you need to measure 3 axes. You need the three dimensions. So the fiber optic gyro has 3 axes inside. It has 3 lasers in effect, 3 rings, because it does it for all angles. And this is something, of course, that Bob didn't understand, because he was measuring. Bob Nodell was only measuring on 1 axis on one of his things. So you need to measure it on 3, and then if you add those all together, then it's always going to be the same wherever you are on the planet.
So what's your take on this
react.
procession?
So we need. So how much are the mechanical ones that we need?
I don't
We need a
know, but I mean,
mechanical one. What
I
type?
don't know,
What
but
kind would you use? What are the specs? You don't know anything?
well, no, I'm not an expert on the how
We'll give you
expensive
5
a
minutes. You got
mechanical
10 minutes.
gyroscope is to do this. No,
You got 10 minutes to be an expert. Go ahead. We'll give you 10 minutes.
thanks. But
That's
I mean,
plenty of time for you guys.
but with a mechanical one, which only has 1 axis, I mean, assuming you do get just a 1 axis one, you would then, as you said, Jeremy, have to orientate it correctly. So at the North Pole, for instance, you would want to have it pointing horizontally, whereas on the equator, if you only had 1 axis, you'd want it pointing vertically.
Okay, I've got a simple question. What makes it more precise? So, you know, the cost of what makes it more precise? What
more
mechanism
precise
or what?
You've got to have 2
Than a
things. When you say
cheaper
more
one. Than a
precise,
cheaper
you've got
one.
to have 2
Than a
things.
cheaper one. Than a cheaper
Okay,
one.
ask it again.
But
Ask
the
it again.
bearings have to be absolutely perfect.
So
If
what
you're at the
improves
North Pole, why
on the
does
What
it
makes it
cheaper
more
matter where you
precise
point
is
it?
the computer chip.
Bearings have to be absolutely perfect to do this. And a cheap
Right.
one does not have perfect bearings. Very easy.
Right.
What makes it more precise is the computer
So what,
chip. The
so what
computer
makes
chip
it so
can
much
give
more
you
expensive?
an indication of a spinning globe.
One at a
You
time,
guys are
guys.
talking
Go.
over each other, but I think Godric was first. But I was also going to say, Rumpus, you sound upset. You don't have to be upset yet. Nothing has really happened yet. we're just in a normal
Let me just-
conversation. But
Well,
go ahead,
I
Thank you.
suppose I get
Thank you, Gio.
frustrated trying to communicate through. I've got a piece of information, just trying to get it through to people seems to be a real struggle.
I
We
just
love
have
you
a small
too.
Go ahead,
point.
Godric.
Relax.
Thank you, Gio.
We
The
love you
computer
too,
chip
Rumpus.
is the most precise because that can give you the indication that it's a spinning globe when it's really not. That's the most precise equipment you can get.
What's
No,
the
but
most
what I'm saying is
precise-
like one of the cheaper ones, like what does it lack compared to the other one? You're saying something
I'll now
about the
say it for the
bearing.
5th time. The
Yeah,
quality
we'll
of
say it for the
the
5th
bearings.
time. But how much?
So why
Why
do I
does
have
that
to keep
make
on
it so
repeating
much?
myself?
Hold on.
Reduces the friction, you
hold on.
idiot.
Let me ask the question.
Relax,
Yeah.
Rumpus.
What
God.
makes it that more expensive? Does it have gold in it? Does it have?
No, it's
No,
perfectly
lack of precision.
spherical
Right. So
bearings.
what's so
Low
expensive about it?
friction, perfectly spherical bearings are
So
required,
no
and
gold,
that's expensive.
no antimatter or anything, but it's just
It's just high
No.
really
precision.
expensive.
High precision.
No, it just needs to be very
Relax,
hard
Rumpus, relax a
bearings,
little, man.
very
Relax.
spherical bearings,
He's just trying to
and
figure
you
out why
need
it
to make
costs
your
so much.
joints. You
That's
need to
all.
have lots of bearings. I mean, you need to, you can have different numbers of them. I don't know whether there's an optimum size of bearing as well.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm just wondering whether the price is going up because of the rarity of elements or
No.
the intricacy of the making of it, or what is it? What is
Quality.
it that makes it more expensive?
The quality of
of
the
the design.
engineering, the precision, everything
The
that they do more
intricacy, right?
precisely
Okay,
is
fair
always
enough.
more expensive. And also, if you have to use decent, hard, very hard,
Yeah, they have to use a
very
big
hard
machine,
metal
a
as
very
well,
expensive machine
and
to
they
make
have to be
it.
very spherical. I mean, Focal had a big problem with this. He, I think he didn't get it working the first time, and I can't remember how many the problems he went through, but he definitely didn't get it to work first time, and he had to go through machining these things repeatedly, or however he got to do it. It was not
Rumpus.
an easy thing to do.
So for the
Rumpus,
cheap
what
ones,
if-
will they just use Chinese steel? Or...
A cheap one will not do it. It will not be precise
Rumpus.
engine. I mean, how many more times do you have to be told? Jesus
I hate to
Christ.
stick up for
Relax.
Rumpus, but come on, guys. He's being very clear. He's saying engineering, ball bearings, Like, let me give you guys an example. A cheap gun, right? And an expensive gun. You know, the action, the fine machining, it all plays a role in the precision and in the precision of the instrument. I mean, come on.
But is the price variance the same?
No, it's more expensive, of course. If you buy a German manufactured high quality product and a cheap Chinese one, right? You know what I'm talking about, bro.
Think Rolex watch and a Casio watch.
Yes,
but that's more brand name. That's just because they've got a brand. It's like Nike saying like that. We make the same trainers as any other fucking regular Joe. Yeah, that cost £10, but we're going to charge 70 quid for ours just because we've got Nike written on it.
Okay. I'll give you another example. Snap-on tools and cheap-ass tools that you buy at the dollar store.
A BB gun compared to a Colt 45 is basically what we're talking about. A BB gun is cheap and not do crap, and a Colt 45 will put a fucking hole in you, and you're not going to play around. So there's two differences of a gun.
Precision machine engineering. Come on, guys. It's simple.
Terrible analogy. The gun analogy is a terrible one. Honestly.
No,
except for let's see, Montreal.
Oh,
Look,
that was
you can
a
have
bad one.
for instance, when you do I've seen some videos of people making rifles and the way they check how straight the barrel is and how circular the barrel is, and they actually put in sort of it's almost like a paint. I can't remember what it's called now. It's called a gun.
Use a cheap BB gun or the rifle? Which one are you going to use for your precision? The cheap one or the expensive one?
I mean, so
the question is this: we get the precision engineering.
But they know, you seem to be one of the few people. You seem to be one of the few people who understands this. It's ridiculous.
You're not listening.
Well, they're all made in China, anyways.
Here's the point I'm trying to make: is how much more expensive is that gun than the worst gun compared to how much the better gyro is compared to the worst gyro?
There's a question. What's the limit, Rumpus? What's the limit?
Well, who knows? I mean, it's a stupid question.
Understanding, a cheap gyroscope maybe is between $100 and $500, whereas the one with high quality ball bearings is going to be $10,000 and up.
Now we're talking.
Is that the same with the guns? Like the cheap BB gun is like 100, 200, and then a decent gun is like 10,000.
Hold on, whoever said the Rolex was like the Nike thing is not. It's not correct. The Rolexes are the most accurate precision automatic watches in the world. Okay,
right, but they still can add more to their price sale just because of the name Rolex.
Yes, but part of it is the fact they're engineered to a higher standard.
That's fair
That's
enough.
all that needs to be said on this subject. That's it. Engineering, period. Now, the question is, what is the limit that can detect the spin of the Earth?
Right, you can build a gyroscope, mechanical gyroscope that will detect the spin of the Earth, but it'll be an effort and it will be quite expensive. I don't know off the top of my head.
You need a computer chip to detect drift. Without a computer chip, you will never detect drift.
How do you know it's the Earth spinning and not the ether?
Because there's no such thing as ether.
It's the computer chip.
How do you know that there's no such thing as Earth spin?
We've got 10 different ways of verifying Earth spinning. We've got numerous ways. We've got numerous.
Real quick.
We've got numerous ways of proving that the Earth is spinning.
Something that you can't define.
There's no Earth spin.
You literally just denied something that you've never defined. And if you could please define the ether, then I'll know precisely what you're saying doesn't exist. But unless you can do that,
ether, i.e., the thing that claims to be the medium for light, does not exist.
What is the ether?
Hold on, you guys. There's too many people talking at once. Hold on. Denmark, you interrupted, so I'm temporarily muting you. Rumpus, go ahead and respond.
Right. The luminiferous ether, as in the classic ether, the thing that's supposed to be the medium for light, does not exist.
Okay. Well, for one, the luminiferous ether was debunked supposedly by the Michelson-Morley whatever experiment, but that's not what the current proponents of ether are claiming. There's over 100 different postulates as to what the ether was. Like Tesla ether versus Maxwellian ether don't coincide with one another. So you got to be concise with which ether it is you're.
The Maxwell ether is the luminiferous one, that's supposed to be for the medium of light, and then that was shown not to exist. Marcus and Morley shows that does not exist.
You would have to realize that Maxwell and Tesla didn't agree on what the ether was to begin with. So to just outright dismiss
Tesla's a
ether
nutter.
based on one person's assertions isn't necessarily dismissing anything, rather than what that one individual made claims of.
There is no scientific evidence for an ether, and Tesla went off his head in his later years.
Do they have an equivalent to ether in quantum? Isn't it quantum foam?
Yeah,
no
you got quantum foam. You've
There
got
is
dark
no
matter,
equivalent
dark
in
energy. These are all euphemisms for ether.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. Quantum physics has no need for ether.
Sure, they
You're
do.
wrong, Rumpus. You're wrong.
No,
They say this is what makes up 90.
That's not the
close
same
to 90%
thing.
of the entire universe.
Quantum foam is a name for the spontaneous creation of virtual particles. It has absolutely nothing to do with ether. It is often made by people who've no understanding what the hell's going on. They talk about quantum foam because they've heard of it, and it's got nothing to do with ether. Quantum foam is just simply the creation of the spontaneous creation of virtual particles in a vacuum.
That's wrong.
You're talking
that's
about
entirely
vacuum
wrong.
energy, Rumpus. Vacuum
same
energy.
thing. That's
Try
all
again.
quantum foam is.
No, virtual particles. Virtual particles is what's said to be responsible for the magnetic field.
Energy.
That's how they quantify the magnetic field, is with virtual particles. So what you said was completely wrong, Rumpus.
Yeah, but not all virtual particles speak towards the electromagnetic field. There's only one quantum particle, and that would be only one virtual particle. Sorry, and that would be the photon. The others have nothing to do with
there's virtual
electromagnetic.
photons and virtual particles. Virtual particles is what's said to
the
have
photon. The photon is a virtual particle.
No, it's not.
The electromagnetic force.
Rumpus, set him straight, Rumpus.
I've just checked up what the quantum foam is, and it's exactly quantum foam is exactly what I said it is. It's just simply a name for the spontaneous creation of virtual particles in space. Yeah. Exactly as I said.
Quantum fields. There is no such thing as spontaneous creation, dude.
There is. We can see it. It's all a story. This is what the Casimir effect's all about. We can even measure this. So I don't know what you're talking about.
The quantum fields are
they have experimental validation for the existence of virtual particles. We can actually measure their effect, and it agrees with the theory.
Are you talking about?
You guys, hold on. Hold on. There's a bunch of people talking. Hold on. J-Ace was trying to get in, so Rumpus, you said your piece. J-Ace, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, just give me a minute to say something, right? So the quantum fields are distinctively different than the ether idea that I'm hearing here, right? These are fields that just contain the properties, the quantum properties of the particles, right? And these particles are oscillations in those fields. But I agree with Rumpus that right, his reason that the ether doesn't exist, that's how we know the gyro is measuring the Earth's spin or whatever. But I would say it's not because the ether just doesn't exist. It's the mechanism that the gyro uses is how we know that it's measuring the Earth's spin. Because the gyro has to be on an object that is rotating to pick up rotation. So if you're saying it's this ether thing, right? Because usually you put it on a ship or an airplane, and that's how they measure the rotation. So if you're saying it's measuring this outside ether thing, a thing that is outside of the device, that would be like a special pleading case. You're saying in all other cases,
outside.
In all other cases, it's measuring the movement of the object that it's on, but in this case, it's measuring something outside of the device.
Can I read a quick quote from Richard Feynman to Rumpus pertaining to virtual particles? He says it's an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding, and the very term is vague and loosely defined. Correct. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they're very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out. And
correct.
Right, but in all fairness, Rumpus wasn't trying to claim it, so it was just trying to say what quantum foam apparently was.
I mean, The virtual particles thing, they don't actually manifest themselves as measurable particles, but they do generate forces. And Feynman's absolutely correct. People who know about virtual particles would agree with what Dyslow just quoted. But they can generate forces.
You can invoke a force.
Hold on, can I just finish? And the forces that are created that we can measure in the Casimir effect, which is an experiment where you actually measure a force, completely agrees with quantum mechanical theory.
A force of what, by what, and to what? You can't just invoke interactions of nonsense to make claims of a force.
The virtual particles.
All right, so
they're never isolated. They never. They are basically fundamentally mathematical abstractions, but they do have consequences which can manifest themselves in force. And this is a measurable effect in the Casimir effect, where you have two plates very close to one another, and they actually start pulling or pushing the plates apart. And we can account for this using quantum mechanical theory and the trapped wave functions that exist and get compressed by the fact when the plates get together. And the forces we measure completely agree and validate the existence of these virtual particles. Although, as you say, they are very vague. They can't be isolated. They never turn into real particles. They are fundamentally mathematical concepts, but they do actually have effects that can be measured as forces in an experiment.
Since when can a thought, nonsense?
Exactly.
Well, that's nonsense because you don't understand quantum mechanics.
Since when can a concept act upon matter or masses?
Well, because the wave functions are concepts. We haven't actually measured wave function as yet. But
a wave is not a thing, bud.
What do you mean a wave is not a thing?
A wave is not a thing. A wave is what something does. Can you show me a wave?
No, a wave. So you don't think surfers go on something then?
Can you show me a wave of
ride a wave, then that's a nothing.
Waving. Hello, it's water waving.
Yes. Yeah, that's water
but
doing
it's a thing. Yes,
that's
it's
water
a thing,
doing
though,
something.
isn't it?
My hand's waving.
It's an oscillation of a medium, but it's
waving.
still a thing. It's an oscillation of a medium. That's what a wave is.
Right. So we're talking about the thing in question, which is the medium, not the action of that medium.
The movement of the medium is the wave. That's the thing we're talking about. You can quite clearly see they exist as a thing.
I don't know if you noticed, Rumpus, but you just interrupted him while he was talking. Quite rude.
Yeah, he does it quite often. It's hard to have conversations with him. I'm just going to back out of this. This is complete nonsense that he's invoking. Waves of itself.
It's just basic science. I mean, I'm describing the orthodox scientific position, which obviously you're a denial of. I mean, you even deny electrons. You deny science. You're a science denier. So, of course, you'll deny what I'm saying.
All right, hang on. Before we go into some personal attack thing, I think we would all like to hear both sides. So you guys got to understand, when there's interruptions, nobody can hear either of you, just in general, you know? So, Rumpus, you have to understand that. Even though you think you're interrupting to be heard, actually, when you interrupt, nobody can hear anything because
Dyslow was doing it to me as well.
I know it was happening both ways. I think we'd both like to hear both sides. So just try to give each other to finish.
Okay, I accept your point.
Also,
so
again, what's so shocking?
Other effects than just the Casimir effect too, that these virtual particles, which are really just positive and negative energy modes of the field, right? These are how these other things happen, like electron self-energies and crystallography and the beyond ultrafine structures and the Lamb shift.
Like
all those
Jace,
are attributed to these quantum fields.
Jace, wouldn't you just say, like, if virtual particle is any particle that mediates a force, and we say it's a virtual particle because it doesn't exist long enough to have properties that aren't bound by the uncertainty principle, right?
They're usually the off
it doesn't
shell.
exist long enough to decipher it.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't exist long enough, and due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, we can't detect enough features of this to label it as a real particle the way you would a proton or a neutron. So it's virtual. And examples of a virtual particle would be your bosons, right? Your gluons, photons.
No, those are real particles.
Right.
Remember, there's a photon.
Yeah, they are real. Okay, but I'm trying to give examples of particles that might fall within that group.
All the things you mentioned are real particles, and then there's virtual versions of them.
Yeah,
but aside from gluons and photons, what other particles would have a virtual version?
Yo,
But
what
here's the thing,
about
hold on a
those?
sec, hold on a
the
sec.
I think
W,
all particles. I think
W,
don't quote me on this, but I think all
W
particles have
and
virtual
Z.
versions.
All right,
The
you guys.
W.
So hold on. Nobody heard anything that was said throughout that, so we need to start over. I think Earthworm Jim, but your mic is kind of low and muffled. But I think Earthworm Jim was trying to get in. Let's go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just going to ask of like, you're saying that they're actual virtual particles, as in not real, but the way Man of Consciousness explained it as if they were real, but they just exist not long enough to be
Yeah, what I was
specified.
saying is they're not real the way other particles are real, you know,
Yes,
due to
correct.
certain limitations, such as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle
instead of
and the fact
virtual,
they don't exist beyond the Planck length. But my question now is, aside from photons and gluons, would there be other examples of virtual particles? Like, is there a virtual
all right, I
electron?
was just trying to ask
Was it
Rumpus, like, to change
quickly
his
say
mind
something?
on whether
Jay's
they're
correct.
actually
You must remember
real
that all these
particles or not.
particles are oscillations in these quantum fields. So there's a field for bosons, say a gluon, particular gluon, or protons. There's a field for protons. There's a field for the Higgs particle. There's a field that runs through everything, and particles are oscillations or disturbances in this field. And virtual particles are a sort of sub-oscillation that are close to the real particles, or they.
So you're noticing a disturbance in a field.
Yes, that's what particles are, in fact.
There's no such thing as a vertical particle. It only exists in your minds. There's
I'm
no
afraid
such
you
thing.
don't know anything about quantum mechanics, Montreal. So I mean, not
Yeah,
in a position
yeah,
to
guys.
answer.
Fact, bro. He just said in fact over here. It's not
Yeah,
debatable.
but
This guy is giving the
could we
fact. This
just
guy
get
is giving us
clarity
facts.
though?
Well, the reason
The Rumpus has the facts. It's not debatable.
The reason there's a problem with these virtual particles is that, say, a proton, that is an oscillation, as JS correctly said, in the proton field. Then an oscillation in that, a wave in that, gives you a proton. Now, virtual particles are a temporary wave in that are usually next to a proton. They're a sort of sub-disturbance of that, and that's why there's a sort of, are they really a particle? Are they not? And in fact, most people, as I think, as Dyslow quoted, they're not real particles because they don't ever manifest themselves separately from some source, like being next to a. So, for instance,
You
the
can only
electromagnetic
detect
field.
them by a disturbance in the field, and not by actually deciphering the actual particle.
All particles are disturbances in the field.
As I was trying to say before, right? They're what they really are, right? We say they're virtual particles just for a simplification to get the point across to the general public, right? But what these things really are, when you're predicting and trying to explain things using quantum field theory, they're just the negative and positive modes, energy modes of the field for that particle that you're examining.
Well, what they say is that the magnetic field between magnetic dipoles is caused by the exchange of virtual photons, but
Correct.
and unfortunately it's purely conceptual and a fantasy. And to say that these fictional phantasms are real is untruthful.
You're a
Jace, yeah, could I just ask a question to Jace? Aside from gluons and photons, what other examples of virtual particles do you know?
Well, any particle can have a virtual counterpart, but the common ones are the boson ones. So the virtual photon, virtual gluon, and then the W and Z boson. So the weak interaction mediators, those have virtual counterparts as well.
Yeah, because I've never heard of a virtual, proton or virtual.
As I said, he's agreeing with what I said earlier. All particles have virtual versions of them, but as he said, the ones we most commonly deal with are virtual photons, which communicate the electromagnetic force. And bosons.
So how much? Something virtual, non-existent, can communicate something? Is that what you're saying?
No, right. So when you say these virtual particles, right, it's just a simplification of the actual thing, right? It's to get a point across. as I said before, these are positive and negative energy modes that arise due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle of the respective field for the particle that you're examining.
Are you doing physics, JS? However you pronounce your name, JS.
We understand the uncertainty principle, but that doesn't explain a virtual particle. Saying the uncertainty principle does not conjure up something that doesn't exist.
Well, I'm trying to help you.
So what
here,
exactly does this virtual particle do exactly?
Okay, I'll explain it again. Particles are oscillations in a field. So you can think of a proton field or a photon field that permeates everywhere. And an oscillation in that is a real-world photon, a rock
you don't
solid
witness the actual particle. You only witness the.
Can I finish my point, please?
Let him finish, bro.
Right, so all particles, in quantum field theory, we have a field for every particle. There's a separate field for all the particle types. There's a field for photons, there's a field for Higgs bosons and other bosons. And an oscillation in that, a wiggle, if you like, in that field, like a wiggle in a wave on some water, that is an actual particle, and that behaves like a particle. Now, the virtual versions of those are smaller, temporary wiggles. The real particles are wiggles that move around and don't disappear.
Yeah, but hold on. Okay, I'm with you so far. I'm tracking. Right. What causes those wiggles, those other virtual wiggles?
Well, interactions with other. So you can get spontaneous oscillations in these fields, mostly set off by. I don't know how many. If you can have lots of them, yes. I mean, I think you can generate infinite. I mean, it sounds like Jace. Actually, Jace may be more of an expert on this than I am. But you can just imagine you can create these spontaneously by just having wiggles and random oscillations, quantum fluctuations in this field. Effectively,
no, I can't imagine that because you started off with a particle oscillating, causing a wave. Right, and then you just came up with a whole bunch of other waves out of nowhere.
That's what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is all about. The fact that you can have random oscillations in this that come from nowhere.
Can I also just ask what you mean by?
I'm afraid reality is very strange. And if you did a 3-year course in physics and you understood quantum mechanics, you'd understand some of this. As Feynman said, reality is really weird beyond your imagination. So if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't. But we have all the evidence and we make predictions. We use these things to make computer chips and stuff. We use it in the real world at Montreal. This is not some fictitious abstract thing. These things are applied in the real world to make chips and whatever.
You can't make a sermon and reify virtual particles.
Right. Well, what a circuit is, motherfucker.
No, but you guys, hold on. There's
Wait a minute. How many circuits have you made, Rumpus, in your life?
Well, let me just say one thing. Rumpus is right in that. Now, meaning that a lot of this technology is used in various ways. It's the interpretation of it and the model and what actually is happening that they don't have proof for.
Right. The one thing I wanted to ask Rumpus.
Gio, I'd like to ask Rumpus.
Hold on. What technology uses vertical particles?
I think Noah was next. Go ahead.
Come on, dude. I haven't been able to talk for a guy. I've been quietly listening here, and I want to ask Rumpus a question. I want to ask him how many circuits he's made in his life before.
Lots. Not a huge.
Oh,
number,
you have.
Yeah.
And how?
I think I could give a.
Does that matter? Does that make any difference? What circuits have got to do with quantum mechanics and virtual particles? I do not know.
Okay, what technology uses vertical particles?
Well, we model it. That's how we fabricate chips using the understing of these virtual particles and things like this and quantum mechanics. For instance, like tunneling electrons is based on this sort of theory. The idea, the fact that an electron can tunnel through a potential barrier is the basis for a lot of microchip technology.
Vertical particles, tunneling microscope.
Oh my god! Can I not ask Rumpus a question for fuck's sake?
You guys, there's a lot of people trying to talk at once. I think Noah did have a second part to his question. Let's do that, and then I think SC was next.
Okay, yeah. So he said he's made circuits. Have you made microchips, or have you just made made many circuits? Right?
No, I've not made microchips. No.
Okay, so you've made many circuits. How many of these circuits, when you were making them, did you actually apply these quantum mechanics in? Like, what can you give? Can you give a couple examples?
None. Zero. None. I am not a
my turn.
microchip manufacturer. The people who design these chips are the people who have to worry about this, not me.
I rest my
Jesus
case.
Christ.
The whole
Yeah, you
jury
rest your case.
saw
You're an
it.
idiot. Yes,
Everyone in the VC
you made a
saw it.
completely
Everyone in
irrelevant
the
point.
VC
Well
heard
done.
it. Everyone
You
in
made a
the VC
completely
heard it.
irrelevant point.
Everyone in the VC heard it. He
Yeah,
doesn't use
heard you're an
any of
idiot.
this. He
Yes,
doesn't use
heard you're an
any of
idiot.
this. He
I
doesn't
am
use
not
any of
a
this.
microchip fabricator that has to worry about this.
You're not letting me
Rumpus,
respond
stop.
now. You're just yelling.
But
Listen,
come on, he's
see?
making a stupid point.
Wait, look,
He's saying
look,
because
look,
I
look,
haven't
he's
done
not
it, it
even
hasn't
letting me
been
Can you
done.
just be?
He's
I
not
don't
even
even.
letting me respond.
He's claiming that because I haven't done it,
He
therefore
can't
it's
even let
invalid,
me
which is a
respond
classic
to him.
stupid
Rumpus,
point.
Rumpus,
He
calm
can't
down,
even
man.
let
Calm
me
down,
respond. Look
Rumpus.
at this.
Was a
He can't
stupid
even let
point.
me
Rumpus,
He doesn't
calm
respond. I'm trying to
down.
make my point. He
Ru-
can't.
Rumpus,
Hey,
Rumpus,
one
as
is
dumb as the
Cat,
point
you
is, you
understand
need
how
to let.
fast this could have been? This could have been done in 5 seconds. It could have been 2 questions, bing, bing, bada boom, done. But it has to be yelling over and fucking whatever.
Yeah,
Anyway,
get on with it.
Look, see, I can't even get through a sentence, dude.
You're not
Where's
making
the
a point.
mod?
You're just
Where's
moaning.
the
Yeah.
mod?
Hold
Where's the
on,
mod,
Jim.
dude?
Hold on. No, I
Dude,
think
we need a mod, dude. This is ridiculous.
I think he responded like that because you were trying to like say that that he was roasted or
No,
something.
I
just
didn't
because
get to make
he
my
hasn't-
point.
Oh well,
I
okay.
haven't made my point yet.
But I haven't made microchips myself, but I know the technology that exists in them. So those two things can exist. However, it is valid what you're saying in terms of that he hasn't done it himself, and it sounds like he admitted that he hasn't done it himself. So I guess where do you want to go?
I
from
said
there?
I hadn't.
Right? No,
I'm
make
not a
my
microchip
fucking point?
fabricator
Can I
or
make my-
designer.
Dude,
No.
I need a
All right,
mod,
let's
dude.
let
I
Noah
can't even
finish
make-
his point. Go ahead.
This
Noah.
is ridiculous, Gio. Gio, this could have been done.
Let Noah
His
make his
point is I haven't made them, therefore they don't work.
We
like that.
don't
That's
know what
his
his
point.
point
It's a
is. We
stupid
don't know what his
point.
point is. Come on.
I
We
get
don't know
muted
what
when
his
I say
point
it.
We
is.
do know what
Rumpus
his
is
point
saying
is.
something and clearly
No, we
interrupting
don't.
me.
Let's give him a chance to make it.
no,
Noah,
never
go
mind.
ahead, man. Never mind. All right.
Well, you guys just interrupted Noah and then told him to finish. I just told him to go ahead, and then you guys started interrupting each other. So,
Dude,
yeah, go ahead.
dude, this could have been done 5 minutes ago. This could have taken 30 seconds if you
Here
guys
we
had
go.
some
You're moaning
control.
again. You're not making
Okay,
a point.
see, look, I'm not even done.
Yeah, but
I
you
haven't even
don't. When
started
you
and
have
this
the
guy's
opportunity to
been
make a point, you don't
Gio,
make it.
we
You
need
just
a mod,
moan.
Gio. This is ridiculous.
Make
This is
your point.
ridiculous.
Hold on, you guys. Yeah, hold on. I'm temporarily muting both of you. Rumpus, you're only temporarily muted. You don't have to run away. I'll unmute you in a second. Let's just let Noah say his point, and then you can fully respond. Go ahead, Noah.
Thank you, Jesus. Basically, this guy is talking about all these quantum mechanics, all these quantum gluons, fluons, whatever. All of this is all theoretical knowledge. He has no practical knowledge of any of this. All he has practical knowledge of, and he admitted, is of circuits which don't use any of the things he's talking
Can I
about.
respond? Right, so he's making exactly the point that I said he would make. That because I'm not a microchip fabricator, he's claiming, therefore, this can't exist. On the grounds that because I haven't done it, therefore it doesn't happen. Exactly what I said he would do. What an idiot.
Well, what's your
Can I give
actual
my question in finally?
What's your hold on?
that is
Instead of
a
just
dumb
calling him an
point.
idiot, Rumpus. That's not very classy. So why don't you respond to the? Because I would think how I might respond.
Right,
to
his
that.
claim
You
is
have
that
an
because
actual
I
response-
have not used this technology, I have not personally used quantum physics or quantum Heisenberg uncertainty principle in my own personal work. Therefore, I can't know about this subject, and I can't know that other people have done it, which is the classic stupid argument of people who've no idea how science works, and the fact that we know that people have done this, we have it in our computers that people have done this, and if you knew anything or read anything on the literature, you would know other people have done this and implemented this, and because I haven't done it, does not make that not happen, nor does it invalidate all the theory that has been backed up by science and experimenters for nearly a century.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I mean, I use this
can I
stuff all
respond to
the
that?
time.
Can I respond to that? Okay, I'm going to make my response. Please try not to interrupt. I'll say thank you when I'm done. Basically, this is the same argument Globers make all the time. Oh, we're not in the satellites, but we know we're getting pictures back down from the satellites. Oh, I looked at something in a telescope. It matches their model, and then I saw someone in the ISS, and I know there's a guy in the ISS. It's the same thing. He keeps saying, I know that they did these experiments, and I know this is how the microprocessor works in my computer. Even though you've never built one, you never tested any of this shit out. You're literally like the epitome of a globe argument right now. Like this is a stark parallel to,
right.
to
You've
the
made
other
your point
global
again.
accounts.
Absolutely
I
stupid.
have
This is the classic case. If you
these
haven't been to
experiments.
Australia, therefore Australia can't exist. We know that microchips are made. We know there's a huge technology behind it. If you'd read any of the literature, you would be able to find out this theory, but you haven't because you're completely ignorant
You
of it.
don't know
And
any of that.
basically, because it hasn't happened in your bedroom or in your head, therefore you deny it. And that's the classic, flatty, stupid, ignorant argument, reveling in your own ignorance. Because you don't understand it and because you haven't done it, you deny its existence. Classic.
No,
Rumpus,
I disagree. I disagree because I've built simple computers with my hands, with circuits and such, and none of them used it. I
No
don't.
one
I
claims
have
it.
like
I
here's the
didn't
thing.
claim
Here's the
it
thing,
did.
dude.
I
Here's the
never
thing,
said
dude.
that to
Here's the
build a
thing, dude.
computer,
Here's the
you
thing,
have
dude.
to have knowledge of
You
quantum
have no
mechanics.
idea what
They have done all the work for you, and you just have to stick
you
the
have
things
faith.
together using
You
simple
have
Ohm's
faith.
law
You
and
have faith.
other
It's nice that you
theory.
have faith.
You do not need
Rumpus,
to
It's nice that
understand
you
that,
have
and no
faith,
one said
Rumpus,
you
but
did.
that doesn't cut it here.
Rumpus, can
We're
I
not.
say one thing? Right, I have heard. I use this stuff all the time, right? So I'm someone here who does it all the time, but I have heard Numpty or Noah, I'll call him Noah, explain quantum mechanics and things like the double slit experiment and the those kind of experiments, and he does a pretty good job at it, right? He doesn't straw man all the time. So attacking him as if he doesn't know these things and doesn't have the experience and stuff, I think it's a little off. Because I have heard him explain this stuff, and he does do a pretty good job.
Well, and here's the thing, dude. It's a lot of the problem with this is not even the debate or the content of the debate. It's just Rumpus's behavior. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, ignore the arguments. Yeah, well, you made a stupid point. You don't realize. The thing is, you're too
look,
stupid to realize you're not making a valid point. That's the problem.
Before you guys just go into insult stuff, hold on. Before you guys just start talking over each other and insulting each other, let me just say this. Rumpus, don't you think there is some validity to what Noah said, though? Meaning that, getting down to like brass tacks, who we are, what we can prove, what we can verify. Now, you may have an ability to read information and know things and or believe things, whatever it may be, that may be accurate or it may be not be accurate. However, there is truth, don't you think, Rumpus, to the point that if you have not done these things directly, doesn't mean you can't know that they are true, but don't you think there is some validity in that in terms of
none whatsoever.
What you can, just in terms of what you can actually prove and what you've experienced directly.
Right. I can read, and I can read what my fellow man has done. And as Newton said, he stood on the shoulder of giants. Everybody builds on what everyone else has done. When you write a scientific paper, you say, this is the accepted orthodoxy in science. This has been proved or validated, perhaps more correct to say, by other people. I use their research, and then I build on that to do something new. They do not go and validate every single thing in a new paper that they've had to use the resource. They've accepted that it's being checked and validated by hundreds of institutions, thousands of institutions around the world. And they then build on that. And then they do an experiment and they find something new and it all works. And they then say, I imagine being able to do this using the principles that we've discovered. And I am just relating to you the discoveries that have been documented and validated by hundreds of thousands of institutions and millions of people. And so I can say with authority that these people have demonstrated that they have credibility and authority. They've done it by building computers using the theories that we've been talking about, and I can just say I can relate to you, and therefore they've earned my respect and my belief that they are credible. And I don't have to do these things. The whole point about the way libraries of information work is that we use the information gathered by our history, by the body of knowledge, and we then utilize that and build on it, and then do something new. We don't have to go ourselves and do it because there's so much knowledge out there now. It's impossible for any person to even do a fraction of what our body of knowledge has accumulated to.
Right, can I ask you the question I was going to ask you earlier, but I got muted for?
I would like to respond to that. But first, I'd like to make it has to be concise. It can't be one guy fucking hogging the mic for 3 minutes like that. But anyways, I'm gonna respond to that in saying,
about 30 seconds.
Look, he interrupts me. Anyways, I'm gonna make my shit concise and not. Okay,
You've been moaning for the last 15, 20 seconds now. You haven't actually said anything.
Gio, come on.
You've been
You haven't said anything. You've just been moaning. You haven't made a point, Noah. You've just moaned about me for the last 30 seconds.
Gio, this is ridiculous. You mute me so easily. You gotta mute this guy sometimes. Anyways, I'm gonna make my concise point
Well, the
now.
problem is, dude, is that if you try to like kind of clown on him, then he's gonna want to respond, and then it's kind of like shitty for me just to mute him when you just ripped on him, you know. So
I didn't even though. I don't even get to
okay.
make my.
He was
Go ahead.
monologuing a bit, so okay, Rumpus, please try not to monologue a bit. Okay, go ahead now.
Yeah, I'm not shitting on him. Anyone. This goes for anyone. They can't just monologue like that. Anyways, now let me.
You've been going on for longer than I have, and you've made 0
Right, you guys,
points.
Rumpus, now it's getting ridiculous. I know, Rumpus. Now I'm gonna have to temporarily mute you just so we can speak for 30 seconds. So go ahead, Noah.
Okay, thank you, Jesus. Again, basically, what he just like his whole monologue that he just went over for 3 minutes was basically the antithesis of flat Earth. Oh, we know other scientists verified this, so we're not going to look into it ourselves. We're going to take it on face value as a fact and go ahead and use it and apply these theories. That is exactly the type of attitude and, quite frankly, behavior that the flat Earth is actually combating itself. The whole reason that this whole movement is about, because fuckers didn't believe what these fuckers said is fact. We have to go and verify to make sure they're telling the truth. And for you to just say like, "Oh, we know they're telling the truth," I mean, come on, you've been in a flat Earth circle for a while.
And not only that, but they're also bad mouthing us for doing the same thing that they're doing.
Yeah,
I've got a quick
I know
response.
Jim's been trying to get in. Jim, your mic is really muffled and quiet, so it is hard. And it's hard to
Can I
hear
just do a
you.
quick response
But
to
Rumpus,
Noah?
yeah,
I just wanted to ask Rumpus about.
Hold on, let's let Rumpus respond first, though, Jim.
Fair,
and then you next.
fair enough.
I don't know if you're aware of it, but I'm doing this thing called RECT, the Rumpus Earth Curvature Test, along with about 15 other people will probably end up this summer, in a month or so's time, where I'm measuring the curvature of the Earth, and I will be doing a broadcast live in which I'll be showing you 17 feet or so, hopefully, of Earth curve that you will be able to see demonstrated by me raising a target to 17 feet.
That's your assumption.
And so I'm actually doing a practical investigation of the curvature of the Earth, and everybody
Fair
else will be able to see it. Finished.
Is that?
I was just going to ask you about.
Let me ask one more question to Rumpus, and then I'm done. Do you have a link or a YouTube channel or something, a website for when that's happening?
Yes, I do.
You
I will
DM
be
that to me or put it in the main chat.
I've got a detailed document describing exactly what we're going to do. I have got a YouTube channel. I will be putting on there some I spent the last year working on this with about 8 other people, and I've got lots of videos on what we've built so far. We haven't quite executed it. We tried to do it last year, but we couldn't quite do it before the winter turned up. And I will be detailing in excruciating detail what we're doing, and videos on it, and a website on it. I've done most of that website, and you will be able to see the results of this live, hopefully in about a month or two.
What about beforehand? Will you be inviting people to go independently and go and test what you're actually doing and film what you're doing?
Well,
so
I've 2 flat Earth.
So it's not just your group that is doing it. There's actually other people that are watching you do it.
Well, I've invited Brian Mabbott, and I've invited Brian Mabbott, who is a flatty, to come along, and he's agreed. And I've told him if I can't see any drop, I will jump in the Bedford. This is the Bedford levels, by the way, where Rowbotham did his observation.
Yeah, not too far from where I live. Yeah, excellent.
Rumpus, I'm just going to tell you right now, Rumpus, if you want this to be valid, this is my viewpoint on it. If you want this to be valid, now I know that you might be afraid that someone's going to come and try to pick a fight or something. Now I don't know if you've created that kind of attractive energy. Then I hear you. If you've treated people that way that they want to do that. However, I think to make it legit, it's got to be public. Now I don't mean public.
It will be
just let thousands of people, but that anyone can come.
Well, I will be publicising the date ahead of time, and I'll be producing videos on this and the website. I will be publicising when it's going to happen. I've already got 10 people in. I'm hoping to get another 5 people because I need that. I've got 4 posts along a 6-mile length of canal along the Bedford levels. This is an experiment observation over 6 miles, and I've built some 30-foot poles that are telescopic, and I can then raise them up and down and line them, and using surveying equipment and auto level. I will be demonstrating this all on video and in a website, and I will be making it public when it's going to happen. And Bev is already. Don't know if you, Bev, try thinking.
I was just going to ask, are you taking Bev with you?
No, I don't. Well, I'm afraid I regard that guy. He's one of the few flat earthers I really would refuse to have anything. I mean, he actually came along last September.
He doesn't like being called a flat earther.
Well, he is a flat earther, and he actually turned up along with about 10 of his other people when we were there. But fortunately, we were able to go and do some work at the 6-mile distance from on the bridge at Welney. He turned up actually because he knew we were going to be there, though he claims that we'd told him. Oh, anyway, he's threatening to turn up and do his own experiment and watch me do it. But I'm not going to invite him to look through the equipment. But other people are flatties. Can I just nearly finish?
Sorry. Yeah,
other
apologies.
flatties who I regard as reasonable human beings who are not objectionable. Because the only thing that makes me dislike someone is if they behave in an obnoxious or deceitful manner.
Well, this is the thing. You don't want to invite anyone there to investigate your apparatus, but Bev did when he done his experiment. So.
Well, yes, but the thing is, I regard Bev as an obnoxious, deceitful
creature.
But
he still allowed it open for anyone to come.
Well, I don't care. I'm sorry. I refuse to have anything to do with someone.
You're not doing an open.
Not for someone like Bev. No. But there are other people like Brian Mabbitt.
For anyone.
And no, well, I'm just telling you. Brian Mabbitt is a flatty. I've invited him to come along, and also Bloods Thicker, along with his son, who's a flatty, who's part of Bev's crew. I've said I will invite as well. But I have a particular problem with Bev and someone Primate, whatever his name is, Domesticated Primate. Those two, I'm afraid, I regard as deceitful, immoral,
whatever.
People. I will not have anything to do with them
for minutes and minutes and minutes. Right, we get it. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I was going to ask questions about you earlier, saying about.
Oh, you're a Glober. You don't even fucking care. It's just in between.
Can I ask
Rumpus, you wanna
topic that was about fucking an hour ago now.
You said you were gonna send me. You said you were gonna post.
I can't hear what you're saying, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you guys are talking at the same time. You have to decide between you who gets to go first.
Hey, I'm gonna go really quick.
I've been trying to ask a question for an hour, but forget about
mine's
it.
10 seconds. Mine's 10 seconds. Rumpus, what's your website or YouTube? How do I find you? Because you didn't post.
I have a YouTube. My YouTube channel is called The Rumpus. I will be advertising the
Does it have a
website.
Or what does it look like? What does it look like? How do I know when I find it?
It's got my face on it. It's called The Rumpus. There's only one channel called The Rumpus on YouTube. Okay. I could provide a link, I suppose, in here. And I will be doing quite a large. I already have a 40-page document on this experiment, and there'll be many more, and there'll be several videos. I already have several hours worth of videos on me building it with other people, how I constructed it and its design and the whole theory behind it. But I haven't publicised because I'm trying to do a reasonable job, and then I'm going to do it all in one, decent, concise. Because doing it in dribbles, I don't want to do.
So is this optical?
Yes, I'm going to be using an auto level, and I'm going to measure horizontal from a bridge with the Bedford levels, a bit like Robotham did, and then I'll be raising up 4 poles, telescopic poles with targets on them, to align them with the horizontal on the bridge, and then I'll be showing that the water level, will curve away from the horizontal. And at 6 miles, there will be a drop, a curve away between horizontal and level, the water level, of about 17 feet.
So
if it's a globe, of course.
So you're saying the auto level is going to hit the last pole higher, 17 feet higher than it would if it was level?
Yes, because it drops away. So in fact, the horizontal, I will have to raise up a pole. Which will be, because it's on a bank, I have to rate the pole has to be about 25 feet in size. But I'm doing it from a bridge, so I've got to raise it a bit more than the 17 feet. But there will be a 17 feet extra. I will have to raise up a pole, a target on the end of a pole to make it.
So you're not going to be at sea level. You're not going to be on the land. You're going to be on a bridge.
I'm going to be on a bridge over the water, and I'm going to be looking at poles along the side of a bank up to 6 miles away, which I'll have to raise up by an extra 17 feet above
which is the height of the bridge, I'd imagine, right?
No. It's in addition to the height of the bridge. So that's why it has to be 17 feet plus what the height of the bridge is.
Which is how much?
Fair enough.
It's about 25 feet. 28 feet, I think.
And what are your other poles going to be set at? Like, what's your level height above this?
Well, as you get nearer and nearer, I mean, I'm designing this for the possibility that the Earth is a globe. But if it's not, if it is flat, then I will have to not raise the poles above the height of the bridge. So the bridge is 15 feet. The observation point is 15 feet plus the height of the auto level. And I will not have to raise the poles. All the poles will have to be the same height. Hold on, can I just finish? can I just finish? So, or if the Earth is flat and the water level is horizontal, then all the poles would be at the same height. And looking through the auto level, they would all form a line. If the Earth is curved, then I'm going to have to raise the poles, the targets, at different amounts the further they are away, and up to an extra 17 feet up at 6 miles distant.
Wait,
Can I ask a
doesn't things
question about
shrink in
this?
distance though?
Sorry?
Don't
Can I
things
ask-
shrink in distance?
I still didn't catch that. Say again?
Don't things shrink in distance?
They do indeed, yes.
So
But I'm making. What
what's
I
the
do is I
idea
make
with
the
these
targets
poles,
bigger,
right?
so
Are
you
you
can
just
see
showing
them.
that the poles are shrinking in distance?
No,
No,
I'm
shrinking
having
is
to
not angular position change.
Yeah, it sounds like a good test to me, Rumpus. If you do it right, you're going to get a planar result.
Yeah, well, okay, indeed. That's why Brian Mabbott has said that if he's going to look through the instrumentation, and if I can't find this drop, I've said I'll jump in the water with him. So he wants to be there when I jump in.
Well, that's fair enough. But you've
I mean,
allowed,
it is still optical, which is an issue, but it depends on, like I said, it's only if you do it right. So, in terms of getting an accurate sighting on that last pole, and all of those factors would be important.
Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead, Kawasaki.
Yeah. The equipment you're using, are you going to actually use it to the manufacturer's recommendations, or are you going to go outside it?
There is no
Because everything's
limits.
got to be calibrated.
There are no limits. I'm using the resolution. I don't need anything more. I'm working within the manufacturer's resolution, which is an angular, because an auto level has an angular resolution. I will not be using a measuring staff. I think what you're about to talk about is the fact that with an auto level, they say this has a maximum distance of, say, 250 yards or something, and that's because that is the distance with which you can see the gradations on a measuring pole. I will not be using a measuring pole. I'm just simply going to use the graticule, the horizontal graticule, and lining that with the target, and that has no limit. There is no distance limit for that.
So you're going outside what the manufacturers recommend?
No, that's not outside.
You listen what he said.
But it is kind of the same, though, Rumpus. It is the same, and he does bring up a good point, because it's something as I think about it more, because you were saying 6 miles. Was that the distance?
Correct.
Yeah, that is definitely way outside of. So you'd have to do multiple auto level readings all the way down, and then match that up with a water level tubes on each of the poles as well. Then you'd have a real good test going.
I will be explaining in the video exactly what I'm doing, and an auto level has no distance limitations if you're just using the graticule as a horizontal. What whoever it was asked the question is alluding to is if you're trying to measure, if you're trying to use a measuring pole that has centimeter markings on it, for instance, you need there's a limit, because the auto level has a telescope on it, has a certain magnification. Now, if you're, say, 6 miles away, you would not be able to see the centimeter markings on a measuring pole, and that's what the limit is he's talking about. That's not relevant to my test, because all I need to know is where horizontal is, and you can see that as far as you like. I could measure the moon with that, so there's no limitation whatsoever. So I'm working completely within the specifications of the auto level.
And in a sense,
I mean, dude, the thing is, Rumpus, we've been doing this. This is the thing, dude. We've been doing this for years. I mean, it's cool that you're trying to do it, but like, okay, something that would be 17 feet below the curve of the Earth, absolutely. This has already been verified. Now, if you want to verify it again in further ways, like, that's great. But there is no geometric horizon. We see extended. Now, you have to have enough visibility.
Hold on, sorry,
you have to have enough visibility.
Who's done this? Who's done this 17? Who's done
Why
this
are you
test
interrupting?
before?
He hasn't finished yet, Rumpus. Calm down.
It's wondering. Suddenly, you started talking about the fact that it had been done, and somehow that made my test invalid. And then you started to talk about. I've forgotten now what it was. The second thing you.
Well, it was done in the original.
Yeah, you didn't let him finish.
It was done.
What
in the
original? Who's original? What are you talking about? What original?
The Bedford levels. No, I mean, it's been done in a million different ways and multiple different contexts.
Right. So, in which case, then, if it's been done in a million ways, you've had the drop due to the Earth curve proved to you. So, in which case, why are you even here?
It's not there.
But here's the thing.
It is there. I'm hoping to find it.
Well,
there you go. You're hoping to find it. Okay. Well, then you'd be the first.
Well, kudos to Rumpus.
George Matthew did something very similar a couple of years ago in Minnesota.
Well, he's actually going to have someone of the opposition. You've invited someone of the opposition to come and see.
I'll say it again. So Brian Mabbott and the other one I was trying to mention, but I was interrupted. Blood's Thicker is another Bevite, and he said he wanted to come along and bring his son. And I said, given the fact he hasn't done, I have not been aware of anything obnoxious he's done. I'm prepared to accept him to come along and also participate.
And that's great because they
here's-
can then. Surely they're well versed enough to know what could, like what sneaky things people could do in the setup, so they can at least come and okay it and say, yeah, it's legit, right?
Yeah, another
That's the
issue.
idea.
That is yes, I think that's essential if you want to have it be legitimate. But in addition, Rumpus, here's the problem. Here's one of the challenges with this, and this is a little bit what Jaren ran into when he did he did two tests, Jarenism, the ones that ended up in that Netflix documentary.
Yeah.
But one of them, they were different. One of them was with a laser, the other one was with lights and so on. But it's a little bit the same issue with that, where if you have your last pole, like you said, it's supposed to be 17 feet taller. So if you have that pole up 17 feet taller than the others, and you have, let's say, a target on the top of it, some kind of bright pink, cloth or something, something reflective, visible, whatever it may be. And then you have the other one that would be down at the base of the water, which would be quote unquote the globe prediction, because you would not be able to see that one if it's curved. So the issue with that, though, is that if optically, the way things get, quote unquote, cut off from the bottom up, if that is being cut off from the bottom up due to the actual atmosphere and due to the perspective ratios, then you may claim a globe result, even though it actually is just the way the optics would be.
Because I'm 15 feet up and it's only over 6 miles, there is no obstruction due to the water. And so this is not an issue to do with being cut off.
Well, there would be if you had something at the base of it. It would be.
No. When you're 15 feet high, the cutoff does not occur until just beyond 6 miles. So I don't have a problem with something disappearing from the bottom up.
No. He was talking about atmospheric conditions, like what the weather is going to be on that day when you do it.
Yeah,
what is going to have to allow for refraction?
All right, let me ask you, what is going to be your pro globe result? Meaning, if you do this thing and you think the Earth's a globe right now, and if you're going and you do it and you're like, oh, this is it, I did it, right? You found it, you found the curve, you measure it really well and all that. What is that result in your mind?
That would be me having to raise a pole 17 feet higher than the height it has to have than the observation height.
Right. So if it's not visible, meaning at the ground level, globe result.
It is visible. It is visible.
Oh, hold on though.
And if you hang on, well, if you raise it up, if you have to raise it up, it's the flat planar result. And if you can't see it at all, it's the globe.
No. I mean, I haven't given you a presentation on this. I haven't done a video on this, so yeah, I can understand.
I've heard about you talk about this.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
But I'm just basically, I'm trying to get what your current most updated plan is.
Right. So the flat result would be I do not have to raise up the pole beyond the height of the observation on the bridge. So the bridge is 15 feet above the water level, and so 6 miles away, I'm going to be looking through the auto level, and if the graticule in the auto level exactly lines up with the target at 6 miles when I've got it the same height as the bridge, or my bridge plus the auto level height, then that will be the flat Earth result. If I have to raise the target by another 17 feet, that will be the globe result with the accepted radius of the Earth.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying originally. Yeah, there's issues with that because, like I said, optically, if there's things being cut off, as it were, because of optics, you can.
There's nothing being cut off here.
That's how dip angles work in perspective and angular resolution.
No, perspective has nothing to do with things being cut off, and there's nothing being cut off here because I'm 15 feet up, and the stuff is only cut off dependent on your height. There is nothing being cut off, even in the globe. If the globe model is true, or the flat Earth model is true, neither of which would lead to anything being cut off.
Wait a minute.
It seems like we struck a nerve because this is the challenge with optics.
Well, no, you're just you don't understand what I'm doing, and you keep on making the same point, even though I've told you there will be no cut off. What's called the hidden value is dependent on the distance something is away and your observer height. Those are the only two parameters, and the radius of the Earth determines what we cut off. There's a relatively simple equation to tell you how much will be cut off for an observer height and the distance to an object. And I'm telling you that nothing will be cut off because at 15 feet high plus the height of the auto level, even on the globe model, there will be nothing cut off at these distant poles.
What distance?
6 miles.
Again?
6 miles is the most distant
6 miles. But don't things disappear at 3 miles?
Only if you're only 6 feet above
Yeah,
the
yeah. If you're
goddamn
not on a
water level. If
bridge,
we're at
if you're
15
not on a
height
bridge,
plus
yeah,
another 3 feet,
I get
then
it, I get it, I
no.
get it. Yeah, I get it. If you're not
Jesus
on a bridge,
Christ.
yeah, I get it, Rumpus. If you're not on a bridge 15 feet above water level, I get it.
Well, yeah,
Fucker.
he's basically trying to say if it's a planar flat result, you would be able to see the target, you know, right through the auto level, all at level.
At
But
the
if you,
graticule. The
yeah,
graticule of the
yes.
auto level will go through exactly the target. If I position the target the same height as the bridge plus the auto level height, the graticule in the auto level will cut exactly through the middle of the target. If it's flat. If it's not flat, I will have to raise the target up by another 16 feet to get it to match the graticule in the auto level.
So is there any reason why you're doing it on the bridge and not on the shoreline? Is it because you're going 6
Because I
miles?
need to be able to see down the bank, and I can only do
Right,
that
because
from a
you're going
bridge.
6 miles.
Sorry?
Because you're going 6 miles.
Well, yes, because I want to get a decent amount of.
Because you believe at 3 miles it would disappear over the curve, right?
No, not at 15 feet above. There's nothing disappearing
that's why
here.
you're on the bridge, right?
Well, not particularly. I mean, I'm up there because that's where it's convenient to look down the back, down the canal. An unobstructed view. It means that I need to be on the bridge, and that puts me at 15 feet up, plus the height of the auto level. And at that height over 6 miles, there is nothing. The equations we talk about for the hidden value, i.e., what will be obstructed, gives a 0 result on the globe and on the flat plane result. So it's not an issue. What is an issue is how much I have to raise the target up to get it to line up with the horizontal graticule in the auto level. I mean, I appreciate. I haven't got a diagram. I mean, I could put a diagram up, but
Which is also a bit of an issue because people are questioning the accuracy of an auto level.
Yeah, and definitely over
the
that
accuracy of the auto is
distance.
perfectly
well,
okay.
The thing that Kawasaki had said originally, the whole reason for the certification for the distance is that story pole can be read and measured and can prove to be accurate. That's the whole point of having the actual distance of 300 meters because of that. And
no, well, I'm not trying to.
That is how you get an actual horizontal because it's verified with the right tools.
You get a horizontal.
Hang on, let me just finish what I'm saying. Just using half of it, meaning just the optical part, and then assuming that now it works in a different way
It doesn't work in a different way.
It's an assumption, and the problem with that
assumptions.
The problem with it. All right, I'm just sharing my viewpoint of the tool and how it's designed to work. The problem with that assumption is that now you don't have the story poles to actually get the correct horizontal measurements that are readable within, let's say 300 meters or so.
I can do that by measuring how much I've had to raise.
Hold on, let me finish. Now you're using it over 6 miles, which is not designed to do. And now,
yes, it is.
Let me finish. Hold on. The tiniest little tweak of that auto level, up or down, in a margin of error that it's not even designed to do, and you don't have the story poles to verify it, is not an accurate way to measure a surface.
It is absolutely accurate. Because what it's designed to do, an auto level is designed to give you a graticule that shows you the horizontal, and that can go off into infinity, onto the moon. So, for instance, you could say, looking through an auto level, that the edge of the moon is absolutely horizontal with you, and the auto level is working perfectly.
You could.
All right, so are you then saying that, are you going to use like local story poles to actually mark it?
No! Jesus Christ,
you're not going to
picking up. No,
well, then what you're
try
saying
listening. Try listening.
Then what you're saying
the auto level provides you with a graticule in it, which shows you where horizontal is for that location. So if you put something anywhere up to 100 miles away, if you can see it and it aligns with that graticule, you can say that's horizontal to your point of view. You can have an aircraft in the distance. You can have an aircraft 200 miles away, but just over the horizon, and it could be lined up in your graticule, and you could say, therefore, that aeroplane is horizontal to my observation point. You could be looking at the moon, and you could say that, the moon could be low on the horizon, and you could look at a particular crater, and you could say that crater is currently on my horizontal.
But doesn't that tell you that it's wrong? Because
no, that's absolutely right.
No, it's not wrong. No, it's not wrong.
That's what an
It's like
auto
we
level
want to
does.
fight
I mean,
against.
all an auto level.
planes are
Remember,
flying at your eye
all an auto
level,
level
right?
has,
Yeah.
all an auto level
Planes are
does is show you
flying
a
at 6
graticule for
feet.
horizontal.
Planes are flying at 6 feet, apparently.
If the plane is in the crosshairs, then yes, the plane is at 6 foot.
What
So what do you think when the moon goes below the horizon?
Fucking joke.
Do you not know how an auto? Oh wait, Rumpus, does he not know how an auto level works? Do you know how to set it?
No,
Like
he doesn't.
how you level it?
No. Well, yeah, I mean, Rumpus, if you want to do this, obviously go for it. I think originally when I was applauding it, I was talking about like the actual having the poles in the water and measuring those at proper distances. But now that I'm actually hearing the full thing here, where you're doing it's like 6 miles and you're trying to claim that the auto level is I would not take this as being definitive.
Well, you're a moron then. You're it's because the
Anybody who has any understanding how an auto level works would not argue with what I've said.
Well,
It's
no,
not
no,
definitive because you can tweak that. You can tweak that auto level. I can't tweak
anytime
anything.
you
No, you can't
An
tweak it.
auto level
Here's the thing.
only shows you the horizontal for your observation point. So anything in that graticule, anything appears in your lens with the horizontal graticule in it is horizontal to you. That's how an auto level works.
Do you know how they but apparently
it depends on the calibration as well. No, you've got to calibrate. You can have an off one, but I have calibrated mine. It is calibrated, and so it's perfectly fine. It will show you what's horizontal to your position. That's how differential leveling works. The things that you're talking about. Go ahead.
Hold on. So Rumpus, you're going to tell us that when you look through your reticle or whatever that thing's called, the little crosshairs. You're saying that's where that thing is. That's its actual position.
Yes, if you're looking through, when you say, well, what are you saying? Are you talking about refraction now? Is that what you're getting worried about?
I don't know. You're making a determination on the shape of Earth based on what you see.
No,
through
I'm not.
Crosshair,
No, I'm
so
not.
I'm just asking.
Nothing in this requires
the
the Earth to be one
hold on a
shape or
second.
the other. It's entirely independent of the Earth's shape.
Okay, hold on a second.
An auto level is entirely independent of the Earth's shape. It just shows you what's horizontal.
Okay, hold on. Can I just finish this out with him real quick?
Yeah, sure. Go on.
I'll be 2 seconds, man. So, Rumpus, are you saying what we see, what crosses the line of the crosshairs? You're saying that's its actual position?
So you're saying you're worrying about refraction? Is that what you're trying to claim?
I'm asking you.
Is that the issue you're trying to bring up?
I'm asking you.
I think
so. Is that the issue? Because there could be lots of things you're trying to allude to, and I'm just trying to see if it's a refraction, then we can discuss that if you like. Because there is a refraction effect.
He's saying that if it's not in its perfect position, then there will be refraction. If it's not in the right position.
There is a refraction effect. So indeed, the objects that you've got, if you are looking through it, there is a refraction effect that you have to allow for. So just like when
you just said that you can, if you see the moon in your crosshairs, then it's at horizontal.
Yes, but you've got to allow for refraction.
Bruh.
Okay, can I finish this with him? I'll be like 2 minutes, guys. Come on.
And you can do that. That is understood because what I'm doing as well is I'm measuring the
make it as difficult as possible.
Can I just finish this?
Yeah.
So you can to measure the effective refraction, you need to know what the temperature gradient is. And I have built 3 thermistor arrays which measure the temperature at various heights above the water. And from that you can determine what the refraction effects are. And then I can then say that's what there'll be an extra effect. Because, for instance, when you look at the sun, when the sun sets, the sun is actually below the. God, gee, I just finished my sentence. When you look at the. Jesus Christ, I'm nearly there. 10 seconds. When the sun sets, it is actually below the horizon. It's actually that when it just touches the horizon, actually the amount of refraction effect is actually. Oh my God, I give up.
We're all seeing an illusion,
I just
right?
give up. I just give up. I cannot finish
I
a
hope
fucking
so.
sentence.
Give up, bro. Give up.
You got the longest sentence in the world. Listen. So you're saying we're going to see this thing in the crosshairs, and that's not its actual position, and then you're going to tell us it's higher or lower than its actual position, I'm guessing?
He's given up, bro.
Come on, guys, man. See? That was partly my fault, though.
Well, I was trying to.
It was my fault.
It kind of was.
He can't handle someone else being just as fucking antsy-pantsy as him.
What's up, Gio?
Well, no, Jim was interrupting, and I was trying to get to the mute button, but I couldn't get there in time. Yeah, it's not
Sorry,
ideal
Jim.
to do that, Jim, because yeah, it just makes it frustrating. I can understand that he was frustrated from that.
Yeah, I don't know. He interrupted me so many times. I have no remorse for him.
He tends to be, he just doesn't also realize he's monologuing. So he's like, he says 8 things at once that people want to respond to. He's on to the 9th or the 10th.
The thing that would have led up to just now is him telling me that he's going to tell me something's higher or lower than an actual position, and it doesn't have the actual position.
Right, because he
That's
claimed
what was
that
about to happen.
anything in the crosshairs is horizontal. Explain that to me, Rumpus.
No, he's not. He's saying it's not the actual position.
No, but he did say it was.
Because on
We'll
a
never
flat
know
Earth,
now.
on the
things would
crosshair
everything would be
of the
because on a flat Earth, things would
Go
be
on, sorry.
perfectly horizontal.
Say that
And,
again.
consistently, things would on a curved surface, things would consistently fall below the crosshairs. That's what he's trying to do.
So if
Yeah, but
things
he's
were
saying
dislocated
if
in
the
that manner,
moon is in your crosshairs, is that horizontal?
but the thing
Yes,
is,
then
if
it would be
things were
horizontal, and you would account for a fraction.
yeah.
Guys, we all
Go
need to
ahead, left lane.
relax.
Left lane, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say if things are so dislocated at that target location, wouldn't the bridge and I mean, wouldn't everything in that area be lifted as well? I mean, why would just the
I
target?
think that what the point here is that the Globers don't want to concede that the theodolite has a limit. That's it. That is literally what we're stuck
The
on.
only limit there is you being able to measure or be able to see the measurements on the
There we go.
story pole.
You're
That's
saying
it.
it doesn't have a limit.
That's
basically.
that's the only limit is, and the
Is it
thickness of the
just a
cross.
coincidence? Is it just a coincidence that it's always globe earthers wanting to use auto levels in ways that they're not designed or spec'd to be used or certified to be used? They're always like the whole Ranty and Ruhif going up the mountain, and Ranty was gonna, what was that, 90 miles? He was gonna use it, and now Rumpus is using it as well. Is it just a coincidence that it's the globe guys that are always doing this misuse of the
The
tool?
same people that told us that long distance observations over water you can't do are the same people telling us they now going to do that test long distance over water. And D-Ball just bought a theodolite. Now he's an expert. He's wrong about what he's saying.
Well, you don't have to actually be over water. You can do it on the top of a mountain. You see the same thing.
Yeah, but what again? You're missing my point. Does it have a limit? You're
The only limit
implying
is
it
you
doesn't
being
have
able
a
to.
limit.
The limit is that you won't be able to read the measurements on the story pole.
When does it become non-accurate?
That's not the only limit.
But if I have,
that's wrong.
But if I have, something that I know is at a specific height, and that height falls below my height at the crosshairs, then we know that it can't be elevation.
No, that's
it has to
called
be something
sinking.
else.
That's called sinking. The opposite of looming.
Then you have to tell me what causes sinking.
Right, then
Atmospheric
it's an
conditions,
optical
opposite
effect,
of
and then
looming.
it's not.
Opposite of
Then you're
looming.
not doing any measurement.
Listen,
Right?
if I have a water level
It's
at
an
50
optical
feet.
effect. It's not a measurement.
Hold on, Jim. Hold on. I gotta temporarily mute you. I don't know. You've been interrupting a lot. I think Rakia actually got completely interrupted. Rakia, do you remember what you were saying?
Okay, if I have a water level at 50 feet, right, and I'm looking at buildings behind the water level, but the buildings are 180 something feet, then what's going on there? That's sinking.
So you're saying the water is 150 feet from, let's say, the porter that's taking the baggage handler. You know, when you drive up to the hotel front door, you're saying that water is 150 feet from that point of view, correct?
We're talking about a totally different thing here. So just hold on for a second.
But that's what you're claiming,
I'm at
isn't it?
50 feet. No. Someone named from Jesse has a water level that is 50 feet above the water. He looks down that water level at buildings behind it, but the buildings are 180 feet. But the buildings fall below the water level.
That's not what I asked you.
Well, that's what I'm telling you.
In your famous picture, which you just claimed,
there was
talking 150
about that.
feet missing of that building. What caused that
No,
obstruction?
we're not talking about that. We're talking about something totally different.
Oh, but
I need a picture.
okay.
I'll show you a picture of it. Matter of fact,
Well, we're
it's in the
talking about
chat.
the limitation of a theodolite. What
Yeah,
was it that you just brought up there, in Montreal?
the only limitation is being able to read the story pole from a certain
It's 50 meters, by the way. Ask Rakia, he uses it every day. On auto level, optimal range is 50 meters. Ask Rakia.
Yeah. After
That's
that, you
where it's
can't read the
accurate,
measurements. Yeah,
right?
That's where it's accurate, correct.
So you don't. If you know something that is 50 feet tall, do you need to measure that? Or
Doesn't
you just know,
matter,
yeah,
but
that thing
that's
is.
not the point.
Yeah, I know that object is a lot taller than I am. Do you have to measure that?
So if you already know, why are you using a theodolite?
What I
Because you
wonder
create
is
a horizontal.
if you took a telescope and leveled it, and the telescope had crosshairs in it, could you use that?
Sure, absolutely.
Well, I mean,
Listen to
so
me.
basically, what you're doing, the theodolite or the auto level is
No.
simply a leveled telescope you're using to make a long distance observation.
When we put
But
the
are you
crosshairs
keeping
on something, listen, when we put the crosshairs on something, is that the actual position of the object from our perspective?
Roughly, yes. But you can then account for refraction and it'll tell you whether it's
Roughly,
higher or
yes.
lower.
No,
The actual
no, that's
roughly,
wrong.
yes.
What B-Ball is saying is wrong. The limit of the theodolite is not the story pole. That's absolutely moronic to say that. That's
Well,
someone
that's
who
what the manual says. So, and if you
wrong,
have a different opinion,
wrong. Show it, post it. That's wrong.
Yeah,
okay.
citation, man.
I post
Just
them all the
post
time,
it.
but you guys deny them. And you
Not
say,
that the
why do you
story
believe
pole
Citation,
is
man.
the
Just
limit.
post it.
Why would you believe something written in a book? That's what you always say.
Not
So
that
I
the
post
story
it.
pole is the limit. You haven't posted. I promise you that.
If
Okay,
that's
so
the instructions of how to
why
use
did
a
they say?
theodolite, why not post it?
Why do they say after a certain distance you have to account for refraction? Then I mean you have to
Why
account
have
for
you not
curvature and
posted it yet?
Because
refraction.
refraction
Why have
affects
you
your
not posted it
observation
yet?
through the
If it was
optic
that
too much.
So
important,
I'll post it.
fair enough. If
I mean,
you're
Now
what's the
that
claiming
point? Because
that this is what,
you're gonna deny what's written in books anyway. So why post it?
no,
no,
that the angle
look,
measurement can be taken to the top of a mountain and all that when you get away from refraction. But long distance observations, low level, that are taking vertical change, horizontal vertical changes, you can't use through optics over 6 miles like that.
Yeah, there's a I don't know if anyone's mentioned this yet, but one of the things that changed this whole discussion was that in orthographic view, a 50-foot building or 50-foot mountain or whatever, or hill, that's the orthographic view, and they were keeping the actual height of the distant object rather than accounting for perspective. When things when you're looking at something, it gets smaller in the distance. So
Okay, how
counting
would you
for the hidden
account for
value.
perspective? How would you account
Well,
for
that's the
perspective?
thing. There's no measurement to say exactly how much smaller it's going to be when you're viewing it from the perspective of the person looking at it. If you look at the
I think
orthographic view, you can say that 50-foot building. This is something that Metabunk had to change their website when this was brought up at Nathan Oakley's, because keeping the actual height of a distant object was a trick to make the whole hidden value work out in the baller's favor, and he
Let me
changed.
ask you a question. Okay, let me ask you a question. If I'm looking at a building, but I can only see half the building, does that mean the building shrunk?
No, I'm just saying that if you're looking from perspective, a 50-foot building is going to be a lot larger if it's closer to you than it is if it's further away. It's
Well,
not that the
obviously, yeah.
actual
But
building,
if I can only see,
it's not that the actual height changes. It's that when it goes further away from you, you have to account for that, because that's just the way perspective works.
okay. But if I'm 50 feet above the water, I'm looking down a water level, right? The water level is always going to be level. It's pretty accurate. But the building I'm looking at is 180 something feet, and it drops below the water level. Then, I mean, what else could it be? Is it elevation change?
Well, you know what dip angle is?
Yeah. Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, that has to be considered as well.
But it's the bottom would be well below the dip angle that we see. We only see the top of this mountain or top of this building still above level, but just barely by maybe a few tenths of a degree, and yet there's a whole degree of this building that's missing. So the dip angle would have to be a degree for the bottom of the building, or half a degree or something. And we're only all we're seeing is the water, and we're seeing just the top roof of a building. Where did the building go?
You can't use an auto level to spot craters on the moon. I almost fell over when I heard that one.
Rumpus
That's
did say
gotta be
that.
the take of the day.
Well, I think he was saying, like, I guess the idea would be like at a moonrise or a moonset, and then you set it horizontal. I don't know. And I guess he was trying to say if you line it up with a crater, then it's level. That's what he said.
Yeah, something like that. That's got to take the cake. Shout out, Rumpus.
Yeah, that's one I hadn't heard. Shooting an auto level at the moon to get level.
Yeah. You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I was going to ask him a question, but I never got a chance because everybody cut in. I was going to ask him, and if you're listening, Rumpus, the vertical particle, don't think we forgot. Well, I didn't forget about it anyway. You said the quantum tunneling microscope uses vertical particles, if I got that correct. Now, if I didn't, and you didn't say that, can you tell us another apparatus that uses vertical particles, please, whenever you come back? They say stuff, people talk, and they think we forget about it, but we don't forget about it. Anybody want to?
Yeah, you say things too, and we don't forget about them either. So it goes both ways.
Yeah. B-Ball, you got to admit, bro, when you make a crazy claim like a vertical particle, you don't think we're going to pick up on that?
So you just want to point out when people misspeak? I mean, that's okay.
No, I didn't point out. I'm not picking at him. I said, next time he's here, I'd like an answer. Now, I was going to leave it at that. The man is not here. I'm not going to. Actually, I kind of like Rumpus. I don't know why, but I kind of like Rumpus.
Let's see if you give me a couple of minutes, and then I'll talk. I could talk to you about it if you want.
Yes, anything you got to say, Jace, I'm interested in hearing for sure, bro.
Yeah, just give me a little bit. I'll be back.
Nah, he's going to Google it. He'll be an expert in 10 minutes.
No, not Jace. No.
No, I know. That's Jace Hood.
That's one guy I won't accuse of that.
Yeah, that's Jace Hood, no doubt.
I still feel like we haven't got to the bottom of whether the theodolite has a limit. It's like the Globers don't want to agree that it has one. It's like it doesn't have. It's unlimited, apparently.
Bro, you have a guy here called Rakia who uses these things on a daily basis. That's how he makes his living.
Yeah, he uses them.
There's no question about it.
He denies the literature that goes along.
One at a time, man.
He uses them, but he denies the literature that goes along with using it.
Okay, what is he denying then?
That when you actually study surveying, right? You go to school for it. That there is a point where they teach you how to account for curvature and refraction. So just using it to level something, you're not accounting for curvature at all. So of course he's going to deny that part.
And all we're doing is establishing a level point in the distance. It doesn't matter the accuracy for other types of functions that it possesses. All we're talking about is a point in the distance that is level with respect to the theodolite or the auto level or the total station. That's all we're doing. And all that accuracy is based on is the thickness of the line. That's it.
Yeah, I was just gonna. This is something that Ruhif had posted. I actually don't have the full source of it other than Ruhif, so I don't know precisely where it came from. But I think he claimed it was from some manual for auto levels. But I don't know that part. I don't know. But this is kind of classic what they say. So they have a little section: curvature of the Earth, without the without the interference of refraction, the line of sight on a leveling instrument runs straight along a continuous horizontal plane. However, because the Earth is round, the ground curves away from this horizontal plane and the gap between the two increases. This is known as curvature and resulting in the staff reading being too high. As this error is also magnified over long distances, it's another reason to avoid taking level readings at distances greater than 100 meters. Calculations for refraction and curvature error are usually combined.
Which makes
I mean, that just gives it all away.
George,
It's all
right, Gio. But Gio,
game over.
No, hold on. If there is refraction, it makes the problem. It makes the wait. Hold on. Hold on a second. It makes the problem worse, Gio, because if you have downward refraction, it will loom things up, and that's what they're talking about. That's the error they're trying to fix. But if it is curvature, if they see things that are hidden, then you cannot have that happen due to refraction. That's upward refraction.
So what's being said is that if there wasn't any refraction, there is no limit to the theodolite.
No,
but because
that's not
of
what
refraction.
No, it makes things look higher than they are, so it'd make it look flatter than it is. But the fact that we know that is below level, we know that's not caused by refraction. The degree for which it is below level could be refraction, but not the fact that it's below level. No, that's the answer. You can't have it above. It wouldn't be level because that makes it'd be upward refraction. You can't have upward refraction. Density gradient is denser down. Talking over me just makes the problem worse, by the way.
Should avoid taking distances
downward refraction has to
over 100 meters. How about that?
I just posted the Ruhif numbers, gentlemen, in
downward
case
refraction
anybody's
what you
interested.
see. That's how you get looming. Upward. Who's got their mic open? My God. Hey, you need a bag of chips or something?
Sorry, I didn't realize.
Upward refraction would give the appearance of curvature. We can't have upward refraction unless the density gradient is inverted to what reality shows us it is.
Well, how is this connected to what I read there? Because
it says, I'll tell you, it's saying
that this is basically Rumpus's test, by the way. I mean, this is what he just described. It's essentially the same thing, except this literally says, do not take them over 100 meters is what this one. But it's the same concept that Rumpus was just presenting of his test.
Oh, no, but that's just because of refraction. And don't worry about that because theodolites have imaginary power that just aren't limited.
Wow. You mean I can't level a crater on the moon with that one, Gio?
Of course you can.
If the moon was straight out level, I guess it would be.
As long as there's no refraction, you're fine.
Rumpus, sorry, bro, but you know that had to be roasted a bit.
You say Rumpus, but you mean Zanuck because they're like.
Well, I just don't really. I mean, Zanuck was not really responding to what this actually claims. Like Zanuck was just trying to talk about ways that they can bend and warp refraction to explain curvature. But it's just funny how the last statement of that thing I posted: calculations for refraction and curvature error are usually combined. Just
not really, because I made the point of. Does a theodolite have a limit? And Zanuck was almost kind of saying that it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No, the limit was the thickness of the line.
The only limit is you being able to.
The limit of guys. Let me respond. It has the limitation only for where that object is in your position field of view would be the thickness of the line in the auto level, theodolite, etc. The limitation of that is different than what you're talking about. In fact, you can't determine whether something's below the level line. The object itself and the level line thickness on the device that tells you what the limits are. Nothing else matters.
When does a theodolite become inaccurate?
When you need to measure something that's greater or smaller than the thickness of the line on it.
This is an auto level, by the way, not a theodolite.
Yeah. The auto level has a line on there too. Everything, the accuracy depends strictly on the thickness of that line and what you can see, the resolution of what the object is you're looking at. That's it.
What's the max distance, Zanuck? Auto level.
Depends on the magnification of the auto level.
Can you do it to the moon?
35.
Rumpus, we got 240,000 miles from Rumpus. What do you think?
The moon.
Yeah. If you have the moon at sunrise and it is at the auto level point, then it is level with the auto level. There's a straight line from your position on the whatever the surface is to the moon. It's level with you.
The next we're going to hear is they pointed at a star, SE, and now the max distance is 400,000 light years.
Yeah, that's
Well,
next, bro. That's
you're
next.
not really trying to be accurate, though. If you're really trying to be accurate, then yeah, you wouldn't use it at a long distance. But you know what I mean?
You too, B-ball. You too. You think you can use it on the moon? You too.
If the moon is on the horizon, the crosses are right there. Sure.
Some honesty
We
there.
got
like,
3 today. Nice.
Kudos to Zanuck with a bit of honesty there. Like
Listen, if I'm trying to be millimeter accurate, am I going to use it at 50 miles? No, right? I'm going to use it at what? If I use it at 20 feet, then yeah, I could be millimeter accurate, right?
So you're claiming the type of refraction that you guys claim that's bending and warping mountains and land masses thousands of miles around non-existent curvature, that same refraction is going to give you an accurate auto level from the horizon all the way to the moon?
I don't think we see that much refraction, no.
The thousands of feet that all this stuff has to rise up, that level of refraction. And then you're claiming an auto level is accurate?
No, Gio, you misread it. George, Gio, you misread it completely. Let me read it to you again. It talks about without the curvature, the interference of refraction. Without the interference of refraction, there's a straight line of sight on a leveling instrument runs straight along a continuous horizontal plane. It means it's straight. There's nothing changing it if there's no refraction, and it's a flat plane. You kind of conflated a few ideas there with your conclusion. Now, however, it says, now this is what it really means. However, because the Earth is round, the ground curves away in this distance of the horizontal plane to the actual object. The gap increases. So that's the contention. Refraction is not even mentioned about what happens if the Earth is round. Refraction would only make that gap narrower, or maybe not existence in some extreme conditions. But that's not the reason for the gap. Refraction is downward refraction will make things loom up, and it will remove the curvature from the observation. That's true. We all agree. The answer is how much. It doesn't go the other way, though. It doesn't create the curvature. That's where you're wrong.
No, it takes it away, and then it makes it perfectly visible. Like
So if you see something flat, then you say, okay,
it looks flat. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
like
that would be. That could be. You know what? You're right. You're right. You're right. Let me agree with you. You're right. That could be true. It could be flat. Could you see it flat? But what happens when it's below the horizon? Refraction doesn't address that. No one says that refraction causes things to go down and become missing. It only says that you can see it when you shouldn't see it.
But what's determining that it's below the horizon? Is it the theodolite that has a limited?
No,
range?
you don't see it. It's being completely obscured, and its angular position of the top of the object is lower than it should be. For a flat surface, it's lower. What made it go down?
If you can't see it, then what object are you talking about?
No, we don't see the bottom 100 floors, but we see the top 3 floors. Where did the bottom 100 floors go?
Right.
Yeah, that's not refraction. That's not. Anyone says refraction bends light upward. It bends light downward. So you might be able to see the bottom floors on some days. See, Gio's got it backward. He conflated it and misrepresented what was said in the post that he made. Refraction doesn't cause things to go downward. That doesn't cause the gap.
I literally just read it. I read it.
I know, but your conclusion and what you said afterward was, I was listening very carefully. You made it seem like, and the impression was that the refraction was causing these things to occur. This departure from level, this distance, this gap was caused by refraction, and that's not at all what it is saying.
No, that is partly what globe explanations are. That was actually something separate. I was talking about.
We've never said refraction causes
refraction. Well, okay, so let's say the Canigou Mountains, for example, over that level of distance, for the mountains to be visible right equal on the horizon would be impossible on a globe Earth because of the curvature. So there's like thousands of feet that those mountains should be under the Earth, under the curvature.
And so
so if you guys are then claiming a type of refraction that can do that can make a globe Earth, something on the other side of the globe, all of a sudden
look flatter.
Look like flatter. Did you say it? You said it yourself. Looks like a flatter.
Looks flatter.
As that goes out, yeah. and we're seeing it in a planar geometry all the way across, as would be, you then are claiming that there's a curvature, or sorry, a refraction that is causing that entire thing that's behind the globe to display itself up on the horizon. All I was linking, and then we were talking about using an auto level to get level to the moon, and all I was saying is that if you're going to believe that that's level, but also that crazy level of refraction, which would literally have to bend and warp everything to just be flat and planar right across your horizon, is a huge claim to make, and then to also claim that the auto level would be accurate. That I think that was what that was, if that's what you're referring to.
With the Canada Mountains also, we are still seeing not as much as you should see angularly and positionally in the distance. So is it loomed up? That's what Globers will say. Yes, it's loomed up. The curvature, for why most of it that should be seen is still missing, is due to curvature, if you want to use that example.
No, the whole thing should be invisible.
So part of it's loomed up, part of it's hidden by curvature. What the hell?
No, I mean, it is doing that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's the claim you guys make. I would never claim that there's a type of refraction that's just bending and warping something around a curve. I think that's pseudo physics, and it's pseudo.
It's the same.
Well, not so much pseudo
Same
physics.
refraction.
We've seen the with the butane, right? But we don't live in a butane atmosphere. So it's possible. It's not bullshit. This can happen, but we do not live in a butane atmosphere.
That's right. So the Globers show sugar water and fish tanks bending down. So that must be what's happening on the Earth. It's a correct analogy.
We don't live in sugar water, though, do we?
Right, but it bends down in the sugar water fish tank, so it must be bending down around the Earth. That's the Glober claim.
It just shows that light bends towards the denser medium.
Atmosphere equals sugar water tank. It's the same thing.
Regardless of
They also seem to
what
forget that
you
when
use.
they do that sugar water thing, they're also putting that beam through a bit of glass as well. So they're going through three mediums if you count the air and the glass and the water.
Yeah, change
so
in
that's
density.
three mediums.
It's a change in density, yeah.
So are you saying that the light bends up or down, or it goes straight?
It bends towards the denser medium.
The glass.
It's not that simple at all, and that's actually not a fully accurate statement to just say it bends towards the denser. They need that. It's like a mantra. They need to say that all the time, and I've heard that said so many times, it seems, to just keep repeating that as if that's just solely the case, and it's not.
But they also have the assumption that atmosphere is curved, so the air is curved, so that the light bends because of that.
Right. It's curved air and curved vision, like a curved visual field, like looking through a tunnel.
Like looking off of a mirror.
But can we confirm that the
It's
light
like a
bends
curved
around?
tunnel. It's like a curved
Can
tunnel.
we
Being able to
confirm
see
the light
around
bends
corner.
around the Earth? Can we confirm that, or is that just stories?
Confirm what?
Can we confirm that the light bends around the curve, so we're looking at something on the other side of the ball all the time, or is that just stories?
What evidence you've got that it curves?
I'm asking you. The evidence is a sugar water tank and
No,
butane.
Who said it curved?
Ballers say it curves around the
Who
curve.
said what curved? What, the light?
They say what you see is 1% for every 69 miles curved refraction. That's what they're saying you see.
I don't think there's an argument about light bending towards denser. Is there an argument against light bending towards denser medium? So we agree.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
I mean, yes.
No, you asked if it curved.
Well, light
You didn't ask if
doesn't
it
bend
bends it. You
towards
asked if
denser
it
medium.
curved.
So
Yeah,
light
I
doesn't
think he's
bend
just
towards-
breaking down, B-ball. The first part of it is light is curving. Starting there.
Yes,
Whether it's
light
towards
bends.
a denser is like a separate part of the statement, but I think that's where they're
It's
asking.
demonstrated. I mean,
Where's the curvy light?
light bends. Like we don't. I mean, I thought we agreed on that. Is that not a thing now?
Ballers are saying that all light curves around the sphere of the Earth. They're saying that. They always said that.
Who
Actually,
denied
that's
that
new.
light
That's new.
bends?
I would say
Who
the
deni-
medium. I would say the medium
Someone came in and
refracts.
said the light.
The conduction through the medium of the light will refract, but I don't think light itself bends at all. It's straight. Kind of
Refraction
like,
is
you
the
know, the
bending of
pink
light,
Floyd,
right?
like putting the light through a prism. Everything is refracting. So if you have, like in my viewpoint, if you have, you know, let's say a lot of heat or pollution, whatever it may be in the environment that causes like the wavy effects and all that, or you can even just look like, you know, through a bonfire, you know, you look at someone, you can see they're like wavering. Those effects, it's not because the light is bending, it's because the medium is refracting the light conduction. Like as the light is inducing through the medium then refracts that, and then we get those effects. But the light itself doesn't curve. Is my
If it's a
understanding
denser
of light.
medium, then the light kind of bends towards it.
But
What I'm saying is that in my viewpoint, light doesn't bend at all. It always goes.
But in their assumption though, Gio, the atmosphere itself is bent, so they think that the medium is bent, which is bending the light, right?
It's just
That's
a
not,
change in,
that's not the assumption.
No.
Well,
The
they
light
might
is bent
explain
to
it
change
differently,
density.
but I think they actually go more into like an actual bendy light.
The medium, no,
thing.
that's not. Light generally has a refractive value of about 7.6 R. So the flatness of this Earth is, the curve is flattened out by that ratio of 7.6.
So to translate that,
Yeah,
he
but doesn't
basically
that
is just
7.6
using a bendy light theory that adds a radius value.
Yeah, doesn't that 7.6 come from the assumption
clear to see.
of the atmosphere being curved, so the
No.
medium being
No.
curved? No.
You assume a radius value and then plug a bendy light theory into it.
I thought one of your globe priests actually said that this is the way you envisage the world. Like, are you going against your globe priests?
No, the light will go straight in no atmosphere, because the atmosphere is curved. That itself doesn't make it curve. It has to have an angle of incidence, and if it is curving around the spherical Earth, that means that we know that because we fly. We know the distance at a constant altitude. It's always the same. So if it's flat, it's flat. If it's curved, the atmosphere has to be curved. The reason it refracts downward is because it does curve away. The atmosphere does curve away, and the density gradient.
You do assume
the density gradient.
You do assume a curved medium.
The density gradient is what causes the curvature.
You assume a curved medium, yeah.
Why don't
Well,
you
that's
just
true.
say it? Why don't you just come out and say it, Zanuck? Gravity is bending light. Just go with it.
No, it has nothing to do with
That's what this is going to end at.
He doesn't want to do that.
Oh yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, indirect way.
That is where it all ends.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
ends right back at the big.
Because we wouldn't have a
G.
we wouldn't have a density gradient unless there was the air had weight. So you're right. Yes, gravity bends light.
There you go.
That's the root
gravity.
cause.
Gravity bends light.
What's
That's the root
gravity?
cause.
And it happens to bend it to the radius of a globe.
Not quite.
Which
Convenient.
gravity? Which gravity is that you're
Can we
using?
confirm that what we're seeing is on the other side of a spherical globe, or is that just stories?
What you mean, like that? If you were looking through a telescope, you could see your own arse because.
Yes,
light
basically. You can see the back of your head.
Right.
Yeah, we're just seeing it because it's there, or we're seeing it because bendy, warpy gravity is bending and warping the reality to make it look like it's just there.
Sounds legit.
Like
what
the
you
Chicago
munching on
skyline.
anyway, Zanuck? That's way more important than whatever we're talking about, whatever you're munching on.
The Chicago skyline, for example, is that on the other side of the curve, or is that like a mirage, or is that a flat plane? What's going on?
I mean,
well, that's the thing. I've always
often
thought about that.
The
Sorry,
Occam's
go on,
razor, the Occam's razor is often brought up, but I mean that's it in its form right there. The most simple thing, it's there, or it's all these other complicated gravity and radius value assumptions and all this stuff that you have to plug into it. So Occam's razor is that we're seeing it because it's there and we're able to view it.
Well, yeah,
flat.
and
It just
obviously
looks
any other
curved.
mirage is either inverted or sorry, go on.
Occam's razor is that the
flat.
planar geometry we see is the planar geometry.
So it's flat. It just looks curved.
No, it doesn't look curved. It looks planar. It looks planar and associated with how the atmosphere like it's what I often say. It's planar as long as the visual field, as long a distance as the visual field will allow. So the
Yeah, but
atmosphere,
why do
all of
we?
that, as it's allowed longer, the planar geometry is extended. But when that's cut off due to atmospheric conditions, magnification, weather, clouds, moisture, all that stuff, when that's
Your
cut
limit
off
of view.
early, then yes, you're going to get the perspective effects.
Yeah, but why do we see things either obstructed or we see things lower than they should be? Why do
Yeah,
we see those?
that's
Well,
exactly
here's the
what
thing.
I was
Like,
just in my
That's
viewpoint.
what I
That's
would expect to see on a curved surface.
well, here's the thing. Like with that Chicago skyline, I always had the idea of if you had a gun that could shoot that far. What was it? 60 miles, apparently. Like if you could shoot a gun that could shoot that far and be accurate. Now you're trying to shoot at those buildings in the skyline. Would you hit one of those buildings? That's the question.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
You shoot high.
It's actually a good
You-
point.
because-
It's actually a
because-
really
because-
good
wait,
point.
hold on,
because,
Gio. Hold on.
right,
hold
because
on.
if
What-
it's a planar, that's a great. Let me jump into
wait. Hold on.
my.
Why? Because you're shooting at a mirage. Is that what you think?
Yes, you shoot at a mirage.
You're shooting at a mirage. Okay, fair enough. Go on, Gio.
Refracted image.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say too. Is
It's
that
not a mirage, though. First of all,
interesting the
those aren't
difference.
mirages. Refraction causes some mirage, but the things you're looking at as far as buildings being in a different position in your field of view, lower than they should be, the tops of the buildings being lower, angularly lower than they should be, that is not considered a mirage. That's a misrepresentation of some of the definitions.
Well, let's
Miraging
go with
inferior,
this. Let me
miraging inferior or posterior mirages are actually effects that replicate the image and invert them either above a superior mirage or a superior mirage. These are inverted and raised above and below. It's a different type of
A
phenomenon.
mirage doesn't have to be inverted.
Okay, and let me jump in to say this.
But it
before
is a replication. Generally, mirages are replications of.
It doesn't have to be a replication either.
It's not. They don't consider refraction movement of clear objects that are just lower in your field of view as mirages. That's not miraging by definition.
All right, well, hold on. We can get into mirages, but
by the distortion of light. It's
right.
Not, it doesn't
distortion
have to be replication
of light.
or
distortion
inversion.
as in bending or curving.
Yes.
Or distortion as in noise and scattering.
No, distortion by the bending of light.
So they don't. But they don't. But I can tell you right now, they do not consider a loomed object a mirage.
I think you would because it's the illusion.
Well, you can think that, but you can show me.
No,
I could be
hold up,
wrong, but
because
you
the
can show me a
bending of the light
definition where
is
a
giving
loomed
the
object
illusion of
is a
that
mirage.
water
Go look
being
at the types of
higher.
mirages. See if, go look at the top of mirages that you've seen and see if one of them is considered just loomed.
I
loomed
just
only.
showed you. I posted it.
It's anywhere where the object is, above, below, whatever its true position. So when it's loomed, you have this optical illusion of it being higher than its true position. So therefore,
No, because you can have loom
it's not
and miraging.
replicated.
You can have both. You can have looming and miraging at the same time.
you believe that
So
percentage?
that makes
Do you
no
believe
sense.
that that's happening? Percentage?
Do I believe it's happening? I do believe that distortion exists, and you could change the size of something relative to the true size. So of course I believe that that's possible.
But do you think it can change a position like that?
What do you mean change the position?
Well, because that links into what I was going to say before, which is because Jim had talked about if you shoot, like if you shot a gun into a window or whatever. But how about this? What if there's someone in the building, like Chicago skyline, 60 miles, and let's just say there's someone at the top floor and they're, waving their hands, or they might have to throw up a flare or some kind of like something bright or some color, something so you could see it. But if you could see that, would you say that yes, you're actually seeing that person waving to you or doing whatever they're doing?
The government is saying that
hang on,
person
let me
is
just
behind
finish.
the curve of the earth.
Yeah, or would you claim that that's actually a loomed mirage 76R refracted, basically
That again,
imaginary light representation, but not real, meaning that they're not actually there.
No,
well,
I
that's
would
the thing,
say
Gio.
it's
That's
a bit
why
of
I
both.
said about shooting, because you could also just say whatever you're seeing is being refracted or whatever. But if you were to shoot at that guy and you hit that guy, then you would know that it's not a mirage because you're aiming in that direction right there, right? Yeah. So you see what I'm saying? It's a bit more physical. Whereas what you're saying is, what I'm seeing this guy do, shoot off a flare, whatever, it still could be like explained away by the Globers as being refraction or whatever. Whereas if you were to aim your gun, a gun that could shoot that far, and hit the target, then you would know for certain that it's not a mirage, right? But anything visual can be spoken away within loads of whatever. But if you're
Right, but
hitting
it is
your
interesting
target,
to think about. Like if somebody like had one of those like bright orange, like road flares or like a couple of them, whatever they needed, even if they had a huge spotlight. But I mean, I'm just saying when you're seeing that, it's just interesting like to think about even philosophically and like spatially, like it's like spatial philosophy. It's not quite philosophy because it is real. However, it's hard to tangibly verify because it's visual. You can go there and measurably, tangibly verify the land in between it, but it's still like an observational effect. And so from that perspective, like, are you actually looking at that person or at that building, or are you looking at some imaginary sort of light, bendy, warpy representation of it, almost like a high definition hologram or something that's just floating there? That's what the globe earthers kind of claim it is, essentially.
Here's my answer.
That's the thing. Like,
if
doesn't
it's
the railgun have...
replication, well, if it's replication, then you're not going to be looking at the thing. If you see that there's two different images or one's inverted or whatever, then clearly you're not going to be looking at the thing. But if it's just a single image and it's distorted, then I feel like I would say that the true image, the true object, is within that, the realms of that distortion, whether it's like, made towering or looming or what have you. You're looking at the image, but it's just being, it's being distorted by the refraction.
It's higher or lower than it should be, right? In reality, all the atmosphere just suddenly poof, the atmosphere is gone.
So the original object.
Hold on, let me fit. I was in the middle of a sentence.
Well,
if you
stop,
no, I didn't stop. I didn't stop at all. I was still in the middle of a sentence. You just wanted to jump and interrupt. It's okay. Just stop.
It's higher than lower than it should be, right?
No, and I continue. No, it's part. I didn't even pause. Just let me. I'm talking quickly. I'm talking quickly, so you don't talk over me. Just let me finish. So you have this. All the atmosphere poof is gone. This image now, this object now will either move up or down depending on the type of refraction it is. More than likely, it will move down because it was loomed refraction, because that's what happens with a density gradient that is higher going down.
Wait, hold on a sec. You at the start of that, you said remove the atmosphere.
Yes, remove the atmosphere. No atmosphere.
So how would there be a higher density or a lower density?
So was I speaking too quickly?
Yeah, remove refraction.
No, I said because the object is, you're seeing the object through air and it is loomed upward slightly. When the atmosphere is removed, that object would immediately go lower than it would be in your previous line of sight with atmosphere present. That's what I'm saying.
Agreed.
Boom, move
what
down.
would you say is going on here in the picture that Rakia posted? Would you call that refraction?
He's been posting hundreds of times, and he's very confused with this 5 mile distance we know. We know this Sagitta line that we're claiming because the towers are in a curved path with respect point to point of each other. But then he says the horizon. Look at the horizon is perfectly flat. Why is it flat? Because that is a distance around you. See, the horizon is around you like a hula hoop, and this bridge is not a hula hoop. It's like a 2x4 going out of the hula hoop. So they're not going to be on the same plane. That's easy to understand if you understand basic geometry. I don't have to go into detail, hopefully, on that one. That's just a big error on his part.
Did anybody else understand what he said?
Yeah, the horizon is a hula hoop around 3 miles away. So I'll do it real quick. There are hula hoops around you. There's a point at which you can't see beyond it. Hula hoop all around you, 3 miles all around. This bridge starts in front of you maybe 1 mile and goes away from you 5 miles. So it's going out of the hula hoop. It's going out of the hula hoop, out of the distance.
So
How
the
do you know
hula
the
hoop has a
horizon?
3 mile
Hang
diameter.
hang on. I'm being referenced my picture. I get to respond. How do you know the horizon's 3 miles?
I assume the person's 6 feet tall taking the picture.
And you assumed I'm on the shore or what?
On the shore, anywhere on a boat, anything, anywhere looking at it from the water.
In the water, are you? Are you in the water?
There you go. No, I'm not
in the water, on the shore,
no, I'm not in the
trail
water,
next to it, something close to it.
Even
Something
Blue
where we
in
can
his
see.
video says I'm on the shore, 19 foot on the left. He don't even know where I'm at.
It doesn't matter where you're at. It doesn't matter where you're at.
Your
logic is flawed. The logic is flawed, Rakia. The logic is flawed. No matter where that horizon is, no matter where that horizon is, it's going to be a straight line all the way around you. Everyone in the globe and should be in the flat earth should agree with that. If I'm at 30,000 feet and look at the horizon, everywhere I look, I'll see a 4-degree drop, 360 around. It'll be a straight line all the way around me.
All right, now I guess I'm gonna have to just mute you, Xanax, so Rakia can actually respond without being talked over.
His first words were, "I assume." They know shit. They're just lying to you. they're saying that the tops of the electrical boxes are curving and the horizon isn't, because the horizon is always horizontal until they show you a horizon that's not horizontal. Shout out the doofus.
All
They're
right.
so full of
So
shit. This
Rakeem,
is crazy.
why not just give us a drop a pin exactly where your location is in? How hard would that be?
I'm not there right now, b-ball.
Just getting ready
Dude,
to
just
Gavin to go
open
to
up Google Earth and
the store
hey,
real
this is
quick
where
for
I
some
was.
stuff that he needs.
Well, Zanuck, we'll
And
give you a chance to respond.
that's about
It'd be
it.
that easy.
So the top of
Yeah,
the top of the electrical boxes are going
Well,
to
it's kind of
curve,
bummed for
but the bridge and the water isn't. And
the
y'all
water.
are now saying that low level. Are y'all hearing me?
So now I understand what
So
Zanuck
now
was
y'all
saying.
are
How
saying
you
that
don't
low
understand
level.
what you're
Hang
looking
on.
at.
So if you're saying I'm on the water 6 foot, so now what you're saying is 8 mile observations over turbulent water is okay? I thought it wasn't okay last week.
How turbulent was it though? Was it really
Yeah,
turbulent?
how turbulent is Lake Pontchartrain? How
It seems
turbulent do
like
you think it is?
it seems like every time someone takes a picture of these bridges, there's always some sort of curvature going on.
Yeah, a lot of disturbance, a lot of turbulence, a lot of refraction, diffraction, a lot of bending of light. Yeah, I can show you multiple pictures where the bridge looks. Oh, you can't even tell it's a bridge.
So okay, so you can end this argument right now by dropping a pin and showing us exactly where your location.
What would that tell you?
That would tell us exactly where your location is.
Okay, so that would tell you that I'm
Blue is
located
lying
by the
about your
bridge.
location.
Lying about my location? I took the picture, you fool. How
Okay,
could I be lying?
You're claiming that Blue is lying about your location.
He is
Right?
lying.
What?
He don't know
Okay,
shit
so
about my
end the argument
location.
right now. Open
Zanuck
up
just
Google
said
Earth
that he assumed
and
my
drop
location.
Open up Google Earth and drop a pin, screenshot it, and show us, hey, this is where I was. It'd be that
Do
easy.
you see the picture? Have you seen the
I'm sure he's
video?
done this.
It shows exactly where I'm at.
I'm sure
You
he's done this enough
fool.
times
It's a
in his
low-level
videos.
observation over water, over
Okay.
8 to
So it's
12
Blue.
miles, and y'all think it proves something? Talk all over me next time. I'm asking you a very simple question. It's low-level observation over turbulent water, long distance. That 60-foot tall thing is 8 to 9 miles away from my location. The furthest point is more than 5 more miles. 13 miles you're looking over water, and you think things aren't going to be refracted? You're a fool.
It shouldn't be bent like that.
means there will be a
Shouldn't be
horizon.
bent. How do you know what they should be and shouldn't be? You're a fool. You're lying to people.
All right, so
You
end the
don't know.
argument and
You
show us
have
your
no
actual
idea what the
location.
conditions are. You don't know the viewer height. You don't know the focal length. You don't
Why
know
won't
the
you
type
tell
of
us
lens
then?
I use.
Why won't you
Yeah,
tell
well,
us
you
then?
don't know. You're the one making claims about it, not me.
Why don't you tell us
You
then?
and B-Ball.
End the
You and
argument and
Blue.
tell us exactly.
Yeah, well, what would that help? What would that prove, B-Ball? What would
To
that
be
prove? That we have refraction?
Why are
That
you
we have
hiding this
perspective?
information?
All right, you guys,
Why
let's
would you do
let's dial it back so we can actually hear what's being said. So just one
well,
person at a time.
Stop lying about me.
Rakia, why?
I didn't claim anything about where the horizon is or what the bridge is doing. I claim that that picture shows refraction and perspective. That's all I've ever done. Quit lying about me, Zanuck.
But Rakia, they're asking where you were when you took the photo. So they could
You see the photo. I have a video I posted. I don't lie about anything. I posted the video.
I only see
I'm right there by the Marriott. You can see in the picture where I'm at.
Well, I didn't hear anyone call you a liar, at least right now. At least I didn't hear that. I think B-Ball was just trying to get the precise position.
No, I said what Zanuck said about me making a claim of the horizon and all that. I never made those claims. That's Blue making those claims about my picture. That's not me.
No, it's true.
I
But people was implying that he was lying about his location in a sense.
How
I'm
can I
probably
be lying
confused because I'm
about
just
my
looking at the photos that
location?
say
I
this is
took
8
the
miles
picture.
and this is 3 to 4
I don't
miles.
think anybody claims you were lying about the location, but you're claiming Blue is lying about your location.
Blue don't know my location, so how can he tell you where my location is and my viewer height?
So
why
he
not?
lying? He just
Well,
either
you can just
misunderstood or
look in,
naive.
pull up Google Earth and be like, hey, this is where I was. Blue
Yeah, I'm
is
gonna
incorrect.
dance for you, bitch. No, how about you go
Rakia,
there
is
and
the
take your
video
own?
that these are taken from, is it clear in terms of showing where you were when you took the video?
I mean, I don't know. They say it's distorted. They say it's even Blue mentioned in his video that it's blurry. Yeah, it's blurry because it's 13 miles over water.
Well, then how about we just just settle this, peacefully, and just tell, or the easiest thing is just to tell where you were, what location.
I'm right by the bridge by the Marriott. What more do you need to know? Do you
There you
see
go.
the picture?
Is that
Thank
good enough
you.
for you,
I've never
T-Ball?
denied that. I'm right by the Marriott.
Right by the Marriott.
I mean, is it possible to have a picture without refraction?
No.
So why is it then when we look at what NASA provides of Earth in its entirety, there's no refraction to be seen with it?
Oh, because they claim that there's no refraction when you go a certain altitude. It negates refraction, apparently. Isn't that the claim?
Yeah, because you're farther away from the density. That's
how you. That's
But
how
I mean,
you lie your
regardless, like anytime you're looking at a light source interacting with an object or medium, the light enters and exits, and in between that, there's things that take place, like either convergence or obscurities or diffraction, refraction. I mean, we don't see any of that. Not one iota.
Do NASA confirm they are images or pictures?
What was that?
Do NASA confirm whether they are images?
They always say.
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, supposedly, from what I've heard, Globers claim that they do actually have pictures, as in taken within a single snapshot rather than a composite.
Yeah, but NASA's got an official website, so do they confirm that they've actually taken pictures or images?
No, they've only taken one picture, apparently, isn't it?
Yeah, the Carl
In
Sagan's
1972.
pale blue dot.
Right. That's the only picture, apparently.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I
Earth isn't even
finalize my
negligible.
picture real quick? Because I gotta go. B-Ball, do you think that's Earth curve in my picture? The tops of the electrical towers appear in the curve. Do you think that's Earth curve?
Yeah, because the first one has the legs and the last one doesn't. So
Yeah, that's
that should be fine.
perspective. Nice play, and I'm fine with that. Hey, Zanuck, do you think that's Earth curve? The tops of the electrical boxes curving appear in the curve? I think you already said it was earlier. I don't want to misspeak, but I think you did say it was. And we all know Blue thinks it is because he made a video. Does anybody else think it's Earth curve?
Yeah, be sure to ask me.
Yeah, we know you.
Do you have any evidence that
Your
it's not?
name is Blue Ball Science. Earth curve. You made a video about it.
Yeah,
You
I did.
don't want to insult anybody called Scooter or what do you call him? I can post it again. All your little cute little
You want to tell us
that you come in and
insult Rocky? Were you on the
well,
walk?
do I want to do anything for you? No, I do not
Or
want to do anything for you, Blue.
When you're proven wrong, you want to start insulting people.
Levy, where were you?
Have you found out what Blue
I was
Ball
right
is?
next. I was right next to the Marriott, right next to the Pontchartrain Bridge. Don't you see the picture?
At what elevation? Were you on the walkway?
What elevation?
Between the walkway and the shoreline? Were you up on the levee? Where were you? What elevation were you at, Rocky?
On that particular picture, I was probably at the park bench, which is lower than the levee. And
lower than the levee.
Yeah, I don't think I don't take many pictures up on top of the levee because there's a bike path there, but there's a park bench.
Why
at
is
the
it
bottom
blinking
where
like
you-
crazy?
So what are you talking about? So you're talking about a low level observation over water you think is going to show what? Earth curve?
Okay,
Yeah,
so I
what's
didn't
in
get it wrong.
contention here? What's in contention here? What is in contention?
Well, they seem to think that long distance observations now over turbulent water aren't refracted and show Earth curve perfectly. They draw lines on the tops of electrical towers and that curve and go, look, this long distance observation of more than 13 miles over water, Lake Pontchartrain. See this line here curving? There you go. Proof.
Yeah.
You know what? It's funny because we don't even need to use that. We can just use the GPS coordinates.
Bebo, let's let Blue and Rakia talk for a bit.
Yeah. Let's let Blue explain how long distance observation over turbulent water over 13 miles proves anything. besides refraction and perspective? Go ahead, Blue.
Well, you
Tell
got
us all.
right there. You're the one that made the picture. If you draw a line between the two electrical enclosures,
Yeah.
you can see the curvature. It's very clear. Rocky.
Yeah, we can see the curved line. Does that prove refraction and perspective?
I'll tell you what the turbulence has done. It has flattened that out. On a day when it's not
So it
refracted.
would be more curved.
In fact, Rocky, you've got another video.
What do you live on, a basketball?
Hold on, you guys, Rakia, you gotta go one at a time. So
And
yeah.
it shows even more curvature.
And you
Same damn picture on a different day when the refraction is not as bad, and you see even more curvature. You want me to do a video?
More curve than
I'll be glad.
Okay, there you go. More curve. It would show more curve if the conditions were different, right,
Yeah.
Blue?
Yeah.
So the conditions are dictating how much curve you see in the tops of those electrical towers.
Exactly, it does.
So not Earth curve, atmospheric conditions.
No, Earth curvature. That is Earth.
Which is it?
That is Earth curvature.
You just said it was. Hang on, B-ball or whoever the hell that was. You just said it was atmospheric conditions.
No,
And on some days it would be more.
I just said that atmospheric conditions will flatten out the apparent Earth curvature.
And then you said it would make it more. So it would flatten it and make it more?
I didn't say that, Rocky. Stop trying to do that bullshit.
Okay, repeat yourself then. Some days it would flatten out, be less
You have
curved.
high levels of refraction. The effect is to flatten out the curvature of the Earth.
Would it do that on certain days? Blue, would it do that on certain days? The atmospheric conditions, would it make it look flatter? I'm asking you a direct question.
Say what? Say it again.
Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening. Are you?
On a certain... Yeah, you can't shut up.
Just dial it back and let's have it. I think everyone wants to hear the actual information. So so let's
direct question. That means I'm fixing to ask a question. You ready, Blue? On a certain day.
I am ready.
Yeah, but just don't interrupt him. Hold on, just Rakia, ask it, but just don't interrupt him. Let him actually respond once you're done.
Once I'm able to ask my question without interruption. Okay, here it goes. On a certain day, would that curved line be flatter due to the atmosphere? Blue.
Yes, it can be. And it
okay,
can be.
And on another day, with the atmospheric conditions different, would it be a greater curve, more curve?
Answered that. Yes, it
so
can.
we are in agreement that it's atmospheric conditions that are creating that curve, that are affecting that curve.
No, we are not in agreement with that. That curvature is there, regardless of what day you're talking about.
So it never can be flat.
It will not be flat.
So is it the atmospheric conditions or the curve, Blue, or both?
I'm sorry?
Is it the atmospheric? Is it the atmospheric conditions causing it, or is it the actual physical curve, or is it both? And or if then?
It is the actual physical curve causing it.
But you said that the atmospheric effects can quote unquote flatten it out. You said
we do know one thing.
Atmospheric conditions can make it appear to be flatter or more curved. That's all it can do, but it can't change the fact that it's curved.
So what atmospheric conditions will give you? Hold on. What atmospheric conditions will give you the true reading?
Oh,
zero refraction. Which
is no clue.
There is no zero refraction.
Well, if there was no refraction,
what would give you the true reading?
Atmospheric refraction.
To have no refraction would give you the true reading, is what you're saying, right?
Atmospheric refraction.
But we never have a true reading.
We never have a true reading. That's correct.
Well, you know what we do have? What won't affect it is the GPS coordinates. Atmospheric refraction.
You want to change the topic now?
No, let's stick on the atmosphere. I have a question in regards to your position.
Yeah, we'll give it back.
You have to stick on the atmosphere because.
So you said you were on the park bench, which was lower than the levee, right?
That's where I think I am. I don't know.
You drove your Chevy to the levee, but the levee was high.
Levee was dry. Yeah. I've been there 1,000 times, taken thousands of pictures. I have a video that shows me from the
drinking whiskey and rye.
Yeah, drinking whiskey and rye from a parking garage, and there is it definitely gets flat then.
So, Rakia, if you're looking down a 2x4 and it looks curved, is that the atmosphere doing it, or is it the board is actually curved?
Give me a straight 2x4, 24 miles long over Lake Pontchartrain. You don't think it's going to be distorted, B-ball? You don't think the
I don't think it is.
foreground is
I don't
going to
think it is.
ramp up?
If it's,
Hang on.
if it's
You don't think the
perfectly straight,
foreground is going to ramp up due to perspective and then go
if it's
down in the
perfectly
distance
straight,
and be all distorted because of the atmospheric conditions? I do.
if it's perfectly straight, then no, it's not going to curve.
Yeah, whatever,
He's not
man.
asking that. He's saying about perceive. What will you perceive?
How
It's
do you see
24
it? It
miles
appears.
long.
It's supposed to be flat though. Like why is it curving? It's supposed to be
It's
flat.
24 miles
It's
long.
not curving.
But it
It's
looks
just
curved.
appearing to curve.
Of
Yeah, it's
course,
I mean,
ramping
what
up
are
in the
the
foreground due to
GPS?
perspective.
Well, what do the GPS
I don't
coordinates
mind
say
saying
though?
it again. Yeah,
Yeah,
whatever.
what about the
We
GPS
can go to
coordinates?
that
You're gonna have
next.
to say
Y'all
it
can talk
again.
all that you want. I'm
You're gonna
talking
have
about
to say
my
it again.
those are the things
picture
you want to
showing it
ignore though.
ramp up. Yeah, you won't let me finish. I'm going to say it again,
Yeah, because those are
whether
the
you
things
like
you
it
want
or
to
not.
ignore.
Yeah, my picture, I'll make a claim about my picture. Until y'all go take your own, you can make claims about my pictures all you want, but I'm going to make a claim about my picture I took. It's appearing to ramp up on this day due to perspective, and then it's going down in the distance due to perspective, and because of the turbulent air, that's exactly what you see on that day. You don't see too
So the
far.
perspective,
You don't see too less. You don't see too much curve. You don't see it flatter. You don't see it. You see exactly what the conditions dictated on that day. Thank you very much.
everything except flat, right? Everything except flat. You see everything except it being flat.
On that day, you don't see the tops of those electrical towers flat. No, I agree with that. They appear to be curved.
Thank you.
So
On
sextants
different days,
are
they don't, though, due to the atmospheric conditions.
so
Thank you.
sextants are
All right.
pointless
Then
because
show us,
lights never doing what we expect it to. Oh, okay, cool.
then show us that day when the tops of those boxes appear flat, please.
I'll show you every day. And that's exactly what you see due to the conditions of that day.
All
And
right.
it's always refracted over turbulent water long distance. I promise you. You
All I'm
can't
saying,
find me a long distance. For years, y'all told us long distance observations won't work. And now
all,
y'all are using them as proof. Get out of here.
all I've seen is curved, Rocky. Show us
Yeah,
one that appears
refraction. Yeah,
flat,
bent
please.
light.
Where are they?
Congratulations. You're the
Where
one
is
who
the
taught us
boxes?
that. You're the
Where?
one who taught us how light bends long distance over water. Thank you, Blue.
Okay, you're not letting him
Yeah,
respond, man.
yeah, I know, and I would really love to hear Blue's response to that. You kind of got off the whole subject of if you agree that atmospheric conditions can cause what we see to the horizon to be curved or straightened or even more curved or whatever. How do you differentiate that to actual curvature that you claim exists as fact? That's the
Right. How
problem.
do you decipher reality? Which is real? What
That to
day?
me?
What day's conditions gives you the real interpretation of Earth?
Was that to me?
No, to Beeble,
Yes,
to
yes, to
Blue,
Blue.
to Blue.
No, all I want to know is where is that picture? That
No,
same
no.
picture.
No. What
That
we're
Blue,
asking
Why
is,
don't you answer the question, Blue?
Hold on a second. Yeah, Blue. You said earlier you very much agreed with Rakia that that atmospheric conditions can cause the horizon to be very curved or curved a little bit or very flattened out or can cause any number of different things. You agreed to that. So what we're trying to ask is understand is how is it that you can differentiate actual curvature that you claim exists and atmospheric conditions?
I've never seen a picture where it is not curved.
if every day is different and every day is giving you a different
Okay.
reading, what's the real reading?
All right, great. Every day is different. Where is the
So
day when
what's
the
the
top of
true reading?
all right, you're not gonna let me talk, so fuck it.
Well, no, but so do
He
we
said,
just take
when is the
we just
day
take
when
an
it looks
average?
flat? When is the day, since you guys claim it's on a specific day, it might look flat. Where are those pictures at?
All
Wait,
right,
can it look
all right,
curved because
yeah.
of perspective?
Jim, I mute Blue. I muted Jim because he was interrupting you. If you want to finish what you were saying.
Hey, can it look curved because of perspective?
Well, he basically he said it'll never be flat. It'll just be either more curved or less curved is essentially what he's saying.
But can perspective make it look curved on a flat surface?
I mean, Blue, you shouldn't really use this as an excuse not to answer the question, though,
Okay.
Blue.
Why would like a 5-word question make people spiral? Can perspective make it look curved on a flat surface?
No.
So when I post a picture and prove you
Yes.
wrong, you will admit you were wrong.
Let's see.
Perspective can absolutely
I
make it
want
curve on a flat surface.
before I do it, I want you guys to say that when I do it, you'll concede that you were wrong.
Well, let's see the picture.
Let's see
Because
the
you're still
piece.
not going to do it. I've been down this road a million times. When I post it, you guys will just not. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, we've seen lots of
They're
people.
refusing to make that
I'll go get it.
claim.
I'll go get it. No, they're refusing basic perspective percentage. That's what they're doing.
No, I'm saying they're refusing to say, like, to put their money where their mouth is and say, yeah, if
Yeah.
it shows it, then I'll concede that I was wrong.
Exactly. So here, I'm about to post it.
Yeah, I think the question
This
here
is on a
like,
flat surface.
How did Blue again get away from having to answer this question? We backed him into a corner, and now we're like dancing around something else. while he sits back.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think he
'cause-
was ever in a corner.
No.
He just agreed to.
He was
So
because
you didn't
he
back
was saying.
You just refused to let me answer.
Well, yeah, I was
No,
going
no,
to
no.
say, in
Gio
terms of
carved
that,
out a
Jim
spot
was,
for you, and you didn't talk.
yeah, I temporarily muted Jim so you could finish because he was interrupting you. He's been doing that tonight. So go ahead. He won't interrupt, or I'll mute anyone who interrupts because you did get interrupted. So if you wanted to respond.
Say the question. What's the question? Again, what are you asking me?
The question is,
Okay, hold on a sec. Hold on. How is it that if you don't know the answer already, how is it you were?
All right,
No,
let's
Fuzzy Ewok, that's not helpful. Just restate the question if you want to. Or
No,
don't.
but I don't. How was he prepared to answer
Don't
the
worry about
question
it.
prior?
Earthworm, I think
he
we
was,
should
so
unmute
he
him
was
because he
just.
was going to restate the question.
Yeah, either Fuzzy and Earthworm have this. I think it's kind of the same question. So just whoever wants to go.
Go ahead, Earthworm.
Nah, just get muted anyway, so I'll let someone else.
No, go ahead. Re-ask the question, please.
I was just going to say, if the conditions are different on every day, then how do you determine what is the true reading?
How do you determine what is the true reading? Yeah, it's going to be different on every day. Refraction varies from minute to minute.
So how do you decipher what the true reading is? What actually is Earth? If the atmosphere is always warping the true result, how do you ever get the true result?
What is the baseline?
Yeah, he's asking what's your control, basically.
Yes. So what's the baseline?
Are you looking for an accurate analytical solution to what the radius of the Earth is? Is that what you're saying?
It's a fairly simple question. If you're saying something is right or wrong, you have control. You have the baseline to compare it off of.
Well, Blue, you were saying that there's atmospheric effects that can quote unquote flatten things out, whereas in your words, and it can also make there be more curvature. So I think the general question is, how are you deciphering that there is curvature when you also believe there's atmospheric effects that are quote unquote making it flat or making it curved?
I'm saying that on the basis that I cannot find an observation where there is no curvature.
Because perspective will make something on a flat surface look curved, bro.
I have no evidence of that.
Well, all you have to do is
Nor
stack
do you.
Legos on a table, man. A 5-year-old can do it.
No, nor do you.
So when I post Legos on the flat table and they look like they're curving down in a way, you'll admit you're wrong then, right?
Oh, you're not talking about putting them in a straight line. You're talking about putting them in a curved line, right?
No, straight line.
Yeah, we've seen that picture. I'll post it. I will post it.
Well, then, so you guys are now conceding you're wrong then, right?
No.
Of course not. Of course not.
So this picture right here, those Legos are clearly not placed in a straight line.
Really? So I have the camera that pans all the way around it and shows they're in a straight line. So if they're in a straight line, you'll admit you're wrong?
Why is the bottom not a straight line?
Yo,
Hey,
B-Ball, you put yourself in a position right here.
Yeah, Bevo.
You know why?
Choose your
You
next
know why?
words
Because there's two different pictures of these Legos. That's why.
Okay.
when I
Okay,
show
but
the
if he has a
video and it
video
pans
where
and
it
it
shows
shows,
it,
Yeah,
like,
yeah. There's two different pictures. There's this one where it looks curved. Then there's one where they place them in a straight line.
do you know what videos are?
let's see what it has.
Right. Wait, I'm driving. I'm about to post a still shot of the video. It's actually not mine. It's unlisted, but
Yeah, I know. I made a video about this a long time ago.
I could probably still stream quick.
So if you've got no baseline in place, then
So
you've got no.
you can't tell me that you can place these Legos on a straight line on a table and make it look like this. There's no fucking way you can do that.
So if you can, then you're gonna admit you were wrong.
Are you? No, because they clearly put them in a way. They clearly put them in a way where the end ones are curving to the left.
Well, you keep saying clearly, but obviously that's just your opinion. He's claiming he has the actual.
I've made a Gio.
He has the actual
Gio,
verification.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
stop
I know
until
why,
you
because-
see what he's presenting, because it might
Okay,
actually
go ahead.
be
Okay,
straight.
please show me the video, please. I'll if
And
you
while
show
he's
me, then
doing
I'll
that-
look at it.
While he's doing that, Blue, the whole point is that you could have an apparent, flatness or curvature on both a curved surface and a flat surface. So without any control, any sort of objective metric to say one way or the other, this is not conclusive. That's the point. That you can't just say it's a curve. It's a curved Earth on account of these optical, these appearances.
Right. The point is that every day is different, and the conditions are going to deviate from the true reading. Right. So how do you ever get a real reading? How did you determine that the Earth is curving when all the conditions are never going to allow you to be able to get a true reading?
That's easy. You just make it up.
You take multiple readings from different locations.
But wouldn't it change every day? So wouldn't you have to take years of measurements?
Yeah, so Earth curvature is just an average. Doesn't curve at an actual rate, it's just an average rate.
Yes. If you're measuring it at small enough distances, like miles, or like, a couple miles.
Local curve.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good comparison that Doofus posted in there. I think that shows those dominoes or those Legos in a curved path.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, there's two
when we
different.
look at Lake
Sorry,
Pontchartrain.
Go ahead.
When we look at Lake Pontchartrain, you're saying, all right, I got a baseline. This is the actual position of the thing. And on this day it's higher, this day it's lower. But do you have a baseline of where it actually is? This curve of the Pontchartrain shit? The blue leaf?
The point is, it shouldn't be curved at all.
Oh,
that's
B-ball,
not
yeah.
true,
Do you have a baseline to know where it actually is so that you know if it's higher or lower or what's going on out there?
Personally, no, I don't. But I mean, it shouldn't be curved at all if it's flat.
We
It's
know.
not personal.
Wait a minute, it
no one
shouldn't be
does.
curved at all.
Those aren't even the
but-
same Legos.
No one does. You
Wait
need
a
a
minute.
perfect vacuum to have the baseline. So
Wait a
no
minute,
one
but there's
does.
still an atmosphere, right? There's still air and shit. So
Th-
why are you
those
saying
aren't
it shouldn't be a curve?
whatever Doofus put. Those aren't even the same Legos.
Bebo, maybe just consider that is an optical thing, right? Don't envision it like a physical curvature and physically straight, right? Maybe reduce it just to that it's like a trick that the eye is doing.
No, Elbow, it's a very good point, dude. On that, the WS one, yeah, those are definitely different Legos, and that is a little deception the way that they're trying to put them as if they're the same.
And not just that, but I'm not kind of sold that this would even be observable on Legos on a table. I feel like this sort of effect where you would have this kind of apparent curvature or obstruction on a flat surface is something that you would require like the light bending upwards.
Have you not done the
quarter?
quarter? I'm sorry.
It'd be
I
like
could literally make.
No, hold on.
I could literally put
Interrupt
Legos on the
percentage.
table and
Don't
make them
interrupt
curve
me.
like that.
I can respond. I'm gonna respond
You
to
deserve it, Jeremy, for interrupting me.
percentage because
Whoa, percentage.
percentage. I've done this with a freaking quarter. Or it looked like it's going down.
Yeah,
Like
it's
trying to
probably because the
measure,
camera was lower than the table. Yeah.
trying to measure Earth curve. Like say they're like, oh, water curves 8 inches per mile, and then we measured it in a cup of water. Like that's what they're trying to do over a table.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious, really quickly. If you can't get away from the
it's
apparent curve,
unlisted. Dave Weiss is a. Okay,
sorry, go ahead.
you got it. Okay, so I'm just going to let you guys know. So it's an unlisted video that Dave Weiss is about to post. So I'm not going to post his video. Obviously, I can take screenshots from it. But actually, what I think we're going to do, we're getting through right now. When we get back to the house, we'll just do it for you guys. I'll take the pictures myself, but you'll see the video upload soon. I do have many screenshots I'll drop, but you guys can just always appeal to. Oh no, I don't think so. You need the actual video, which I can't. I'm not going to post out of respect for Dave. So we may
do
do
you
it
have
for you in a
Legos though
second.
with it?
We have dominoes, same thing. Doesn't matter. You just need equal height. That's all you need. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, put the dominoes in a
Part of me was
perfectly
hoping
straight
you still
line
play
and
with
take a
Legos.
picture of it and see if it curves down.
Yeah, I'll give you still shots of the Legos though.
Why would it curve if it's perfectly straight? Or are you telling him to make it
Just
level?
an optical effect.
Because he's claiming that the Legos he posted, the Legos that I posted, are in a straight line. That's why it looks curved.
It's not
Because
that
of
they
perspective.
actually curve down; it's your perception.
No, they
No,
wouldn't
they
do
do.
that if they were placed in a straight line.
If they're placed in a straight line, then they would eventually leave the surface of the Earth, right? And the Earth would curve downward.
Oh,
If
what
it's
you mean, like aeroplanes that don't fly nose down, right?
planes fly level; they don't fly straight. It's like shining a laser pointer straight across the water versus having a boat.
That
So,
level
so,
curve
so
again,
level's
yeah.
curved. Is that what you're saying?
Level is curved and straight is straight. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So you agree you have to continually reorientate your plane downward as you go around the bar going
No,
downward,
you
correct?
don't.
Continually reorientate your
Just to
plane,
clarify,
correct?
you think
Wait, so
Um,
a
those Legos
laser.
are not
Because
So
it's a
if I'm
ball.
shooting a laser off to the horizon, is that
You-
actually going off into space eventually, or does it wrap around the Earth still?
Yeah, so
Level.
the laser would go off the horizon, but if the laser was level with the Earth, it would curve around the Earth.
Wait a sec. Okay, all right, wait a sec. So if you're shooting it, if I shoot the laser level,
Yeah.
and I fly an airplane along that same line, is the laser going straight or is it going level?
The
When you hit
laser
yourself in
goes
the back of
straight.
the head,
The laser goes straight.
Yo, real
When you
quick,
hit yourself in the
and
back
it's
of the head,
the image
along
that you
the surface
posted
of
with
the
it.
Earth.
Hold up, Fuzzy.
Yeah.
The image that you posted is the same set of Legos that Earth posted, and he contended that it's not actually straight. So yeah, it would be good.
But can we not? Wait, can we not all see the picture? I don't care what he contends. They'll
No, but
contend
without a
fairies
different
made it
view,
look like that.
when you're unless it's over top and you could kind of bird's eye view judge it, or if it's completely in line and you could see that it's all straight.
Right.
This view
Yeah, which
right
is
here
in the
isn't-
video. It's in the video, but again, I'm driving right
No
now, so
worries.
I'll take
Yeah,
the
we'll wait.
screenshots, and we're just gonna go home and do.
Yeah, we'll wait for the dominoes, the domino effect.
If they're straight, then you guys are gonna admit you were wrong, then, right?
The ground it's on has to be straight in order for it to be straight. But if the ground is level, meaning it goes with the curvature of the Earth, then the dominoes will curve with the ground.
Is the table going to be
It's like
level
mental
and
illness
curving
or
at that
something.
rate?
If they're
You'll notice
straight,
it.
We'll both do it, and we'll compare our pictures. How about that, Richard?
All right.
Sorry, I couldn't hear
if
you.
they're straight, then you guys will admit you're wrong, then, right?
Yeah, we'll both do it. I'll get my Legos, you get your dominoes, and we'll compare.
But the problem again is
This is the
though,
best
that
part
you're
of Flat
saying
Earth, when
it
you have
will-
people come in with different observations, stuff like that. I'm gonna look forward to it.
Well, the problem I still have is that the some of you globers are saying, "Oh, it will coincide with the curvature of the Earth," but you haven't proved that yet.
That means it's level. So
Yeah, but you haven't proved that yet.
Yeah, they haven't, and they'll never.
Sure,
they
but
never will.
if the
So-
dominoes
so-
are laid
so
out
it's an
straight,
assumption.
yep. No, I mean it's proven. I can't prove it to you in text chat or anything like that, though.
I personally don't think that there's going to be apparent curvature from dominoes or Legos on a table. I don't think the scale is enough to notice it. I think this is an effect that requires, the bending of light due to the density of air over long distances to actually, see this obstruction causing this curvature. So I'm gonna remain unconvinced.
You have to understand that the table is straight. It's not level. It's a straight table.
Really? Tables aren't level?
Yes. They can be level, sure. If
Hold up,
if you
on a-
have a long table and you want it to be level, it would curve around the Earth, like it would curve with the Earth.
How are you on a globe Earth, on a
because of
curved
the
Earth, making
assumption
a
that you
straight
think that
table?
the Earth is curving, right?
Hold up. How are you
And you're just-
manufacturing a straight table on a curved Earth? Tell me, please.
And you're gonna
Yeah, so a
call
straight
it
table,
level.
just like the laser, it would go off the horizon and it would continue into space. But
How are they actually making the straight table, though?
well, you can make straight objects. Straight isn't the
How?
same as level. So you make a straight object. I mean, what do you mean? How?
Yeah,
Oh,
how
do I
on a
make
curved
saying that
Earth are you making a
tables are
straight
not
object?
level? Is that what you're saying, bro?
Hold up, let me answer. How are you making a straight object on a curved Earth?
Well, you can make straight objects on curved Earth. It
How?
doesn't mean it's level.
Have you ever thought about how?
Yeah, no, I haven't. So I'm stumped right here. How do I?
I have, and I'll tell you, the only straight line
I
you
know.
have on a curved Earth
The axis.
is the plumb line. The only way you could do this is if they had the piece of wood set up and then had a plumb line hanging down and then cut along that line. That's the only way to come up with a straight line. And I guarantee you, they didn't manufacture their table like that.
So you're saying all tables are level and
They
not
level them out. Yes, of course.
So there's no-
okay.
I think the intention of the table is to be level, right? Of course, material error, manufacture error, but the intentions of a table is for it to be level and straight.
Okay, so if you take this level table and it's like a mile long, or sorry, 10 miles long. If it's level, then that means it curves with the Earth. It stays level with the ground.
If the Earth was curved, then yes, it would have to be a curving table.
Yes,
but you're never
if
going
it's
to have that.
if it's
There's
a
a
straight
problem.
table, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
A battery would roll off that table if it was curved around the Earth.
No, it wouldn't.
No, every point on that table would be tangentially, it'd be a straight point.
Because it's a flat plane.
But wouldn't that only apply if the Earth was curved? And isn't that the whole point of this debate, if it's curved or not? So are you just like asserting it?
Are you taking topography into account?
No, not taking topography into account.
And this is why it's impossible to prove, because if you have a globe Earth, a curved Earth, and you somehow fashion this miles-long table that was level, you can't, you still can't make a straight line to compare it against.
Yeah, so
if the Earth is truly curved, then we wouldn't see things that look like they're curved.
B-Ball, your
Sorry.
mic is completely muffled, man. We can't hear hardly anything you're saying.
Yeah, so he said would he agree that the Bolivian salt flats, that's like 100 miles of flat water, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would you say that's really
That's
flat?
level. It's
Those
level.
have already been measured to be curved, so those were
Well, aren't most of
surveyed.
the states in America are stated to be flat as a pancake? I know Kansas is the most obvious one, but aren't most of the American states stated to be as flat?
Yeah.
I
So
would not
how
say
do you have
most.
all of
No.
those flat states make a ball?
So just like if you threw a ruler onto the ground and it rested on like a rock, the ruler is perfectly straight, but it's angled because of the rock underneath it. So it's not a level ruler; it's a straight ruler.
No,
like
all
a
rulers
laser
are level.
the ground
going
is
off
flat,
in the
but the ground
direction
below it is curved.
would drop away. The ground below the ruler or the laser would drop away from it as it's straight, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and the ruler or the laser would continue off into space.
Right.
Yeah.
So if a airplane flew along that same line straight, Earth would drop below it, would drop away from it.
Yep. Yeah, if it was going straight. Yeah, you use the terminology properly. Yep.
Okay, so now let's get a straight line. How can you feasibly have this straight thing that we can compare against something that's level to know that the level is actually curving?
Well, just like you'd have to have a laser pointer going parallel to
lasers
the
bend.
table.
LIGO.
Well, you're saying
LIGO.
lasers bend with like black hole level gravity, like
No, you
or
guys
what?
claim that
No,
that
that's
light
what you
bends,
say.
that lasers bend.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say they bend. I wouldn't say that. I mean, gravity
Well-
might have some tiny effect. I have no
Well,
idea
they-
on that.
Yeah, they're not that trustworthy in the atmosphere because all of the effects on the light. So again, it's not going to be a true representation because that laser is going to be affected by the environment.
Yeah, there'll be some refraction and atmospheric refraction.
We saw it in
Yeah, then
we
it's
saw
not
it in the
straight.
flat Earth. We saw it in
Then
the
you have
flat
like
Earth
black
test.
swan, which is light, just like a laser, and we see farther. So unless you're saying that lasers are somehow due to their collimatedness, they're
Yeah.
immune from refraction, and they're absolutely straight.
So like at the beginning, you'd measure the laser to the table, and then towards the middle, you'd measure it again, and then towards the end, you'd measure it again, and you'd see that the table's distancing itself from the lasers straight.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. If we agree that lasers are indeed perfectly straight, then you could use that to disprove or like to prove that the table's level is actually curved. The issue is globe earthers say that lasers aren't straight. The light doesn't go straight. It's bending due to refraction.
They're getting so technical with that. Like you could say that it's not as straight as the sun's rays or something. I mean, that's such a minor diffraction.
Hold up though,
flat
because you
earthers,
have
we've got to be
lasers.
honest. Even with the flat Earth laser test, you saw the laser bending upwards. So you still got to say that it's not really that reliable in the atmosphere because it's going to be affected by everything else.
You're right. And we're using a laser and we're using tables and mile-long distances. Like we're using things
That's why
that
I
we
said
would
feasibly. I'm trying to get you to think about an actual, tangible, pragmatic way of proving that the level is curved. Because so far there is none. But in terms of the lasers, you're saying that they're not like the sun's rays. I disagree with you because the lasers, the way they make them. Hold up, Earthworm. The way that they make these lasers, they're reflecting the light so that it exits the laser in basically the same direction. All like it's not as divergent as it regularly would be. They're kind of reflected with these internal mirrors so that they go out as straight as possible. That being said, these rays of light that are now like basically parallel, they're still gonna go through the matter and go through like these different molecules and particles and stuff like that and refract in the same exact way as a regular ray of light. The only difference is the predominant amount of them are going in the same direction.
You're forgetting one thing that you can do that you've all seem to ignore. There's something called calculus, and the reason that calculus is important is you can start making changes in your observation. So you can measure where something is in your field of view and start raising your vantage point, raising the elevation above the surface that you're taking that measurement from, and then measure the refracted change of that object in your field of view. And then you can draw a curve, and you can actually determine what the refraction actually is based on that distortion. Because at some point it will meet where it should be mathematically, trigonometrically. It will meet that. And when it gets to that point, that's zero. And at the other extreme would be maximum refraction. And you could draw a curve and measure the curve along the way. So we can actually prove that this is refraction and how much refraction is actually.
It does help because we're trying to come up with a physical, tangible demonstration where we're not relying on refraction.
Right.
We're almost discounting lasers right now because of refraction.
You're not just.
Well, I think that's what Zanuck was implying. Like with zero, I would imagine you mean when you.
When you go above a spot at 45,
when you're above the majority of the atmosphere that would create the refraction.
Well, no, we all know that at a 45-degree angle looking down, there'll be no refraction, any measurable refraction anyway, because refraction doesn't work that way. It's already very small. It's already a 0.02 degree offshoot of your observation. So if you're at 45 degrees,
you don't know that because you don't have a control.
No, you do have a control. You have.
What's the perfect time you have control?
I'll tell you how far. I'll tell you why you know. You know your distance above the ground, and you know the distance to the object from that position on the ground, and then you know your height above the ground. Those
but
3
you don't
points
know
are a
whether
triangle.
the ground is curving or straight.
But it doesn't matter. That's what's so beautiful about this measurement. It doesn't matter. So if we look at that object in a distance and we see where it should be based on trigonometric functions, and we know there's no refraction because it's exactly where we think it should be based on a curve, and as we go down, it changes based on refraction, then we know that the surface is curved.
Wait a
No, but
second,
you're
because
still
wait a second,
relying
because
on
you
looking at it,
invoked,
which relies on
invoked a
light, and we're
triangle.
talking about
You
the light refracting being
real quick percentage.
like
You invoked a triangle
suspect.
over a curved surface. A triangle requires three
No,
points.
I didn't.
Right?
You missed it.
You
I
didn't.
didn't.
No, it's
I'm
not
telling you, I
about that.
didn't. I didn't
It's
reference
You
about
this.
said the
you're
height.
looking at
You said the
the
height, the
third object.
distance
You're looking
of
at
the
it through
object.
light.
We can measure the distance off to it. Now, you could, if it's a curved surface, that'll make some error in that distance, but it's going to be very, very slight. The chord versus of the curved surface is incredibly small. But we know the distance, and we know how high we are above the first point. And then we
Zanuck,
can
with
determine
all due
whether
respect, it doesn't matter because you're looking at it optically,
You're-
and we're
you're
talking
gonna do
about how
mental
light is
gymnastics here,
unreliable
Fred.
because we don't have a control. That's why we're even talking
there's
about
many
when you
ways
have
to
a
do the control.
collimated beam, almost maybe being unreliable. So if you're looking at this thing, it's not reliable. We need a tangible measurement.
Yeah. Looking straight down is zero refraction. Zero. Would you agree?
I would not agree. No.
Okay. Well, then we have there's no more to discuss.
You have
then, because
wind,
that's how
you
you
have
would get no
constant
refraction.
flux of air and molecules due to the heat and temperature
So
constantly.
there'd be some
moving.
dithering.
I
There'd
wouldn't
be
say
dithering.
it's
There'd be dithering of the light. Yes. So it'd be random in
yes,
both directions.
so it wouldn't be zero.
In both. No, then you can still take an average and get it at 0 point.
Sure, it might average to zero, but it's not
Yeah.
going to be zero.
So
at any
which
given
you
point.
would see would be averaging zero. So take the picture of time lapse photography over a minute, and it would be zero.
You don't
You would
see
agree?
average. You see at any given
If
point.
you took a time lapse photography of an object beneath you over a minute, would that be the actual position?
If you took a time lapse and got the average from that, maybe.
That is the average. That defines what average is. Come on.
No,
Being
because
silly.
you could also
Now you're
have
being
a
now you're being
predominant wind. Hold
argumentative.
up. You could also have a predominant wind in one direction or something like that. So you can't automatically assume it's going to be completely isotropic.
No, that's not how the wind wouldn't give you a bias that way. We're
Wouldn't
talking about dithering. It'd be no matter under all conditions that dithering would be back and forth, not one direction because of the wind.
If the wind is blowing molecules that are more dense a specific way constantly, wouldn't there be a constant bend in that direction?
No.
What do you mean no? You can't just say no.
Because it's moving. It just because the molecule is moving doesn't mean there's going to be refraction.
If they're more dense on one end,
they're not going to be on more dense on one. Oh, because you have a differential. You have a differential pressure. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
You have a differential pressure. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? I'm talking with percentage.
Yeah,
So
I'm
yeah,
just trying to ask a question. Are you
oh my
saying
God.
that the light
You guys
isn't
talk-
affected by these particles?
yes, particles refract light.
Well, that's what we're trying to ask. That's what you're trying to ask him. That's what we're trying to ask him. Like, are you saying
Talking
that
about
these
a still,
particles aren't going
we're
to
talking about a
affect the
still
light?
day where there's no noticeable wind. We're looking straight down. We have a balloon that goes straight up. We take a picture from that point right above the object, straight down. There's no wind. We take a measurement over a minute. That'd be no refraction. So that could be our 0 point.
Okay, so only 2 points of reference, no triangle.
No, then you move one side or another, move 45 degrees to one way or the other, and then take another measurement of that object and see if it figures out trigonometrically where you are based on the same height above the surface.
Also, if you're taking a picture directly above, which way would it refract?
There'd be no predominant way. There'd be no refraction.
Yeah.
Because there'd be no angle of incidence, unless, as percentage said, and it's a good objection, that if there's a wind, that means there's a differential pressure. That means they have very, very slight differential pressure left to right if there's a wind, because high pressure moves to low pressure.
Let's go with like a steelman your point. So it's a still day. There's no wind. You get this. You're completely like right over top of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you move over to the side, and you measure that you're looking down 45 degrees to look at this object, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now you're looking through like a differential medium. You're looking through. It's no longer isotropic. You're not looking straight down. How do you know you're exactly at 45 degrees compared to the true position of the object?
You make a measurement from this. If you're a mile high, you go a mile out. Then you got a 45 degree angle, or 60 degree. 45 degree angle for equilateral triangle, or 60 degrees. Sorry, 60 degree.
Well, do you go straight out, or do you have to go out in a curve?
Well, that's how you do both
surface.
ways and see what you do both ways and see which one gives you the right answer, and that would show that the
Well,
object
you'd have
is
two
curved.
different answers. I don't think you'd be able to tell which one's right and which one's
Sure,
wrong.
because you can trigonometrically, you can't have one be right and the other be right as well. One has to be right.
So which
No,
answer
but hold up. So
are you
let's say
looking
you're
for?
going
can't
out
have
a
a-
mile. Let's go. You say you're going
It
out
can't
a
be a
mile on
degree
a flat
off.
Earth, and
You
then
to refract.
up
You
a
can't
mile.
be a degree. You can't be a degree off when the most. Here's another reference point. You can't be a degree off for this measurement if the most extensive and most refractive value you've ever seen on the planet has been less than a tenth of a degree or a couple tenths of a degree?
Well, let me just paint the picture. So you're a mile up. You're looking down at this object, right? And then you go back to the surface. You move a mile to the side, and you go a mile up again. You're looking at the same object, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It should be 45 degrees, right?
Right.
You would think.
Yep.
Without refraction, it would be 45 degrees. The issue is we have refraction. So if you go a mile out and a mile up, it might not be at 45 degrees.
Percent, I hate to interrupt you. I have to take a phone call real quick. I'm sorry about that, bud. I'll be back.
No worries. For the rest of the room, you go a mile out on the ground. It could be a curved surface or a flat surface. As you go up a mile up, it might not be 45 degrees, and you don't know it's due to the fact that there's curvature in the earth or not, or if it's refraction. You're not.
Right.
This isn't going to work unless you have a perfect vacuum.
Well, I
Because
think
you
the
have
whole
two unknown variables in that thing. The
well, how
ground is a
much
variable,
difference
and the
do you
refraction
think-
is a variable.
How much difference do you think there will be, though?
Who knows?
Depends on your ferocity and the distance.
There'll be a lot.
But I think
Well, a little.
I think you guys are missing the point. Though. I think the whole point is that it doesn't matter what it looks like because you are physically, like it should be physically 45 degrees. You know, like because the fact that you're
Only if
traveling a mile
it's
out,
a
you're
flat
mile
Earth,
up.
it would be physically 45 degrees armor. If the Earth is curving, and
Yeah,
you
I
go a
know.
mile out and then a mile up, you're not going to be
Yeah.
at 45 degrees anymore.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure Zenik was. I'm pretty sure he had a point he was getting at, but unfortunately, we won't know what that is until he's done this call. But I think that's the whole point, though, that if we assume a flat Earth, then it would have to be 45 because you're traveling a mile out and you're a mile up.
Yeah, but he's discounting the refraction when you're looking at it through an angle. Like
I
I'd
don't-
agree with him on a windless still day. If you're looking straight down, then you can assume that it's isotropic and that you won't have any refraction. But when you're looking at it 45
Yeah, but
degrees, refraction
Right,
becomes a factor again.
It's taken for granted that it's its actual position.
Yeah, but how much difference would it be between a globe Earth and a flat Earth at 45 degrees?
You're taking
You tell
for
me. You're the one that's claiming
granted,
that
but you're also
you can
assuming.
Ignore it. That's the implication that you're making right now. How much difference
How
would
much
be that you
difference
could
would it
ignore
be?
refraction?
Yeah, that's
Show
the
us.
question. That's the question. How much difference would it be? I mean, we're talking about 1 mile.
I think that it would be enough of a difference that it's still considered an unknown variable, not a negligible variable. So if you're saying that we could ignore it, then you have to show the data for that.
I think it would be negligible.
I don't think so.
Imperceivable.
But you have to show us that it's negligible. You can't just
Well,
say
you have
that.
to show us. You have to show us that it would make a difference.
Well,
We
don't
can
blame
both
anyone
do
for
it
not
and
taking
bring it
your
to the
word on the
table.
matter.
I have to show you that because I'm skeptical that I can't claim it.
Yeah, science isn't about assumption here, but
Like we know that light bends over a mile at 45 degrees. You think it won't bend enough to cause
By
a
how- yeah, the
difference
question
in
is by
angle?
how much, though.
I disagree.
The
Like I
question
feel
is-
like it would, but
Yeah, but the question is by how much?
who knows?
That's the question, though.
Has it
It
ever been
wouldn't be
done?
like 5 degrees, though, right?
But that's not
expect it
the
to
only
be 5
question,
degrees,
though. It's
no.
like how much is it going to be off in all conditions?
Yeah, how
And
much
every
would
day
it-
is different.
How much would the angle
Would it be more
change
than
if
5?
the Earth was
would it-
curved over a mile?
Would it ever be more than 5 degrees?
Earth is life. I'm asking you, if the Earth was curved and there was no refraction, how much would the angle change over a mile?
Probably, it'd be negligible.
Exactly. So
Nothing.
it
Very
doesn't help
basically.
us then. If both are negligible, then it's not a proof for curved versus flat.
It doesn't have mass enough. It doesn't accelerate at 9.8 meters per second. You know, it's not. It is being affected by it, but it's got such a small mass that it's not accelerating towards the Earth.
What are you talking about?
Like photons of light don't get affected by gravity.
No one was talking about that.
Yeah.
You're talking about light bending around the Earth, right?
Yeah, that's because it refracts through a medium.
Refraction.
It bends to
Ah.
more dense things. It has nothing to do with gravity. You
Oh,
don't
thank
bend
goodness.
it.
Okay, thank God.
I think he was trying to be. I think he was just trying to be funny.
No, I think. Well,
No, it wasn't.
I think he was genuinely serious, but
I literally thought you thought that it bends with gravity around the Earth.
no, gravity
No.
would indirectly cause it. You know, that's the global belief that gravity indirectly is causing light to bend, because it's causing, you know, the more dense things to go downwards and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I hear you. The ultimate cause. I could argue that God did that. God's the cause of light bending due to gravity.
God's the cause of everything, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So
we
Earth
can
is
think
life.
of an imaginary. Oh, go ahead.
I had a quick question. So when would it stop being negligible? If like the ground was curving, and how many miles do we have to go out for the angle to change and not be negligible?
You're talking about something being refracted?
No refraction. We're just doing this, like, you know, moving, you know, we're a mile above, mile up, and we go, you know, instead of going a mile out, how many miles do we need to go out to see this thing? Sorry, not even, it doesn't even have to be a mile up. But anyways, how many miles do we have to go out for us to have an angle that is not negligible if the Earth is curving?
I'm not sure I follow what you're trying to explain. Sorry, man, I'm
So-
vacuuming my car right now, so I can't really do much out.
All right, so basically the same exact thing, but we're increasing the scale. How much do we need to increase the scale for the Earth to be curving and us to notice like a change in the angle, for it to not be negligible, like you said?
It's a good question, and you might be able to notice it with your eyes around. I would assume the flight height of a plane. However, in order to really see it, you have to be double or triple that, so like 140,000 feet up.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson's wrong. You're saying that he's incorrect. And
No,
that
Neil's
What answer
right.
would you like?
You don't see the curve of the Earth 2 millimeters above the beach ball.
Yeah, he says that to Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull jump, and then he continues and says you need to be higher, which is right.
That's true. He does say that.
So no, I'm saying this guy is saying that you can see it higher, like
I
an
also
airplane,
say this
but
stuff
it's
is
better,
flat.
which you can't.
Yeah,
Well,
like I
you can
would
see it
suggest.
on top of electrical towers, 13 miles away.
Or the director of a
5 miles
planetarium
away.
that says that you can't see curvature from the ISS even. You need to be higher.
Yeah.
So what height do we
Exactly,
actually
you
see
do.
curvature?
What answer would you like that would satisfy you?
The answer is you can see curvature. You can't see the actual horizon, though. Like if you look down and then towards the horizon, you'll notice curvature. You won't see the actual horizon until you're up at the ISS or higher. I think that made sense.
No, what did you say? What?
You can only see curvature when you go up to the ISS.
So, on your way increasing altitude, you won't see the actual horizon of Earth until you reach ISS levels of height.
No,
But
that's what they were saying.
It won't be-
The director of the planetarium was saying how even from ISS you wouldn't see curvature.
Would it be a little bit higher? What, like another 40,000 feet or what?
Well, I mean, it's not I'm not claiming that we're seeing curvature. Whoever is seeing curvature, we'd like. I mean, how?
I believe
how would
maybe
even go to-
maybe they say you can't see the curvature of the horizon, but if you were to look down, you would see the Earth like dome shaped. Dome
Wait.
like.
Well, so
down
I'm
in
sorry.
the globe
So
model?
you're saying, yeah, okay. I'm all kinds of confused. I don't know what down is, but first let's
It would
say
look- it would
you
look-
said horizon.
it would
So
look something like
so
this.
when boats are disappearing out over the
horizon over the curvature, you're saying that the horizon and the curvature are two different things?
Yeah, so it's always a personal horizon until you reach higher than the ISS. Then it becomes the actual curvature of the Earth.
The
So
objectivity
the director of
level,
NASA,
right?
Bill Nye the Science Guy, are also wrong when they say when you see boats going over the horizon, that's curvature. Those people are
You
wrong.
can't objectively see the Earth until you hit the Kármán line, right? Is that what you're saying? Not even the
Yeah, I
Kármán
believe
line,
that's what I'm saying.
but way above that, like three times the Kármán line.
I think you because your personal horizon will keep extending away from you as you increase in altitude until you reach that the higher than the ISS.
I got you. So I'm just really curious
look
because
at the gift that I just posted. Look at the gift that I just posted. That's kind of what it would look like.
okay, so it's just really weird when the director of NASA goes on video and is all smug and making fun of people who think the Earth is flat because you can see boats going over the horizon as proof. She's a little mistaken.
Yeah, like I've always
Okay. All right. So all right. You know more about Earth curvature than the director of NASA. So I would love if you can you write them a letter, say that hey, you by the way, you might have to apologize for being so smug about something that actually doesn't prove anything. You're wrong.
I think you could, like what I was saying earlier, if you look straight down, you would see curvature. But if you look at the horizon, you'll see your personal horizon still until you reach a certain height.
Well, Fuzzy, could you repeat that? What did the director of NASA say?
Well, they say you know it's not okay to believe the Earth is flat, and proof of this is that you can see boats going over the horizon. Bill Nye also says the same thing in this little video.
Yeah. I think we're all probably more intelligent than the director of NASA.
No, I know this. I'm not
Yeah,
sure this guy does.
The funniest thing ever was when they had when Bolden was running NASA. I think his name was Bolden. He was in front of NASA, and the guy was, I don't know if it was a congressman or senator or whatever kind of meeting they were doing. He kept asking him, "Where's next?" And they like started arguing about what the word "next" means. It was classic Lober shit.
Obfuscation.
Yeah, like you just asking him like an easy question, where are we going next? And they started arguing about what the word "next" meant.
So I know this guy. Who is this guy's talking about? Like, so I just wanted him. The only reason I'm saying this is that what you're arguing right now goes against what the director of NASA claims on video in front of the world.
I hear what you're
arguing
saying.
against that. Does that make sense? I mean, did you understand that?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I think the director of NASA was probably talking about the horizon.
No. We're talking about Earth curvature. It was very clearly trying to prove Earth curvature by saying boats are going over it at the horizon.
Pizzizzle's his own man. He thinks for himself.
So I would say there are flaws as well in that. Yeah, like surface tension, all sorts of things come into play. It's not just curvature. But
all right, so when I learned in school, the same way the teacher said the same exact thing, and that when every video you look at, your personal horizon is around 3 miles, bobbing up and down in the water, and that's also happened to be where Earth curvature starts, right?
Yeah, your personal horizon is always shifting depending on your height.
I understand that. I know, but bobbing up and down in the water, you're not going to be seeing past 3 miles.
Sure.
And coincidentally, at that level, Earth curvature starts around 3 miles. It's weird.
Can start being measured, sure.
Where? Oh, you have a measurement of curvature? Where do you measure drop over distance?
I don't.
Where do you have evidence of measured drop over distance, especially
Is
over
that
water?
is that from a drop from a horizontal point? Minuscule point.
Wasn't there a flat Earth experiment where it was in Britain and they did it over like a canal, and he shines the laser pointer, and it way overshoots the target on the other end?
Yeah. Here,
I'm not
dropping
sure.
horizontal right here.
Where was that over your horizontal point? That you just bob up and down in the water?
Well,
But again, it
you'd
goes
have
back
to
to
measure
what
it.
we.
It's all yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no,
I think it's a horizontal point.
Every time
You
you
first.
move or bob, you have to remeasure it, and every time you move in any direction, you have to change. You have to remeasure it.
Okay, I shouldn't say bobbing up and down the water. Oh, I'm sorry. You're on a deserted island, 6 inches of sand, marooned on the goddamn island, okay? And you're lying down, looking off into the ships, not rescuing you, and you're in despair because you know about 3 miles away, they're not going to see you either. And once they disappear, they're never going to see you because there's too much Earth curve in the way, right?
Right.
At
I hear
at
you.
3 miles, no, at 3 miles, no.
Your mic's a little wonky.
I'm sorry. Call it 4 miles and sue me with your lawyers. So that's the problem.
Do you think an entire
everything we've been
boat is going
taught
to be
and what the director of NASA believes and is pontificating to the world as evidence for, because we all see that, because it is our own personal sort of atmospheric horizon where we really, even on a clear day, we're not seeing past 3, 4, 5 miles, especially at sea level where it's the most affected by refraction, correct?
Oh yeah.
So the
Depends on how
one
much
proof that
refraction we're
most
talking about.
everybody goes to and is taught as children is actually not true.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
probably
that's
more.
a-
There's
that's
probably
a-
more atmospheric turbidity near the ground. There's probably more refraction happening near the ground. All the types.
That's
So what
a
happens when
huge
we
blow
go?
to the whole idea that
What
everyone
happens?
accepts that there's a
What
glow. That's a
happens when we
huge
go
blow.
50 feet up though? What happens when we go 50 feet up though? Did anybody pay attention to
can-
what I posted?
You
Yeah, I
might
went
have
50.
less.
I went 50 foot up and posted a video of like Ponce Crane Bridge. It don't show the
yeah.
electrical
So
towers curve.
I know exactly what happens when when you see further. So like if I had my head down on a basketball court and I can see the painted lines in front of me, I could maybe see the free throw line, maybe the 3-point line, but I definitely can't see past the half court line. It all is just a blur. But when I raise up, I'm now able to see all the way past to
we
the
know
end of
that.
the basketball. So the higher up you go, the more clarity and further out you can
Well,
see because
hold
there's
on.
less obstruction
Let
in
me
front of you.
respond to that, please. So we know that mountains and buildings are not painted on the surface of the earth, are they?
Exactly.
So y'all need to stop
No,
using that.
no. What do you mean? The higher you go, the more you can see out in front of you and less obstruction optically you have.
So at what? All right. At what point will the half court line obstruct the rim?
It'd have to be a bigger basketball court probably because that's pretty high up.
What if the
Sorry,
basketball
what?
court was perfectly straight and it was gigantic? It doesn't matter how big it was. If it's straight, then it's going to go off the horizon, leaving the ground, and the ground will keep going level.
Dude, put your eyeball down to a chessboard. Barely make out the last square.
Jeremy, but that's not going to obstruct the ponds on the other side.
Pretend that's land. Pretend that's land. Not gonna be able to see a lot of it.
It's gonna start.
able to
The
see the
ponds are gonna
land, the
start to
flat-
disappear bottom up.
I just posted it. I just took a picture and then kneeled down and put my camera on the floor, and there it is. You can't see. It gets blurred out. You don't get that information.
And when the ponds start to disappear, they disappear from the bottom up where there's the most amount of obstruction in your optics.
Yeah,
We're
you're
talking
not
about
getting that
seeing the land.
information.
Forget the pond. The pond's a red herring. Forget the pond. We're talking about the chess piece. The square is the land.
The
Fall
land
down
is not
close enough,
painted
you
on the
can't see
surface.
the land any.
The land is
Fall
not
down close
painted on the
enough.
surface.
Well, go ahead.
The land is not painted on the surface of the earth, is it now?
Yeah, the land
But
is
if
the
you do it
ground.
over water, you could have
on the
buoys
ground and you
all the
would
way.
paint on the ground, and you would have a
Look,
painted surface of the land.
look,
what are you talking about?
look at,
And
all right,
the
look at my
people paint
picture.
football fields and all kinds of stuff. You're missing
Paint
the
the
point. The
ground.
higher up you go,
Look,
the better your optics are, the farther you see. That's
please
not.
pay attention to
Did
the
I
chat.
not paint the ground?
Not on a
That
flat
is a
Paint the
Earth.
water.
ground
That's
in,
not how
like
it
a chess
works.
square. Paint
On
on
a
the ground
flat
like
Earth,
a
That
the
is a
chess
higher
water
square.
level.
Can't throw paint on the ground like a chess square. The argument you
Are the
guys got.
pawns are the pawns painted on the
We're not
surface?
talking about the pawn. We're talking about the land,
But
the chess,
that's what we're
the
talking
chess
about.
square.
No, you won't be able to see the squares on the other
No,
side.
no, I
I
know,
get that.
Jeremy. I got it. I know. I can dismantle the reason why they want to go to the pawns is because of disappearing bottom up first. It doesn't matter. It's still the it's obstructing the way it's the same thing.
Will
The
the
most obstruction
will
is
the,
right where the pawns are going to meet the ground, just like any boat, just
will
like
the
any mountain, just
surface
like anything off in the distance.
will the surface of the chessboard obstruct half of the pawn?
We won't be
If
able to
if
see
it's
this.
really far away,
Be able to
Okay,
see the
so
surface of the chessboard after. We won't be able to see the surface of the chessboard after a while. We're talking about the land we're on, and we can't. After a while, we can't see any more land, right?
and the lower you
Assuming
go, the more the pawn will disappear, bottom up.
Are you assuming the chessboard is straight, or are you assuming the chessboard is level? That's what the guy's asking you when he says, "Is it painted on the ground?"
Yeah, we're assuming it's the chessboard's flat.
Flat? Okay, if it's flat,
Flat.
then it's perfectly flat. There's no curvature.
Do you realize? Have you
You
ever
know
put
that.
your eyeball down to a chessboard?
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
you
it's
know how
flat. It's
perspective works?
straight. It's straight
Can you
and
see the
flat.
square? Can you see the square that's farthest away from you?
If you
this
put
is
your
the
eyes down, I mean, obviously not. If you're, yeah,
level.
unless you get the right
Pretend,
Oh,
angle.
pretend that's the
is
land.
it a
Pretend your
curved
eyeball is
chessboard?
you. Pretend your eyeball is you standing on the surface of Earth.
And
The
the
chessboard is
buildings are
the
perfectly flat.
chessboard is the land. I know B-Ball doesn't want me to finish for some reason. I don't know
No,
why.
sorry. Go ahead, man.
So we couldn't see the back square. Pretend you're the eyeball on the chessboard, and the land is painted checkerboard squares. Are you gonna be able to see the land if it's flat?
Sorry, I wasn't really following that.
Pretend the chessboard is Earth. It's a flat Earth.
Okay.
Where are
Painted
the
all over
buildings?
we got squares.
Where are the
One people
buildings
does
then?
not want me to tell you this for some reason.
Listen,
I
let
don't
Jeremy
know why.
talk. Jesus.
No, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're standing on the chessboard. You are the eyeball in the other scenario. The land is the chessboard. We got squares painted over it. Are you going to be able to see the last square?
No, not unless you have the right angle of, yeah.
Right, unless you get higher. Yeah, if you change your angle,
Yeah.
if you get higher, you'll be able to see more squares, right? Just like the chessboard.
But what about a
Yeah.
pawn? What if you
It's
put
like
a
the
pawn?
flat chessboard. We're talking about the land right now, right? I can be able to see the land on the flat Earth, right? You'd see some kind of disappearance of land after a while.
Well, eventually you'd see the edge of the chessboard on the other end. Yeah, it would cut off.
No, you see that you wouldn't. How? You can't even see the last square.
Well, I was saying eventually,
the higher you go, the
the higher you
would
go.
see the edge of the chessboard. Yes. Right. Now, if you to answer your pawn question before it goes crazy, now that you're up high, okay, now you can see the square. If you were to put a pawn or a king or any piece on that back last square and had their toes touching the square, and then you raised, or instead of being raised up, you lowered yourself back down to the same point where you were unable to see the same square a moment ago, you would not see the toes of that pawn or king or piece, correct?
Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
No, you wouldn't. I
No.
just posted at
You didn't
7:48 a
answer the
prime
first
example.
question.
I took a picture 4 foot off the ground and then put my camera on the ground. That's how it disappears. You lose the information. 7:48.
You got a carpet there. Is the carpet perfectly flat?
You lost your argument.
No,
as
it's
soon as you
curving,
said
people.
you cannot
They make
see.
the floors curve.
Yeah, no, this is the
How did you
problem. Like
determine
when
that
you
the
said
floor is
before,
perfectly
when
flat?
you agreed before that when you put your eyeball on the below chessboard, right, and you can't see the back square, you agreed that you can't see that because you're so low. Is that not because it's curved? I thought it's because it's curved is why you can't see it.
It's a straight board, you twit.
Yeah, it's
No,
straight.
I know, but in the contention
your
of the
argument.
globe, by raising up or lowering yourself, you're seeing over the curve. But you agreed that the same observation of being able to see further.
Perspective.
You're just changing your angle over a flat
So
plane.
you
I
can't-
just showed it with the carpet.
Yeah, Rocky, but you're
How
not.
do you-
What are you showing? You're just showing a squished carpet. That's it. I mean, you're not really showing
I'm
anything
showing
else.
I changed my angle from 5 foot down. Really, B-ball, you're going to argue that? Really, it
But what is
would
that?
curve
What is
that
that?
much, right?
What is
Stop
that
You don't
talking
even
showing?
get
to him.
the argument then. You
Stop
shouldn't even
talking
be
to
here.
them.
A hill.
They're idiots. Stop talking to them.
Do you see the angle change? That's all it is. Then you lose that information. It doesn't get to your brain. You can't make out the image. It gets distorted. It blends in. Do you see it? Proof.
They
I
don't.
just
They
did it
don't
while
get
I
the
was
argument.
walking
Stop
out.
talking to them.
I'm talking to whoever's listening. Same thing on a chessboard. Same thing on a table.
Okay, quick question.
Find
Well, not to be that guy, but Rocky, it
your
seems
own.
Roboting Rakia.
So here's
Okay, Rocky, real fast. You kind of discredited yourself with those images because if in the second image, right, the focus is definitely off because if you look at the sign West, what is that, West Valet Tour Bus Lobby, whatever. In the second image, it's blurry, all right, and you're not going to tell me that because you got lower, it got blurry. That's
Are you kidding? No,
go
that's,
away.
That's disingenuous.
Two
You're
pictures at it. It's a little cell
Oh my
phone.
god.
I didn't focus. There's no focal in there. It's a cell
At
phone. I
what
just took
point-
2 pictures.
yeah.
So at what
I
point
know.
is anything being? Wait. At what point is anything above the floor being obstructed?
Yeah, I don't see any obstruction there.
So you
Also,
can
how
see the end of the carpet. You can make out in detail what it is. No, I don't think you can.
Is that someone or a horse in the background? Why is the floor not obstructing the horse?
The angle change is all. You can't receive all the information.
Also, how do you know that floor is perfectly flat?
Oh my God. Do you see the angle change? It doesn't matter if it's flat or not. The angle change distorts it, right? Whether it's a curved surface or a flat surface.
You're claiming that the floor is flat, though, right? That the flat surface is
I'm
obstructing
claiming that the angle change. Do you hear me? Angle change on a flat surface or a
B-ball.
curved surface. The
He'll get it,
angle
Rocky. He'll get
change would cause distortion, right, B-ball?
He'll get it
So
eventually.
now, go get yourself a
Wait,
flat
I didn't hear that. So you have to yell louder. Go ahead.
angle change. You're gonna have to when you brought a curved surface. And I was only talking about the angle change. Do you get it now? Thickness.
Yeah, stop putting claims in other people's mouths like that's not going to lead you
Yeah.
anywhere.
Now go get yourself a flat surface. You can measure it yourself flat. I think you can. Any 2-year-old could. Get somebody to help you if you need it. Put objects on it and make it long enough where if you get down low enough, you can't see the other end. It's not that you can't see it. You're not getting the information. The light, because of the angle change, the light can't reflect back because it gets distorted with the other light it's trying to reflect. Hello, angle change.
Yeah, but this is more of a.
I can care less about something that is like painted on the surface. What we're concerned with is things above the surface, and that flat surface obstructing
Yeah.
things.
You just agreed.
Yeah,
You
it
just
does. The
agreed
flatness
that
doesn't destruct. Yeah.
Dude, if you can't see the land.
The taller the object is off the flat surface, the further away you have to get the same phenomena. Surely you're smart enough to figure that out.
What if we're really, really high above the surface and we still see things dropping down?
You don't see forever, so then it's going to come into a different phenomena where you're looking through too much air and it's just going to blink out. That's why you can see a bridge. Hang on. That's why when you're offshore at 14 miles, you can't see the bridge, and at 13 miles, all of a sudden the bridge is there. It's way off the ground. Yeah.
I'm talking about when we're really
way off the ground. Yeah, like a bridge, way off the ground. You can't see it from 14 miles, but at 13 miles, you can see it clearly off the ground. That's because that's a different thing. You're not changing the angle as much. You're changing the distance, which changes the amount of atmosphere you're looking through. So don't obfuscate. We're talking about things low to the surface. Why you can't see the bottoms of it.
All right,
Okay.
let's post this picture again. Here's a picture of an auto level above buildings. We know the auto level is not taller than the buildings, right?
I don't isn't there, but you're showing
The
objects in the
auto level's at
distance that
50
appear
feet.
lower through an
Is
optic.
that over 200 foot?
It doesn't matter. The
No,
crosshairs is less than an inch.
Rakia, they're basing you.
The crosshair is less than an inch away from your eyeball. It's not 15 miles
It's
away.
not.
If it was,
It's a
it
water
would
level.
be in
It's
that
a water
position.
level. There's a
You
water. It's a
can't.
water level.
Yeah,
You guys.
okay, so you're misusing another tool. You don't look down an auto level. You take the other end of the, water level.
So
You take the other end to
You can.
15 miles away and put it there. That's where
You can.
horizontal would
You
be.
can sight. You can sight down
Yeah,
the water
but
level.
but if you're
Do you
fighting
guys
long
hold on,
distance, that
Rakia?
object in the distance is going to appear lower.
Rakia, ask
basing
him
you.
what the vanishing point is. See if they know what the vanishing point is.
They know what all this
Yeah,
is. That's why I
we
think
know
they're
the benefit.
deceivers.
It's
They're
called
either
Rayleigh
dumb.
criteria.
They're either dumb or they're deceivers. They can choose. I don't really care which one it is.
You guys,
But when
Okay,
you look
well,
into the
can I ask him if
distance,
so?
Oh my God.
when you
Can I
look
ask
into
you
the
what?
distance, things appear to
Is
get lower.
Rakia let nobody else speak?
Yeah,
Rakia
I'll let
dominating
people
here.
speak.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I did cut. I just wanted.
I'm sorry because
Do you
I
know
guess I gotta
what
talk
is
like this so
what is the
people
vanishing
actually
point?
hear me.
What is the vanishing point to you guys?
No,
Really?
let's
We know
take
what
it
the
down a
vanishing
bit
point is.
because the audio is getting kind of bad.
Yeah, it's getting chopped up.
For
Hold on,
me, I
Jeremy.
would say the vanishing
I
point
gotta
is
talk
where
like this so people
Hold on,
actually
B-ball.
listen.
B-ball, there's something going on with your mic, man. It's all muffled and yeah, it's doing that thing again.
Sounds like Kenny on South Park.
I was just saying I gotta talk like this for people to actually listen to me.
Listen, your mic is shit enough anyways. You don't need to do anything different.
Is that racist? Is he picking
Yeah,
on
so,
Is anybody?
Tom?
all
I
right.
don't
So
really want
before,
to be
okay,
that.
no,
I'm just
all right.
talking
So
how loud you're trying to talk all the time. That's all.
Yeah,
Mike.
that's how Cajuns
all right.
talk. We like to talk
So
loud so people can hear.
what was the
Okay.
question about the vanishing point? What's
Yeah.
that got to do with
what
that?
is the vanishing
Well,
point? And I was going to answer saying that I would imagine it would be where the object you're trying to view has a 0 degree. The object you're trying to view has a 0 degree.
Angular size?
angular,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
meaning that
diffraction
you
limit.
cannot see it anymore.
Okay.
Right,
So
right. So that's what causes that is like at the end of the chessboard are such because we're so low to the ground that that limit is reached because that angle is small. When you raise up, that angle is
But in
gotten
not
bigger,
Earth
so
curve.
you can
but
see further,
in
right?
my
So
example, we're not close to the ground.
well, no, so that's what I said before. You agreed that you at some point when your eyeball low to the chessboard, you can't see the square at the end of the chessboard. So because of that, because
Which is
it's
irrelevant.
so far away that area has entered the vanishing point of your eye. So if I were to now put a pawn or a king in that position, yeah, I'll be able to see the top of him because he's way above that angle from where my eye is. It's taller than the very small angle of the floor of the
It's
board.
above the surface.
But it's above the thing. But I'm not going to see his feet, the feet of the pawn,
sure you can.
because no, I can't because
Sorry,
it's in the
the
same.
ball.
It's in the exact same position of the
Right.
where I lost the angle of the vanishing point of my optic because of my angle, and that's the same reason why I can't see the piece, the position, the chess black and white square is the same reason I wouldn't be able to see his feet. But if I were to raise up, I would now be able to see the square as well as the bottom of the feet. If I were to raise myself,
Yeah, you
I would
changed your
say
angle.
I would say that the
I would
piece
then
not be
if
obstructed.
I lowered down, then the pawn would disappear from bottom up, which is what boats and everything do when it gets further away. They disappear
Because
bottom
of
up.
angle change.
Not
in
over
that
a flat
instance.
surface.
Yes, it does. Take you a flat board and do it.
You just did. You agreed that it would happen on a chessboard. If you're not able to see the actual piece, like you're not even able to see like possibly the last two pieces on the chessboard, let alone even further.
That's not
The
Anything
last two squares.
of the zone is on
I
a
mean,
chest.
if I'm not able to see the last two squares on a chessboard, and if I put a piece there, I'm still going to see the top of the piece, but I'm not going to see the bottom of it, right? How do you not?
Yeah,
How do
see
you
the bottom of
are you not contend it?
But I think that's what this whole point is that whether globe or flat, if you go up, if you raise your elevation, you can see more. You're going to
Yes.
increase your field
We
of view.
agree.
Yes,
That's
because
the
of
point.
angle change. But on a flat plane, you would lose the information bottom up still. Hello?
So it's a perfect explanation as to what someone else, like the director of NASA, would claim as proof of the globe and contend that all schools should teach this, which is what we were all taught. But it actually, the same observation could be construed another way.
You're not taught perspective unless you take art or photography.
We just
At least I
discussed.
wasn't.
Let's get this whole this is, chessboard thing figured out then. So if we're looking at squares on a chessboard, and we're down to a certain angle where the distant object is projected back to your eye, the angular resolution of your eye is not able to resolve the distant end of the chessboard. Correct?
Yeah, you can't see the last two squares.
Yes,
All right.
angle resolution,
So now that has a specific number associated with it. 0.017 degrees is a pretty good estimation of when that happens, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Who give that value?
And
all right. So now when we take that information, that knowledge, and we apply it to observations we make on Earth, and we observe the objects on the surface disappear before that value occurs, then what?
You got more atmosphere.
Then there's atmosphere.
It's
still
a
there,
cloudy
like,
day
it's not
that
no
day.
atmosphere day, is it?
There's lots of fog.
All right. So if we think that the atmosphere is what's blocking the distant object, why does it appear
We
that the
didn't say
surface
that.
of what? Hold on a second. If we say that the atmosphere is causing more of this obstruction, then why is it when we see that obstruction, we don't see the atmosphere blocking it, we see the surface of the Earth blocking it?
What are you talking about? We don't see it. It just appears. It makes the water appear higher or lower. It makes the sky appear higher or lower. That's why
Okay, the
buildings appear
surface of the Earth
floating
got
in
in
the
the way,
sky.
right? Okay, the surface of the Earth got in the way, correct?
What you're seeing got in the way, which is either sky or water most of the time. It's not in its
So the
actual
surface of the Earth
position. It's
most
either
of those
higher or
times.
lower. Well, you can call it whatever you want. It's just an apparent how we see, but it's mirroring, it's reflecting, diffracting, miraging. Is doing all kind of stuff when you introduce atmosphere long distance. But what we're proving is over short distance where you can take out all of that, like over a chessboard in an air-conditioned room, we know we lose the end of the chessboard bottom up.
Not bottom up, distant end first.
Well, no, but if we were to put a pawn, there,
No,
it
that
would
is
be
definitely
disappearing
not
bottom
the
up.
same thing.
Yeah, it's
If
definitely
we
the
put
same
a
thing when you
pawn on
put
the table.
objects above the board. Yeah.
So the distant part of the chessboard that you can no longer resolve.
For the
So the
part
distant
that's
part of
the
the
last two
chessboard.
squares, if the feet of the pawn are in that area where you can't see, if you can't see the land, you're certainly not going to see the person's foot.
Sure you
But you
will.
can see they're higher, because when the higher up that thing is, the higher up the angle of the thing is you're trying to see.
Well, that's interesting because if you put that's interesting because if you put a light source on the distant object,
you can't
so if
decipher
you
the
put
difference.
a light source on the, why am I even hearing my own voice coming back to me?
Because
if you
you're
put
a
a light
fool.
source on the distant object and have that light source obscured by the surface of the Earth, what you're observing is not an angular resolution issue.
What are
Since
you talking
angular,
about?
I'll
I'm
get
sorry.
finished with it. I'll finish with it real quick. It's not too long. I can just finish with it. What you're observing is the surface of the. I'll just keep going. I'll keep going until I'm allowed. I'll keep going until I'm allowed to finish. I'll just keep going until I'm allowed to finish. Is that okay with the rest of the room? Can I
I'm trying
continue
to
to go
understand.
until I'm done talking?
Come on, guys. We if we're going to have a conversation, it needs to go two ways.
Go ahead,
object
Doofus. Go
has a
ahead.
light source on it. Good fucking God.
Go ahead, Doofus. We cleared the floor for you.
All right. So if I have a distant object that has a light source on it, and the surface of the Earth is observed to be in the way of that light source, what I'm observing is not an angular resolution issue, since angular resolution does not obscure things. It just makes the light from those two things appear to be in the same place. Do you understand?
No.
No, which is why I was asking for clarity. We're talking about a chessboard and a pawn. Where are you adding a light into the situation?
That's
You're
okay.
trying
He
to
can use.
equate it to
He can.
observations of reality, correct?
Yeah, you
Well,
can use a
yeah,
light.
I observe in reality where I can't see the end of a chessboard, and I put a pawn in that area where my observation can't resolve even the chessboard. So therefore, I'm not going to resolve the pawn that's sitting there, because that part of the pawn, that part of the pawn has entered the vanishing point of my vision. The top part of the pawn, which is not at that lower angle, is not in that vanishing point because it's at a higher angle where my optics can resolve more things.
But if you
All right,
put
so
that
at
same
that
pawn at the
location,
end, hang on. If you put that same
And the
pawn at the
chessboard's
end of
not curved.
LIGO, hang on. If you put that same pawn at the end of LIGO, which y'all all agree is horizontal, do you think you're going to see that pawn, even the top of it? No.
telescope probably would. But let's finish
Yeah,
with the actual
probably.
chessboard. So let's finish with the actual. So let's finish with the chessboard. Now, the pawn that you rest atop the chessboard, it's not obscured from your vision by the surface of that chessboard. What you're claiming is going on at the end of that chessboard is that the chessboard surface is unresolvable due to it being below a certain angular size. The pawn, however, has a much greater angular size and is definitely resolvable.
But the bottom of it
But-
starts to blur out, and the further
Right.
you move away from that pawn, the less that angular resolution is going to be, and you're going to lose even the top of the pawn. If you move it far enough away on a horizontal surface, it's still going to do the same thing. Distance is the only difference, which changes the angle. Hello.
All right, so I've got a perfect demonstration of exactly what the problem is then. Because if we have a Jesus Christ,
Well,
Rocket.
no, we have to agree on a single
Having
point before moving forward. Do you understand what he said when he said that you're right, but the bottom of the pawn enters that point of where it is too much to resolve? Do you agree? Do you understand that the bottom of it does?
The bottom 0.17 degrees of the pawn would be indiscernible from the surface of the board. However, as I've just posted, what we observe on Earth is that the angular resolution is available to detail out the much larger amount that's missing. It's not due to angular resolution that the bottom is missing.
Yeah, because you're entertaining more phenomena, which is atmosphere and all types of other things.
Because exactly.
Congratulations.
What is the atmosphere doing specifically since the
Foggy,
surface
it
of
could
the
be
Earth is in the
humid
way?
that day.
Hold on.
There's all kinds
What
of
you're saying then,
atmospheric
so-
effects that change that. But no, you're missing the point though. If the bottom of the back of the chessboard that is unresolvable from your vantage point, that area right there it's my vanishing point. It's just an unresolved area. If I were to put a brick in that unresolvable area, I wouldn't be able to see it, correct?
Is that due
No,
to
listen
Earth
very
curve?
carefully.
Hold on.
Listen
If
very
I
carefully
put
to my response this time.
A certain percentage of it you won't be able to see, and maybe
No,
a
I'm
certain
talking.
percentage.
If the entire back two squares of the chessboard are gone, I can't see the back two squares. Okay, and I put a brick on the back square. It's not tall enough for me to even still resolve it because it's too far away. Okay, it's in the back square. If I were to now put 150 bricks on top of each other, that would make a big tower of bricks. And that angle, instead of it just being the height of one little brick, it's the height of a much taller brick, or let's say a big pawn.
Right, so
Now,
you might
the smaller bricks at the bottom, I can't still resolve those.
Yeah, like the
because
first
those
4
are
or
at the
5
bottom
or
where
whatever.
they're in my area where it's vanishing. Correct? That still has not changed. And now when I raise myself up, my vanishing point is now different and I can see those bottom bricks because I've changed the obscure
Yep.
portion.
But get this: the chessboard is
Alright.
not curved.
All right,
Yeah, we
so
know
agree.
this.
let me go ahead and
We
get
know
my
this,
let me
but
let
that's
me go
my
ahead and
point
get
is
my
that
response.
if you guys are saying that it's all Earth
Yeah, I don't
curve,
know how.
I'd
I
like
don't
to
know
be
how you
able to
waited this
respond
long.
at some point.
I know. We're gonna clear the floor for you. Hold on. Let's let him respond, guys. That was a lot.
All right. So I'll state my answer again since I already said this. The object that you're standing on the chessboard, regardless of where it is on the chessboard, the bottom 0.017 degrees of that object is going to be indistinguishable from the surface to your naked eye. Well, what's curious about that is you can resolve that with something with better resolution, like a camera or a telescope.
At
We
the
do
same
that
angle,
here.
at the same
When we do
vantage
that
point.
here, when we do that here,
let him finish.
when we do that here on Earth, when we go and we observe things are obscured by the surface of the Earth, then we pull out something bigger like a telescope. We don't see more of that object.
Well, no, that's part of the problem, though, is that's
Well, you know
exactly
what's
what
cool?
happens, is that we do see more of the object. There
No,
are
you
times
don't.
at
I
the
would like to
beach
see
when
that.
when a, when
No,
a
you
boat
don't.
has gone. You have never. How long have you been in this conversation and you've never seen a boat being brought back from the horizon with a zoom cam?
What? I'll show you
I've seen
exactly what
one
I've been
small
shown.
boat. What? I've never seen that.
Yeah, I'll tell you
You guys
exactly what
serious?
people show me.
Jesus.
It's because of the top of the lens acts differently. It brings
On
in light
that.
when you. I was right in the middle of the sentence. The lens. I'll show you a lens that brings information from over a rock. You can see the rock blurring out the bottom part of the lens, but the light comes in from the top of the lens at certain focal lengths. So you,
Right, I've
can
already
bring
explained that one
things
to you,
back.
Rakia.
So what point?
Yeah, I know, but you can't use camera lens as just like an eyeball. That's my point.
Well, even though we know it's wrong, what point
The
does
rock,
that
the rock is
You
right
can-
next to you, Rakia.
An eyeball is an
I
eyeball.
should be able to use
If we
my
had a
camera
zoom
and
on
see
our
the
eyeball,
bottom of my buildings, right? It's just going to be temporary
Sorry.
mutes.
Yeah,
Temporary
guys.
mutes, guys. Temporary, just temporary.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, one
All
at
right,
a time,
can
guys. Now,
address.
who was trying to go next?
Well, I was trying to address the things brought back with Zoom argument.
All right, go ahead.
This
Go
is
ahead.
what this is what I'm typically presented. Somebody zooms in on something they couldn't see from a lesser zoom. However, when you do look at all of the levels that you've zoomed in on this thing in the distance, the amount obscured of the distant object does not change with the amount of zoom employed, which does not tell you that a better angular resolution resolves more of the object.
I don't see where it was zoomed. I'm sorry. I don't see what you're talking like the boat. I see the same picture of the boat. I don't see a part where there's no boat
Yeah,
and there's just horizon.
Right.
Yeah,
See,
this is a
here's the thing,
video.
because with the naked eye, you can't make out the boat, right?
You scared me.
On a flat Earth, you'd see the silhouette of the entire boat the entire time.
Oh, not
But
necessarily.
you
No,
don't
not at
make out
all.
the
Due to
detail
perspective,
of the boat.
if it was far enough away, you would.
Right.
But here's the problem:
No, you'd
is
see.
this video, this tanker truck, right? This tanker boat we're talking about. Is this what we're talking about? Is in the video at some point? When they zoom the camera back, at some point you can't see the boat at all, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yes.
And then, so that's why. So when the NASA director says that boats have gone over the horizon, that's over the curvature. And therefore, beyond that it's you're looking. You would have to look through a wall of water in order to see behind it. Correct?
The problem that you're running into is that the ship has not been
Yeah, he
obscured
won't
by the
answer.
horizon. I'll go ahead and answer it if you allow me to. The ship has not been obscured by the horizon. The camera cannot resolve it until it zooms in.
He's talking about your eyeballs.
Okay, no, that's great. No, okay, that you're right. So therefore, when everyone claims that boats have gone over the horizon, you can just let them know, oh no, I'm sorry, your just eyeball can't resolve that.
Exactly.
Can I jump in real
You
real
should
quick?
tell the director of NASA that.
Wait.
You should tell
Can
my
I jump in real
teachers in
The
the
director of
second grade.
NASA was talking
But
about
I've
the
already
actual
answered.
horizon.
Right, but I've already answered that by describing exactly how you can take an eyeball, a camera, and a telescope to see something that's partially obscured by the horizon, and you cannot resolve more of that with a higher power optical device.
Yeah, because they all have limits.
Right,
Your
but they
eyeball
all
has a
have,
limit.
they all have better increasingly
your eyeball
better
has a
angular
limit. I'm
resolution.
going to finish this time. You don't mind if I finish, right? Your eyeball has a limit. Then you can use a camera and zoom in. That has a limit. Then you can use a more powerful, either a telescope or camera. And then that has a limit. And then once it reaches that, then you can't resolve it because we don't have anything else to zoom in, magnify where you can resolve it. It has nothing to do with curvature of Earth.
So it's curious that they all have the same limit, right? That the same amount obscured is the same amount obscured no matter which device you use.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
get your point you're trying to make
Exactly.
here. The same is viewable. Like whether we can zoom in with our eyes or not, you're still seeing the same
But the thing is,
thing with a zoomed in camera or whatever. It's just that you can't zoom in with your eyes to see that you could see that. Is that what you're
No,
trying to
and
say?
also when we look at these videos with them zooming in on stuff that wasn't resolvable at first, I mean, I go to the beach all the time, and anytime I look at the horizon, I can see things on the horizon. Maybe you might not be able to see it with the camera because of the resolution, but that's the whole reason why I would pull. Oh shit, I see something. Let me go ahead and zoom in on it. So all these videos showing, oh, we couldn't see it. Now we zoom in and we see it. That's probably due to the resolution of the camera.
No, that's also due
no, hold on,
because when
real quick. So
something gets
it's
too
called the
far in the
vanishing point.
atmosphere, it gets obstructed.
No,
It's
because
the
you can see
vanishing
with your
point,
eyes.
guys. This is why I asked
you can
about the
zoom-
vanishing
It's
point.
not the fucking vanishing point, guy.
Then what is the vanishing point?
The vanishing point wouldn't obstruct half of an object.
What
Yeah,
is
the
the
vanishing
what
point is a
is
point, not
the
a line.
vanishing
Surely the
point?
vanishing point is the limit of the viewing device.
Right,
Okay,
except
cool.
the problem is
hold
that
on,
you can
absolutely,
see the distant
absolutely. And
object.
when you hold on, when you see this object, okay, going off into the distance, this object, in this case, sometimes oil tankers. Oil tanker is much higher than your observation where you are on the ground, correct? You're right on the ground. Those tankers are 20, 60 feet in the air. They're huge.
Yeah, not necessarily. It depends on where you
Right.
are.
My
Well,
point
they
is
appear to
that
go-
what you're looking at has height itself. So not
Okay.
the entire object isn't going to all of a sudden be obstructed in an instant. Now, in some cases, it might be due to the atmospheric limitations of the day and the weather on that particular situation. But
well, how?
Things getting off in the distance are going to disappear bottom up because that's how tall things will disappear because they're tall. If there was a
Right,
short
but
thing, it would just disappear.
Because they're
if your
tall.
justification if your justification for that is angular resolution, the problem is that we can still resolve
Didn't say
smaller
it was
details.
just angular resolution.
Okay, thanks, Rakia. If
Yeah,
your
you're lying about
justification,
people now.
thank you again, Rakia.
It's not
If your
just for angular
justification,
hold on,
resolution
can I
like
just
you're
address it? Hold on, guys,
thank you,
calm down,
thank
please,
you.
please,
Rakia, thank you for a third time.
Yeah, Rakia, really. Hold on. I got it. Hold on, everybody. Okay, I'll address it. Okay,
I'm
would
not
you say
even
that?
said
Would you
it
say
yet.
that?
I haven't
the
said
limit.
it yet. How are you going to address it if I haven't said it yet?
Is the angular limitation the same at the bottom of the tanker than the top of the tanker?
Yes, the camera has the same angular limit all across its lens. Now,
No,
what's
but the
interesting is
distance-
if you try to use angular resolution or any angular size limitation as justification here, the thing is that I've posted several examples of where the distant object that's being obstructed has smaller resolvable details that we can see on it than the very large amount that is obstructed.
Okay, but I don't understand. Okay, so really clearly, okay, I'm looking at the bottom of the tanker and we're measuring the angular resolution of what I can see at the bottom of the tanker, and I can't see anything because it's the most amount of angular resolution, correct? It's the most acute angle. But the top, the more I look at the top of no,
the object itself we can see.
The
We
object
know
itself
that some
is
of it is
very
obstructed.
tall.
The object itself we can see, and we know that the details that we can still see on it are far smaller than the very large amount that's hidden, sometimes 5-10 times as big as the smallest detail we can resolve. Obviously, it's not an angular resolution issue.
Because it's higher up, though, it's not being obstructed with it. It's angular. Angle is not as
By
acute.
what?
Because it's higher up.
What's it being obstructed by?
What do you mean it's not being? If you can see it, it's not being obstructed.
Well, there's another word.
What is the
Like,
bottom of the
okay,
boat
so
being obstructed by?
If you
I was
can
just gonna
see it,
say,
that means it's not in the angular resolution limit where it would be vanished. If you can see it, it's there.
That's not what words
because
mean.
at the bottom of that angle, where it's most acute,
No, but in all fairness,
is where
they
the
did say,
limit
like,
of angular resolution
80%.
is, which is why you can't see it.
the word obstructed is different than the word obscured. So like,
You're right. You're right. Absolutely, 100%.
Right. So if
so
it's
something can be
obstructed
obscured.
or obscured at the
Yeah.
bottom, and there's 10 times as large an area missing than the smallest detail we can make out, clearly angular resolution is not at play here. Do we agree? Anybody?
Say again in English.
All right.
Yeah, angular
If the
resolution is
large,
certainly always at play in long distances, especially at the horizon line, and when things start to diverge at the point of there's a center point of where the horizon will start to obscure physical objects on top of the surface.
well, let's try and define what's going on then. Because if we have the ability to resolve details that are 10 times smaller than the amount obscured or obstructed, what we have is not an angular resolution issue. Something
Yeah,
else
I
is
would
doing what
actually
we're
agree.
doing.
I would actually agree within a certain context of that, because technically, if you can't resolve something, the angular resolution is 0. So it actually does still fit in terms of that scale. But I know what you're saying in general. Yeah, that the difference, it's not just that like part of it all of a sudden has a different resolution, perhaps. However, the resolution is 0. Do you see what I'm saying?
I get what he's saying. Like
The
it would
resolvable
actually,
details on the thing that is obstructing the thing that we're trying to look at is the same angular resolution. So it's not 0.
Well, if you can't see it, it's 0. That's what I'm saying.
You can't see the thing, but you can see the thing that's blocking it.
No, I'm saying if you can't see something in general, like if there's a boat that you would otherwise be able to see, let's say, like even in that the BLSM B69 with the oil rigs, where there's the ones where you can see like the bottom of the legs are not visible, and then on another day you just see this extended planar geometry and you can see the horizon behind the entire structure. That, for example. So the bottom part of the legs of that thing, when they're not visible, are definitely, the angular resolution is 0, meaning you're not able to see them. But on another day, the angular resolution goes up because now you can see them.
Well, that's not how angular resolution is defined. Angular resolution is about what we can see in the camera sensor. The surface that we see instead of the bottom of the distant object still has an angular
atmospheric still
resolution, and
play an effect
oh
on
my
that.
goodness, oh my goodness.
I'm just saying.
The surface of
Before
this
before you make
that we
this
see.
long-winded.
No, I'm
before
gonna
you make
finish.
this-
Yeah,
It's fine. I'm gonna finish.
Yeah, hold on, Jim. You gotta wait till he's finished, man, because otherwise it just causes that. Go ahead, Doofus.
All right. So the surface that you can see in that part of the frame, where you expect the bottom of that object to be, still has an angular resolution. That angular resolution is the same across the whole lens.
Yep. Yeah, that's defining angular resolution in terms of visibility and the resolution of that particular subsection of the environment. But what I was saying in general is that if the angular resolution goes to 0, that means that you're not able to resolve it at all, which would be the obscuring of the optical extinction point of the horizon and how that interacts with the physical objects on the planar surface, the planar surface itself, and then how that matches with the sky field.
For your edification, when you say angular resolution of 0, what that actually means is that you can resolve any small angle everywhere. It means infinite resolution, essentially. So you should change your wording.
No, if your resolution is 0, it's unresolvable.
Right. If the smallest angle you can resolve is 0 degrees, then the amount that you can detect is infinite.
Yeah, you're confusing resolution with resolution angle.
Have we
Right. The
solved it
angular
yet?
resolution limit that's defined, like say for the human eye, is an angular measure, like 0.017 degrees.
I'm just saying that's why you're coming to different conclusions.
All right.
Wait.
Yeah, but back to the main point of it. So things like the oil rigs, like the legs of the oil rigs being cut off, as it were, obscured, obstructed, whatever words you would view that as, that definitely has to be explained if the Earth is of planar geometry. Now, I understand the globe explanation of it in terms of the idea that like that is the curvature. The problem with that is that that is not at a consistent geometric horizon that we would expect. So if it was at a consistent geometric horizon, then that would be consistent. However, it's not. It changes dramatically. So it clearly is not evidence of Earth curve because it's adjustable. So then I know you want to add some kind of like bendy, warpy refraction, but at that point, you're really just trying to kind of explain something that wasn't proven in the first place.
Oh,
Right.
not
The
only that,
problem
it will
is
help.
that the observation, as done by that same guy in that same location from 2 different days, the observation shows 2 wildly different results. So either we must conclude that the surface of the Earth changed shape from one day to another, or light can take a path that's not straight.
Or angular size changes with conditions.
Well, he's in the same spot.
But the condition changed from day to day.
Right, and we could see objects that we otherwise couldn't see. It's not about angular resolution because, as I mentioned before, the angular resolution across the lens is the same.
Yeah, well, this is kind of what Blue Marble was talking about earlier with
Depending on
he was
the
saying that
environment.
things can just look, sometimes things flatten out, were literally his words.
Yep.
Like you're
Either
limited
like
to
if we
the
have these 2 observations side by side, like I've posted, either we have to conclude the surface of the Earth changed shape,
you're not
or
only
light is
limited
actually
to
able
the
to bend
height
in
of your
air,
view.
which is a much safer assumption to make.
I don't think you need either of them.
Okay, if the light is not taking a non-straight path, what is the alternative?
It's not that it isn't going straight.
That's refraction. Light is taking a non-straight path.
Well, there's nothing non-straight about it, is what I'm from my understanding of it. Meaning
you're
that
looking at the same thing that I'm looking at?
Yeah, so when you look over like the water, for example, and you have an environment, essentially you have like in my viewpoint, there's like a bifocal effect, meaning that the different layers of the atmosphere and the way that the water and the moisture and everything is sort of coming off the water, and then the different layers of that, you're going to get a particular arrangement of the environment. And depending on the amount of moisture in the air, sometimes that lower level can be essentially magnified like a lens. And it's interesting that in the ones where the legs of the oil rigs are cut off, in those, the detail of the water is very clear. You can see every little wave in detail. So it literally looks magnified. It literally looks like as if you took a picture of waves and then you put a magnifying glass over it. So that's what I think is happening. You're getting just a magnification of that layer, and then that is going to match with whatever there is on the surface of the Earth, and that will create a cutoff point. It also has to do with the optical extinction point as well, and that has to do with how far you can see. So how far you can see and the magnification is going to constellate how that comes through. But there's always going to be that horizontal line. There's always going to be the physical objects that are on top of the planar surface, and then there's always going to be that effect that plays out over distance.
That's what I
It's-
always say. It's
it's a
never
shame.
one thing. It's never one thing. It's everything that affects how we see all at once. Only the things that change, your viewer height, the angle of the light, the conditions of the day, is what causes all the changes from time to time from the same viewer angle or height to the same object that hasn't moved. That's why things change.
Everything
Right, but
except
it's a shame. It's a shame that Gio, you went through all of that, but you had an issue right at the beginning where you mentioned moisture. The problem is, optically, water in liquid form and water in gaseous form are not the same at all optically. They do not behave the same.
Sure, but you get what he's saying with the lensing effect.
No,
Right,
but
but
he made a good
water
point,
vapor,
Doofus.
water
You made a
vapor
good
does
point.
not behave optically like that. There's no
Yeah, what about when you
magnification
have both?
involved with water vapor.
What about when you have both? You have mist coming off the water with the waves and the wind, and you have water vapor rising up, mixing together, plus all the other stuff that's going on turbulently at low level, trying to go up, which creates a density layer. What about that?
water.
What effects? Have you quantified those effects, sir? I bet you haven't.
Yeah,
Let me
we
actually
calculate for
respond
those.
to it.
We go ahead. We isolate. Go ahead.
Right. So water vapor, we can definitely quantify exactly what it does to light since we know what water vapor, its refractive index is. Additionally, 100% relative humidity in an area is not 100% of the gas in that area is water vapor. That's not what that means. So optically, it does very little to the air. If you have water vapor and water condensate in the same location, all it does is it looks like how it would look through 100% humidity. In addition, there's some haze. That's it.
Well, congratulations. You've added nothing really, but I don't think you answered what Gio was saying. I think everyone else understands as we look over a long distance, we're looking through more of an atmosphere. You're going to get more effects. The lower you get, you're going to be looking through a thicker atmosphere, more water vapor, more mist, more particles of dust, more whatever, thicker air. So that's going to make things appear differently. And then you get the downward and upward movement of that air in wind shifts and whatever you might have, making things even different wind directions in a 20-mile observation. You may have one wind going one way and one going another, mixing together, and then downdrafts and updrafts and whatever, and you get some funny effects out there. What happens normally is you get the perspective effect where the water appears to go upwards and then go down in the distance. But on other days you get a concave effect, or you just get this totally distorted view of whatever object you're looking at. Depends on the conditions of the day.
Right. And as I've mentioned several times to you, this is all stuff that happens very close to the surface. And as any surveyor knows, we don't do things right next to the surface.
You mean like Blue's electrical towers?
Those aren't right next to the surface.
Yes, yeah, the viewer is, and it's 13 miles away at least.
Yeah, the viewer is on an elevated causeway.
No, he's not, because I'm the viewer, idiot.
All right, let's not do the personal.
Well,
attack.
he kind of made it personal when I'm the viewer and he's telling me where I'm at.
Right.
All right,
He
wasn't insulting you though, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to deceive. You're right. I take that personally.
What about when we're 50 feet above the water?
What about what Doofus said when he assumed he knew where the viewer was, which is why he gave his answer deceiving people again?
Right. So you were on the road with the ground on either side of you, a bit below the road, right?
Wrong. Try
Wrong.
again. Yeah, wrong.
So you're not in the same place that Soundly was.
So you don't even know where I'm at, and you're making predictions on what the electrical towers would do? 13 miles away through a turbulent atmosphere, which you just said, if we were doing long distance, low observations, that would be the worst thing. Surveyors wouldn't even do it because we get a lot of distortion, right? But Blue's distorted image that he took from me, even though he's been there and doesn't use his own images, and drew lines that are curved and said that's Earth curve. You agree with that?
Oh, you're not talking about the electrical towers. You're talking about the huts on the side of the causeway.
Talking about Blue's video he just did, and the picture Blue just posted, drew lines all over a picture I
posted. Did you say electrical towers?
Yeah, the electrical boxes.
Electrical boxes that he drew curved line over the top of.
Oh yeah, the
ones where the legs disappear.
The ones where the legs disappear because of just what we were just talking about, perspective. As they go away from you, they appear to get lower, and the
that would
water
happen over a
appears to
curved
rise
surface
up,
too, right?
and you lose the information bottom up. Forgive me for speaking all over you, B-Ball, but I think I was talking first.
All right, whenever you're done, I'm going to respond. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's okay, left lane. We got it. He only quit me like 5 times, buddy.
Yeah, I was actually gonna promote that you be able to finish your thought, but you go right ahead. You go right ahead.
But didn't.
Yeah, no, B-Ball was completely interrupting you. I think someone temporarily remembered for a second. Yeah, just go ahead, Rakia.
Yeah, I thought I didn't know Rakia was done. Go ahead, B-Ball.
B-Ball was completely just steamrolling him. It's
I know. That's why I
it's,
made
he
it's,
stopped
it's a
talking.
tactic. It's a tactic, man.
No. He stopped talking. That's why I.
That's a lie.
Okay.
Well, I mean, sometimes if there's a little delay, people do think you're done. But anyways, Rocky, if you remember what you were saying, you might have to say it again.
Well, I would say when you're low level, long distance observation over turbulent water like I am on Lake Pontchartrain, you're looking out into the distance. Perspective takes a part. The water seems to ramp up, and then in the distance seems to go down. So do the electrical towers. Blue draws a curved line over that and calls it Earth curve, not knowing where the viewer was, talking about where the horizon is, which is a total deceit. You can't know where the horizon is if you don't know the viewer height. I think everyone agrees with that. We all heard Blue say that the conditions of the day will affect how much curve we see, which means the conditions could be the cause of it. Yeah, I'll quit there.
So let's.
Didn't you just indicate that you were low to the surface? Is that what you said?
The conditions out.
Never indicated any time that I wasn't low to the surface. That's the whole point. He took a low observer height, long distance, 13 miles over turbulent water, and then drew lines curved saying it's Earth curve, when we all know that long distance, low level observations aren't good because of all the distortion. But y'all stood behind Blue.
Well, regardless if you keep saying the same thing, low level over turbulent water. I mean, we don't even have to use that. We could just use the GPS to show that it's curved. And also, I was trying to
If
ask
you
a question
guys are
before.
ignoring all the arguments we've had for the last few
Hold on,
years and shit.
I was asking another question. Also, would or would that not happen? Would things be obstructed over a curved surface?
Yes, of course.
Yep, and if it was a globe, that would be consistent. That's what I've said. I said it earlier many times. So yeah, that's what would be expected because it's a physical curve. It would be consistent. It would be consistent. Yep, and go ahead.
And if it was a curved Earth at the size given, it would not be as curved as what Blue's curved line shows. Just extend that out. That's all you got to do. If you want to draw lines on shit, complete the curve and see how small of an Earth you live on.
Why does it appear curved though? For some reason, it literally always appears curved. When does it ever appear not curved?
Why does it
It's
appear
an
flat?
optical illusion. It's called a mirage. I posted the definition earlier, but I'll read it because I know it by heart. Optical illusion created by atmospheric conditions. That's
So
the
how do you
purest
draw-
definition of a mirage.
How do you draw flat from something looking curved?
Well, Rocky,
who says-
do you know since you saw it with your eyes, I mean, was it actually curved in your actual reality experience of it, or was that an
No.
effect of the camera?
No, it's not curved when you look at it.
camera?
It's freaking dead straight and parallel. What are you talking about? I mean, it has humps in it, right? So when you look at it at a certain angle, I call it the Soundly angle, it creates more of that optical illusion. And when you compress perspective and take those humps into effect, then it's going to create more of an arc. You also have the bridge that goes from a low elevation to a higher elevation, which creates that effect. And when you compress that together and throw in some atmospheric conditions and a camera zoomed in, and Soundly has a telescope with a camera hooked to it through 2 panes of glass, and you think you're not going to get a distorted image, then you're the fool.
Well, for some reason, it clearly resembles me looking down a 2x4 and seeing a slight curve.
Awesome. Yeah, 2x4 that's 8 foot long, 12 foot long,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, not in the
Almost
atmosphere, kind of in a controlled environment.
same
Yeah,
thing.
okay. Cool story, man.
Looks like the same effect though, man.
Yeah, sure does. Like I said, complete that curve. Complete the curve that Soundly showed you with the power lines on the bridge, or Blue did.
No, we
And
could
see how
we can just look at
small.
the GPS
See
data,
how
right?
small. I was almost done. I
could-
know I paused for that 1 second. You took the
Yeah, you
opportunity.
did pause. Go ahead.
But complete that curve and see how small your little tiny Earth is. See how small your balls are.
Yeah, but I think Blue already went over that, and it actually matched the curvature of the Earth.
No, B-ball.
So, okay.
No, it does. It's okay. What you're seeing is it's a foreshortening effect, all right? Like, yes, it does look pretty steep, but nothing on that curve is actually tilting, right? I mean, it is tilting, but it's not tilting, the way you think it would, all right? It's what you're seeing is a foreshortening effect, all right? It's that checks out.
Well, Rocky, is this really 5 miles? I mean, you can see the cars on the road over there like pretty easily, and then
It's zoomed in.
looking. Oh yeah, I know, but I mean, is this really 5 miles? I'm just asking Rakia. These like four
I
little
don't know.
white things, whatever they are, the buildings.
Yeah,
or
they're
whatever.
electrical boxes. That's how they
Yeah.
transfer all the electricity from shore to shore on that bridge, that particular part of the bridge. But
Because it looks like 500 feet. You know what I mean? Like if I'm kidding, it's
no,
more than
they're
500. But I
they're
mean,
a long way apart. I would trust Blue on that. He's pretty good at doing that, like researching. But
is that bridge going off in the distance? Is that why? Because if it
Yeah.
is, then
It's
yeah.
an oblique angle, yeah.
So it's going off to the left. It's going.
yeah, I'm only a few degrees off the bridge. I'm right there by the Marriott.
Yeah, so you're looking down it. So that has to be considered too. Just like the Legos on the table.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Real fast, Rocky, look at the video that I sent, all right, in Livestream 1 or whatever, all right? Just real fast, check that out. But that pretty much shows the foreshortening effect. It shows like it looks really steep, but it's not. It's just a foreshortening effect. So
Yeah,
check it
I
out.
get foreshortening and barrel distortion and compressed perspective, dude. That's why I say it's the Soundly angle.
But it's not.
I mean,
No, but you literally said earlier though that if you complete the curve that like it's wrong or something. No, it's foreshortening. I mean,
okay, then don't say it's Earth curve. Then don't draw curved
it is-
lines and say,
but it is Earth
but
curve,
it is.
though.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah,
So we're
If
seeing
it was a straight
Earth
line,
curve.
there would be no curve.
Hold
Yeah,
on. The
right.
thing is, we don't even have to look at the actual images. We could just use the GPS data that shows a curve, which is not affected by refraction in the atmosphere.
Right, and there
Let's
was one
ignore
thing
that.
that there's one thing I've been waiting patiently to address real quick here. On a spherical Earth, there's no reason for the horizon to be at its geometric location when we're observing it optically through an atmosphere that has a gradient in it, any gradient that we can induce in it.
Well,
So
until
the-
you put oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that if you assume that the horizon on a spherical Earth would have to be always at the same place, that's not a safe assumption.
never said
If
that.
I know I'm addressing geo. The
Oh.
air would cause it to be in a slightly different place. That's all.
Yeah, it would be an apparent position no matter if it was flat or round, is what I think, because the atmospheric conditions controls it. But on the bridge itself, at a certain height, the water is going to meet the bottom of those pylons, and that is basically your apparent horizon. Blue's saying the horizon is at 3 miles for whatever reason. He's assuming that I'm 6 feet tall or 6 feet off the water. That's a pretty big assumption, don't you think?
This has all been lost. We were talking about a chessboard. You can take the atmosphere out of the equation. Just talk about a flat Earth versus a round Earth and what it would look like on the horizon. What would a pond look like on the horizon of a flat Earth?
Well, that's
You'd see,
funny you should say
you'd
that
see
because I
the
actually own a
entire.
chessboard,
Yeah.
and I could see whether or not a pawn would be obstructed by the bottom of the pawn would be
Exactly.
obstructed on the other side of the chessboard.
Well, you can easily
But the test-
recreate this. It depends on a couple of factors. Like you have a couple. There's like it's a ratio. So there's parts to a ratio, just like gears on a bike or something. If you have different size gears, they're going to move in different ratios. So there's a ratio in terms of the distance of the object. I think the magnification effects, the atmospheric effects, mirages, everything that's occurring in that environment. And to get things to quote unquote be obscured or cut off from the bottom up, you have to essentially have the right ratio of those factors to have that occur. That's why it happens so poignantly with the sun, because the sun's ratio with that is like incredible, and you get these incredible sunsets. But like if you do it over water, if you have really flat water, you can do it with like a little radio controlled boat, for example, and you put a flag on it, and you can get the effect that way. You can do it if you have a really good level flat floor, like in a huge warehouse or something like that. You can do it. You can even do it on other flat surfaces as well that are even not as big as a warehouse. But it depends on those factors. Like that one that Pebble on the Pond did, remember when he was presenting that, and how when the air the air when he would open the garage and the air changes, and then it changes the way that like what you can see. Essentially, it changes the difference of what is being obscured.
Yeah,
Right,
so
and all of
assume
those,
no atmosphere, no
right,
air.
that's difficult to do
Yeah,
because
but
we have to address the fact that the atmosphere is there through all of our observations.
But this
I
definitely
agree.
can be recreated. That effect.
Yeah.
You say
Right.
all
In all of those
observations.
examples, we can actually dig deep on every single one of them. I'll just
Yep.
mention it for the warehouse one specifically. Warehouses are typically built for drainage, so the floors are not typically flat. And the example of the garage floor, where the cold air was introduced on a warm surface, that would cause the light to start bending upward, which would be the effect that you guys would need for a flat Earth, where the highest density of the atmosphere is above, not below. But we measure the atmosphere that's the other way around.
So atmosphere is a factor in all observations?
Well, that's why you have to
Well, of
isolate the
course, you have to look
variables.
through it.
I'm just needed the clarification that all observations, the atmosphere would be taken into account.
Yeah, you have to look through something.
So what about all the observations that people come up with that say light rays coming in a parallel?
Right. The light rays coming from in a gradient where the direction of the gradient is aligned with vertical, which it is in our atmosphere. The light rays coming from the vertical direction are the least affected by refraction.
Well, what if they're not vertical?
Then we can calculate exactly how much they should be affected by. And a
they
light ray
wouldn't be
that's
coming in
traveling in a
parallel.
horizontal direction, that is where the most refraction will occur. If we're talking about celestial objects like sun, stars, anything like that, the highest amount of refraction is 37 arc minutes at the horizon.
I'm just saying like a 45-degree angle, they're not coming in parallel, right?
And effectively they are at 45 degrees. The amount that they are off parallel is less than the precision of any typical instrument that you would use to measure it.
I'm just asking because we get these arguments that like this whole thing's been going on for a while now. I've been listening for about 30 minutes about the light bending, curving, all that stuff. Then other people argue that light rays come in parallel. And you're saying that they only come in, my assumption is, from what I've heard, they only come in parallel at vertical.
To be fair, none of the rays are precisely parallel. However, your instrument, the error margin on any instrument that you're using to measure whether or not they are or are not parallel, the error margin in that instrument will make it impossible for you to determine whether or not those are precisely parallel or not. They will appear to you as precisely parallel.
I said some wizardry. Fuck you, Buster.
It's not wizardry, it's just specific language.
It's just funny. To me, it's funny that you're talking about these observations that are close and the light's curving, and then when they're really far away, they're straight, parallel, effectively. It just
Right.
seems.
And as I mentioned, near the horizon at the greatest amount of refraction for celestial objects, that amount that they are off by is 37 arc minutes, which is less than a degree. It's slightly over half of a degree.
Well, what would you say about somebody that's taken a celestial observation at a 45-degree angle and they're claiming that it's the light rays are coming in parallel? Would you say they're wrong?
No, effectively, for whatever instrument they used, likely they will have not been able to determine the difference at 45 degrees.
So it's negligible.
Yep.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
And that's just how it's measured.
Oh.
It's not about convenience. That's just how it is.
Just
I'm
seems convenient.
I'm telling you, I can sense some wizardry.
I'm gonna agree. I concur.
Specific language and measurements are not wizardry.
It's pretty wizardiferous. Wizardiferous.
Like flat and level.
Wizardiferous.
Wizardiferous. There it is.
You might as well be fucking Harry Potter right now.
Let's go back to the chessboard example, but erase any ideas of an atmosphere or air or refraction. Just what would the pawn look like at the edge of the board? At the edge of the board, if your eye is right there.
The bottom would be blurry. It would be merging with the board and the bottom of the pawn, and you would be losing some of that information, which would appear blurry.
Yeah, the bottom 0.17 degrees.
Yeah, I
How
would
you're making
contend that.
Yeah,
that
whatever
bottom
number
0
you want to
point-
put on it, it would be blurry.
And it would stay that same percentage obscured by the feed of the pawn, no matter how large this board is. As long as it's a straight board, you'd see the entire pawn's silhouette, and you'd see the point at which the pawn touches the board. Make sense?
No, I don't know what you just said completely, but if you extended the board away from you, distance-wise, like added boards, you would lose less and less information of that bottom of that pawn, bottom up. So more and more would get blurry at the bottom, and then it would be obscured. And then the further it got away, the middle would start getting blurry and obscured. And then if you went further and further out on a horizontal plane, the top of the pawn would even get so blurry and obscured that you wouldn't be able to make out that it was a pawn, and then it would get to a point where it just disappears.
Yeah, like if you if you do this in a basketball court, we could argue whether basketball courts are truly flat and planar and so on. But in general, if you have a basketball court that's quite flat and you put your eyeball down, as you put your head all the way down to the floor, like even to the point your eyeball is only like half an inch, as low as you can get it, you're not going to be able to see all of the painted lines. You're only going to be able to see the ones maybe on the first part of the court. The ones all the way at the absolute other side are not going to be visible.
And it depends on what surface it is. If it's a shiny surface or a dark surface or a light surface or a fluffy surface, it depends on that too.
Yep, and the same idea like with a chessboard. If you had a massive chessboard, like a huge one, where each square was like 5 foot, square or something like that, and you had a massive one, you would not be able to see every single square. And even if you do it on a smaller scale, you're not going to be able to see all of the squares. Like if you, the lower you get the angle of your eye and the ratio of the environment, how far you can see, is the ones in the back are going to start to get obscured more and more as your angle goes down, even to the point to where you're only going to see maybe the first couple squares if you really go down to that angle.
Yeah, you can't even tell it's a chessboard at some point.
Yeah, if you get really close, if you get really far down close to the chessboard and you look at the pawn, you'd still be able to see the entire pawn. And you'd see
what distance?
At any distance on a flat Earth.
That's not true. No way.
Like I said, it's a ratio.
Angular resolution, angular size change alone would make that thing disappear.
It wouldn't disappear. It would become unresolvable.
You'd always be able to unresolved, which means you can't see it, which means disappeared. Yeah.
Right.
No, which means you'd always be able to zoom in on it. You'd always be able to see it.
No, not always. Nope. Everything has a limit.
As I was about to say,
again.
Jesus Christ. As I was about to say, on every point on that pawn, if you attach a light emission from that pawn, you would always be able to see that light arrive from that pawn to your eye.
Don't anybody listen to that. That's a lie too.
The pawn is not being obscured by the surface. Your optical device just needs to have a higher angular resolution in order to see it again.
Exactly.
Children and adults alike that are listening to that man right there tell you can see light forever on a flat plane. Don't listen to him.
What's
He's deceiving you. Light extenuation is a thing. The atmosphere does refract the light and distort it. The particles alone in the atmosphere will refract that light enough where it will extinct at a certain distance, and it will go away where you can't make out it's a light anymore. That light source will be obscured where your eyeballs and brain can't interpret it as a light. It will turn into darkness. Kids and children and adults alike, don't listen to these wizards.
Take
Yeah, you got
refuge from
you
these
got
wizards.
you got atmospheric turbidity, attenuation of light. I mean, all kinds of stuff. There's no way you would see forever. Refraction.
However, when we observe the distant
Jeremy.
object obscured by the surface of the Earth, and we can still see part of that distant object, the light that was coming from the top of that object didn't get extinguished by the atmosphere, and the light coming from the surface that's in the way obviously also didn't get extinguished by the atmosphere. So
Yeah, reflected
attenuation
light.
is not a good excuse.
Reflected light and direct light are two different things. And if you don't know that, you're either dumb or trying to deceive people. Again, if the
Right.
angle of
Thanks for
source of the
trying to
light,
tell
yeah,
everybody here
no
that I'm
problem.
aware. That's for the 15th time
I
today.
said
Thank you,
you're
Rakia.
either dumb or you're deceiving
15th time
because you
you
got to.
called me a liar.
You can't
Nobody
be
here
this.
cares that you call me a liar repeatedly. I
Yeah,
understand that everybody here loves it when Rakia calls me a liar,
yeah.
but
If
you
you
guys
take offense
love
to
it.
that,
You
then
want
you.
to talk to him about it, right?
No, relax, dude.
Call him a liar.
I don't
Yeah,
even know
just
how we got
I
here
love it.
because I was about to thank Doofus for once, and I'm now taking it back because I never got to say anything. Thank you, Lord, because I was like, oh wow, you just said the atmosphere will always get in the way. So and I was like, oh, so you're saying we can't see, on a flat Earth forever? Because I'm so sick of hearing that shit, and you have
Right,
no
I didn't say
validation
the
of it, and you
atmosphere would
just
get in the way.
Well, I
do what?
prefaced by saying, take out the atmosphere, take out the air. I said just a chessboard, and we went on from there. But it
But
got
we live
lost.
in an atmosphere.
Yeah, but in an experiment and in a hypothetical scenario, you can
Right.
take those things out.
Let's
What would
see
you
it.
see? Is what I said. You said and this guy Rakia keeps saying that the feet would get obscured, and then the
Well,
knees, and then it would go up to
is
the
it
waist.
Yeah, because you're
okay?
changing your angle with distance. The
Yeah.
angles get more and more acute, and you lose information as your
Why?
angle gets acute.
How come it's getting acute? You're on a flat Earth. It's going to be the same angle regardless.
Dude, if the distance increases, that angle goes to nothing. That's why
No.
it's. Oh my goodness, you
Okay.
shouldn't be in this
All
conversation.
Yeah, it doesn't go
all
to zero.
distant objects vanish into the horizon on a flat plane.
Are you saying
Period.
something would hold the same angular size no matter the distance? Is that what you're trying to claim?
That's what
to?
he's saying
On
because
a
there's no
flat Earth,
atmosphere.
you'd
All
see
you
it.
have to
You'd
do
see the
You're
entire
fucking
object.
wow.
So ridiculous.
all you have
Right,
to
what
do
he's
is look
saying
at
is the
street
angular
lamps.
resolution or the angular size of a distant object never reaches zero on a flat surface.
All you have to do is look at street lamps, the angle downward, not upward, and not because the Earth is bending, because that's angular resolution. It vanishes at some point on the horizon on a flat
Right.
plane.
I know you came to the conversation late, but I already went through at length when we observe something in the distance has 10 times smaller details resolvable on it than the amount that is not visible. Angular resolution is not the reason why we can't see the bottom.
We've already established
hold
that
on.
you see
Did anyone? I
don't shrink
know you've said that a
on a
bunch
flat
of
Earth.
times now. I know you've said that a bunch of times, Doofus. Did anyone claim that, by the way?
Right. Every time it's
Is it
mentioned that
just a
angular
straw man
resolution
that
is
you're
involved.
debating that nobody said?
Right, every single time that angular resolution is mentioned to be involved, I respond accordingly.
But did
Okay, what does obscure it? What does obscure
Obviously,
it?
the surface is in the way. We see the surface where the bottom of the thing should be.
Okay, what about on a flat surface? What obscures it?
I don't know because right now
You
the
don't
only
know. You
reasons
don't know
I'm
that
given
atmosphere obscures it.
I was about to finish. Thank you. The reasons
You
I'm
said you
given
didn't
are
know. That
so
was an
far
answer.
angular. Jesus Christ, dude. The reasons I'm given so far include angular resolution, which we can eliminate for the reasons I've already mentioned. Then we also have the atmosphere, the light that we see from the object. We still see part of the object, so the atmosphere is not the reason why we can't see the rest of it. And refraction. That would require, in the common case, for light to bend upward, not downward. That's not how optics works.
Is the atmosphere more dense at ground level or 10 foot above it?
It is more dense below than above.
Then would that obstruct more or make things more obscure than at 10 feet?
No.
The more thick atmosphere wouldn't obscure it more than at 10 feet where it's less dense?
We don't see the atmosphere in the way. We see the surface of the Earth in the way.
Would it, the atmosphere, the thickness of the atmosphere, obscure something closer to the surface than at 10 feet? Sir.
No, because we don't see the atmosphere in
Thanks
the
for
way.
playing.
We see I'll try and get it out anyway. We don't
Please
see
don't.
the
We heard
atmosphere.
you. We
I'll
heard
keep
you. Loud
going.
and clear.
It's fine. Anybody can interrupt me. That's great.
No,
We
because we
don't
already
see
heard you
the
say it 3
atmosphere.
times.
I understand that I'm not allowed to get it out. That's fine.
You're fine,
I
man. You've been
w-
talking most of the time actually for the last couple minutes, so it's
So
all
I'm
right.
so I'm just not going to be able to say it. That's fine. Okay. Fuck you guys.
Well, no, you just have to pass the mic at some
He
point. You
wants
said
an
it like the
excuse
whole,
to leave. Let him
yeah, you've
go.
said it multiple times.
He's saying that the more dense atmosphere doesn't obscure more of the reflected light than if a less dense atmosphere, and that's just deception again, kids and adults. We have a
He didn't say
deceiver in
that.
our midst.
He said lower. He
Wait,
answered
wait,
you properly.
we all heard him make a really stupid claim, though, that angular size doesn't change on a flat surface.
I think you took him out of context, but all right, whatever.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll
it's
allow him to speak up.
Well, there were some interruptions happening there, but at the same time, it seemed like he just wanted to keep, not really be in a conversation at that point.
Did he leave?
Yeah.
Hey, you guys see where Albert Einstein says that there's no terrestrial experiment that can prove that the Earth is not geocentric?
Yeah, that's a good one. I love using that.
So not optical experiment. This is a different quote. No terrestrial experiment.
Can you link that for us with it in Livestream?
Yeah, it's at 10 minutes or 10 o'clock for me.
Yeah, that's even better because a lot of people will
Thank
say
you.
that quote is just one thing he said. Well, here's two things now.
All right, let me clear up something real quick because obviously you guys wanted to say stuff after I left. Earthworm
Dude,
Jim.
we moved on to a different topic.
Thanks for interrupting. Earthworm
No,
Jim, there is
Hey,
no
no problem, man.
Yo, take a breath, dude.
Thank you one more time.
Guys,
Thank you.
to be fair,
Let him talk. Let him talk. Please.
Yeah, he has been being interrupted, so if anyone interrupts him, you'll just be temporarily muted. So go ahead, Doofus. You got the floor.
Earthworm Jim, there is at no point where I ever said that the angular size of something in the distance does not change as distance increases. What I actually said was that the angular size never reaches zero. Angular resolution from more powerful optics would be able to resolve those more distant objects. That's what I said.
That's a lie, boys and girls.
How is that a
How's
lie?
that a lie?
You can rewind the stream if you want to call me a liar again, Rakia. And for the rest of the room, every single time Rakia calls somebody a liar, rewind the stream to find out whether or not that claim is actually true. It's fine. Everybody is okay with Rakia
Hey, Doofus,
calling
calm
somebody.
down, calm down, calm down.
I think
Calm down.
Dude, you're making my ears bleed, bro.
I think
Take a
Doofus
deep
is saying
breath.
that you can. I think Doofus is saying you can see it forever. Correct, Doofus?
No, I think the reality of it is that when people call each other liars, like it's one thing to say that like NASA's lying because obviously that's a huge organization, but like when people like personally do it, like calling people liars and doing that, it really is just like personal attack because it just creates that like dumpster fire. So Rakia,
Yeah, but
if you
Rakia
kind of
said,
refrain from that, it would be ideal.
to be fair, Rakia
Okay,
said
what?
that's a lie.
And that
He
is a
didn't-
lie. Not he's
Yeah.
a liar. What he said is a lie.
That is
That's
true
not
as
true.
well. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that you can't see forever. I don't care who you think you are or where you're at or what optical tool you have. You can't see forever. That is a lie. Now, if he wants to take it as he's a liar, I'm fine with that because he said it. But his statement is a lie.
Chill, man. Let's just all chill, please. Can we
Hang
all
on.
agree that we're gonna try to chill? Thanks.
For him, the Hubble telescope can see forever because it's a high tech. So there.
For him to
That's not
make
the
the
reason.
argument that you would be able to see forever would necessitate that all light moves in every direction at all times forever, never deviating.
No, that's not what that requires.
Otherwise, you have to allow for the light to deviate from the path and therefore your eye to not receive it according to your model. If you're not allowing for that, then what you're saying is that light never deviates. It always has to move in every direction at all times so that you can see it forever.
No, because light can be emitted from a source or reflected off a source in all directions. The light that's being bent to a different path than straight will arrive at your eye from that object if there's nothing in the way. That light does not have to take a straight path in order for that to happen.
Doofus, just to make sure you're not getting straw man, because I just jumped in here. You're saying that if the Earth were flat, we would in fact be able to see infinitely.
Now the signal to noise ratio would drop over time. The light source would just need to be more power in order to get further.
So, but like on a flat Earth, you would eventually not be able to see any further.
We can at least see, at a minimum, 275 miles away in our atmosphere.
Wow. So what about
Yeah,
when I can't see the Hollywood sign from like a mile away?
Well, that's Earth curve, man.
No, it's just because there's tons of pollution in LA, you know. So I don't understand the argument.
Right. So in atmosphere that's not polluted, any other atmosphere that's only lightly polluted anyway. The long distance observation, as you may recall, the long distance record is 275 miles from an elevated peak to another elevated peak. So clearly, at a minimum, we can see through 275 miles of atmosphere.
Well, that's certain
In
conditions.
good conditions.
Obviously, peaks are where the atmosphere is less dense, right? I mean, you're higher in the air. So you admitted that it's more dense closer to the surface. So obviously, you can't see as far at the surface as you can higher, right? I mean,
Right, it's only it's only 3 times as dense down at sea level than at the top of a very tall mountain. If it's only 3 times as dense and we can see only 1/100th of the distance, the density of the atmosphere is not the cause.
well, don't you agree that you're going to have to factor in the density and, of course, your angle of view changes based on how high you go? So it's going to combine both those factors, right?
Right, the angle that you're looking at something does indeed change as you gain more altitude. You're looking further down below horizontal.
Right, so you can see further when you go higher on a flat surface, right?
You could see as far on a flat surface as a light source on it would allow you to be able to see it. That's, for instance, since we can for sure say we've seen 275 miles through atmosphere, we should, on a flat surface, be able to have somewhere at sea level and another place at sea level, see a very powerful light source 275 miles away.
Just to clarify, though, point blank question here is that on a flat surface, you can see further the higher you go, right?
You should be able to, there shouldn't be anything in the way. Why would there be anything in the way?
Just because the angle increases.
It's such a simple question. Though. I'm asking, like, if on a flat surface, if you go higher, and you can see further simply because you're going higher, right? Like if I lay on the
Why would
ground,
there be
and then I
anything in the
stand
way?
up, if I lay on the ground, I can't see as far as if I lay on my stomach and look out, and then I stand up, I can see further, right?
Right, that's because you're standing on the surface of Earth, which has topography, which, as you may be aware, is not always completely flat.
Talking about
No,
over a
I'm in
flat
Walmart.
surface.
I'm in Walmart right now. So we have this long aisle, just this super flat floor. If I lay on my stomach, I can't see as far down the aisle. When I stand up, I can see further, right?
As I've
You can't
mentioned,
admit to it.
as I've,
You can't admit
as
to
I've
it.
mentioned,
You're not going to see the
I would
tiles. You're not
I
going to
would
see the tiles at the end of the floor. You know, you're only going to see the ones that are close to you. They're going to be quote unquote cut off or obscured.
All right, let me actually answer.
He'll find a way
As
to
I mentioned
disagree.
as I mentioned not too long ago in this conversation, I guess you came late too. That's fine. The large buildings, large structures, warehouses, so on and so forth. All of those things are built to allow for drainage, and so the floors are
Oh my
typically,
goodness.
and so the floors are typically not flat.
Yeah, I knew he couldn't answer the
He
question
can't
directly.
answer it. Just move
I
on
did
with
answer
it.
the question. You can pretend I didn't answer the question. That's fine.
I'll
No,
answer
you
it,
don't want
Winston.
to answer it
Hang on.
directly. You want to answer it
Hang
in your
on.
own.
I'll answer it. I'll answer it. Yes. On a flat surface, if measured perfectly flat and horizontal, if you change your angle by rising up, you will see further. Is that your answer with it? Thank you.
Yeah,
See how
of
easy
course.
that is? I don't
It's
know
a
why.
closed-ended.
That's not actually true in reality because there's nothing in the way.
It's real fast. It's a closed-ended question, so it's a yes or no answer. But the point is, if I have a flat table and I put the camera, like if I take my GoPro, I've done it. Take your GoPro because you can get real low with a GoPro, and I put it on the table surface, right? And then I start to lift the GoPro. You can see further down the table once the GoPro gets higher, dude. The
Sure,
table's
but if you
completely
put
flat.
anything, if you put a quarter at the end of the table, you'd be able to see the entire quarter, like, and then as you increased in altitude, you'd see the top half of the quarter, the top side.
All right, there's a piece of weasel room here using a table. If your camera's beside the table, keep in mind that we don't live beside the Earth, we live on it.
So you acknowledge that you're kind of weaseling out of the closed-ended question.
No, it's not a close-ended question, because if you put a camera beside the table, we don't live beside the Earth, we live on it.
It's just a simple question, though. Like,
yeah, but that'd be like
when
putting your
it's
eye.
basic, it's basic geometry, bro. What am I missing right now? Like, if I go higher, I can see further.
Right. The basic
No.
geometry of the situation is, if you want to use the term basic geometry, if we're standing on a flat surface or have anything even close to, even if we have anything close to the flat surface, camera and a light source, there's no reason that the surface that is flat for it to get in the way of that light source on the distant end.
All right, man. I don't even know what to say. You guys can go ahead. Just I guess here's the point. Obviously, right? When you stand up, you can see further than when you lay down. That's why when Glover's like, well, then if the Earth is flat, then how come when I go to the top of a building, I can see more of the sunset? I'm like, bro, you got higher. So I just want a piece of advice for the Glovers. Like, if the Earth really is a ball and we're wrong, like, the worst thing that you guys do is not just like be honest about basic stuff like this, because
you need
it
to
really
be
doesn't
honest
work good.
as well. When you
Right,
get
you're
up
honest.
off the ground, do your eyes just suddenly have a better magnification and can see further, or are
No,
you
you
getting a
just change
better
your angle.
angle?
Better
You're getting
angle.
a better
Exactly.
angle.
Yeah, better
Exactly.
angle.
So you're not seeing further. You're not seeing further ever. Like when you change your
Yes,
perspective,
you are.
you're not seeing further.
No,
No.
you're not seeing
Oh
further. No.
my god.
Yeah, there's nothing you
The
can say
light
to that.
travels to your eye.
All right,
Okay,
bro.
how about
All right.
one more
You can
example?
resolve more. You can resolve more information further then. However you want to say it in your wizard world,
Sure.
you resolve the information further as you change your angle. Is that
Simply
is that
put,
good
your
for you?
field of view increases.
Yeah.
No.
So how about if you put
The
your
field of view
head
does not
to the
change.
table,
So
if you
your
put
field
your
of view
ear to
doesn't
the
increase
table,
as you raise. In
I
other
No,
words.
because
can't
field of
believe
view
people are
is
fighting
specific
this so
to
hard.
right, because field of view is specific to the optical device. Unless you change the optical device, your field of view will always be the same.
Well, if the floor is limiting your view, and you raise your
see the
elevation,
floor.
yeah, because you can't see past the floor and you can't see through it because you don't have X-ray vision, right?
And the floor
That's
is in your
mine.
field of
And
view.
if you raise your elevation,
Yeah, and the floor is still in your field of view in both cases.
right, but you've got a lot more field in front of it, in between, right?
No, because that's not how field of view
And you
is
can see
defined.
further in the
That's not
distance.
how
You can see
field of
further
view.
in the
That's
distance.
not how field of view is defined. Field of view is the angle which your optical device can record from extent to extent. That doesn't change with your altitude.
There, I posted a video in the chat.
Yep, and as I mentioned not long ago, big warehouses or Walmarts or anything that's big, floors are typically built with drainage in mind and are not typically flat.
That's not true. I'm doing one right now. We're trying to make it as flat as possible. Contracted to do so. Having engineers come back.
Yeah,
We have to use
I'm a
laser
general
levels
contractor
while
as
we're
well.
done.
Sure.
Yeah, you're
We
just
can
you're
have
just
we
trying to
never
make up
built
an
floors
excuse.
like.
Doofus,
You're
I just got
actually hang on. He's
to take
actually
the
agreeing
video.
with you. He's actually agreeing with you because he's having to come up with an excuse that the floor is curved. So he is agreeing with you that you see further as you rise up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a video right there. It's 4 seconds long. I literally just took a knee in Walmart just to prove it because this is like mind-blowingly annoying at this point.
But you're
Right,
not
and
seeing
as you
further in that
use
video.
as you used the term earlier, the basic geometry of the situation, as you said, there's no reason for a flat surface to ever get in between a light source and an optical device, no matter how far apart they are.
Yeah. You see, Witsa, in your video, you can see that door, right? That door at the very end of the hall.
Yeah, and you can
And
see
as
more
you
of the
increase
bottom
in
of it
altitude,
as you can see more of the bottom of it
yeah,
as I rise up.
yeah, as you
Thanks
rise
for
up, you can see
playing.
more of it. However, you're not seeing further. You're just seeing a better angle of the door. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is just a limited perspective right here. I'm in Walmart. The point is that I
Yeah.
can see more of the bottom as I rise up. So your entire argument has been refuted. Thanks for playing.
Make
Yeah,
that door
look
make
at
that door a
especially
mile away. Make
yeah,
that door a mile away on the same surface of the floor. You wouldn't see the door
If
at
it-
all.
yeah, like
If the
for
floor
example,
is perfectly flat, you'd see the entire door.
No, you wouldn't.
including
I'll take
most
that
of the
bet.
bottom.
So
I'll
you're
take
saying
that
that
bet.
the floor is curving? Like you're saying the floor is curving up to block the bottom of the door, and when I started to stand up,
No.
I went over the curve.
No, it's if imagine the floor is completely straight, you'd see the entire silhouette of the door, and you'd see the point where it comes in contact with the floor. I
Do
don't
you
see
agree
what's
you
so.
can see more of the bottom as I get higher?
Yes, you'd see. Okay, you'd see where it touches, where the door touches the ground. You'd see more of that area.
Okay, thank you.
Sure,
No problem. I'm glad we got this settled.
no problem, bro. I mean, imagine a 2D line with a 2D stick figure person. No matter how far away the person is, you're always going to see the full silhouette of the person, and you're going to see his feet basically attached to the ground. Or
You're
Yeah,
not
till
going to
the
see his
atmosphere
feet
gets
though.
in
The
the way.
video proves it. The video proves you wouldn't see his feet. So you're just it's
prove
insane.
that?
You can't see the bottom of what's at the end of this hall or this aisle right here until I get up higher.
I can't
Right,
make
what's
out.
in the way?
but that has nothing to do with curvature of Earth or anything like that,
Yeah,
right?
we know.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, what's in the
Oh,
way of the bottom of those things in the distance?
It's based on
exactly.
your angle of perspective, dude. That's why you can't see it. That's why I can see it once I stand up.
What are
No,
you
no,
saying,
no.
though?
Wait. Try
It was a
zooming in now.
question. Hold on. It was a question without interpretation required. What is in the way of the bottom of the things in the distance?
It's the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, it's your
Air
perspective
molecules.
on a flat floor. So thanks for admitting that on a flat surface, it would do the same thing. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're just assuming that it is flat.
Okay, so that's the worst grasp at straws argument I've ever heard, and I'm
That's
definitely willing to let
amazing.
the argument sit right there. I promise.
Right. If I trust my senses, the thing that I see in the way is the floor. And I can conclude from that information that the floor is in the way. You're telling me that that floor is flat against my senses.
Let's pretend that they made the floor level and it's following Earth curve. Would it hide that much of the door? What's your
That
distance?
distance.
What's it?
Those on tiny Earth again.
What's it? Those squares in Walmart are usually 1 foot by 1 foot VCT tiles. I mean, you can see how many feet you are away from that door, and
Dude,
see what
guys,
the
yeah,
curve
you
of
think
Earth
I'm about
would
to
be.
do all that, man? Come on, man. Like, first of all, these aren't the tiles, bro. They're giant blocks. I don't know. This is maybe, let's see, one. I'd say maybe, wait, let me get over here.
2.5.
Maybe 100, maybe just over 100 yards. I mean, it's not even that far.
More proof of tiny Earth.
But you know, this is silly though. I mean, you're saying like when you're low in that video,
It's
like
silly.
something's
I
being
agree.
I agree
Well, no.
also, Armin, that it's very silly that y'all think it's a curved surface causing
No,
this,
listen.
not
the
how
con-
light and our eyes
context.
interact.
So here's the context. So I'm trying. It's silly because I don't even see anything being obstructed. Like literally, you're just low. It's just low in the video, and then later he's not low. And
You can see more of the bottom of what's at the end
no,
of
I
the
can't.
aisle.
I can barely even make out what's going on down there. I mean, if you zoomed in, maybe we could figure
Oh
something
my
out.
God.
But
Because it's distorted.
not that
You're
it's
losing the
distorted.
information. Yeah, you lose the information bottom up.
I
Thanks
wouldn't say
for playing.
I
I'm
wouldn't say
sorry,
it's
I'm not
distorted.
getting on my knees in Walmart and zooming in for you, man. The fact I just did it is ridiculous. So if you guys still
No,
understand
it
it, I'm
doesn't
a
show
problem.
anything though. I mean,
Okay,
Lay
you're right.
down on your tummy.
what's
Earth's
being
a ball, dude.
Lay,
You're right.
no, it's
lay
not
down
even
on your
ball.
tummy in Walmart on the floor.
We win. Earth's a ball. We win.
That's,
Yeah,
no,
Earth's a ball,
Jeremy.
and this floor is
That's not the.
curved. Duh.
That's not the point. All I'm saying is I don't see anything. I don't see this obstruction or whatever. There's nothing. I mean, it's too small to see,
Then have a
see
nice
anything.
night. Have a nice
And
night,
the distance is too short.
It's very obvious to everyone that you can start to see more of it as I go up. If you can't see it, I don't know. Zoom in. I don't know
You're
what to
not
tell you.
really seeing. You're not seeing
Okay,
more
then
of
you're right.
anything.
Yeah, the ground is curved, probably.
No, I don't think the ground is curved.
Look,
I'm
y'all
not
look at
seeing.
my pictures? Because I took pictures of a carpet that has design, and when you're up above it, you can see all the designs.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
And when you
yes.
get lower, you lose that information.
Well,
Hello.
Well, hold on. Let's real fast. Okay, I already said this before. Your video, your picture's kind of blurry, but the point still stands though. Yes, it would be squashed though, and
The
so
picture, listen up. You listening? The picture is blurry because the information is getting distorted as my
no, because
angle
it's in
gets low.
focus.
You cut me off.
Okay.
As
So
my
what?
camera gets lower to the floor, the angle changes. It gets more blurry because more information is getting distorted. That's why it's blurry, sir.
No, that's I literally
Yes.
pointed. No, I pointed out earlier. It's because the focus fucked up. Look at the sign. Literally, it
There's
says
no focus. It's
yeah,
just
there is
my
a
cell
focus. Yeah,
phone. I
it
just
is a
took 2
focus.
pictures.
Well, the
It's
focus is
angle change. You see how the floor looks like it's curving in the bottom?
but it is partially because of focus. I will admit though, now if it was focused the same as the first image, then yeah, you still get information loss because it is being squished and you could fit but so much information in the pixels
What
of
was
your
that?
camera.
You
That's
get
fine.
information loss?
Well, yeah, because okay, so
Bottom up?
No, not bottom up. No,
What? That's not bottom up?
No, it's not bottom. No, it isn't. How
This
the fuck
is
is that bottom up?
wild, dude.
Unbelievable.
Well, hold on. How's that bottom up? That's a surface we're talking about.
I'm just
Bottom
saying, if
up
the Earth is
happens
a
for
ball,
things
you
on
guys
top
are
of the
making.
surface. This is a surface though. So
If
that
the Earth truly is a ball, you guys are doing a
I'm
huge
done wasting my
disservice to
time with you,
anybody.
Armor.
no, you're literally like having two stories here now. Bottom up would be things on top of the
No,
surface. We're
actually,
talking about
I'm
the
not.
surface. So let's
Actually, I'm not.
try not to straw man me or whatever, right? And let's fucking focus, right? So how is this bottom up? No, how's this bottom
What
up?
is going on here? Are
How
you
is this?
I
guys
am
drinking
listen, are you
together?
listening? Arma, are you listening?
I am listening. Yeah.
I am done wasting my time with you if you
Okay, well
can't
you already
see
made
this.
you already made a fool of yourself because you said bottom up and there's no bottom up in this. All right, we're talking about the
All right.
surface
Okay,
here.
yeah,
Well,
you're
hold
right.
on.
Yeah, just
We'll
let me
use
Yep.
we'll use Witsit's video real quick. I'll just take a couple of pictures of it, zoom in as far as I can. Yes, it is a very blurry video. There doesn't seem to be much going on here.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't even get what the point of the video is.
Well,
You can see
look at
more
this.
as you go higher. It's like
Well,
a
that's the
5-year-old
beginning
could
and the
probably
end of the
understand. A
video.
5-year-old could explain this to you with crayons, dude.
No,
Right,
it's
but
too
the
blurry
the
to make
video
out
you
anything.
posted
Look
doesn't
how
show
much.
that.
Look how much more of the floor is visible.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's surface. That's the surface of the floor, but there's no bottom up like going on here. This bottom up obstruction thing that they're talking about.
Well, I mean,
Like,
you can definitely do this over surfaces where the person's like feet will cut off and then their knees will cut off, as they walk away.
On
So
a horizontal
I mean,
surface?
what's his name showed it great. Jeranism did a 3-hour video on it, and they did all kinds of math and shit for this hallway for like 3 fucking hours straight. It was the most
These
boringest
guys
shit
are
I ever seen.
trolling us. These are
But it was,
trolls. This is
but it was
just
some,
troll stuff.
Like,
but
obviously,
it
this
was
isn't a
some.
perfect video. I will say I regret not fully standing up in the video because I only went like 2.5, 3 feet up and then stopped. And I'm like, they'll get it. They'll get it. So
I did the same
got
thing. I only was like 3 feet. I took my camera down and snapped a shot and then went down to the floor. I should have held it above my head and
Yeah,
then went
for
all the
sure.
way to the floor so they could maybe not argue against something so simple that doesn't even take away their ball.
Right, but this video
It's
that we
really
were
hard
given
to
as an
find a
example doesn't show that.
It's really hard to even get people out of the way here. Like, there's tons of people in the way. So, you guys want to think that their floor's curved or whatever, go for it.
Listen, did you guys ever see that 3-hour Jeranism video I'm talking about where the guy analyzed the hallway for like a fucking hour and a half long in it? It was that guy Travis, Truth something.
It was probably curved. It was curved hallway.
No, it's just the hallway. It's just the hallway. He was moving the camera to the floor and the ceiling, and you could see how you could make out more of the floor when the camera was at the ceiling.
It's
And you
funny
can make
that B-Ball and Doofus said the same thing. How do you know it's flat and level?
it doesn't matter. Even if it was curving with the curve of Earth, it would still be
Exactly.
you still see more when you're at you make out more of the floor when the camera's at the ceiling, and you make out more of the ceiling.
Yeah,
That's exactly
we were
what I
saying
told
the surface
B-Ball.
details of the
Yeah, the
floor are
floor,
not
the
really what's
ground.
at
Oh,
hand.
wait.
What we're
So now they're
what
going
we're
to agree
trying
with
to
us.
discuss is whether or not the distant object will be obscured by that surface, which we don't have an example of.
Yes.
Which you know it would over a flat surface because
I don't
angular
have it,
resolution alone. You don't have to have it.
But is it so much?
Of course, I don't have to have it, Rakia. Thank you.
Well, what
But
would
is
be
it so
what would be your
You can't
solution?
even think about it.
Well, if we were to test it, to test this, what would be needed? We'd have to create a perfectly level floor.
Straight floor, perfectly straight and flat.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Levels is part of the contention.
No, but it would
it's
have to be
different
really
type-
level, not the curved kind of pretend level thing. I'm talking about the actual real horizontal. It would have to be actually planar and level, which is what level is. The whole
like
thing.
straighter than a
But
laser
if you
pointer.
actually were paying attention,
You'd be able to
level
put a laser pointer
when
right down to the surface, and it wouldn't even be interfered. That level.
What you could do, Gio, is make a reverse chord, like make a horizontal tangent come off it, and just use the math off of what level is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I said.
So in a mile, just make if you want it to be horizontal. I mean, you're guessing that that's horizontal though at that point.
Make each end 4 inches higher or 8 inches higher or whatever it is.
You're presupposing that the Earth's curved at that point, but that would give you a horizontal line in their model.
What's the thing? Because they're trying to say that it's like being obstructed. They're trying to make us say that it's being obstructed, but it's almost like it's not obstruction, but it's like the angular limit is so small that you can't distinguish it between the surface it's on.
Right.
It's not an obstruction.
If I get told once again, there's no reason, there's nobody here arguing that angular resolution is involved. This is the reason why.
Dude, whatever. I don't think anyone's even listening to y'all anymore. But Jeremy, that's what I said earlier. If you take a pipe that's a mile long and curve the ends up like they would say would be horizontal, taking away the curve of the Earth, and then shoot a laser from one end to the other and measure the middle should be a lot lower, right? But in actuality, on their surface, the middle would be higher. Like if you reverse the curve to make that pipe horizontal, a tangent.
Like the elevation as built on Lego.
Yeah, whatever you say. Like again, I was addressing Jeremy. So if you make a tangent line, the bottom of the pipe is touching the water, and you go out a half a mile in each direction and make it whatever it would be, 4 inches or 2 inches higher than the water, and then shoot a laser across the top of the ends of the pipe, then the middle should be, you should be able to measure the middle and see if it's different. That would take away
Lego.
Yeah, again, I don't know if your middle name is Jeremy, but wasn't addressing you at all, ever.
Right, but it would be a small scale Lego.
Listen to this guy.
It's ridiculous.
It's a troll. That's more proof it's a troll. It might even be a bot.
Dude, it's fucking ridiculous. I've been listening this whole time, like doing shit on the side, and literally right when you capture them, they double speak and then obfuscate right afterwards.
Identify specifically when I said that's double speak.
Today, bro. It's really been something to listen to.
You guys are saying you see further, and you're using wrong terminology. You're not seeing further. You might be seeing more of the table or whatnot.
Right, resolving the surface details.
And that's where the little semantics games, that's where the issue comes in, because someone like Doofus is really precise with what he's saying, and he's using proper terminology like as often as he can.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but it was me just about 2 minutes ago that said the resolution, you're resolving less, right?
Right, and when I came in here about an hour and a half ago,
that was
maybe,
me,
I don't
right?
know.
That was
Right,
me.
when I came in here,
We thank you for the precise language. We love that.
We're only saying we're seeing further. No, we're not. We're saying it in 10 different ways. Y'all are arguing against all of it and then claiming semantics.
Right, as I mentioned an hour and a half ago, when you seem to have short-term memory loss.
No, my memory's fine. I remember when you lost your shit about a half hour ago.
Yeah,
hang on.
Personal attacks,
Chessboard,
Doofus.
the
Please don't.
squares,
Move on.
the squares on the distant end of the chessboard can be below the angular resolution limit of your natural eye. That is possible. However, when we observe distant objects obscured by the surface of the Earth, we can resolve smaller details on them than the amount hidden, so the amount hidden cannot be explained with angular resolution.
Yeah, I think everybody's memory's fine, and I think other people brought in magnification and how the atmosphere affects things differently over long distance.
Sometimes
it's not just angular resolution ever. It's never just one thing. It's always how we see things and how all of that affects it. Angular resolution, perspective, the atmospheric conditions, the angle of the light, the viewer height, the angle that we're viewing an object, how big the object is, what angle it's at, what angle the light is reflecting off of it, if it's direct light or not. Let's see how many dust particles in the air, how humid it is. We can keep going if you want to test my memory out.
Right,
Wait,
and
hang
as
on.
you mentioned, what we have is more dense air near the surface, and you said the air is getting in the way. Unfortunately, when we look at this optically, what we see is the surface of the Earth is in the way, not air getting in the way.
Yeah, sometimes it is when there's a dirt hill or something like that. Yeah, I agree, or a wave. Sure is. Physical obstruction is a thing. I don't disagree. I don't know why you're bringing that up now as we were talking about just the density of the air over a flat plane. Maybe it's your memory that's not good.
Damn
we
it,
were
Doofus,
talking about
why
flat
did you have to
plane.
make fun of his memory?
Yeah, because
You should have just kept it.
Because, hey, young man, as you talk, weren't we talking about a flat plane back then?
Yeah, yep.
Yep, thank you. Seems my memory's okay.
And also, well, okay, there's also an issue, like, because I also suggested a hypothetical with no atmosphere or air, and then we kind of continued from there with atmosphere and air. And there's always, like, you know, Doofus might have answered without atmosphere. You know,
Yeah,
and that
where
gets
we all
misconstrued.
where we all agreed that without the atmosphere, just like a chessboard in a room that's climate controlled, you would even lose the back squares. We all agreed on that. So what's the problem?
The problem
so
is
you
that
said
what we
climate
observe on the
controlled.
surface of the Earth doesn't reach that angular resolution limit before it disappears. It disappears before that happens.
Yeah, because you got atmosphere then. You
Right,
don't
and
see
what is the
forever.
atmosphere doing specifically?
It's obstructing the light, obscuring it. You
No,
can't
because we
resolve
see the
things.
surface in the way, not the air.
Yeah, what appears to be the surface because it's being brought up or the sky is being brought down. Whatever the conditions are. Yeah.
Right, in
Yeah,
order
what
for that to
appears to
occur
be
in the vastly
water
common
sometimes
case,
isn't water. What appears to be sky sometimes isn't sky. You
right,
got it.
and when in the vastly common case, when we observe over long distances, the surface of the Earth gets in the way. The atmosphere at the surface of the Earth, actually just above the surface of the Earth, can, in the vastly common case, especially over grass-covered land, because that's the most stable conditions available, that obstruction is in opposite of how the refraction would allow
Yeah,
you to
you
see
seem to be
farther.
stuttering a little bit. Are you okay? You want to rephrase that?
I'm choosing the words. Thanks for talking over some of
Maybe
them.
get
That
your
was great.
thoughts together and
It's
then say it
wonderful if
because
you
you
want to
really
talk
screwed
over
that
me
one up.
instead
he's still
of allowing me to
talking.
say the words. That's fine. I love it when people talk over me. That's great.
Yeah, I know. I can hear it. You
All
hardly
right.
ever get upset.
What I was saying before I was very rudely interrupted was that the obstruction is in opposite to the direction of refraction would require. It would make it so we can see farther. The light is bending downward in the vastly common case, which would
Is the
make distant
obstruction
objects
the
higher,
same?
but the surface gets in the way.
Yeah, which
Is
is
the
not always the case. Now let's take your picture at 9:31, the right picture. What's that blue stuff beyond the brown stuff?
What's that blue stuff? That's water.
You sure? It looks like sky. It's like the water in front of the brown stuff looks a lot different than the water behind it. Why is that?
Because
It's like
there's
water than
land
land.
underneath of it.
Because why? I'm sorry, someone rudely interrupted you.
Because there's land underneath of that water.
There's land underneath of that water. I think there's land underneath all water, but you see what I'm talking about, huh? You see water. So I assume you're above your. What height are you when you took this picture?
Well, I didn't take this picture, but I can give you. Thanks, but I can give you the original.
No, go ahead. Just what height was the viewer then, since you didn't take it? Do you know?
All right, about 20 feet.
20 feet. And how high is that rock? Is that rock? That brown stuff? Is that rocks or island or what?
That is a piece of land in the water. Yes.
And how high is that? What's the top elevation of that above the water?
Not sure off the top of my head. Hold on while I get you the original image.
No problem. How far away is it? Do you know that?
130 miles. It says so in the picture.
No. The land. The brown stuff.
That's about 4 or 5 miles away. I'll have to get the actual original.
It's only 4 or 5 miles?
Yeah, it's not very far away.
Sweet.
And
And then how far is that? See how the blue stuff and beyond the brown stuff is way above the brown stuff? How far is that horizon?
That's a good question. Probably a lot further.
It's
Wow,
probably
why is
further
it
than
so
the
much
land that you
higher?
see. Yeah, that'd be a pretty good assessment
Why is it so much higher?
because it's
Is that a
farther
big
away.
wave? Wait, it's further away on a sphere, but it's not lower than what's something that's closer to you. It's higher? That's not a sphere.
It could
Yeah,
be
that's
a
how spheres
sphere.
work when they're big, Orakia. I'll show
That's
you some
how, wait a
geometry.
minute,
I'll
wait
show
a
you some
minute.
geometry school books if you're
Yeah,
ready. If you're
Rocket.
ready for that.
That's how spheres work
Yeah, we
if
have
they're big.
horizons. We have horizons on a sphere. Yeah, so that's how it works.
Okay, well, Doofus this is his deal, right? He posted this picture. So that water is higher than the land, although it's much further away. How far is that horizon again?
How far away is the horizon? Oh, hold
Well,
on.
that
Hang on,
blue
just let me
stuff.
do-
If
I'll
that
actually
is
post. I'll post both of them so we have them at least.
the blue stuff that's meeting the white mountain, the snow on the mountain, that would you say that's the horizon?
Well, you can look at the original now. You can have a much clearer look at it now at 36 after the hour.
Uh-huh.
That's mountainous terrain. That's land in front
Yeah.
of the mountain, closer
That
to
doesn't-
us. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
that
blue
doesn't-
stuff is?
The dark
the-
blue.
No. There's which
Yeah, you
part are
might
you
want
looking at?
Doofus to take this.
It
Right.
appears
So
to be
there's
like some
water.
land.
There's water, and then you see that outcropping of land. The original shows it much more clearly, and then you
Uh-huh.
see some more water beyond that land.
Uh-huh.
Then
See that water?
you can't see any more of that water. All of the town that's between the observer and the mountain is completely invisible. You can't see that town at all, and you can only see the top portion of the mountain.
So what's where the white meets the blue? Is that blue water or is that
That's land. Dark blue is the land. So you got the island, and then you have a light blue band,
I don't
which
think
is
Doofus
more
agrees
water.
with that.
Yeah, I think he does. So just
Uh.
past the island, you got a light blue band of water, and then you have a dark blue band of land, and then above that you have the mountain.
Oh, so that dark blue isn't water.
It's trees and land.
No, that's water.
Are you sure?
No, the light.
I told you, Doofus.
Come
didn't
on,
agree with you.
Doofus. The just beyond the island, you see a strip of light blue. That's water, right? And then you see another strip of dark blue. And I would say
Yeah.
that's very hazy land. It's supposed
Yeah,
to
well-
be green.
Well, yeah. Look, if you look
no.
to the right, well, if you look to the right, if you follow that, it does seem to like go up and then dip and then go back up again. That seems to be.
Yeah.
That doesn't
Land.
seem. That's not like. Yeah, it doesn't look like water. It looks more like land. If you like follow the entire
Wow,
thing.
it kind of looks like water.
No,
I wonder if
no.
the water and land is kind of merging together at that point.
Yeah,
The
let's go-
mountain is sitting on land, and then the
Y'all
land
can't-
is sitting on water. Yeah.
Oh wait, the mountain's sitting on land? All
Yeah,
right.
the mountain's on land.
So there's a shoreline somewhere.
The shoreline's the dark blue, like the dark blue.
I thought you said that was land.
Yeah, well, okay, and then the light blue would be the water shoreline.
And then what's the dark blue in front of the light blue? In front, right behind the brown stuff. There's a dark blue right behind the brown, and then a light blue, and then a dark blue. What's what? Or do y'all know?
It goes land, light blue, then dark blue, right?
No, it goes land, then dark blue, and then a light blue, and then a dark blue, and
Look
then
off
white.
look off to the right.
I'm sure
I believe it's water.
first, then land.
Yeah, look off to the right of it of the whatever. I think it looks like it's water. It's a little tricky though. You got to kind of follow.
Yeah,
like-
it's really tricky. It's almost like it's a mirage.
no, it's not mirage.
Oh, it's not a mirage over water, long distance. You sure?
I think it's more of just a resolution thing. Like we literally
Chad,
don't.
You don't think it's
Chad
an optical
posted it.
illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions when y'all can't even agree on the picture? The very picture y'all posted, Doofus posted, he's disagreeing with y'all? Yeah.
We don't all
nice
have
job.
to agree just off of quick
Yeah, you might
observation.
want to get your story straight before you post something as proof, though, right?
See how Chad posted a picture with arrows? I agree with that. It's the same mountain. off
You
to
agree
the
there's a
right.
bunch of red arrows and yellow arrows with a water sign on that picture? I don't see that.
Like it says same mountain. You see how it says same mountain? And then there's an
I see Chad posted like a cartoon. I don't see that in Doofus's picture that he posted. I see, I'll tell you what I see. I see
sorry,
water. I see water and then a block like an island of brown land, like looks like rocks and maybe a little bit of sand. And then I see a dark line that looks like water. And then I see a white line that starts to get kind of hazy that looks where the miraging starts, and then I see a dark layer that meets the white snow. That's what I see. Now, keep in mind, I've done many, many, many long distance observations over water. I'm familiar where it starts to get like really like hazy and flat, like shiny. That's where the mirage line starts. I can post a picture if you want, show you what I mean. I know it's hard to understand when you haven't done your own long distance observations.
Yeah, maybe I'll print screen this.
The picture I was referring to that Chad posted is a little further up. Yeah, I'd say where the mountain meets the dark band, that's land still. Land, yeah.
Here, I'm gonna post to the right of the island, so kind of make things a little. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can kind of see the forest line, the tree line.
Yeah. So there's definitely water past the little mid, island land thing or whatever. At least in this shot, that shows that you got the little water that goes past it. From there on, it's kind of tough to tell what's what, but it does seem that silhouette.
It is tough to tell what's what. I will agree with that.
But I mean, what's the whole argument though? Because I mean, like there does seem.
I'm
to be
not
water.
sure. Doofus posted it, and y'all seem to be disagreeing with him now.
I'm not disagreeing. It's just.
Yeah, pretty much. He posted his Earth curve proof, and now y'all don't even know what's what.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd still say it is. I mean, for crying out loud, you got.
Oh, of course you would.
A crazy amount of mountain disappearing, and you got.
Yeah, you just
land
don't
in
know
front
what
of
it's
that.
obstructed by. It could be obstructed by a mirage. See my picture I just posted at 9:42, where the water turns into what looks like not water. It kind of gets kind of weird looking, and then it gets shiny. See, that's sky. That's not actually water. And then the gray part underneath the building, that's actually water, but it looks like sky. And then the building, see, that building is not actually floating in the sky. See, the top of the building is actually mirrored down onto what's not sky. It's actually water, but it looks like sky.
Yeah, in this example, what would supposedly like the reason why it's seemingly disappearing. The bottom is not visible is because you have that mirroring effect, but you can't even say the mirroring effect is happening here because even if it was, there's
well,
not
you can't
enough.
say it's not. You can't say the tops of those trees aren't being mirrored down, or the bottom of the trees aren't being mirrored up.
Okay, but
like
the point
you don't even know they're trees.
That's fine, but I mean the reason why I said that even if you bring that up is well, okay, if it is mirroring, right? You still can't hide enough mountain though with that. I mean, literally, you still have the land, that little strip of land in front of that, and it's just not enough to hide that much mountain. There's just a lot of mountain missing.
Okay, Armin, let me just go back up to my picture because I'm tired of discussing pictures that you didn't take. The reason I know that it's sky underneath the building and that the water is actually there is because I took the picture.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, so you see how the sky below the building looks
that's
gray?
cool. I get that.
That sky is actually
that's enough.
Okay, that sky is actually obstructing or obscuring what's actually there, which is water and a levee and a bridge and more buildings.
But there's actually enough room to fit the entire building, I would assume, maybe.
Maybe you misunderstood what I said.
No, listen, I understand.
You listen. I took this picture so I can describe it to you. The sky is obscuring what's actually there, which makes it an optical illusion, a
That's
mirage.
cool.
All right.
That's
For
cool.
both Arma and Rakia, here you go. Where that image I posted earlier is from. It's from Canada.
Oh,
Okay.
awesome.
What we're looking over is a little bit of land that's close to the observer and a huge amount of water and towns and such beyond that. They're looking right through Seattle, but you can't see Seattle at all. And the bottom of the mountain is gone.
Right. What, you can't see Seattle?
Right. It's right along the optical corridor.
Wow, there's some tall buildings, and isn't there a Space Needle in Seattle?
Can't see it.
How
Weird.
far is the observer? Yeah, really weird. How far is the observer from Seattle?
The observer is in Canada.
Yeah, how far is the observer in Canada from Seattle?
Let's go with a random guess of 80 miles.
So at 20 feet, he can't see 80 miles, a Space Needle that is how tall again?
I don't know. I have no idea right now.
Yeah, you might want to find out why he can't see it.
Space.
Okay. It's big enough to be resolved by that camera. It's fine.
So it's hidden by what?
I don't know. It seems the water's in the way.
Earth curve is blocking the top of the Space Needle from observer height of 20 feet over 80 miles. You might want to check that system out again.
Okay, well, hold
Fine.
on. Is the Space Needle
Everything
80?
between the observer, that water, and the distant mountain, the things between that water and that mountain are all gone. You cannot see any of them.
Yeah, why?
Because there's water in the way.
Okay. Are you calling that water in the sky or Earth curve or what? Because you got
To
a
me,
real
I'm trusting
tall.
my senses. It looks like the water's in the way.
Yeah, if it's blocking the Space Needle that's in Seattle, you got this huge hump of water, right?
Well, it certainly appears that way. That the
Well,
water is
at that
for some
angle,
reason. That for some reason the water is in front of all of that. Yes.
And how far away is the mountain again? From the
130
observer?
miles.
And Seattle is how far?
I don't know, but it looks like roughly 80, 90 miles. I don't know, 80 miles.
So if there's a hump of water in the way blocking a huge Space Needle in Seattle, at that angle, you wouldn't even see the mountain.
Yes, you would, because the mountain is very, very tall. It's called Mount Rainier. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, Mount Rainier is quite a bit taller than the Space Needle. You might
Yeah,
want to
but
check on that.
you get the angle, right? You might want to check on the angle and how tall the Space Needle is and what angle you'd be looking at from 20 feet to not be able to see the top of the space. You sure that that's in the way? I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that Seattle's not in the line of sight because there's no
Not
way.
giving me the benefit of the doubt, Rakia.
There is no way that you wouldn't see the city of Seattle, but you would see the water and the trees in front of the mountain.
Well, we don't see the water in the trees in front of the mountain.
Okay, so what water and trees are you seeing in front of Seattle?
We're seeing water because if we actually look where the observer was, what we see is that there's a bunch of water
in front of Seattle.
And from their observation point in Canada, there's a little bit of land and a whole lot of water.
And then there's a little bit of, there's more land and then some more water in front of Seattle, right?
No.
There's not?
No.
Victoria is where the mountain is or where the viewer is?
Where the viewer is.
And he's looking over towards the red dot, which is that gray thing that's the mountain, right?
Yeah.
So if he's looking from Victoria to the mountain, there's water and then land and then water again and then Seattle.
Yeah, we don't see that. That's not the land that we see. If you look at the second thing that I posted in that same post, there's a little bit of land there.
The brown
That's
stuff.
what we're seeing.
And then we see water, which is where?
All along that optical corridor, all the way up until the United States of America.
There's land in that optical corridor along with water.
Right. We don't see that. We see the water in the way.
But I see what? What? And then there's no tree line there? Where's Seattle?
Right. Where is it?
You can see trees, but not Seattle? What trees are you seeing?
We don't see trees.
There's no trees in that picture?
I feel like I have to. I feel like.
Yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead,
even know,
Arma.
man.
Tell him there's trees in there.
Like I don't mean to like go against you, Doofus, but like I do feel like we're
Oh,
not seeing
yeah.
just water. If you
There's
follow that whole line, there does seem to be a dip in the right, unless there's some kind of
definitely
like
trees.
refraction or something. I feel like that's like some kind of land we're looking at.
Yeah.
I don't know. It
But
just
no
seems.
Seattle.
Arma's on point.
Yeah, no Seattle, though.
Right.
The kind of this
What
huge
would lead you to
buildings in
make the
Seattle. Hang on,
conclusion
let
that
me.
what you're seeing there is land?
Yeah. So
Well, it looks
if
like
you,
land.
yeah. So no. Okay. So if you follow the like that silhouette, like that, if you want to call it silhouette, like that darker like shade, whatever. If you follow it to the right, you've got like dips, this crazy dip actually to the right. And you got this sort of like a hump. It just feels more like land, like we got like trees or something. Once again, unless that dip that I'm seeing towards the right is like maybe refraction or something causing like that warpiness. Other than that, I can't really explain why that would look like that. You know what I'm talking about. Let me real fast post it real fast. So
Right. It's very, very zoomed in. Keep that in mind.
Yeah. This is what I mean. This right here. So we post this. So like, if you look at that, it's kind of dips a little bit. So I don't know. Unless, like I said, unless that's like refraction or something, that feels very like hilly, like with trees and like land. But I don't know. If I had to guess, if that is land I'm looking at, if I had to guess what that land would be, maybe it's what is that, Sequium? Maybe it's like around there or something. I don't know. If I had to guess.
I don't know would be a good answer. I don't
can't
think
make out
anybody
any
knows.
details on that land in order to point out that it is in fact land.
What's that gray stuff?
Okay, hold on. I'll zoom in a little more then.
No,
the
you already
gray-
showed me a thing. I mean, just can't make out any details of any land to say for sure that must be land.
Well, I'm not saying for sure it is. I'm just saying like it doesn't. Like I don't know why it would be warping that much. And if you look out, throughout the entire strip of it, it just, at least once again, it feels like it's like trees and whatnot. I could I could be wrong. I mean, I wish this was video because then we can kind of tell if that's like
I wish
like
one of y'all would have took
inconsistencies.
it.
Because if
What's
that's
the gray
static,
stuff, Arma? Above the blue stuff. What's that gray stuff?
wait, what gray stuff?
The gray stuff above the dark blue, which you say is trees. What's the gray stuff?
What gray stuff?
The
There's
gray
blue and there's
above
more blue.
You mean the sky, or like what are we talking about?
Oh, that's the gray is sky?
You mean the upper half of that image that I sent? The upper half.
Yeah.
That would
Lighter
be
blue.
sky.
Oh, that's the gray stuff is sky.
It's lighter blue.
Oh, it's definitely gray. Maybe it's just my phone.
Lighter blue gray. I mean, it's a very desaturated, like teal-ish.
Oh, it's
blue.
like distorted. Like you're not getting all the information. It's not like this nice blue
Didn't say
sky with
distorted.
clouds in it. Oh,
Don't get
what did he
excited.
say?
He didn't say the word distorted.
What did he say?
He said desaturated.
Yeah.
Oh, new word. Bring it in. What's that mean? Like you're not getting all the information?
Saturation. It just means less saturation. The color is less saturated.
Less light?
No.
Less information, maybe?
No.
Less colorful. It's like if you have a saturated color, you'd have like this, like, I guess an example would be like, you got like a bright red orange. No, my bad.
It's
Bright red
time
apple.
to
My
start-
bad. Bright
Yeah,
red
it's
apple.
time to start educating on what color spaces are.
Where are the
Or you
clouds
can just
at?
say that desaturated does not mean loss of information.
Where are the clouds at?
This looks like
It's
a
a nice
foggy
looking day.
I don't know.
Oh, it's a clear day with gray sky?
I mean, it's not gray, but okay.
Okay, well, the dark blue is definitely water, though, Doofus, right? Not trees, not land.
I mean,
And
if
the
it
gray
is
stuff
land,
is,
I certainly don't have any indicators that tell me what land it is. So I'm going to go with
and
water.
and the gray stuff is definitely blue sky with no clouds.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, so we got we got water, and then the brown stuff is land. I think we all agree with that. And then there's more water, and then that white haze next is more water, and then the dark blue is more water and or trees and land, and then the gray stuff is definitely sky.
Yeah, but we can see the outline of the mountain behind it.
Oh, and then we have a mountain too. Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely a mountain there. But it looks like snow too. White
Yep.
snow. Yeah. Just not blue. We can make that out. Like that color's good. Definitely
And if
a
you look at
mountain.
the details on what part of the mountain that you can see, the details match up with closer observations, which means you can actually point out how much of the mountain you're not seeing.
So let's just say it is trees, right? Let's just entertain that. You think the trees are taller than, let's say, I don't know what your viewer height is, 20 feet?
I mean, I can't make any guesses. I'm not going to guess on what I don't know.
Okay, but we do know there's land in between the viewer and the mountain, so there would be trees, right?
There would be. It'd be odd to assume that that's exactly what we're seeing, though.
And you would think that the trees would be higher than 20 feet?
Would the trees be higher than 20 feet? Well, sure.
Okay, so if you agree that there might be land in between the viewer and the mountain, and that the land has trees on it that are higher than 20 feet, which is your observer height, you would also have to agree that at that angle over a flat plane, that would obstruct something in the distance. Oh, let's say a mountain.
Not enough, no. Because if you trees,
You lose.
no, let's try
Yeah.
this
Oh,
again.
yeah, you lose because you don't even
No,
know the
because
distance.
if you
How can you say that?
let's
You
try
don't
this
even
one
know.
more time,
You
I'll get
don't
it.
even know if it's land or
Answer
not.
it at some point in this distant future, I guess.
Not only do you know if it's
Get a
not land or
chance to
not, but
answer
you don't know the
Rocky's
distance.
question. If he wants to ask me a question, I do get a chance to answer
Yeah,
it, correct?
I'll ask you.
No,
How
no,
far are
you
the
don't
trees?
have to ask it. You already asked it.
Oh, yeah. Are there trees?
All right, let's try this again. No, the trees would not cause that much obstruction. The trees, if you're assuming they're in the distant land, like near Seattle, or anywhere even closer than that somehow, those trees wouldn't be tall enough to also obstruct the Space Needle, because obviously the Space Needle is taller, and wouldn't be enough to obstruct that much of the mountain.
Yeah. So you're saying whatever's in front of the mountain and the Space Needle is water higher than the viewer, higher than the Space Needle.
No, I wouldn't
In
use the
80
word
miles
higher than, because that's not the right way to speak about these things.
above the viewer, which obstructs the Space Needle, which is above the viewer, right?
Right, I wouldn't say above the observer either.
What would you say?
I would say it's in the way.
Okay.
That's what I've said this whole time. It's
Yeah.
in the way.
Well, we could. Well, here's the thing. We
Yeah,
could tackle
we
this
hear
even.
you.
Well, hold on. We could tackle this even logically, all right? If you're claiming, all right, I'm not saying you are, but if you're going to claim, if someone's going to claim that the trees are supposedly obstructing the mountain, right? Then logically, we would assume that if we take the trees away, then all the mountain would be visible, right? But as you can see, the
No, I
tree.
didn't say that.
Well, then why did you even bring that up as a point? Like, oh, it could be obstructing it. Like, what
Because it could be buildings. It could
Right,
be a
but the
car.
problem-
It could be a hill.
The problem that he's getting to is that you see that land that's much closer to the observer than the horizon. The thing is, there's some of the mountain behind that land that's in front of the mountain as well. But the water's there, so the water tells you how low it must be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's right next to the ocean. Right. So that water,
right?
You get an idea of how tall the water is above sea level, which hopefully around zero. Then what we're seeing through we're not seeing the bottom of the mountain because this sea level water is in the way.
Or
I could have sworn you were about to say what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Bruh, I mean, come on. In your optical corridor, you're showing water, land, water, land, water, land, 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 water. And you're saying there's not something on that land
that's higher than 20 feet that at that angle could be obstructing something that's 130 miles away? Have you
Well, how tall is
lost
the
your
mountain,
rocker?
Rakia? If you're going to bring
Yeah,
in
it's
numbers, if you're going
your
to bring
picture,
numbers
sir.
into this situation, you have to actually bring all of the numbers.
You
The
don't
height
even
of the
know if
mountain
it's
is very
trees or
important.
not, sir, and you're asking me to explain your silly picture that you didn't take? Nice
Right,
try.
so we can at least assume thousands of feet tall mountain, right?
Uh-huh.
If we assume those trees are 70 miles away by the optical corridor that I laid out to you earlier, then it would take thousands of feet tall trees to block that mountain.
That's not true.
Yes, it would, because if the
No, it's
mountain is,
not.
say it's only 8,000 feet tall, this mountain, the trees would have to be more than 4,000 feet tall in order to block that mountain from the observer.
Nah.
Okay, but you can
Yes,
still
that's basic geometry.
Take a 10-foot wall and get real close to it as a 6-foot observer. And I don't care how far the mountain is that's 130 miles away. You ain't gonna see the top of it.
Right, change the situation in order to make a different argument. That's great.
You
What we're
mean change
actually
it to
observing,
something that you
what
have
we're
no
actually
idea how
observing,
tall the trees
we're
are, where they're at,
actually,
even if they are
thank
trees
you
or how
again
far
for
away they are?
interrupting. It's fine if
You mean
Rakia
that
interrupts, by
situation?
the way. It's
You mean that
totally
situation?
okay if Rakia interrupts somebody while they're talking.
You mean the situation you've created where you don't know shit about your own picture you posted?
Okay,
You mean
let's
that
try this one
situation?
more time. Rakia, if you're standing next to a 10-foot wall, you're doing it wrong because what we're discussing is something that's 70 miles away from a 130-mile total observation. If you put a 10-foot wall halfway in between you and something else,
We're
then
putting
that
trees in
10-foot
the
wall
way.
can only at most block 20 feet of the thing that's
Yeah, that was just an
away
example.
from
We're
you.
putting tall trees. How tall are the trees, doofus?
That would have to be more than 4,000 feet in elevation.
4,000-foot tall trees?
That's
Yeah, I
what
don't
would
think
be
so.
required in order for
You
your
got some tall
explanation to make
trees, man.
sense.
You sure about that?
Yes.
How'd you figure that out?
Geometry.
How far away are the trees? The closest trees from the viewer, how far away are they?
Well, let's just say
No,
if
let's
they're
not just
65
say. Let's
miles
not
away,
assume. Let's
let's
in your picture.
say
Let's
if they are
get a number.
let's just say
Yeah,
if
hold
they
on. You guys got to go
get
one
a
at a
chance
time.
to answer your question that you asked. Let's just say if the observation is 130 miles away and there's trees 65 miles away, just to make the math easy. If I wanted to block 8,000 feet, that would have to be 4,000 feet tall. That's basic geometry.
Okay, how close are the closest trees to the viewer?
The trees along the optical corridor that would have to be there would have to be 70 miles away.
So the closest tree to the viewer that's 20 feet tall is 80 miles away? How do you know that? You didn't even know there were trees, sir.
All right, I don't recognize any trees there. What I see is dark blue. From
Then
what
how
I
do
can
you know they're
gather from
80
the
miles
information
away?
available to me is that that's water.
If you don't even know if they're trees, how do you know that trees are 80 miles away? Sir.
Because that's where the land is.
So the closest land is 80 miles away? You sure about that?
Well, let's say, okay. How
No,
about
let's
this?
not just say. Let's
We'll
really
use the
get the
details of the observation. So, if I instead make it so that the trees are 13 miles away, we'll cut it into 1/10, right? 13 miles away, these trees would have to be 800 feet above sea level in order to block 8,000 feet of that mountain.
Okay, well, will the mountain appear lower in the distance or higher in the distance?
Don't address what I said. That's fine.
Well, I'm not going to address assumptions on a picture that you have no idea about, that you didn't take yourself. You don't even know if there's trees in the way or how
Right,
tall they
and I
are.
was addressing your assumption that I didn't think about this ahead of time. That's great. The
Nice talking to
trees
you.
that would have to be, if you say the trees are closer, let's even go with 13 miles, like I
Let's
said.
put them 10
And the
feet.
trees, in order to block an 8,000-foot thing, would have to be 800 feet in elevation. That's basic geometry.
Sounds like a lot of assuming to me. Where's the Space Needle at? The trees aren't blocking them? That's some tall trees there.
Right? You're assuming that they are trees. I'm assuming that they are water.
The
No,
information available is that they are
I'm
dark
not
blue.
assuming anything.
They are in the way.
I was told they were trees. I'm not assuming they're trees. No, now you seem to be telling me there's trees 80 miles away, and that
There
they're so
definitely is
tall.
trees 80 miles away.
You sure know about a lot of trees that you don't even think they're trees. You're just taking the average tree height of that area that might be there 80 miles away that you think is water instead. How tall does the water have to be obstructing that amount of mountain there, Mr. Geometry Man?
Right. The water is from the sea. Clearly, it's at sea level.
Uh-huh.
Right. And for some reason, some of that water, regardless of what's behind it, is in the way of the mountain as well.
Uh-huh. So how tall does the water have to be?
We know the water is at sea level because it's the sea. And if sea level is getting in the way of the mountain, we've got a problem.
If there's not trees taller than the viewer obstructing the bottom of the mountain and you say it's water, how tall is the water above the viewer to be obstructing the mountain?
I don't have the crayons for this. The water is at sea level, okay? Because it's the sea. The water, even regardless of whatever is behind the water, doesn't even matter what's back there. The water's still in the way of that mountain. We can see that the mountain is taller than the amount of the mountain we can see that's even taller than where the water is in the photograph. So the water at sea level is in the way of the bottom of that mountain.
So the water that's obviously sea level appears higher than the viewer,
Not
but the
higher
mountain
than.
appears lower. Yeah,
Not higher than. That's not the
but
right
it's higher
word.
than the
The
land.
water's in the way, Rakia.
Uh-huh. But the mountain's lower than the water.
The mountain seems to be blocked by the water,
So which would make it lower?
which would make it that the water is in the way.
Which would make the mountain lower or the water higher? I mean,
I
one
get
or the
that you
other
want
has
to
to
keep trying to introduce the words higher and lower. However, that doesn't really need to be applied here. The water is at sea level, 0 feet, right? Or maybe there's
don't
a
say
tide
right
that
to
could even
me
be
and
as
your
high.
own. Don't say
Even
right.
if there's a
I don't
high
agree with
tide,
anything you say.
it could just be
Don't
a
say
few
right.
feet above sea level, but there's still water in the way of the mountain.
If that's water, I mean, if it's water,
No, there's definitely water in the way.
so how could it be in the way of the viewer if it's not higher than the viewer? If it's not higher than the viewer's line of sight, then it wouldn't
Now
be
you're
in the
starting
way.
to think with your brain. If the line
No.
of sight isn't horizontal, then you can say something else.
What are you saying?
What do you think I'm saying? The line of sight
I'm
from
thinking you're
you to
saying that it's
the line
curving
of
water
sight,
that's in the way.
if the line of sight from you to where the bottom of the mountain should be isn't horizontal, then clearly there's drop due to distance.
Wait a minute. What about your other picture? It's got the boat on the water and that hill in front. Obviously, the viewer that's 130 miles or what is the viewer 80 miles away from that is
50.
lower. So now it's 50.
Well, that one is 50
Holy
miles away,
shit!
as it
Look at
states exactly in the photograph that I shared the
look at
first
those
time.
buildings right there. The building right there is on the water, so the building is at least 3 stories. That's 30 feet, and then the trees are way above that. That's a long way.
Right, but we can't see any of that from where the observer is 130 miles away.
Are you sure that's not what we're seeing, sir?
Yes.
It sure looks like a tree line to me. Like a hill, like in front of the snow-capped mountain of trees. Really
That's your
tall, like
assumption.
hundreds and hundreds of feet tall.
Top of the grass.
Right.
I
You're
mean,
calling the
boat
blue
itself,
stuff.
the boat
You're
itself
calling the
is
blue
about,
stuff land despite the fact that it's blue.
there's a yacht right there that's at least 30 feet tall on the shoreline, sea level at 50 miles away. Yeah, you might want to go do some more research on why a 20-foot viewer might be, if something's, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of feet taller than him,
he's having to look over that, and he's 50 miles away from that, and that mountain is another, what'd you say, 80 miles? Why you wouldn't see the base of the mountain? Actually, we are seeing about that much of the mountain. That's strange. You see that gray where the snow cap, like in the valley of that mountain, it's really snowy there. We're basically seeing that, aren't we? Doesn't seem
No,
like much is obstructed at all.
no, it's not true.
Yeah, it is true. See where the gray is? See where the top of the mountain is white, and then there's that gray bowl, and then it gets white again? Hell, ain't hardly anything obstructed. Just the tops of the trees are right there where, see, what you just can't make out the tops of the trees and where the mountain stops, sir. You care to recant your story yet? Or should I go on just demolishing you?
All right. I would like you to line up those two photographs, the surface details on that mountain from
You
the
would
top
like me
one
to
and the
do
bottom
something to
one.
the picture
And what
that you
you'll
posted
find
that you
out,
don't know shit about?
what you'll find, thanks again. What you'll
Uh-huh.
find out is that the surface details that you can make out in the 130-mile observation only show you the very tippy top of that mountain that you can see in the 50-mile
Top, I see
observation.
the bowl. I see the whole crevice of the bowl.
Nope.
Yeah, I see the top mountain. I see the gray that starts where it must be real steep there. There's no snow, comes down the face, and then it gets snowy again in that valley, and then there's a gray spot that looks really steep or something else, a shadow, and then the tree line, which is about, I would guess, at that point where that bowl is, judging by the 30-foot yacht and then the building, I would say about 500 feet taller than the water, and the viewer is only 20 feet above the water, so that's let's just say 500 feet, right? And it's really not blocking any of the mountain, even with that angle from 130 miles.
All right,
Hello?
I'll bust out the crayons for you. It's fine. One moment.
First, we should decide what crayon we're going to use to color in the trees or water. Well, wait a minute. First, we got to decide whether it's water or trees. I see trees in your other photograph, but you seem to think the water is obstructing that too. You sure you want to keep going?
I do. Here we go.
You don't really know a
the
whole
first-
lot.
So here we go. The first thing that I've posted, you can very clearly make out that the thing that I've pointed to the right there, that's water. And the line where the base of the mountain should be is below that water. Secondly, the points of interest on the mountain line up with these areas of the mountain. The mountain is much bigger than those areas and is not visible.
I mean, the mountain's 130 miles away. It's going to appear smaller, right?
Yeah, the amount of the mountain that we can see by proportion, there's a very large amount of it that we cannot see. It's not just that it's smaller.
No, not really. It's
that
just
we can't see
130
some of
miles
it.
away. No, it's really just you're really close to it in the other picture, and you're 130 miles away in the second picture. So it seems a little smaller, but what we're seeing is snow cap and then gray and then snow again and then a tree line. So really, you're not missing anything.
Right, that's
Which
your
is-
assumption. However, when I pointed out points of interest on the mountain, what we're seeing is that most of the mountain is not there.
That's not what I'm seeing, sir. We'll let the audience decide that, but it sure seems like it's not much obstructed. How much would be obstructed, by the way? 130 miles. 20 feet observer height.
Well, let's see.
Oh, you don't even know?
Well, let's go
How
over it.
the frick?
We can do this together. We can take the journey because you didn't either.
I just got the picture and I'm destroying you. You see those green things? Those are trees. See the things below the trees? Those are large condos. See that yacht sitting on the water? It's like 30 feet tall. You have hundreds of feet of a hill in front of that snow-capped mountain, which is 80 miles further than that 500-foot hill of yours. and your viewer height's only 20 feet. You don't think that's going to cause a little bit of obstruction, sir, in 80 miles?
Not the amount necessary for your observation to be.
Oh, really?
But
The amount that
again,
you don't even know.
You wanted to chime in before I was done talking.
Yeah, the amount that you're calculating now that you don't even know.
You like to jump in before somebody is finished.
I like to point out that you didn't even know the amount.
Everyone in the room, this is what Rakia does all of the time. It's not just once in a while.
Shouldn't you be busy calculating how much you
I should be in.
should be missing?
While I was in the
Let him finish,
meeting, you
Rakia.
decided to start talking first.
You should be calculating, not talking.
How many feet would be hidden? Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear it.
He doesn't know yet. He's still calculating. Why is he talking?
Right. Why did you say something that I would have to respond to then?
That's your excuse?
What's
Target
the
distance
observer height?
is 130 miles.
20 feet.
20 feet.
Yeah. You got a 500-foot obstruction at least 50 miles away.
I would guess it at 120 miles. I'd say about 10,000 feet. Just guessing.
How much would a 500-foot hill 50 miles away obstruct left lane? What would you guess on that?
1,000 feet.
Wow. Quick guess.
209, 214 meters.
Don't forget to carry the one. Like y'all having a dinner party. Maybe you should get to that instead of calculating mountain height on a picture you didn't take.
Right. Regardless of who took the picture, the mountain has a certain size. So fuck off.
You sure it's 130 miles away? You check that?
Yes.
How'd you know his viewer height? How do you prove that to you? Or was that just a trust thing?
It's a pretty good. That's a pretty good source. I'll give it to you later.
So it was just a trust thing then. I got it. I'm cool with that. Yeah, I got it. You can trust. Nothing wrong with a little trust in the world. It's just another thing you don't know for sure, though. Just assuming, right? Wow, they're having fun.
411.
They're having a lot of fun without you, buddy. They drinking your booze?
Who are you talking to?
I don't know. Somebody's hot micing. Oh, that wasn't you?
Nobody's here.
No, I get that. Nobody's in my room either, actually, with Spucks. They all went home.
About 4,400. That's cool. Standard. All right. So it should appear from an observer that's 130 miles away, about 20 feet in elevation, that they should be able to see about 1,800 meters of the mountain. The mountain is about 4,400 meters, so you can subtract that, right?
Oh, no, I'm not doing any math. This is all you. Go ahead, tell us.
Okay, 2,600. I mean, it was pretty easy. I rounded them for you. So 2,600 meters of the mountain should be obstructed, and well, sure enough, that kind of looks like what we're seeing.
Huh. Earth curve, right? Not the hill, not the 500-foot hill that's 50 miles away obstructing any of it. All water, right?
I mean, what we see is water.
No, what we see in your other picture is a 500-foot hill that you said was 50 feet away, 50 miles away. How much would that obstruct?
A 500-foot hill. That's a very, very tall hill. I guess if you're going, hold on.
Well, you look at it and tell me how far. I'm really giving you a benefit of the doubt there.
All right, so this building looks like some sort of warehouse or factory or something.
See the yacht on the water? That's a big boy right there. If you can see it from that far, that's a big boy.
All right, you don't actually know how far it is away, though.
Okay, but it's across a waterway. You see how small it looks? which
Big
means
boat.
it's a long way, and it's a big boat, which means what, Left Lane? It's pretty tall, right?
Big,
Right.
big
So
old
this
boat.
3-story building that's on the shore, if we
That's above the
assume the
boat.
rest of the hill, if we assume the rest of the hill is the same distance away from us than as the
Oh,
building,
another assumption.
or you have to assume in this case because you don't know how far away the rest of the hill
No,
is.
you don't know.
But
In your own example, that's right. You don't know. That's correct.
all right. Anyway, I'll continue. If we assume that the rest of the hill is as far away as this 3-story building, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Wait a minute
6,
now. You got to go further to the right.
18, about, let's say about 20 stories.
Ooh.
I'll go with 20 stories. It's about 200 feet. So, I mean, I don't know where you got 500 from. So basically, fuck all is what it's going to do. We good with that? The conclusion that that hill will do fuck all?
Just say yes, Rakia. I bet he'll disagree.
What happened?
No, he asked you whether or not the hill
No, that's
makes a
Chad.
difference, and I said, just say no, and then let's see if he still disagrees.
I mean, he could be busy drawing rectangles in order to make sure the 20-story assessment was spot on.
Did you also auto level a crater on the moon, Doofus?
Don't need to. Oh
Because
yeah,
Rumpus,
he's still
Zanuck,
working on it.
and people all hands on deck.
Elsie, you been listening to this?
Oh
Did you
yeah.
find out how tall that hill is yet, Rakia?
Did I find out how tall the hill that you posted is? No, sir. This is all you, buddy. You're doing a
All right,
great
so
job.
your assessment that it was 500 feet tall came from what exactly?
The height of that yacht on the water, and then panning over a little bit and seeing it's about twice as tall. So if
Right,
you
so
say
the
it's 200 feet right above that yacht,
that's clearly 3 stories tall didn't bother you at all.
yeah, I saw that building. I'm the one who pointed it out.
Right. So then if we use that building as a ruler and we say that the hill is roughly 20 stories tall, that gives you about 200 feet, not 500.
Is that what you're gonna do? I mean, it's your picture, man. Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna use that building
Yes, I am going to use that building
from that angular, like that's what you're gonna size it with.
because the building's clearly on the land, correct?
Okay, so above that building, you're saying it's 200 feet from the water to the top of the trees.
Should be thereabouts.
Okay, now go over about 100, let's say 400 feet to the right.
Well, that's what I did. I moved the building over to the right and then stacked it.
So that's only 200 feet?
Yeah.
I'll take that bet.
I mean, if that's a 3-story building, that's about 20 stories.
No, the bet I'll take is that the top of those trees are more than 200 feet above that water.
Okay, 210 feet.
You want to? I'll give you 210 and less for any amount of money.
Okay. Doesn't matter. This is a pointless argument online and you're going to bet money.
Nope.
Anyway, so if I actually use the building as a ruler and it gives me about a 200-foot hill, what is that going to do from 80 miles away to a mountain that's 130 miles away?
Obstruct some of it.
How much?
Go ahead.
You're
Well,
pitching,
obviously
man.
less than 400 feet. That's obvious.
Okay, so how much?
Obviously less than 400 feet. Let's go with 350. Doesn't matter because the height of that mountain is 14,000 feet. So again, what's that hill going to do? Basically,
Sorry, I was taking a pee break.
All right. So what is a 200-foot tall hill, or even 300 feet if you really want to go crazy about it? If it was a 300-foot hill, and if it was 50 miles away, which is absurd because that's how far away this observer is. If it was
You told me
50 miles
50.
away from that mountain, what would it do to an observer that's 130 feet away?
Wait, no, you said the hill was 50 miles away from the observer, and the
No.
mountain was 130 miles. That's what you said.
No. There
You
are
didn't even
two
know there were
photos.
trees a while ago.
One photo taken 130 miles away from the mountain, and there's another photo taken 50 miles away from the mountain.
Oh, okay, I got you. So the mountain is definitely 130 miles away from the viewer.
The mountain is 130 miles away from the second photo,
Right.
the one that has all the water in the way.
How far is the water, like the tree line right there? How far is that from the viewer?
From the one that's 50 mile away from the mountain observer? I don't know. I could go to the map.
No, from the one that's 130 miles, the viewer that's 130 miles from the mountain. How far is that viewer away from that hill? I know you don't know.
Which
That's why
one?
I'm asking.
Yeah. So the 130 mile away observer is looking at that little tiny outcropping that's in the water. That's what you're talking about?
No, the 300-foot hill that you come up with 300 foot and
Right.
whatever.
You're assuming you can see that in the 130 mile away observer's photo.
Okay. Assuming we can see it, how far away is it?
Right. Obviously more than 80 miles.
What? How
Yes.
do you know that?
Rakia, think about this very clearly. All right. We've
Okay,
got
I'm
two
thinking.
photos. We see a tree line that we just assessed the height of from an observer that's 50 miles away from the mountain. Now we have a second observer that's 130 miles away from the mountain. You're assuming we can see that same tree line. That tree line would have to be more than 80 miles away from the 130 mile away observer. Do I need to break out a ruler?
You can break out whatever the hell you want. I just posted your line of sight. What is that green stuff right there at the, what is that? 101, the Highway 101, Sequim. What is that right there as he looks across a little land and then a big patch of water? So you're saying that 101 is that brown stuff? Who's hot micing?
I tagged Buster. He must not have saw it.
That's Buster? They're having a good time.
All right, let's try this again.
Yeah,
The
where's your
bottom
brown
photo
stuff?
in this post that I've just reposted. The bottom photo is taken from 50 miles away. We just spent a lot of time assessing the height of the hill that contains those trees in that bottom photo. Now, in that bottom photo, that mountain that we assessed the height of is distant from a 50 mile away observer, an observer that's 50 miles away from the mountain. Now, if we assume the 130 mile away observer can see that same hill, that hill would have to be more than 80 miles away from the 130 mile away observer.
Okay, I'm starting to get you. Now look at the picture I posted from Victoria to the 101. Where's the brown stuff out in your corridor?
That's
the brown
what
land.
Second, that's okay. I'll reply to it since you didn't post the one that I posted.
Well,
That
I just zoomed in trying to see where it would be.
That one. This one shows you where that small stuff is in front of the 130 mile away observer.
Now I can't tell where you're at.
That's Victoria on the left side of the. Come on, Rakia.
And the little island things are the brown stuff?
Yes.
Okay, now come on, doofus. The one I posted where the 101 is. What's that green stuff right there where the 101? I'm assuming if that's a highway, then that's land.
Okay.
Okay, Sequum, let's say.
Yep. You're assuming we can see that in the 130 mile away observer's photo.
You're not 130 miles from Victoria to Sequum. How far is it?
Let's guess. Let's say 25 miles.
Wouldn't that be where the hill is?
Hold on. Let's
You
make
see
a
the
better
big,
guess.
the water. See the water right there, the big bay where that boat is, water skiing, and then there's that Sequum, maybe a town with some buildings, and then there's a little mountain right there. See that little hill that you
There's
say
no
is 300
elevation
feet?
on this map, Rakia.
I see elevation.
There's
The hell there ain't. Look to the left of 101. That's mountains.
right.
Yeah, right. Elevation.
Right. That's not giving you what the elevation is.
Right, I understand that, but if that Sequum is on land, those highways is on land, let's say they're not water bridges, then that would be where the tree line and the hill is, right, doofus? 25 miles away, doofus? I mean, think, doofus, think.
Right. Regardless of what that is off to the right, the water is in the way.
If there's a 300-foot hill 25 miles away, how much would it be blocking the mountain now that's 130 miles away? Let's see, that's let's see,
But
carry
there
the
isn't a
one.
300 foot. Where did you come up with the fact that there's a 300-foot hill 30 miles away?
Well,
Specifically.
I'm looking at Victoria, the viewer. There's that little brown patch that's real close to him. 4 miles, you said. And then there's 25 miles. I'm just going by your numbers to Sequum. And if that's where the hill is, which would make sense.
Which hill?
The 300-foot hill that you just showed a picture of.
No, because
Oh,
the
there's
300-foot tall hill that isn't even 300 feet tall anyway. That was taken from an observer that's 50 miles away from the mountain.
oh, okay. Well, then show me where that 50-foot hill is in your corridor. Fair enough. I'm just going by trusting you.
This isn't that hard, man. The guy that was 50 miles away from the mountain took a picture of a hill, which we assessed the height of, which has to be less than 300 feet tall. That hill is, from an observer's perspective, that is only 50 miles away from the mountain. So it must be that the hill that we assessed the height of has to be greater than 80 miles away from the observer. That's 130 miles away from the mountain.
Seems to be a hilly, mountainous place. Are there any other hills in between the viewer and that hill?
I mean, we can play that game. I'll just
post. We should.
I'll just post this one again. The water that we definitely can see is still water for sure. We know for a fact that that thing that I'm pointing to definitely is water, is still in the way of the bottom of that mountain.
Still in the way of the bottom of the mountain. Oh, you mean right in front of the brown stuff? That's only 4 miles away.
That's for sure water. We know that that's water.
So the water that is only 4 miles away from a 20-foot viewer is obstructing the bottom of the mountain 130 miles away, is what you're saying.
Yep.
And there's also water beyond that 4 mile distance, which you say is roughly how far to the top of that other water?
I don't think it really matters because the water, 0 feet of elevation, because, sea level is.
Well, it kind of matters.
Not really, because the water that's 4 miles away from the water that's 4 miles away from the observer at 0 feet in elevation is still, for some reason, in the way of the mountain.
If you're saying a water 4 miles away is obstructing a huge portion of the mountain, then wouldn't a hill 300 feet above that water be obstructing more of the mountain?
From 80 miles away? No.
So now it's 80 miles.
Right. Remember, the hill that we assessed the height of has to be closer to the mountain than 50 miles. If the observer 130 miles away is 130 miles away from the mountain, and the thing that we assessed the height of is closer than 50 miles away from the mountain, then the thing we assess the height of has to be greater than 80 miles away from the observer that's 130 miles away from the mountain.
And this is on trust, right? I'm trusting you, someone who doesn't even know if that's water or trees.
You're trusting me currently in the assessment of the height of the hill based on a 3-story building.
And all the distances, and if it's water or trees. Don't forget about that.
No, the 50 mile away guy is about 50 miles away. That much we do know.
No, I don't know that. Let's make that clear.
What we got here, Rakia, is selective obstruction.
No, it's not selective. The water's definitely in the way.
Or trees.
No, the water is also definitely in the way.
Oh, that's right. The water, which may be trees, is obstructing the actual trees that is on the 300-foot tall mountain.
No, the water that I'm pointing to is definitely water and is definitely not trees.
What about the water beyond what you're pointing to? The one that's higher than your red line? You know, that water that appears higher than, and it like waves up, like it's like a big wave. Like right above
that
your
could
area
definitely
is
also be blocking the bottom of the mountain. That's great too.
But right above your area, it's one distance above that water, and then right to the left of your area, it's way higher. Some strange water you got there, sir.
Okay, it's water. It moves.
It's water.
I would like to see the ocean where it's not moving.
This is ocean? I don't think
this is connected directly to the sea. Come on, again, this is from Canada.
I don't think it's ocean though. I mean, bay.
Between Canada and Mount Rainier, are you sure about that?
Was it a bay or what is it? Is it open ocean?
What's it connected to?
Well, connected is one thing, but I mean, making a hill of like a huge wave like that, and you sure that's a wave? Now I mean, is that a wave or what? I mean, you're not even sure if it's water or not. It could be trees. Maybe it's a wave of trees. I mean, wind does blow trees. I posted it for you.
Here's Victoria again.
I know you don't like cropping, but I just zoomed in like you did and showed how much taller that water is from one side of your area to the other, going left to right. Man, that is that's a lot of moving water.
If we're going to call into
there.
question whether or not the water that we're looking at is part of the ocean, then you should probably look at the water, right?
Well, what I see next to Seattle is like a small waterway, and then next to Seacom is a bigger bay area, like bigger lake.
Right, but all of that is connected directly to the ocean.
Which matters F all about anything, what you're saying, a huge wave of water? Is that a tidal
just
wave?
Water. It's at sea level because it's the sea.
Yeah, it's way above your area, though. I mean, water does. You're on a sphere, right? It should be falling away from your, like, down, not up.
I have a few spheres here if you want me to pull out a big rubber ball to show you how some part of the surface can be higher in vertical angle than some closer part of the surface. I certainly can do that.
So it is higher.
It has a higher vertical. Let me try that again. It has a higher vertical angle, which was the specific words that I used last time and will use again this time.
So it is higher than the viewer. Then your red
That's not
area.
the words that I used, Rakia.
Well, the red, yeah, we can use different words. It's fine. It's still higher, right? I'm using higher. You're using higher. It's higher than your red area.
Vertical angle. Any vertical angle that's below 0, however, is you looking down.
So you're looking up at this water. It's higher.
No.
You're not looking up?
All of the water below horizontal is you looking down.
So you're looking down at this higher water.
It's not. Rakia.
Yes?
Quit being a child.
I'm not being a child. You drew color.
When I have a higher vertical angle than say negative 20 degrees, I could have a higher vertical angle of negative 20 degrees be negative 10 degrees. However, in both cases, I'm looking down to see them.
You're looking down at something that's higher than you.
It's not higher than me.
It's above your feet.
No, it's not above my feet.
It's lower than your feet or equal with your feet?
It's at sea level, Rakia. Clearly, I'm
it's sea
standing.
level.
Clearly,
Are
as
you
a photographer, I would be standing somewhere that I am not going to get wet.
okay? So you're 20 feet above. Your feet are 20 feet above sea level.
No, I wouldn't say that. In this particular case, I would say
What
the
would you
camera's
say?
20 feet above sea level.
Camera's 20 feet above sea level, and that water that's appears higher is sea level. So you're 20 feet above that water.
The camera is.
So you're looking down to the top of that water.
Okay.
And why can't you see the mountain again?
Because
You're
the
looking
water's in
down.
the way.
How could it be in the way if it's below your feet, below your camera?
That's a good question. Why is the water the first thing I see instead of the bottom of the mountain?
Well, we need to really decide if that's water or not. Is it definitely water?
Oh, the part that I'm pointing at definitely is water.
Definitely water. How did you confirm that?
Because it's next to the island that it's clearly
No. I'm talking
surrounded.
about
It's next to the island that is clearly surrounded by water.
Yeah. I'm talking about the blue, the dark blue stuff that's above your crayon red mark water that we know as water. I agree that's water right there. I'm talking about the dark blue that's above your red line.
Okay, the part that you agree is water is also
Surely you
in
knew
front.
that.
The part that you agree is water is also in front of the mountain.
Mhm. Yeah, it just
So if
appears to be,
0
right? 'Cause
feet
the
in
mountain,
elevation
the
can
mountain
block
is
the mountain, there
126
must be a
miles
problem.
away. Yeah, the mountain is 126 more miles away than that, where that brown stuff and water is.
Okay.
So surely it would appear lower, right? Like, of course it would, due to perspective.
Not due to perspective.
Not due to perspective, things don't appear lower
Nope. Due to perspective,
and smaller.
things at a constant altitude don't just drop like that. We don't have drop due to distance due to perspective.
So would it rise up?
Anything that is at your altitude, if you look along a horizontal line, anything that's at your altitude will be at your altitude, assuming there's no curvature.
Yeah, due to perspective, it would rise up to your about your eye line, a little bit below it.
Now listen to the words I used very carefully.
Uh-huh.
Anything that is at your altitude above a flat surface, due to perspective, if you look horizontally, will all follow that straight line.
Mhm.
We don't get dropped due to distance due to perspective.
Nothing's dropping due to perspective in the distance.
Not due to perspective.
Does it appear to?
Nah, the perspective wouldn't cause that.
Perspective wouldn't cause anything in the distance to appear to drop.
It wouldn't cause this specific thing to occur. We have something that is clearly higher than sea level, for some reason, behind something that is at sea level. That's not something that perspective can cause.
Would it cause the mountain to appear smaller?
So it does. The thing is that the mountain isn't just smaller. We can see that it's smaller for sure. However, we are still missing most of it.
Okay, yeah, no, we're just talking about perspective here, not obstruction, not missing. So perspective is making the mountain appear smaller, definitely not making it appear lower.
Right.
Right? It's making
Because
it appear
if it was
higher?
just a flat surface with no curvature, and we were to look at that
no.
mountain, we would
Get
be able
curva-
to see the angular size of that mountain in its entirety from that far away.
Get curvature and obstruction out of your mind, just perspective. Would perspective make that mountain? We agreed to make it look smaller. Would it make it appear higher?
The top of the mountain would be above horizontal.
I'm just chilling. Yeah, I love it.
Do you like that microphone?
I love it. I think it's
You know,
awesome.
the microphone with the tag still on it.
Buster, you hot micing, bro.
Sorry.
It's all right. You've been doing it a while. We've kind of gotten used to it. I'm kind of jealous, actually. So just the top of the mountain would appear higher.
The top of the mountain being 14,000 feet in elevation would definitely be above horizontal, like well above horizontal.
No, we're talking about perspective, where the apparent position of the mountain
that's
would be
perspective.
due to. It would appear higher. Just the top.
The top of the mountain at 14,000 feet in elevation from a 20-foot observer, no matter where they are,
the top of that mountain would be well above horizontal.
What does that do to the bottom of the mountain?
The bottom of the mountain would be, well, if you go down to 0 feet in elevation with respect to sea level, that would be just barely below horizontal. I can give you an exact number if you're really interested.
I'm just talking about if you look out 130 miles to a mountain a certain size, it would appear smaller. And where in your vision? Higher or lower?
All right, the bottom of the mountain, no matter where you are, would not be below, would not have a lower vertical angle than water at 0 feet in elevation.
You don't even know it's with water.
Oh yeah, the part of the water that I pointed at and said the word water, that I definitely know is water, which you agreed with.
I'm talking about where the base of the mountain is, that other blue stuff. You know, the part that you never want to talk about. You always go back to where you pointed your arrow, which we've already agreed, both of us, is water. That's only 4 miles away, which has nothing to do with this.
All right, and you're assuming we can see the entire mountain, which, as I showed, is not true.
Yeah, I didn't assume we can see the entire mountain. I never expected to. I think there's other obstructions in the way, like other hills, like big hills.
Yeah, how big? The one we actually measured a size of was about 210, let's say 210 feet. And from 80 miles away, that 210-foot tall hill would not be able to obstruct as much of the mountain as we see obstructed.
Huh? Oh, in your optical corridor, how many other hills are there?
I mean, that's still irrelevant to the main point, which is that the
No,
sea
it's
level
not.
water is
Sure.
in the way of the, that we can see sea level water is in the way of the bottom of the mountain.
Okay, point near Seattle, in between Victoria and the mountain, where that hill is, please, sir.
Which hill?
Oh my God, the only hill that you think is in the corridor.
Right, so in this bottom image, we have that green hill that we assessed the height of, right? That one was taken from an observer that was 50 feet away from the mountain, or 50 miles away from the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
And
since
where
a
is
130-mile
that
away
hill?
observer is much farther away from the mountain, we can easily ascertain that the hill that we assessed must be at least 80 miles away from that observer.
Awesome. Where is it? On your optical corridor. Point to it. What's the nearest town?
If the 50-mile away observer is somewhere near, well, I guess I don't know exactly where they are. Let me get back to
Yeah,
the
I didn't
map.
think you did. I knew you didn't. It's all right. I don't know either. How far is Seattle away from the mountain? You know that? I mean, surely the hill has to be in front of Seattle. Because, well, maybe not. Oh, there's water blocking Seattle, you said. So the only water that's big enough, I mean, you would see the land. The land is higher than the water. So you'd have to be the water near Sequim that's higher than Seattle.
I'm getting
Or
70. That seems like too much. 70 miles from Seattle to the top of the mountain.
who knows?
That seems like too much.
Not really.
Right, so that would put our observer Lake Taps.
Must be a hell of a lake.
Yeah, Lake Taps is pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, it's got to be. It's high in Seattle.
It's got a golf course in the middle of it.
Amazing. On top of the world, higher than the Seattle Needle.
No, it's just not visible.
Because of the water, right?
I mean, sea level water is in the way.
How tall is the needle above sea level?
I don't know. It's a fun question. How don't you figure that out?
Yeah. Figured out where the hill is yet?
Don't need to, because we have sea level water in the way of the bottom of the mountain.
Okay, so you're done? You just giving up?
No, there's no giving up here. The
I mean, you
water
posted it.
that is at sea level, 0 feet MSL, is for some strange, inexplicable reason in the way of the bottom of the mountain.
Says you.
No, it's definitely what we see.
And there's some other people here that said it was trees. Like some of your own buddies.
Right, but the water here, as I'm pointing to it, says the word water, is definitely in the way of the bottom of the mountain.
Let me give you my input here. I'll just look at this video. What I've seen, blurriness, if that's 4 miles, I would say that tree line there is about 20 miles away, 25 tops. So if you got a 300-foot tree line in front of your way, 300 miles away, 25 miles away, and you're only at 20 feet, so you're looking up at a 300-foot angle over a flat plane. A 300-foot tree line, that gives you an angle, and then you go another 100 miles at that angle. Whew, that's a lot of obstruction on a mountain, isn't it?
Why didn't you finish the calculation, Rocky?
Yeah, it was just a thought process. I'm
All right,
visualizing
so
it.
we're 20 feet in elevation, and you're assuming a 300-foot hill. Okay, that's 280 feet above the observer. Okay, now 280 feet at 50 miles or 25 miles away.
Yeah.
25, 280 feet.
Uh-huh.
We rearrange some stuff here. We go up to 130 miles. 130. 280 feet would obstruct an additional over 20 feet, 1,456 feet, or if in total from sea level, 1,476 feet. Unfortunately for you, the mountain is 14,000 feet tall and some
Holy
change.
crap.
So the 1/10 of the mountain that you say that hill would obstruct is not enough.
Not?
Not even close.
Damn, must be a globe, huh? Or what we're seeing is about some of that, and then we got a little bit of refraction. Let's say, I don't know, 130 miles over land and water, fairly low observation at 20 feet over a lot of water. Yeah, I'd say we would have a lot of issues there with what we see 130 miles away. Can't even see the shoreline. You can't even see 24 miles away on Lake Pontchartrain at elevation.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Why is that?
Because the air is so turbulent.
No, because we
Oh,
don't see
yeah.
the air in the way. What we see in the way is the surface of the earth.
No, what I'm saying is you can see where the land is. You just can't make out that it is land. It just all kind of blends together.
Right,
Like
and
you
if
see
you're in
the
the middle
tops of
of the causeway, if you're
Uh-huh.
if you're in the middle of the causeway and you look to either side of you on the causeway, you
Uh-huh.
can't see the land from there either. Why?
What do you mean why? Because you're too low. You get
Right, we
higher,
see
you
the
can.
water though. We see the buildings too. We can see the buildings in the distance, but we
Well,
can't
you can
see
see
the
some of the
land.
building. Yeah,
Why?
you can't make out the bottom of the buildings because you're getting too close to the surface where you're losing that information. And
Why is
there's
that
a big
information lost? What caused it to be lost?
there's a big ass levee too, right?
What caused the information to be lost, Rakia?
It gets distorted. It's there. The reflected light isn't you can't make it out.
Right, we can see the building,
Uh-huh.
but we then also see the surface of the earth is in the way of the bottom of the building.
Uh-huh.
But you're saying we only lost the information from the bottom of the building.
Sometimes the sky is in the way. Just from 24 miles. And your observation is 20 feet over 130 miles.
And you're saying you're not losing any information? I say you are.
Well, the information that I have, what I can see, is there's water and then there's building.
Or
I
trees.
don't see any information loss occurring there. I just see the surface of the Earth getting in the way.
Well, or trees. There's either water or trees or both. I would say that's trees. I mean, I'm going with Arma and the other guy. They hated to go against you. He even said it. I hate to go against you, man, but come on.
Right, and then
Well,
you also agreed that the portion I pointed out to you was definitely water, and that's definitely seawater, and that's definitely at sea level, and it's definitely in the way of the bottom of the mountain.
the 4 mile at 20
Yep.
feet. Yep. Yeah, I'd call that an optical illusion. Sure. Over 130 miles. I can show you an optical illusion at 8 miles. You want to see it?
And that's fine.
You don't want to see it? I mean, it's proof of
I
my
want to see
claim.
it.
Yeah, I'll
No,
show
I'm
it.
looking for something else to post real quick. I just can't
I'm
find
sure
it.
you are. Something else you haven't taken yourself that you don't know much about?
Well, I know who took it.
I'm sure you do. 8 miles right here. Optical illusion. The bridge is not only not below the water, but it's straight. Doesn't bend that way. Amazing. Just 8 miles. And you think over 130 miles you can't have an optical illusion? Fooling yourself, man. I feel sorry for you, actually. Having to post someone else's picture you know dick about and then fight for 3 hours about it and
No, I
then
showed you where it
deny
was. I showed you how long away it was from the mountain.
that you can
I
have
showed you all of
optical
those
illusion.
things. To
Then
say that I don't
deny
know anything about it is just a fabrication, Rakia.
you don't even know if it's trees or water, sir. That's pitiful.
Okay, but I know where the water is. I know that that water is the ocean. I know
At
that
4
that
miles,
water, I know that that water at sea level is in the way of the bottom of the mountain.
the only water you know for sure is 4 miles away.
Cool. It's at 0 feet in elevation and is blocking the bottom of the mountain.
Yeah, sure it is.
It definitely is.
Yeah, and that's why I feel sorry for you for that statement alone. You know nothing.
Okay. I know that there's water. I know that it's the ocean. I know that sea level water is in the way of something in the distance.
My picture I just posted 8 miles away. Is that water above the bridge?
I don't know, I'm still looking for this thing I was going to post.
10:56. Just take 10 seconds.
No, because on a phone, I can't do that. Oh, huh. You can't find these things because they all have random letters for their names.
Yeah, it's all right, buddy. It really is not going to matter anyway, you know?
No, it's funny. You'll get a kick out of it when you see it.
Nah, I doubt it. I'm really posting something that's 8 miles away. You know how I know? Because I took it. And I know that it's not, the bridge isn't underwater. You know how? Because I drove over it. It
Oh, yeah.
just looks like
Not
it's
underwater.
underwater. It just looks like it's underwater. It appears that way. 8
Yeah, the
miles.
water gets in the way.
Yeah, the water appears to at 8 miles.
I know. You can assume the Earth is flat. Hold on.
I'm not
Almost
assuming
done.
anything. I'm showing you how water appears to get in the way over 8 miles, and you're denying that it can do the same thing over 130 miles.
Right. You have to make the assumption that the Earth is flat over that 8 miles for you to think that the water is getting in the way due to an optical illusion. That's your assumption.
What are you talking about? At 8 miles, the water wouldn't be this high. So it has to
Yeah,
be
actually,
something
it would
else.
be.
Oh, actually, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, because you don't actually get on top of anything to take tall observations. You only do it right close to the
That's a
surface.
lie. I got on a parking garage and on top of the levee and on other. So you don't even know what you're talking about. Why do you lie like that?
It's going to be here.
Let me show you something. Six days later.
Well, I've downloaded a very large number of things.
See how the bridge is not curved and not underwater 6 days later? Amazing, isn't it?
Understand now? 8 miles away, the atmosphere can distort a parallel bridge to appear curved and underwater, and yet you deny it can happen over 130 miles. Actually, even this picture is distorted because the water appears higher than it actually is.
Jesus. I got to work on changing the names of my stuff.
Or paying attention to what people are trying to tell you with their own photographs, own proof that you can go do yourself.
What's just really odd is that, I mean, we can see the tops of the buildings. For some reason, we can't see the bottoms. Certainly not due to loss of information, because we can see the surface of the Earth is in the way.
Oh, now you're using Soundly's pictures.
I can.
Nice.
They're still photographs.
Yeah, those are trustworthy.
low level observations at dusk. Or these are even later.
Well,
Awesome.
that's the sunlight reflecting off of that building. I'm going to have to
Yes,
assume.
I know what it is. Yeah, the sun sets to the west where I-110 comes in over by Lake Marpol, which I water ski on. The river that dumps into Lake Marpol, one of them is Tickfall, one of the A-Meat. I live on the A-Meat River. Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the area. It has a train track over there, you know that? It also has another power line that he failed to film because at the angle he has to get the other power line that goes away from him, if he pans over right to that other power line, it doesn't curve. You know why? Because he's at a different angle. Nor does the train tracks curve. He didn't shoot them either.
You forgot that people actually did look at that.
Right. No, I'm not forgetting. My memory's fine.
Yeah, there's two different sets of power lines. One of them is curved and one of them is not.
One of them is curved and one of them's not. What are you
Yep,
talking
so
about?
the thing that I just posted, you got the green set of power lines. That one's following a straight line on a map. The red line is another set of power lines that is not following a straight line on a map.
You're saying the red one's curved, which makes it look not following the curve of the earth?
It gives you a different appearance. So the ones that are on the green line are the ones that Soundly photographed in his initial.
Yeah, I know. You have to stop on the interstate, decide. And then you're looking down the green one, you get a certain angle. We call it the Soundly angle, which creates the optical illusion more sometimes when the atmosphere is right. But if you pan over to the right and get that angle of that red power line, it doesn't curve at all. Dead straight. Ask me how I know. Hey, ask
The
me
red
how I
ones are
know.
going the wrong direction, though.
Hey, buddy, ask me how I know.
I mean, because you said you were there already.
Yeah, because I've been on the side of the interstate with cars going by filming it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and the red ones are not the right ones.
What do you mean not the right ones? You mean not the ones that Soundly filmed?
Yeah,
because
the ones that are bent.
Because he can't get the right angle to show the optical illusion to you?
No, because the red ones are not following a straight line on a map.
What are you talking about? Go straight away from me. They're perpendicular to the green. They cross each other.
The red
Yeah,
ones follow.
oh.
The red ones follow around a landmass in order to get to where they're going, so they do not take a straight path.
So they don't follow the curvature of the Earth down?
Well, they could, yes, certainly they would do that. However, when
why
you're
don't they
looking
show it?
down them, you're forgetting the fact that if they don't follow a straight line on the surface of the Earth, their appearance will differ.
If they're curved, they would show more of curvature, right? Like if they curve off to the right or left, that optical illusion would get greater.
No, because if you're standing on the right side of the red power line and it's curving toward the right, it would undo some of the effect of the curvature of the Earth.
Wow, are you sure about that?
Yes.
Nice. So that optical illusion would be created, right? So you're agreeing with the optical illusion part.
And I would say that on a curved Earth, that if you looked at that red line of power lines along the right side of that line, they would appear less like they were following the curvature of the Earth
Which
because
would
they're
be an
not following a
optical
straight
illusion.
path. Because they're not following a straight path on the surface of the Earth.
Which would be an optical illusion in your book.
No.
Because they're actually curving, following the curvature of the Earth, but they appear not to because of the way they're shaped. Optical illusion.
Right. That's not an optical illusion.
It's not something
No,
appearing
it's where
different
they're
than what it
located.
actually is doing.
No, where they're located, where we see them, that's not different. What's going on is, thanks for the chuckle. What's
Yeah,
going on
'cause it's
is that
not an
they are,
optical illusion.
right.
What would you
What's
call it?
going on is that we see them as we see them. If the
Uh-huh.
Earth is curved, however, and we go off to the left side of that red line, which we'd have to be in a boat or something, we'd be swimming. If we get to the left side of that red line, the curvature of the Earth would appear to be doubled or more than what it normally would look like.
So if I get in my boat and go to the left of those red power lines, the Earth curve would appear double?
Yeah.
All right. So let's go to your picture that you posted again. That is not yours. Soundly's power line, number 1. See it?
Townley's power lines. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You're talking about the Flat Earth.ws one.
the number 1, the Soundly's power line, various images of a Lake Pontchartrain power line, the number 1 one.
Uh-huh.
Zoom into that one, will you?
Okay.
Where does the Earth curve start?
I don't know. If you look at the tops of the power lines, they appear to curve.
Okay, now go down to the water. What does the water do?
There's a small inferior mirage on the water.
Wow, inferior mirage, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what causes that.
Temperature differences.
Like what?
Well, like a warm body of water and slightly less warm body or air above that water.
What about like going further out into the distance? What's all that jumbled mess? Is that still power lines? Can't hardly tell, huh?
Well, I don't know. I can see the tops of the power lines very clearly because they're not on the surface of the water.
The tops of the power lines are higher than the viewer, right?
Yep.
So as they go off into the distance, what are they going to appear to do? Get higher or lower or stay even?
Well, due to perspective, if there was no curvature, they would follow a straight line from the perspective of the observer, but they don't.
You think something higher than an observer as it goes away from them on a flat plane is not going to go lower?
That's not what I said. What I said
Okay.
was the words that I
Okay.
actually, that's not what I said. And what I actually said, the words that I actually used, is if something goes off into the distance, that would follow a straight line, assuming there's no curvature and perspective alone. However, what we see is that they curve downward and don't follow a straight line down into the horizon.
What about over a flat plane? Would something above the viewer going off into the distance appear to get lower and lower?
I just answered that question.
No, you said over a curved surface. I'm asking you over a flat plane.
All right, I'll say it one more time since you weren't listening.
Don't
If
get
we
mad.
are using perspective and assuming no curvature alone, that would mean that something into the distance as it passes away from you would be following a straight line. However, we see that they curve.
So it is going down though, right? Just not in a straight line in your book.
What it should do due to perspective.
It just, yeah, right. Okay, fine. But it seems to start curving right where the mirage starts, don't you think?
Hold on, Doofus. Where's the curve?
The entire
Wait.
tops of the power lines are curving.
Curvy curve.
Yeah, which starts right at the mirage line, right?
No, it starts from before. Like
We're
everywhere
paying no
along
attention
those
to
power
now we're
lines,
sticking
there's
straight up.
progressively more and more curvature as you go further and further away.
As the mirage gets worse and worse and worse, to the point where
But
you
it's not
can't
where
even
it
tell if
starts.
it's power lines or not.
Right, the curvature that you observe in the power lines is not where the mirage is located and doesn't start where the mirage is located, as you asserted.
Huh. Nothing to see here. That's definitely Earth curve, huh? With the mirage and
I mean,
perspective.
you don't have to use the mirage because above the mirage, where the tops of the power lines are, the curvature is definitely visible.
What you're saying is just forget about the mirage. Look at the curved tops of the power line, kind of like the electrical tower, huh? That blue just posted. Definitely Earth curve.
Blue just posted.
Blue just made a video of the electrical boxes by the
Posted on
bridge that are curving.
Yeah, those pylons appear to follow a sagitta above a chord.
Why'd you say appear?
Check out that video I just dropped. Eric Dubay, he addressed this, and it's only about 2 or 3 minutes, the video, but he explains it perfectly. So if you want an
Did he
explanation.
explain why the tops of the power lines that are not in a mirage are also appearing to follow curvature?
He's only 3 years late, but hey, what the heck?
Yeah,
I
in the
know.
video,
Shut him
you
out.
could do it. You can do it by the positioning of your camera on a perfectly flat glass tabletop. Just
Absolutely.
watch the video. It's only 2 minutes. He'll
Dude,
explain everything.
up into 2 minutes prior to you.
Yeah, he
No,
ain't got
well,
2 minutes. He's got
he ain't got
hours to
2 minutes.
argue.
I know he'll argue for
We'll
2
post
hours,
this
but
one more time. When we're dealing with those power lines, in particular, it's very important which power lines we're talking about, because the way that it was tackled on a flat surface was to curve the power line the power line analogs. The Lego bricks were following a curved path they assumed was required because they analyzed the red power lines, which are following a curved path. However, the green power
okay,
lines,
let
the
me
ones
ask you
that
a
soundly
question.
photographed, were following a straight line. So that
Why is the
explanation doesn't
horizon
actually fit how we observe them.
why is the horizon flat and then it's only curving? Is it the water a cylinder? It's curving over a hump, but there's no curvature left to right?
Oh my God, dude.
I'm asking a
All
simple
right,
question. I
we'll,
mean, who do you
we'll
accept?
tackle the Bush League stuff real quick. So if we're looking down something that's curved, it's easier to tell that it's curved if we're looking end on that rather than looking at it from the side. So if we look at this photograph that you've posted the thumbnail anyway, that is looking at only about a few hundred feet left to right at the horizon. However, the horizon is not just a few hundred feet away.
That's
There's
because
a
of the
scale involved
lens.
here.
You're looking through a lens that doesn't have a wide field of view. It's the lens is adjusted for depth. That's why you're not getting a wide field of view. Your
Okay.
eyes don't work that way. Your eyes have a wider field of view.
Okay, great. However, that doesn't change what I said. The thing that's off in the distance is many miles away, and what we're analyzing is only a few hundred feet across. We can't expect to see side-to-side curvature when front-to-back curvature is easy to see because, as I just posted not too long ago, looking at it end on is very different from looking at it from the side.
What are we looking at? We're looking at a viewer that's looking down on those pylons that is ramping up in a straight line at first. You agree with that?
No,
Those aren't it? That's in a curve line?
the entire thing is curved.
No, the pylons at the bottom of the picture, the bottom right.
Yep.
They're below the viewer, right? You agree with that?
They follow a higher vertical angle as you get further away into the distance. However, that changes with respect to distance. It is not a linear relationship as you would
Right, but
expect on a flat surface.
that's a straight line though, right? To the
It is
perspective.
not a linear relationship. Listen to the words that I'm using, Rakia.
Yeah, I'm using perspective. Listen to my words. That's not perspective in
Yeah,
the foreground?
that doesn't follow the rules of perspective. It doesn't follow a straight line as you would expect
Wow.
with
So
no curvature.
not
Guys,
perspective in this view.
has anybody measured what's longer, left to right or front to back? What's longer? Does anybody ever measure that? If you look
Okay,
at the
so
ocean, huh?
if we look at that thumbnail, like the width of these electrical towers, the ones that are standing up, these electrical wires, we know the widths of those things. The width of one of those will tell you how far across left to right you're actually seeing. And it's only a few hundred feet. However, we know the horizon must be at least a few miles away.
Okay, so let's take a view from the beach. Okay, forget the picture, just a general view from the beach. Do you see farther left to right, or front to back,
Front to
or is it the
back.
same?
Well, I can tell you, you're about 25 feet above the water there. So where would the horizon be?
Are you talking to him?
Talking to you. You want to know where the horizon is? I know the viewer height is around 25 feet when you're on the bridge. The bridge is about in that where he is right there. The bridge curves and it goes up. And normally the bridge is around 16 to 22 feet in that area above, but you're higher there. So I'm going to just say, even with the viewer height, you're only 25. It's probably more close to 30 where the line of sight is. But at
Okay.
25 feet, where would the horizon be?
Depends. Most, let's see. I can get that real quick.
That's a tiny Earth right there to me. Got to be some other type of optical effects like compressed perspective or something. Can't just be Earth curve, right? I don't know why we agree that it's optical effects somewhere. You know, just a portion of its optical effects. Why it looks so curved is because, well, I don't know. Compressed, which is an optical effect, right? Like
heat rises.
yeah. So if the foreground is ramping up and the background is going down as it gets away from you.
Do you know how heat moves everything? Like all the air and stuff, like heat will move it up. Do you think it'll move up photons with it?
Let's see. 11 kilometers is what I got. Hold on a second.
What's 11 kilometers?
I don't know. 7 miles. I'll just guess 8 miles. 7 miles. Somewhere in there.
So what, this power line's 18 miles, something like that. So about halfway starts to go down, right?
It's just going down the entire time. Because as I mentioned before, as you get further and further away, the relationship and change in vertical angle is not changing as a linear relationship. That's not following a straight line.
It does appear to go up though, right?
Yeah, of course it does.
Due to perspective.
But the relationship being followed is not straight, which is what you would expect with no curvature.
And the pylons appear to get shorter and shorter, smaller and smaller as they go away from you. Due to perspective, right?
They are smaller because they are farther away, yes.
So perspective is at play. It appears to go up due to perspective. Things are getting smaller and smaller, right? Due to perspective.
Okay. And
So
the
that's
path
why
that they follow as they get further and further away from you is not a path that perspective says it should follow. There's an additional effect occurring here.
Which is what? Compressed perspective. Well, wait a minute now. We have other effects going on, right?
Compressed perspective would keep straight lines straight. It's not compressed perspective at all.
So this isn't compressed perspective at all?
That's not what's causing it to curve.
I didn't ask that. I asked if there was compressed perspective in this picture.
Well, sure there is. But in a compressed perspective, you would have all of your straight lines still being straight. So the curvature present in that photograph is not due to compressed perspective.
Let's do the Earth curve. Earth curves this much. Over 18 miles. I thought it was a bigger.
You zoom in on it, that's what happens.
You zoom in on a large Earth and it appears to curve more.
If you zoom in on something that's far away from you, the amount that it curves appears compressed to you.
18 miles of Earth curve. Huge Earth.
That's what can happen.
Looks like this.
Yep, I've written a 3D renderer. Do you want me to go ahead and use it and prove you wrong here? Do you want me to do that?
Nah, man. Does that include atmosphere in your 3D rendering?
We can either include it or exclude it. It's configurable. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, I'm sure you have it all. So those pylons start to get distorted. I mean, you can't even tell if pylons or not, right?
Yeah, let's just ignore the tops.
No, the bottoms, the pylons.
Yeah, I know. But also the tops.
So where's the water again?
The bottom. How
Yeah,
tall
but
are
what
each
if,
how tall are each power line?
you sure that's not mirroring? You sure the water doesn't continue in the sky and the pylons and all that is mirroring down, just like the Marriott Hotel?
Mm,
Uh,
what mirroring is occurring at the Marriott Hotel?
let's stick on this one right here. You see how it gets all blurry and mushed and the sky appears lower and the water, like the water stops and the sky takes over? There's no mirroring there? You sure?
Stick with which one? You said let's
Power
stick
line.
with this one.
Power line. We're on the power
Oh,
line.
all
Concentrate.
right.
Because when I show all this distortion on the bridge, y'all say it's mirroring.
Well, an inferior mirage would be a more correct term in this
So
particular case.
this is an inferior mirage, so there is mirroring.
An inferior mirage specifically is that the mirroring is occurring below the erect image.
The water could be higher, right? And not curving, just still ramping up.
What does the
No,
mirror?
the top of the water cannot be higher than the most distant pylon you can still make out.
What?
The top of the water cannot be higher than the most distant pylon that you can still make out.
Yeah, so where we see the top of the water is kind of right where the pylons start getting really started and mirrored. Inferior mirage in your book.
Right? And the top of the water cannot be higher than the top of the most distant pylon that we can
All
still make
right,
out, which means
I'll post it
which
again.
means, thanks, Rakia, which
Yeah,
means that the
no
tops of the
problem.
power lines, thanks again, which
No
means the
problem.
tops of the power lines,
Yeah,
do it
man, you're
again.
listening to that.
Just keep
No
doing it
problem.
until you won't allow
No
me. Yeah, you
problem.
won't allow me to finish. That's fine. Let's
No
do it one
problem.
more time. The top of the water cannot be that cannot be higher than the top of the most distant pylon you can still make out. The top of the power lines, as you see it curving away from you, the curvature that you very easily see, and not the other curvature that is harder to detect but is still present, that curvature that you can easily see is still above the level of the most distant pylon you can still make out. So the curvature that you see has nothing to do with the inferior mirage.
Really?
Why just the most?
Yes.
So look at my bridge picture and look
That's
at
a
the power
curve.
line picture. Look at that.
That curve.
The power lines appear below the water. The bridge appears below the water. But they're not.
Right, just ignore the curvature.
No, I'm
Keep
not
that.
ignoring anything. I'm ignoring
got
that this is 8 miles.
Right now, the inferior
distance.
mirage that you can see, the top of that once again cannot be above the last pylon we can still make out, so that the curvature that we see is not due to the inferior mirage.
Where's the last pylon of the bridge I posted? See, the water appears to be higher than it actually is. And the sky appears to be lower and there's mirroring. There's all kind of funky stuff, right?
Let's zoom in on a screenshot of a screenshot and figure out why you're
I'm
still
not zooming
trying
in
to
on a
argue this.
screenshot or
I mean,
nothing.
this
That's
is a really stupid point that you're trying to argue. This is
no, I'm
really
not.
dumb.
I'm showing
But
8
let's
miles,
try it
8 miles.
anyway. So I'll draw a line on it for you because you can't seem to figure this out.
Draw all the
The
lines you
last
want. I figured
pylon
it
that we
out.
can
I've
make
been there.
out.
I've taken it. I took that picture.
Okay, that's
See,
great. The
I
last
just drove
pylon we
across
can
that
make
bridge.
out
It
is at
doesn't
this
curve like
level,
that.
and the curvature that we can see is above that level. Now let me post this.
Keep posting. Because on different days they can look different. You can draw lines on this picture this day and then overlap it on the next day, and it's different. Your lines are wrong.
Okay, so on this particular photograph, we can see that the inferior mirage cannot be above the bottom red line. However, with the curvature present above the top red line is not due to the inferior mirage, which is below the bottom red line.
Drawing lines on other people's pictures again.
Okay, does it seem to make sense to you? Do you disagree? What specifically do you disagree with?
Nothing you have said has made sense. I'm showing you actual reality of how the same bridge from the same viewer location, only 6 days different, can appear underwater and curved and bent and distorted. It's not.
Okay. So far, your response to this is nuh-uh. I need more details.
No, my response was on a different day, I took a picture from the same location of the same bridge and it appears differently. That's my response. You're just denying it.
Okay.
Same
The
thing
thing
with
that
the
I'm
power
talking
line.
about is that the inferior mirage has a specific location. We know where the inferior mirage is, and it cannot be higher than the bottom red line. The top, above the top red line, we see curvature. The inferior mirage is below the bottom red line. The curvature is above the top red line. Clearly, the curvature that we see has nothing to do with the inferior mirage. Do you agree?
You just see the skyline being further down than it should, and the water being distorted, and the power lines being distorted. That's all you see. You're just drawing lines on that. I can show you a building
So your
floating in the air.
assumption is the Earth is flat, therefore it's all
I'm
distorted.
not assuming. I'm showing you actual footage of things appearing to float in the air, of straight bridges, concrete bridges appearing to curve towards the viewer and be underwater when they're not, 8 miles away. And you're telling me this power line can't be distorted 8 miles away? You're in denial, not me. I've been there when this is happening. I took the videos and pictures. You're posting other people's pictures and going, look at where I'm drawing this red line. Yeah, on this day, guess what? Those red lines on another day are totally wrong. Jackass.
Okay, so on this particular day, on this particular observation, which is what we are assessing, the inferior mirage is below the bottom red line. The curvature
That's
is
the whole
above the
point.
top red line, and so
What
therefore
curvature?
the curvature that we see is not due to the inferior mirage.
What
It's not
curvature?
due to perspective. It's not due to angular resolution. It's not due to a whole host of things that you seem to think must cause it.
You're the one assuming curvature, not me. I'm showing exactly what I'm assuming, which is atmospheric conditions causing distortion of the image in the distance. The
In
power
order for
line,
you
the
to come,
bridge. Yeah, you go ahead. Insert
we,
curvature again.
well, in order for you to come to the assessment that that must be distorted, is your assumption that the Earth must be flat?
I'm seeing distortion, sir. You're seeing it. You're just denying it. You're
I know
drawing
where the
red lines.
distortion is. I can see the distortion and specifically where it is. I
No,
can see other things occurring that are outside that distortion that you won't acknowledge.
you see the worst part of the distortion. You
The
also
worst
see
part of
those
the
things
distortion is
ramping
below the
up.
bottom red
Go ahead.
line.
Go ahead. I won't get aggravated like you. Don't worry about it. I
Mhm.
promise you'll lose your shit again before I do.
Right. The bottom of the bottom red line, what's below it, you can see where the distortion is occurring. The
You mean the red
top of
line that
the
you drew
top
on a
red
picture you
line,
didn't take?
above that, we don't see that distortion, but we do see curvature.
What are you talking about? There's a distortion above the top red line too.
Okay, where specifically?
You can't see distortion there?
Let's just assume I don't. Where is it?
Right there, all over from the bottom red line on the right all the way in the distance. That's all distorted. The only thing that looks close to reality, that's the only thing that's compressed tighter, where you don't see the distance in between the pylons, is from the bottom right of the picture to the bottom of your red line. From that point forward, it's distorted. You know how I know?
Because you think the Earth is flat.
No, because I've been there. I fished under all those pylons. I've caught hundreds and thousands of trout under those pylons. I've taken many photos from the side of that bridge and videos. I see the mirage line. I know what distortion is. I just posted you an 8-mile observation of a straight bridge that's parallel, that's above the water, that appears to be underwater and curved towards the viewer 8 miles away due to distortion. Atmospheric conditions is the only thing that changed. 6 days. You know how I know it was 6 days? Because I was the one there. On my way to my boat, I stopped there and took a video. And on the way back, I stopped and took video. 6 days apart. That's how I know. I'm not trusting soundly. I'm not drawing red lines on someone else's picture. Again, I don't even draw lines on my own pictures. Other people do. And say there's something they're not. It's lunacy.
I mean, you do see Sagitta over a cord in the photo, that blue highlighted.
No, I see an object in the distance, parallel to me almost at a certain angle, that is distorted by atmospheric conditions. You know how I know? Because on a different day, it looks different. You know what's different? The atmospheric conditions. Called a mirage, sir. You want me to post the definition? Here, I'll read it out to you. Ready? You listening? You willing to listen? And a mirage, noun, an optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions, especially the appearances of a sheet of water in a desert or on a hot road caused by the refraction of light from the sky being heated air.
Oh, it's that damn old dusty water out there doing it. I got you.
Yeah, whatever. Mirage, optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions.
I heard deserts and hot roads.
Yeah, did you hear optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions?
Yeah, and they gave specific examples.
Comma.
We talk about the heated air.
We can, actually. It's a very, very nifty topic. So, for instance, we have a body of water that's warmer than the air above that. That's where you're getting all these inferior mirages at.
So but is that reducing the standard refraction? Like, isn't the light always bending towards the water anyway, because the water's thicker than the air?
It is, in the average case, bending downward. The conditions of over a warm body of water in air that's a little bit cooler than that body of water will cause the light to bend upward right at the surface.
Can we talk about why?
Well, that's basic optics.
I know, but could you pretend that I don't know the basic optics?
Through a gradient of refractive index, typically the refractive index is higher for higher density materials. So it is shorthand to say that a gradient with a density higher below will cause the light to bend downward. A gradient where the highest density is above will cause the light to bend upward.
Right. So how, even though the water is different, these temperatures you're saying, how is it ever thinner than the air? Like, why would the air ever be thicker than the water, making
warm air is less dense than cold air. So if your body of water is slightly warmer, the air that's next to the surface of the water, like right there at the surface of the water, will be about the same temperature as the water. The air that's above that, if it's cooler, will be more dense than the air below it.
Okay, so I guess it's just like shortcutting for me. Is like I get that you're saying the water and then you have that layer, but it could just be said whenever you have air that's X and air that's Y, I guess, for whatever reason, whether it's because the water did it or whatever. But okay, I got you, man.
Yeah,
so
temperature is the greatest change. You'll notice the biggest effect through air temperatures.
I know we love arguing this thin layer over the water, at least us skeptics. We love that alternate position. But what about like all these, like on Rakia's picture, the mirroring and stuff? What does that come from?
It's like you have like a warmer body of water will do that for sure every time.
Why does it do the mirror? Why doesn't it just lift the whole image?
because the light is bending upward, which causes distant objects to appear lower. But in between that change, it's a gradual change. As you get more and more altitude, the light starts bending downward again. So what you're looking at is an inverted version of the image or the inverted image of something in the distance below the erect image of the thing in the distance.
Well, it's because you got some little split. You got some little like hard split middle area or something. So you're seeing like half and half or something.
It's
you're seeing
it's a
both.
change in the direction that light is being deflected, and it's gradual. So it's very hard to figure out exactly where the boundary would be. You could model it out, and you would definitely be able to come up with an answer.
Okay, and then you know how when we see like heat waves in the distance and it's like wavy, is that from sideways refraction? Like just from messy everything? Is that like in the Black Swan when it's got that crazy crane going on? Is that just because it's super messy?
Well,
Because
the less dense air doesn't really want to be below the more dense air because that's not how pressure gradients, or that's not how weight works.
Right,
And
of
the
course.
weight per unit volume for less dense air is, of course, less. So that less dense air wants to go up, and the more dense air wants to go down. In the situation over like hot pavement, that sets up some turbulence. That's because the air that's next to the pavement wants to get above the air that's right above it.
Right. So we see all this moving and waving. I guess, okay, here's the radical, the crazy, like, whatever, stab at some nonsense that I was going to throw out. You might have heard me mention, like, what about the heat waves, like the thermal current up or the turbulence, whatever you call it? Is there any chance that that's moving around the light packets as well or whatever, right? You know what I mean?
You
Because
said you saw the waviness. I mean, there is some distortion there side to side. The amount is typically way less than 0.1 degrees. Way less.
I guess what I'm saying is more than just the tendency to bend the light and refract it. Is it possible that it's actually lifting it? You know what I mean? Like the photon. You know what I'm saying? Like they're raising up, like the air materials raising. Is it possible that the photons are raising too? Which, you know what I mean? Which would give us more of that sinking, because if it raised it and it comes in high, you know what I mean? It comes in with that higher angle, it makes us think it's lower.
Right.
And I know it's stupid. I do this. I know it's radical. Okay, I know it's crazy, but is that, have they ever tested like a thermal, like a visual tunnel where they've like looked straight at things, then they've put heat and seen what it does when looking straight?
Well, you already get that same kind of effect. So when you have a less dense, when you have less dense air below more dense air, that light is bending upward, which causes sinking, like you mentioned. While that sinking is occurring, the air that's above it is not sinking. That's why you get that inversion, like I mentioned earlier. That sinking, however, is in a very, very narrow region. In our atmosphere, typically it's not stable, so we can't see that in a much wider region above a surface. It's not possible.
Okay. Is the phenomenon that I'm curious about, is it just totally ridiculous? Like, is it?
It would require air to stop trying to go where it wants to go. Basically, less dense air would have to stop trying to rise.
Right. Okay. Okay, but see that. Okay, check this out. Okay. Is it not possible? See, I guess whenever you have heat, it's always going to be a different density, and it's always going to be the moving. But say you had a consistent, what do you call it? Tunnel of vision, and it was like, yeah, the air was rising up, but as far as the density gradient, if it was consistent, if it wasn't really turbulent, right, you're going to have like your standard refraction because of the the difference in the density of that air row or whatever you call it. But is it possible that there's more lifting rather than just the normal bending that you'd be like, all right, look, if this stuff wasn't moving, right? If you just took like a still shot, is it possible that when it's moving, there's additional raising of the light rays? Like this is ridiculous. Like, let me put this analogy. You know how like smoke particles get caught in the air and they raise up? Do the photons get caught in the air and raise up in the air? That's basically the nonsense I'm getting at here.
Photons have no mass. You're not really pushing them around. If you want to talk about what happens as that less dense air is trying to stabilize and go up into where it wants to be, that's just going to look slightly turbulent. That's basically a much reduced effect. Like if you've seen like at the back of a jet engine, everything coming off of that, you look through that, you can't see the flame there, but you can see all the distortion that's occurring. That is a much greater version of what you're seeing.
Okay, I appreciate you, man. I like it. Appreciate you.
No problem. As far as how could you get more raising? Well, that's, we use the term looming. If you want increased looming, you get a cold surface with warm air above it, which is actually quite easy to do. That way you can see even more of the surface.
I know that the quick answer to my query was like the light doesn't have the mass, and that it's definitely intuitive. Do you know if there's been any, I don't know, any of these like moving around the light type of like I'm sure there has, but like I'm familiar with how where they slowed down a piece of light or whatever in the laser, or that they cooled the laser and they made the freaking little piece of light travel like super slow, like they almost froze it, right?
What?
So I was wondering if like if you have a piece of light like frozen, like if you could just lift it up, you know what I mean? Or is it stuck like in that 3D space? See, this is what's goofy to me, we talk about the conservation of momentum, and I kid about the light Coriolis, but it's more about the lateral conservation, where they talk about in the direction of propagation, it just changes wavelength to conserve, but laterally
if you start getting into moving sources, that involves special relativity, and the topic's going to get very deep very fast.
All right,
However,
I got you, bro.
I would be very curious what you mean by nearly frozen light, because I haven't seen any experiments that have slowed the speed of light so significantly that you can actually with your own eyes see it go from one end to the other.
Yeah. Am I exaggerating the thing that you may be familiar with, are you familiar at all with where they cooled the lasers and they like slowed it down?
Not that I'm familiar with.
I have.
Okay, yeah. This is a cool thing. I guess I'm a bad Googler, but I can try to get it. But yeah, this is cool, man. They like.
I just posted it.
Thank you.
You should see that doofus.
Yeah, that's not slowing down the light. That's recording it faster.
Yeah, you gotta teach him that.
Well, teach me. I don't know. I thought they slowed it down too.
No, they put it in. They're firing it through a dense material, but we already know that's just your standard refraction. The light that when they record it going from one end to the other, is the camera is recording it so fast that that's how fast you can see it go across the object.
Yeah, they're not slowing down the speed of light.
They have no. I'm not talking about the high speed. I'm not talking about the 30,000 frames a second thing.
Oh no,
it's 10 trillion FPS, so it's curious.
No, there's another one where, bro, I'm reaching here, but I seen it. They had the little laser. They had a little trap, like a little middle part, and then I want to say maybe it was going through like a xenon gas or something. Let me try to find it. Give me a minute. But yeah, Doofus, I appreciate your energy. Let's see if I see it.
Yeah, the thing I posted was just water, and at 10 trillion frames per second, they can see it travel from one end and light up the room and then go out the other.
What?
Yeah, watch it.
How do you know that though?
Well, it's just on the video. It's the slow-mo guys. You know those guys? They like pop balloons and shit and capture it in slow-mo.
Gavin and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you know how far that is?
How
Or
far?
what is?
You said 10 trillions of a second. Like, how do you know that?
10 trillion frames per second. Yeah, the camera captures at that rate. It's insane. I even at this level of technology, it's the size of like a table, which is pretty cool to, back in the day.
You want to know something gross, dude? The circumference of light over a flat plane. You guys can't run from that. That's going to destroy the globe badly.
There's really no reason to run away from something that's just made up.
It's not made up, doofus. Me and you, we have talked. We calculated it, right? You got 6,200. I got 6,000. 33 degrees above the horizon. And I'm gonna soon as I get
6,220 is 1/4 of the circumference.
Yeah, that's fantastic, dude. But there's a see with the Rayleigh scattering law, observation. Obviously, the incident of light hits the molecules in the air and diffracts and refracts light, and produces a circle, sphere,
Diffract.
or flat. So
You're getting the weirdest terms. It's not diffracting. Oh my
it
god,
is
dude.
diffracting. Do you know what diffracting is?
I would like you to explain what diffracting is. Go ahead.
Diffracting is at the outer perimeter. It's like your retina. Your retina does it.
No, your
eyes?
retina does not diffract.
Yeah, what you perceive, yes, it does. That is 100% true.
There's diffraction, which is through an orifice or an optical, basically an optical orifice or an aperture. Okay?
Yeah.
That's diffraction.
Dude, you guys can't run from the circumference of light, dude. It's the new black swan that's coming in.
What's that
Hot.
mean, the circumference?
There's nothing to run away from, is the point.
Oh, you will hate it though. See, real hardcore Globers will hate it. They're gonna run from it.
I mean,
You know what
I
I'm
would
saying?
hate it on the same level that I would hate the SE's twin boat paradox, since even flat earthers know that that's not a paradox.
You talking about that Alice and Bob thing?
Basically.
Yeah, I don't run with that. That's not my argument. That's the
See what I
most.
mean?
I'm gonna have to be honest. That's really stupid.
When we type in your questions into Google, it's like doesn't gives us like movie titles and stuff, like the
It's
circumference
not.
of light.
Yeah, there's
Nico
a
and the
circle
Sword of Light.
Yes. Yeah, there's a circumference.
Where is Nico and
The
the Sword of Light?
circumference of light.
Essentially, it is light has some sort of maximum distance, but nobody knows what that is or can calculate it in any way.
Yeah, I need 7 more people. I need 7 more that can tell me sunset, sun time, time and date, so I can put that on the map. I got a few maps that I'm gonna put it on and see which one
Right, the
calculates
Terminator,
the best.
the surface of the Earth that's lit by the sun at any given time is about 50% of the surface of the Earth. The Terminator is about 12,440 miles from one end of the Terminator to the other end of the Terminator
That's
of
what I
surface
got.
distance following a great circle route.
That's what I got. I got roughly, but I want to make sure. I got 12,000.
Do you mean?
You
Do you mean when the light
when the light just is no longer visible, like the circumference at which it just becomes no longer like a star, for example, it phases out.
Yep. Yes, it dissipates.
Yeah, so wouldn't that just be the, well, actually, it wouldn't be the visible,
Where
the
you can see it.
visible, yeah.
You want to see something pretty cool, man? I don't know. You probably not. You might not have
Well,
watched
it,
this.
yeah,
So Blender, I like Blender. I think Blender is pretty cool, actually. So, Blender actually has a new. I'm gonna post it in the chat. So we do see in the 360. There's no way around that. Globe or flat. It's just the way our vision works. Light on top of that will produce a spherical shape. Flat or globe. There's no way around it. The question is there curvature in the y-axis? Now, there's 3 ways to use the right-hand rule. You can have the y-axis as your pointer finger pointing out in the horizontal, up, right, left, whatever. There's 3 ways you can use the right-hand rule. But if it's pointing out in the horizontal, there's no curvature whatsoever. It's always flat. But the cissoid, you know what a cissoid is, right? If you had the P with the tangent of that line from the observer, that x-axis is a circle. It's usually like pi, 1.34. You know how that works. Yeah, it's funny.
that's how it works until you get to a certain altitude where you're no longer seeing your perceived horizon and you see the edge of the earth.
Yeah, it's that hard cutoff. You know why there's a hard cutoff? Yeah, edge of the earth, because there's more visible light beyond that point that the camera cannot perceive. It's called a 360 camera. It's designed that way. Now, I have images that will have, and it will show from the ISS, that where the light gradually fades away. You won't have that hard cutoff.
So
Yeah, well, we have a
circumference.
thick atmosphere.
Of course, we have a thick atmosphere. That's what the Rayleigh scattering law is. The incident
Yeah,
of
so
light. As soon as Globers put the sun in a less denser medium, welcome to the circumference of light over a flat plane.
No, because the light would be bending downward, which would cause the
And
sunlight
up.
to curve around the surface of the Earth by a little bit,
Sure.
which is why that's why the civil twilight is longer.
Sure. It will bend down. That's 100% correct. It will bend down, but also up.
No, down.
It will
You
bend
don't get
down,
down
but
and
also
also up.
Yes. Light will diffract and refract. 100%.
Diffract. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, so Rayleigh scattering, by the way, doesn't have a point where a ray of light cannot get to the other end. There's a probability involved. That probability never reaches 0.
Yeah, it's called the inverse square law. That's what you guys say. It doesn't reach 0. But see, the sun, as soon as you put it in a different medium, you got a problem there. We're perceiving
No.
light through our realm, through our medium. Of course, it doesn't reach 0 in our realm. But when the sun is in a different medium, so-called vacuum, less denser gases, if you will, then you're going to reach 0.
How?
What's less dense gases? That's how.
Okay, that wasn't an answer. How does it reach 0 probability?
Less dense gases? there is nothing to reflect from.
Okay, the light
That's
continues
how.
until it hits something. So we have less dense gases up
I
there.
just
The light is
explained it.
unimpeded towards our atmosphere.
I
Then it
just
reaches the
told.
atmosphere, and then it starts getting impeded, which is why
Yes.
Rayleigh scattering happens in the first place.
Yes.
At what
sure,
point
it
does that reach zero probability?
In the less dense at where the sun is. That's where it's zero. Not in our medium. It will
Zero
not be observed.
probability of being
It will not-
scattered. Okay, I can go with zero probability of being scattered in a less dense medium.
Yeah, that's outside of our realm.
Nah, I mean, a
That's
weather
one point.
balloon is pretty practical. I
That's
mean, you could
not weather
probably
balloon is still in
find somebody
gases.
who has put up a weather balloon, and they definitely, at significant altitudes,
not working. That's
register
not
less than 0.1 psi. So
No,
that's
that's
definitely
not.
within our realm.
No, that's not good enough, dude. You gotta be almost almost into a point where it's a complete vacuum beyond 17 point. You got beyond the gases.
Well, that's up there is less than 1% of the air that we have available to breathe down here. And there really isn't all that much because I can move pretty freely through it. A fan works, and that's pretty nice. But air inertia really isn't all that much. And there's
course a
less
fan
than
will work.
1% of that up there.
Listen, doofus, dude, I'm telling you, the circumference of light over a flat Earth through a gradient of temperature of hot and cold and dense gradient, I'm telling you, it's groundbreaking. It's a new black swan.
Yeah, okay. We'll get to the point where you actually substantiate that it's groundbreaking in some way, I guess, at a later time.
Yeah, all I need is 7 more observers from different locations on the Earth. Sunset or sunrise, one or the other, so I can formulate. See,
I guess we'll never know. That's too difficult.
No, listen. All I need is those observers, and I can try to regulate, if you will, where the cutoff would be of sunlight.
Are you sure nobody's done this already? Because it seems like someone would have done that.
It seems like timeanddate.com gives very good, very accurate answers as to
That's fine.
what
That's
people
fine.
will observe as far as where the sun is and how late they can see it.
That's fine, but I like real time. I like people.
I mean, we are talking live right now, but
Yeah, I'm trying to do cartography with all this stuff, and I'm trying to figure it out. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am trying to make a flat Earth map.
I know. Do it. Don't waste your time, but spend your time. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's
Seems
really difficult
Tiger Dan
because
925 gave that a shot and then ejected himself from Flat Earth after having failed at doing so.
yeah, because there's no data actually in the center, and there's certain portions. Even NASA will quote this. I got a website that there is territories that are off limits for maps. So that's the difficult part.
So why don't you accept my data from that has distances between nautical ports?
I do not accept it.
Okay. I mean, if we can map the oceans, then the land's easy, right?
Well, it depends. How far is the land? Where do we place it from the center core? How many
We would
miles
know
is
how-
in the? No, my question is, how many miles is missing from the center? Where should we spread them?
I don't rightly know it matters. As long as we have the major port, we can get at least rough grasp, right?
Yeah, but when it's rough, dude, if it's not exact, globers don't like it, or flat earthers, one or the other.
Yeah,
When
okay.
it's rough, it's tough.
We might not have the extremities, but we got the main parts. I would accept that as a starting point.
Well, sure, I get your point. Yeah.
Would you like a link to all of the distances?
Yes, I would appreciate that highly.
Okay, stand by.
So the thing is that since we have a more dense medium, so it's what roughly what 14 psi the pressure, mean sea level, and like what 30,000 feet is what 5. We're gonna have that downward path of light, not light itself, but the medium that light travels through.
Yeah,
That will,
that's how refraction works. Thanks, Don.
yeah, that's fantastic. So higher you go with the circumference of light over a flat plane, you're gonna get that, phenomenon. It's gonna appear as a sphere, even though it's just a circle of light. Cause light bends down.
So you're saying it's like a pie up there?
Well, it's just what we know about light. I mean, we got sun dogs, we got rainbows. Light comes in as a circle onto our realm. It's a circle. There's no way around it.
But with downward bending light, distant objects we observe through such an effect appear higher. We already have a problem where geometrically there's nothing on an Earth with no curvature to block the sun. Now the sun's even higher, making it even harder for the surface of the Earth to block the sun.
Go ahead, do. My bad. I didn't hear you. Go ahead. Can you
Right.
say
With
that again?
downward bending light, the distant objects we observe through such an effect will be displaced higher. We'll see them higher than where they actually are. So we already have a geometric issue where we can't have the surface of the Earth get in front of the sun.
No, incorrect.
If
Incorrect. I
there's
have to
no
cut you off.
curvature.
Actually,
If there's no curvature. However, now that we have this downward bending light that we acknowledge, the sun's even higher, which makes it even harder for the surface of the Earth to get in the way of the sun.
no, incorrect, dude. You're trying to mix. You're trying to complete two models together. Actually, through our gradient, it will bend light down and up, and actually smush objects. So the time lapse is the best evidence.
Down and up.
Yes, light will bend up and down.
This is like when one of my kids tells me, "Oh, this food's really good, but also I hate it." Or this
Well,
is really
that
cold,
happens.
but also it's hot. It doesn't make any sense, Don.
Dude, you can't run from the circumference of light, dude.
It does
You
make
can't.
sense actually, because closer to the Earth, you have the less dense air with more dense air above, so it would bend down normally, and then it gets closer, it bends up again.
Oh, it's more
Right, if
dense.
we're talking about right at the surface, like if we're less than 6 feet elevation, that would be possible. However, I know that there's plenty of times where you've been more than 6 feet away from the surface of the Earth and seen the sun set anyway.
Doofus, I want you to know right
Yeah, but
now.
the sun
dude.
is far away. It's converging into the horizon.
That's true.
Just like
That's true.
perspective. So of course, even if it's really high, the farther it gets, the more it's going to go down towards the horizon, and then anything could obstruct it because it's just an object in the distance at that point.
True, and you're not at the eye level with the sun, by the way. You're not 100,
Yeah,
200,
why is it
300,000 feet tall.
Why is it that the sun can set below eye level? Why is it
Because
that
you're not
if you are
300,000 feet
elevated above a
tall.
surface If you are elevated above the surface of the Earth, you observe that the horizon is
light.
below eye level. The sun sets behind that horizon, which is below eye level. So by the rules of perspective, the actual rules of perspective, you are either at the same altitude as the sun or higher.
No, actually, you're not at the same altitude. It's just
Or
perspective.
the light is refracting.
Yeah, that's partial of it.
Right. As we
But you're not-
mentioned, if you're higher up in a more stable gradient such that the highest density is below, that sun is being displaced upward. We see it higher than where it actually is, which makes it even worse for an Earth with no curvature.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're
well,
not
no.
wrong.
No. Doofus, you can't run from the circumference of light. Go ahead, try to run from it.
There's nothing to run from, as I said
Oh yeah, you
a
can run
very
from
long
it.
time
Go
ago.
ahead, try, keep going.
Do you mean the circumference of the sun's light?
Yeah, circumference, the circle of light, dude, will make the Earth appear as a sphere. Higher you go, broader it gets. Period. Especially with the density gradient we have in our atmo, temperature, hot and cold, right? Different molecules in the air. With the Rayleigh scattering, you know about that, Doofus, right? You know about that. When incident of light hits it, and you put the sun in a different medium, less dense than ours, we got a circle of light over the Earth.
Chris already told me how the circle of light works over a flat plane. It just wouldn't appear to be as curved as what we see now, is what he says.
I don't know how
He's already agreed. He taught me about the circle of light.
Yeah, I've heard
That
it.
was not the words that I used. Because if you're gonna hold on, I'm gonna get a chance to address what Rocky has said since he misrepresented. I know I'll get a chance. I'll get a chance to address what Rocky has said since he misrepresented what I said.
No,
to
how
him.
we see in a circle.
Well, I understand, but you lied about what I said, and I do get a
No, I
chance to
didn't.
address.
You said
I
we see in a
understand, but you
circle.
lied about what I said, so I
Ricky,
do
let
get
him
a
get a
chance
chance.
to address
Go ahead,
that.
Doofus, go
I
ahead.
bet I didn't lie.
Okay. What I said was that the horizon will have less curvature if the amount of distance that you can see on a flat surface is for some reason the same distance that we can see on a spherical surface.
Why is that?
However, that has nothing to do with any circumference of light. So when you say that I've already explained the circumference of light to you, what you're doing is you're lying, Rakia.
No, that's what you described to me, how we see in a circle. How the light appears to
Listen,
curve.
listen, Rocky, I don't mean to cut you off.
Because we
Listen,
see in
listen.
360
Listen,
degrees.
I just want to say something real quick. Let me say
Before
something.
you,
Let
Don,
me-
Rakia,
I just want to say something.
I
I just want to say
agree
something.
that we would see it as a curve, like the curve will,
Yeah,
it'll be a
because
more
your
visible
aperture,
curve
the
as you
center
go up.
of your
But
retina.
Hold up, Don, hold up. But I've never said it as like a circumference of light. I'm not familiar with this whole circle of light thing. So
Well, me neither, but that's
my
what
talking
it
point,
seems.
bro. That's my
as
talking point.
Don was explaining it, and Don let you explain it again. It doesn't seem like it's the same thing. That that. The
Well, it
horizon
seems like the
depends
same
on
thing to
the
me.
amount of matter that reflects the
It's
light.
not because a
and so on.
Terminator line and a horizon are two different things.
Well, that's what it seemed like to me. Like
course,
you
bro. I got
told,
images, bro.
hang on, because I'm the one being called a liar here. When we talked, he said we see in 360 degrees. To me, that's a circle. So
Yes,
if we're
but
seeing
they're talking
light,
about
hang
different-
on.
Go ahead.
If we're seeing light at 360 degrees, that sure seems like a circle of light to me.
I don't think that's what they
Nice,
meant when they
nice.
said circumference.
Well,
of light.
that's what it meant to me.
Go ahead, Don. Try
Nice.
to
You got-
clarify.
So the circumference of light, depending on the higher you go, especially the density gradient in our atmo, obviously it's more dense at the surface of the Earth. And higher you go, it's going to give you that sphere shape, that image that will appear as a ball.
Well, isn't that something? He described it when he showed his video, his picture.
Yes, I
at
did.
Altitude in the airplane. No, I'm talking about Doofus. That's when we talked about the
Okay.
seeing in a circle when we were discussing his picture of a airplane picture,
Right,
and
but
he
that's the
described how
opposite.
we see. Yeah, well, anyway, that's just what he said. At altitude, it would appear more like a curve.
It will. At the
Yeah,
it's
and
a
that's what
sisway.
Doofus
I call it a
a different
sisway.
way because I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
That's what
Right, but it's
Doofus said
describing
too.
the opposite of optics as we know it.
Well,
You know,
said at
at
altitude
percentage, you know
over
what
a
a
flat
sisway
plane,
is?
it would appear curved. The horizon would.
Yes, it
what
would.
I'm-
It would
Is
appear.
Don's
It's
explanation
spread.
that the downward
That's
bending
what
light
Doofus
would be
said.
antithetical to how optics is
Yeah.
actually
Hold up, Doofus. Let him
experimentally
try
verified to
rephrasing.
function.
Let him
What
try
we end up
rephrasing.
observing in downward bending light is that distant objects appear higher. If the surface of the Earth had no curvature, it would appear to us as though the Earth were concave. That's not what we observe.
No. So let me explain something. You know what ciscoid
That's
of
not what
Diocles
you
is, right?
told me, Doofus.
Cis what?
That's not
Ciscoid.
what Doofus told me.
A ciscoid.
Yes, a ciscoid. It's a geometry term. It's like algebraic geometry. You know what that is?
I don't
How
know what
did
a
he
It's a
just
ciscoid
branch.
use
is. No.
concave when he told me it would look like a sphere, just less curved at altitude because of the way we see? Remember
Now, what
that,
I
Doofus?
actually said, and I'll say it again because I said it already once this conversation, is that if we could only see as far on a flat surface for some reason as we can see on a spherical surface, then that circle would appear to be half as curved as a one that we would observe on a spherical Earth. However, if you want to then switch topics to what refraction does in our atmosphere, when there's a higher density medium below and the light bends downward, if the surface of the Earth had no curvature, it would appear to us as though the surface of the Earth were concave.
No. Just go back to what you said. On a flat plane, if we see just as far at altitude, would over a flat plane would the horizon appear curved because of the way we see?
If you assume light goes straight. However, the problem is that Don introduced, he gets to add into this topic refraction.
Hang on, it's
So
hang
when we
on. I'm
add
talking
into
about
that,
what you said.
when we add refraction into
You
this
are
topic,
obfuscating
when we
away
add
from this
refraction
now.
into
This
this,
is recorded.
when we add refraction into this topic,
Yeah, I
when
know
we
you
do
get
that, when
aggravated
we
every
add
time you're caught.
refraction
Hold up.
Every
into
time
this
you're caught in a
topic,
lie.
Yeah, please stop.
then
Every
we
time
have
you're caught in a
to,
lie.
Get it out.
then we have
You
to
don't have to keep on
consider
raising
how
your voice.
refraction is actually defined.
Every time you're caught in a lie, you go ballistic. This was
But
on
do I have
Geo's
to speak
It's 'cause
recording.
over
you're
you, or do
constantly
you allow
interrupting.
me to finish what I'm
Doofus, you don't
saying?
have to
If you don't
increase.
lie
You
about
don't have
what
to.
you said,
I don't have
Hold on,
to
I'm gonna start muting,
lie
guys.
for
Calm
you to
down, both of
interrupt
you
me.
guys.
It seems
this is
very
recorded.
clear that you just interrupt me whenever the fuck
You
you
can't get a
feel
word
like
in.
it.
No, I interrupt when you lie. We have
Okay.
You know, Doofus was only answering a
Lord.
question that was asked, and then
All right.
somebody
So
else
some
is saying he's
moderation.
lying.
Some moderation, please.
Yeah.
Rakia, refrain from interrupting so much. Doofus, refrain from increasing, like just starting to shout just because you're trying to like overtalk the interruptions. That's not gonna help. Okay? It's not a conducive listening experience for any of us. So let's just like try to be a bit more mature. I'm gonna unmute both of you guys now.
percentage. You were here. You were here that night. Me and Doofus had a very civil conversation. Matter of fact, I was in the same hotel I'm in tonight. And he told everyone, we were all shocked, that the curve of the horizon that we see, that he posted from his plane, that he took a picture of, was due to the curvature of the Earth. But over a flat plane, that same curve would be seen. It would just be less. His exact words.
Right.
Because of the
And
way we
the
see.
words that I also used in that same conversation were, if we assume we only see as far on a flat surface that we do on a spherical Earth for
Fine.
some reason. And I like to point out one additional thing. If I'm told that I need to be more mature when I'm interrupted, I'm done here.
All right,
Fuck you
calm
guys.
down, calm down.
It's
Doofus.
because
See
of
you
the
later.
like the shouting over. You know, you're an adult.
I
You know
need to
that's
be
not gonna
more
help.
mature, right? I don't need to be interrupted. I just need to be more mature,
The
right?
interrupter and the person that constantly increases their volume
fuck that.
as a result.
Yeah, see you later. Psycho.
You can run from that circumference of light. All you Globers want, run from it.
Don, he told us that night, we were shocked. He was like, because of the way we see in a circle, like a hula hoop, at
Run from it.
altitude, the horizon would appear curved over a flat plane. His exact
Of course it will.
words.
Yeah, that's true.
Of course it will.
Well, that's
I've been
Doofus's
doing it with this
exact
blender
words.
stuff, bro. It's this right here.
What
When
is
I
the
just
vision
posted.
limit though? That's not really the light limit though.
Yeah, it is a light limit. Yeah, it is, because it's how far you see the light that you're receiving the information from.
If anything, it's a
distinguishes.
matter limit. It's the limit of the matter, the density, which is like enough, that threshold, that reflects the light and makes something visible.
You got it. You got it, dude. This circumference of light over a flat Earth through the density gradient of our Earth, more dense, 14 psi at the mean sea level. What, 4 or 5 psi at 30, 40,000 feet? Dude, the circumference of light is the new black swan. It's game time.
I don't know, man. It's weird, a weird name, because now you're describing it as the same thing that we were talking about before. Before it sounded like it was something else.
This is new black swan. That's what it is.
Uh,
There's no way around it. There's no way around it. The Earth appears as a sphere higher you go due to the lens and light.
it'll never
The re-
appear as a sphere.
Yes, it will. It will.
No, it won't. It won't be.
Yes,
a
it
full
will,
sphere.
dude. It
It'll
will.
curve.
Okay, let me get...
It'll curve, but it won't be a full sphere.
Not at the
unless-
y-axis.
What?
Not at the y-axis. If you're using the right-hand rule at the standard, point, you got the y-axis pointing straight out. Your pointer finger, like the right-hand rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you got the y-axis pointing, horizontal from you, it's flat. But the x-axis appears as a cissoid.
I don't know what a cissoid is.
A cissoid is a term in geometry of a circle. Just layman terms.
Why don't you just say circle then?
Well, it's just fancy.
Killing me,
words.
man.
It's geometry terms.
But yeah, like it won't ever be a full circle unless the Earth's a globe. As you go up.
Yeah. Well, actually, on contrary, it will actually be kind of a slight circle. It will refract and diffract and reflect.
Even
upwards.
so, it won't be a full circle unless you're just talking about what you see. You're not going to see the full Earth if that's the case.
No, you won't. You will not get the. You will get. Actually, you can get a globe. I say at roughly about 1 million feet, about 62 miles.
Well,
You can get something that looks like a globe.
Okay, but if you're saying that we're just going to see a circle, that's nothing new. We already see in a circle on the surface of Earth. As you go up, you're just going to see in a wider circle. We always see in a circle.
Well, it's light too. Yeah, of course, but we got to include light, dude. That's why you get that hard cutoff. You know how you see certain like panoramas, like 360, where it's look at that hard cutoff. We'll match that with ISS footage and everything else. There's a hard cutoff. Sometimes there's dissipation, where it shows where the max visible distance of light can travel. Do the circumference of light over a flat Earth. It's game time, dude. I'm ready for it, dude. I'm gonna spread it out there everywhere.
It literally sounds like the thing that we've been saying for like
Don't worry about the
few
math.
months.
Well, if you've been saying it, you should have took it and grabbed it and ran with it.
Yeah, it's
That's
the
what
hula
you
hoop.
should
It's
have done.
the curve that you expect to see on a flat Earth as you go up. That's
Yes.
why, like, that's what I argue against other flat earthers. I say, listen, the horizon doesn't rise to eye level if you go high enough. It stays pegged to the Earth because that's where the density that is required to reflect light to you is.
Dude, why aren't flat earthers talking
And
about this
they
then?
disagree with me, the dumb ones,
Right, but why aren't we talking about? We're talking about the sextant, black swan, the oil rigs. We need to include the circumference of light into that, portfolio, if you will.
Yeah, because I don't know if they will, because the two major points of the flat Earth kind of philosophy is a flat, motionless Earth, right? And by flat, they mean visibly flat. And it is visibly flat at the surface, but as you go up, you're going to expect to see curvature.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they're going to have to, like, drop one of their major claims, which is flat. They'd have to just stick with motionless, which is what I've been doing for the most part. Like, that's one I emphasize the most, motionless. And for me, that's that's where it is. I don't know if they're ready for that, though.
You gotta ask the question right. You're just saying, what's the circumference of light? Like, what's the question? Is it what's the circumference of light in 0.02 seconds?
You have to ask it, inform the answer.
What's the
like Jeopardy?
What's the question? Yeah. You
There's
keep
not-
saying the circumference of light. Like,
There's
what's
there's no question. It's
Yeah.
my standpoint is that there is an explanation to why we see the Earth appear as a sphere at high altitudes, say give or take 300,000 feet,
Yeah.
plus more. And it's because our vision, aperture of the camera lens, and light. Light
Yeah,
will,
Pizzle?
yeah.
I hear you. I hear it.
So basically, there's absolutely no doubt. There's no question. It's the circumference of light.
Yeah, no doubt. There's a circumference of light. Rayleigh scattering has it that. That's why you get that 39, what is that, 39, 59 plus, give or take, what, on a globe. That's what you would have, hemisphere-wise, of the circle of light. But on a flat plane, you'll still have the same thing. That's the point. And it will appear as a sphere higher you go, depending on the aperture. Say you got a 30mm camera lens. Well, you won't get that, barrel distortion as much, but you'll still get a little slight curve because your vision, eyes, the camera is a bubble shape plus light. But more, defined camera lens is more like you'll get
no,
that
you would
barrel
expect
curve.
to see this with completely like retrolinear lenses.
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
and I,
You
would
will.
expect to
You
see
will.
this.
But more, fisheye lens, if
Definitely,
you will.
definitely
right?
more observable with fisheye.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the barrel
yeah, yeah.
distortion and what have you.
Yeah,
You could have like
dude,
a,
this
with a
argument
really...
needs to be in a portfolio, dude. We need to make this like known, dude. And I think Rayleigh like what Rocky has posted right there, Rayleigh scattering, the way that the incident of light, right? If you put this, soon as globers put the sun in a different medium, less dense than ours, walk up to the circumference of light. That's when you get refraction and diffraction at the outer core. Just like your retina in your eye, the center of your eye is straight. You can see straight. But the edges of it is diffracted, just like light is. And that's why you get that apparent curve. And I think 100% Rayleigh scattering has something to do with refraction.
But Don, wouldn't you see this all the time?
Not always. It depends on the weather conditions because obviously, thunderstorms, you got thunderstorms constantly happen all over the world, not just in my region, but your region, but all over. They're constantly moving gas molecules all over the world. So you'll always have a fluctuation from hot to cold temperatures. And light, it's not light that bends, it's the medium that makes it perceived that way. That's why time lapse is our best evidence, guys. Time lapse. We need at least 24 hours. At least. I'm going to be honest.
Time lapse of what?
Time lapse of the observations from I wouldn't say the ISS is real and what it is, but I believe that there's I don't believe, I think I know. I'm going to be honest. I know there's something up there. And we need time lapse from that. And I haven't yet to find it.
Well, time lapse of, say again, yeah.
From the ISS.
Always.
Time lapse.
From the ISS.
They have a
pointing
lot
down
of
to
that.
Earth?
I need time lapse.
There's hours and hours of that for sure. I've seen it.
No, that's
I haven't
live streams,
found-
not time lapse.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
there's
need-
live streams. There's time lapses of the live streams, and you see. Yeah.
I 100%. I think they're tapping into electromagnetic fields that are strong enough to keep them up there, but they need boosters to adjust. That's
So
why
Don, if
about the CubeSat. About the 240 Michigan University students that are supposed to make some kind of like cube that keeps a satellite in propulsion due to the magnetic field. That's what completes the circuit.
It's a cube-shaped satellite.
Yeah. Dude, it's small though. It's small. That's why I can use that. The ISS is huge, right? So it can only utilize a little bit of the electromagnetic spectrum. It needs some kind of propulsion to keep it up. But as soon as it keeps it up, then it's back to electromagnetic spectrum that keeps it going.
So Don, let's say we have hours and hours and days of footage from like the so-called live stream, the ISS, and then someone just made a time lapse of that. What's
I
that
need
do
that.
for you?
I need that.
You
Dude,
need
help,
that.
I need that. It'll help me map out the circumference of light over a flat Earth. I'm not kidding, dude. I'm trying to figure it out. There's no even on a globe. There's still a circle. You call it the hemisphere. What? There's still a circle of light. How
Yeah,
do
of
you
course.
differ? How do you
That's how we
determine
see.
the difference? The thing is, how do you determine the difference from Earth curvature versus the circle of light? Because that will make you think that you see curve.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't. That's damn. Man, you got it. Percentage.
Well, optics knowledge, things that we can use and experimentally verify ourselves, we know that light bends toward the more dense medium. We know that when light bends downward, distant objects appear higher. And we know that if the
Sure.
surface of the Earth had no curvature, that would make it appear to us as though the Earth were concave. This is all something you can personally verify yourself.
Maybe the medium bends towards the more
Concave.
dense light. How about that?
That's the
It
point.
always
See,
look concave.
even if a sphere, here's the funny thing: a sphere can appear concave. There's something
That's
going
not
on
what I
with
said.
light. Then there's something going on with light in the density medium gases. It's not the
Okay,
shape of
that's
the
not
Earth.
what I
There's
said
some-
though.
Go ahead and explain it.
No, what I said was if there was no curvature, distant objects appearing higher would cause the Earth to appear concave to us.
Oh yeah, I seen lumen. There's bulbs that appear that they're floating in the sky.
No, if you go high enough, it's always going to be convex. Always.
Lucy. Yep, that's great. Perfect
There
evidence
you
for a spherical
go.
Earth.
No, even on a flat
No,
Earth,
dude.
because
What?
you have the matter reflecting the light. The matter stays closer to the Earth, so it's a physical thing you're rising above, just like the hula hoop. So it's gonna appear convex always, because we see in a circle.
Except light bends downward. If that makes distant objects appear higher, which we know it
It doesn't
does,
matter how the light
then
bends.
the surface of the Earth would have concavity in its appearance.
No, it doesn't matter how the light bends.
Oh, it definitely
if
does.
it's going
Obviously,
straight to you,
light is how we see. It very much matters how light is getting to us.
it doesn't.
It does. It kind of.
doesn't.
I
No,
have
hold
to
up, Don.
disagree.
It doesn't, because even as long as we have enough light reflecting off of the thing, it doesn't matter if it's going straight or bending upwards or whatever. The point is we need the matter to reflect the light, and as long as that's happening, and we're seeing in a circle, and we're rising above it, that's a physical circle because it's made up of these gases that we're looking at. So it's going to appear to be convex always.
Let's try this one more time. Even if the surface of the Earth had no curvature, and the light bending downward made distant objects appear higher, increasing the distance, by the way, would make that effect even greater, so that it would keep getting higher and higher. Everything at your altitude would appear above a horizontal reference. That is all that would happen. It would make the Earth look like it's concave.
You're wrong.
Why? Just say I'm wrong,
Because
or
as
just
you're
explain it.
as you're rising high enough on top, like over the physical gas that reflects light, you're looking down at it. Always, it's always going to be convex because you're looking down at this physical circle.
It looked like a reverse fisheye.
The problem is, if the light is following a downward path to you, that means the distant object is higher
Then you're
than it
talking
would
about a different
otherwise
altitude.
be. There's no way around the fact that you can experimentally verify this is how light behaves and how you perceive it. If
You must be
if the
talking about
light is
different
bending
altitudes.
downward, a flat Earth with no curvature would appear to be concave.
As a surface?
The entire surface,
Okay, well I'm talking about at altitudes where you see a physical curve.
where you see the surface of the Earth, because that's where the horizon is where you last see the surface of the Earth, and then there's sky beyond that.
No,
What do you mean, no, that's not
you're
where the horizon is?
That's not where the horizon is when you're high enough.
When you're high enough, the last part of the surface of the Earth you can see is where the horizon is.
Wrong.
Jesus Christ, dude.
The horizon on when you're on
This
Earth
is what
or
flat
like
Earth
close
has
to Earth
become.
is the intersection between the sky and the ground. But when you rise high enough, the horizon switches to become the intersection of basically the black sky that's not reflecting light versus the sky and ground combined, that blue part that is reflecting light.
Which is the sky.
All over your head.
It's not just the sky, it's the sky and the ground combined. So it's basically the haze. That haze is the horizon between the black non-reflecting sky and the reflecting sky and ground. That's
The
what the new
background
horizon
and the solid surface. There you go.
So what I'm talking about, at that altitude, when you're that high and you see this apparent curvature, it's always due to the fact that you're rising above the matter that is reflecting the light. It doesn't matter if the light is going straight, concave, or bending up or down, doesn't matter. The point is you're rising above this physical gas that is reflecting light, and therefore it's always going to appear convex. And that's why flat earthers are wrong when they say the horizon always rises with eye level, and that's always flat. They're flat out wrong. Me and Jeremy have been saying this for like more than a year now. We need tangible. We can't rely on optics to prove it. Like when you're trying to rely on optics to prove this thing, it's a fool's errand. We need a tangible measurement to compare something straight with something level. If it's the same, that means the Earth is flat and level. And if it's different, then the level's curved. But we need something tangible.
No, optics is pretty independently verifiable. So
Optics is trash.
if I take a optics is trash. So if I take if I induce a density gradient such that the highest density is below, and I look through that, anything through that density gradient will appear to be displaced higher. If objects are at my altitude and there's no curvature, and I look along those things that are at my altitude, they will appear to slowly curve more and more upward. It will appear to me as though the surface of the Earth is concave.
Okay, so?
We don't see that.
Yeah, we don't, because when we're looking out, usually we have a layer that is less dense than the air above. So the light is actually bending downward, which would so that means that the light is that's reflecting off the water and entering our eyes is bending downwards, and that's why it would give the appearance of obstruction, because you're basically looming the foreground over the object in the distance. So again, optics is like, it's not something that can help us. It's not conclusive.
Wait, so you want looming in some part of your visual field, but you don't want looming in other parts of it. Why?
If you have light reflecting off of water, and you have this less dense medium, which is the air on that day, right above the water, then that light is going to be bending upwards to your eye, right? Meaning that water is going to be loomed. It's going to look like it's higher than it normally is.
No.
And that will obstruct things in the distance.
No. That's not looming,
no.
that's sinking.
No, it'd be... You can't tell the difference between sinking in the background versus looming in the foreground.
Okay, listen very carefully. When you have upward bending light, the distant object appears lower. That's why it's called sinking.
Yeah, and the more closer object appears higher. That's why it's called looming. So you can't discern between foreground looming and distant background sinking. Unless you have, like, the refraction data along the entire optical corridor.
You're attempting to redefine what the word looming means. That's
I'm
fun.
really not. You're
The
just not understanding.
surface of the Earth, if you're claiming the surface of that water is causing that surface, you're saying the light near that surface of the water is bending upward. That causes sinking, does not cause looming. The word looming doesn't enter into it anywhere.
That's not what I said. I said the light bouncing off of that's reflecting off of the water into our eyes is bending upwards because it's less dense there than it is above, okay? And because it's bending upwards, that light is then we see it as looming, which
No,
would obstruct. Yes, it would obstruct.
that's not
the things in
how
the background.
optics works.
It is actually.
All right. So we'll just ignore the person that does this for a living. That's fine. Let's try this one more time. When you have light bending upward, you observe the thing that the light is bending upward from to be lower than its actual position. That's called sinking. There is no looming involved.
No. Yes, you observe it to be lower, but it's loomed, it's stretched, well, maybe it's towering is the proper word. But the water
Towering can happen in upward refraction only adjacent to other kinds of media.
Yeah, so maybe it's well, looming is the one that replicates it. I'm talking about towering then.
Looming is just displaced upward.
Okay, well, I'm talking about towering, where it's actually like stretched upwards. So you're seeing it lower, like you think it's lower, but it's actually higher and it's being towered. And it's obstructing the background.
Right, so upward refraction causes distant objects to appear lower, so the surface of the water would appear lower.
No.
That's the opposite of what you need.
The surface of the water is the closer object. The distant object is like, the boat, for instance.
No, because the light from the water is what's being bent upward.
Mm-hmm.
The light from the water is the thing that is subject to sinking. It would appear lower.
No, I'm saying it's towering, not sinking.
It has to be sinking if it's upward refraction. That is required.
It doesn't have to be sinking. If it's inferior mirage, it doesn't necessarily have to be sinking. I don't know why you're saying
Yes, that's why the mirage occurs in the first place.
That's not true, man.
Yeah.
Dude, you're back again?
Well, it doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, we can just go ahead and make up what words we want to make up for whatever argument we want to make up at the time we're doing it. The words that I actually use in this context, you can go look up and look the actual definitions for how they're used and what they mean. When you have upward refraction, the distant object that the light came from that's being refracted upward, it appears lower than its actual position. That's called sinking. You can get towering if that is adjacent to non-upward refracting media, or just either straight or downward, anything like that. The inferior mirage occurs between those two regions.
Is this the same guy from earlier?
Between the true object, the real object, and the mirage, when it's
got it bad.
A little bit of inferior mirage.
Go first. Can I ask you, is this the reason? Is this the same reason why when you're hunting fish with a spear, you always aim lower? Because the fish, due to the angle of the light reaching your eyes, the fish appears higher than it is. So
right, because the light is bending downward. That's exactly what that is.
I see. Okay.
Well, that's the opposite of what we're talking about. That's light bending downwards. We're talking about light bending upwards.
It's still light bending though to do the refraction.
Yeah, it's still light bending.
Yeah, see, light bending downward causes distant objects to appear higher, which, as I mentioned, on Earth with no curvature would appear to be concave for this reason.
I'm not talking about distant objects. The distant objects are being obstructed by what's happening to the closer object, which is the water. So the light is reflecting off of the water. So then
there cannot be a flat Earth. Thanks.
Hold up. The light is reflecting off of the water, giving it a little bit of an inferior mirage. But since you can't discern between, the water, what's real and what's mirage, it has this looming effect, this towering effect, I should say. And it's obstructing what's behind it.
Towering makes the light that's coming from that surface appear to be stretched. So if you have any people out there on that surface of that water, you should probably tell them that they look taller than they actually do. I mean, that would be very flattering, I guess, in some way. But that's not how we see things on the surface of the water.
That is.
No.
You can say no all you want, but the fact remains that because of the less dense air, due to like the heat and the vapor that's in the air, and the fact that it's just bending upwards, it means that the light is we're gonna see it lower down. You can't escape that.
So let's go with Rakia here. He could probably corroborate this. Before, if there's something out on the surface of the water, before we get to the inferior mirage or the horizon, whichever comes first, the objects that are on the surface of the water, that is before the inferior mirage or the horizon, we don't see those things taller than they should be. We don't observe sinking from the ocean on the regular. This is not something that occurs in reality on a typical day.
I see sinking in the background, I think, and looming or towering in the foreground is what I think I see sometimes.
I don't even think it would be sinking. It'd probably be stooping.
Well, whatever it is, the background, the object in the background appears lower, and the foreground appears higher.
Yeah, actually, might be sinking. But yeah, that's exactly what you would expect when you're looking at
No.
it from a less dense
Well,
medium.
I've definitely seen that.
Yeah, see, the thing is, if you have the surface of the water have upward refracting light, the surface of the water would appear lower, not higher.
No, the surface would appear higher.
How?
What do you mean how? I'm telling you, the light from a specific
You're just
point
saying
of
it. Yes,
water
I
is going to
understand.
be reflecting. It's going to be bending upwards. That means that you're going to think you think you're seeing it, but you're not actually seeing it. You're seeing light from water that's distant.
It's lower. In all cases with upward refracting light, the object in question, where that light came from, appears lower than where it actually is. That's how it happens. You can keep disagreeing with basic reality.
No,
That's fine.
I've been saying that, but the fact remains that this light that was farther away, that has now bent up, you think it's lower, right? So that means that it's actually higher.
That doesn't help your case.
It
Because
does.
the
You're
surface
not
of the
understand.
water would appear lower to you than where it actually is. And that's even worse because we still see the surface of the water in the way.
You're saying surface as if like we're talking about the line of water. We're not talking about the line of water. We're talking about water itself, light reflecting off of it. And so you see water higher than it's actually higher than where you see it. And it's all meshing together. So you can't tell where the actual like water is ending versus where it, appears to be ending.
That would make water more curved.
No, it's not about the curve. It's about the fact that it's now higher in your field of view, so it's obstructing the things that are behind it.
No, that's not what sinking means.
I'm not
Sinking
saying
means
sinking. I
it's
never
lower
said
in your
sinking.
field of view.
Sinking, it would be the stuff behind it. That you could argue is sinking. You can't actually discern where the background sinking versus the foreground towering is.
Yes, you can.
Not without
Because if you say that
refraction
the
data.
light coming from the body of water is bending upward, the water that you see that light coming from is higher in actual position than where you see it. So you see it lower than where it is.
Yeah, you see that part lower, but it's actually higher. And that's what gives it the towering effect.
Right, which would make the surface of the Earth more curved.
It's not about the curve, man. I'm not talking about the curve. I'm talking about the obstruction effect.
Uh-huh.
Man, I don't even think you're understanding. Like, are you not keeping up? I'm not talking about the curve anymore. The curve was when I was really high in the sky above the matter. Right now I'm talking about the perceived, how they say boats go beyond the curve. I'm talking about that curve, the obstruction.
Right. And if the water's lower in your field of view than where it actually is, and we still see it in the way, that would mean that the water has to be even higher than the distant object in order to be in the way.
I just posted a video. I call it my ghost boat. It proves that objects going away from you just disappear into the horizon, not over it. Because the boat disappears, you lose that information from the reflected light of the boat due to the medium that you're looking through. But as the water splashes off the side of the boat as it hits waves, you can see that reflected light off the water. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Yay! Observations near a warm body of water cause things to look weird.
Yeah, go figure.
Tell Blue that. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Of course they do. The boat is on top of the water. The sky looks like it's lower. The water looks like it's lower. You can't see the water that's underneath the boat. You start to lose the boat itself, but then you can still see the splashed water out to the side even after the boat disappears. That's why it's called the ghost boat. It went into the medium,
We got any
not
specs?
over a curve.
Got any specs on that oil rig?
The oil rig that's in the ghost boat video.
Hmm.
It's let's see, that's gonna be, let's just say 4 miles, 5 miles offshore. Close. Can't remember which one it goes by, to be honest, but there's several right in that area. They're not far offshore. You can look at it on Google Earth, I'm sure. I don't really do that a lot. Like I ride past them in my boat and I have my radar on. I'll see what the shoreline is 4 miles away or whatever. But I don't use Google Earth that much. I know I can pick up a oil rig 70 miles away on my radar and go drive right past it. I know that.
Our radar's different to optics.
Yeah, I can't see very far where I'm at on the Gulf. It's just turbulent air. Like it's very humid and a lot of oil rigs, a lot of refinery, a lot of just nasty air. So we don't get long distance observations, but at 4 miles, like that shrimp boat is less than 4 miles. It's like 3 miles. And that water is either the shrimp boat is way down sinking or whatever you want to call it, or that water is loomed up in front of it.
No, it's obviously atmospheric conditions that's producing that type of image.
Well, no, I agree. That's what I'm saying, though. It's not Earth curve. Even if the Earth is curved, I'm at like 12-foot observer height on that picture, and that shrimp boat is no more than 4 miles. I mean, I would say if I had to bet, I would say it's 3 miles, but I give it 4 miles. It doesn't matter. You can give it whatever you want. It shouldn't be obstructed like that.
But what the generalization is of the optics that we see at that distance on a surface, same as normal mirages in anywhere in the outback or on a road, there has to be an uneven surface to show a mirage. So that horizon that we're seeing has to be uneven. So is it uneven going up or uneven going down to cause a mirage effect? So it's either concave or convex, one of the two.
I think it's, I don't know. And I'm not making a claim. Like, I'm just showing how that boat goes into the medium. It doesn't go over the horizon. Like, you understand what I'm saying? The sky appears under the boat, like the boat is in the sky, but it's still splashing water off to the side. So it's on top of the water. So it's obviously not over the horizon yet. It just appears that way because of the conditions. I couldn't believe it. Like, it's when you're videoing, you don't even realize you're catching some of this. When you go back and look at it, it's like, holy cow, look at that water splashing off after the boat is gone. So the boat went over the curve, but is splashing water up so you can see it? No. It went into the horizon, into the medium where you can't see it anymore. The information isn't being reflected back to the viewer until that water splashes off and you get that flash of light, you know, that reflection off the water. Pretty cool.
It's the same with the other oil rig at the same distance. You can see the atmospheric condition miraging it right at the base of the legs.
Yeah, I have a lot of oil rig pictures. I don't really fool with them that much because they're like, I don't know the distances, so I don't bother with that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the first question they're going to ask you. Fair enough. Like, I ask the same thing, so I don't post a lot of them, but I have a lot of neat ones that they're just wholly malformed, you know. Sometimes they're way higher and way bigger than they actually are, and then sometimes they're way smaller and way lower.
Yeah, well, it's very unusual or rare to get perfect images of the horizon without any miraging effects.
Yeah, you can see that boat on the ghost boat video. You can see where that water starts getting turbulent or looking like it's not water. That's where the mirage starts. I have another video of two shrimp boats. They're about a half a mile apart, and one of them is in clear air, like you can see the bottom of the hull and where the water's hitting the hull and the waves, you know. And then the other one about a half a mile further is in the mirage layer, and it's like blinking in and out, like it's hidden. You know, half of it's hidden, and it comes in and comes out, comes in, comes out. And there's a bird that flies by that, you know, you can see the wings flapping sometimes, and sometimes you can't because it's right in that mirage layer, you know, that mirage line. And I think the mirage line a lot of time is what we call the horizon. It's just where the sky meets the ground or the water. Sometimes it's closer and further away. That's where the distortion starts. The video is great. I need to do more time lapse, but that takes so much effort. Like it's hard to do. I don't know why they fight it so much. It's not really taking away the sphere model. It's just showing how the atmosphere can affect objects in the distance when it can't be Earth curve, right? Like it's not far
Well,
enough away or whatever, you know.
Well, I already just told you that miraging effects only happen on uneven surfaces. So we know the horizon's uneven because we wouldn't get a miraging effect if it wasn't.
Maybe so. What do you think about the what do they call that reflection? People say that would only happen on a surface that's even. Do you think that?
No, I'd have to see an example for that.
You know what I'm talking about when they show the really still like mountain lake and all the clouds and the mountains being reflected. They call it a name. I don't really use that as an argument because I'm not sure, but it does make sense. Or they'll show like a beam of light over regular water and over a flat surface, and it comes to the viewer, and over a curved surface it doesn't. But I think light, like they're using artificial light, so sunlight could act differently.
You're talking about images or photographs taken of a still lake with the reflection of the sky.
Yeah, they call that a certain reflection. I don't remember the name, but they say that only happens over like a horizontal surface. When the lake is horizontal, it's, you know, it can't be curved or it wouldn't do that. Now, that's not my argument. I'm just saying people say that. I was wondering what you thought about that.
I'd have to see images or whatever of that one.
Yeah, they're out there. Like I said, I don't use this as my argument, but I forget what they call it. I'm trying to remember the name, but could look it up. So what do you think? Do you think water curves in forms of?
If it conforms to a sphere with gravity as the force.
Is that what you believe, though?
No, I don't believe it. I see evidence.
Okay, that's what you think the evidence points towards. It's fair enough. How would you think we would measure it?
We'd have to do experiments using mathematical formulas, which I'm not really that good at.
But don't you think we have tools that would create a horizontal over it, like a tangent line? And we can measure down to, to the water and show the curving?
Oh, the tools that have to be. I don't even think we've got tools in reality that are actually precise enough in their precision to do things like that.
Oh, man. I just have trouble with that because I use them every day, and then I'm told that we measure, centimeters of movement of the moon with certain tools, and then I'm told that I can't create a horizontal line a mile long. Yeah, I don't know. I find fault in that way of thinking. That logic doesn't add up to me. Like a laser wouldn't shoot a mile long, or like we talked about earlier, take a pipe or a string, or stakes or whatever, and build the horizontal line according to the curvature of the earth. So if you build it a mile long, you make, the center, a foot off the water. That would be, basically let's say it's touching the water, and then at each end a half a mile away, it would be however far above the water, and then shoot a laser down that, pipe or board or whatever, or string or stakes or whatever, and measure down to the top.
They already did. They call it LIGO.
Yeah, I'm saying not LIGO. I'm saying me and this guy, or me and my buddy, or another way, because y'all are saying the way I did it was wrong. They use
Yeah,
the
I agree with it.
same
I agree
tools
with
that they
LIGO.
use to build LIGO. Well, yeah, no, we can blindly trust that, but I can't go there and test it. I can't, but I can use the same tools they use to create that horizontal, right?
Yeah, dual frequency differential GPS is what they used.
Yeah, that's all they used, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to
Oh,
use a piece of string or anything like that. That
Well,
wouldn't
no,
work.
you use the dual frequency whatever to mark it, though. You could set grade stakes with that.
They use that to straighten the tube out.
Uh-huh. What'd they use to set the elevation?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
Okay.
Were you there? If you weren't, what are you laughing at?
You seem to know that it's horizontal. I don't.
Okay.
I'm wanting to know what tools they use, if it is horizontal, what tools they use and methods, so I can get that tool and use it.
I'm thinking they use more than one tool.
Okay, like what?
Well, they'd have to have a couple of different tools to narrow it down.
Like what? Because I have a theodolite and auto level and a laser level and a water level tool.
Like GPS and things like that couldn't be used.
I don't have a GPS.
Your phone does.
My what?
Your phone.
I'm going to use my phone GPS to create a horizontal plane over a mile? Okay. Why do I need all these other tools that create horizontals then? I'll just use my phone, right?
Well, I mean, maybe not your phone because for some reason yours requires a GPS instead of plain old GPS.
Well, I have the phone that made by Apple. It's an iPhone. It's got the bitten apple on the back, and when I turn it on, it has the bitten apple. I have that phone.
You've
It's an
upgraded
Apple
then.
iPhone 10 or whatever.
Right, because at some point you once claimed that GPS doesn't work out on the ocean
I
past a
never
certain
claimed that.
distance.
I'm the one who told people that it does. No, I said my satellite TV. See, your memory is bad. I'm the one who told people that my phone GPS works when I don't even have service. So it seems your memory is bad. My satellite TV, however, cuts off at about 120 miles, where
Okay,
other
so that
people's
must have been the
satellite.
person that you were messaging at the time, because we were on Jose's panel at the time, and somebody said you were getting, or they were getting messages from you that that your satellite GPS wasn't working past a certain range.
Getting messages from me. Yeah, that wasn't me. My GPS, I mean, when I don't even have service, my GPS works. So that wouldn't be me. Now my satellite TV cuts off at a certain distance, and other people have stronger satellites, like bigger satellite systems, and they work further out. I only know this because we were trying to watch a playoff football game, and our service went out, and we went and hooked up with another boat. We called them and on the radio, and they said they had service, and we went and met them. Got on their boat and watched it. But it definitely cuts off. I get closer to land, it turns back on. I can't remember the name of the satellite. I can picture it. Anyway, I have Simrad radar and navigation systems. Trying to think who my this is through. It is. Let me look at a picture.
You on your phone now, are you?
Yeah. It's funny how when you get tired, your brain farts.
It's in the middle of the night over there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 1. I never stay up this late. I don't have to work tomorrow. I got a massage at
It's beer o'clock here.
Track Vision. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Track Vision is the name of the satellite that we have on our boat, and it's like when you turn it on, it just spins. So it picks up whatever, wherever and whenever. It works while you're moving, basically. It's a dome shape, and it just spins. It has a unit inside that spins around. But we get so far offshore, and it quits working. We just got our Simrads, and me and my son just installed them and turned them on and we're not in the water, we're on the shore, and they were still like the sounder picked up. Navigation worked. We turned the radar on. Everything worked, which was good news. If you understand what I'm saying about finding it funny, we measure all these specific things. I mean, speed of light, you know, all these distances, all these, I mean, just unbelievable minute measurements, but we can't create a horizontal line over a mile and measure 8 inches. Something doesn't seem right.
It all goes back to light.
It would be nice to know what it is we're looking at and why we see it the way we see it.
Slick looking paint job.
Gone quiet again, Blue.
Hmm?
I said it's gone quiet again.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting close. All the major paint's done, and we're just kind of doing hatches and doors and stuff like that now, finalizing the paint. We're installed electronic controls, which are new. We had hypnotics, we changed it to fly-by-wire, and then all new engine gauges, all new electronic controls up top, gauges, electronic gauges up top in the helm. So a new monitor for that. Pulled all the wires for all that yesterday with my son. And then installed all the speakers and lights and rod holders. We got a long way to go still.
The construction of the boat is probably where I'm more interested in, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's fiberglass. This one's a cheaper hull. Like it's a Viking design, but it's not as strong as a Viking. It's called an Ocean. A little bit thinner and cheaper made, a little bit lighter. But this same boat is 200,000 more, you know, when it has the Viking name on it. The price difference isn't worth it to us. We don't really go out in rough seas unless we get caught. And I'm not like a professional tournament fisherman that's going to go out in 8-foot seas and fish. So I don't need a Hatteras or a Viking, and this is more of a pleasure fishing boat. The layout's good. It's got 3 bedrooms and 2 showers, where the Viking of the same size isn't going to have all that.
How long could you stay out offshore, self-contained? Just with food, I suppose. Catch fish.
Yeah, food and water. Yeah. I mean, if you 10 knot it, I hold almost 1,000 gallons, and I only burn 7 gallons an hour 10 knotting. So you can go a long way 10 knotting. It holds 200 gallons of fresh water, but you can bring all, you know, you can bring more if you needed.
Would a desalinator be more better or whatever?
Say it again.
A desalinator.
You mean making your own? I'm not hearing you. Making your own water is what you're asking?
Yeah, desalinator.
Oh yeah. You can. I can put one. I don't have one. I didn't install one because we don't really. The only time I really need it is when I go to the Bahamas, because the water is so expensive there. So it's nice to have a water maker on board. I don't have one. I have an ice maker, but not a water maker. So theoretically, I guess I could melt that if I needed to. Yeah, I'm constantly making ice, so I could always melt it if we needed water.
Yeah, boats are strange devices. Seems like no matter how little or how big they are, they all get 1 mile per gallon.
This one's not too bad. I burned 7, 10 knot, and then 60 cruising. That's a
I like
big
the
difference.
ones with the mast and it's got a sail. Then you don't use much fuel then.
You get the turbos wound up, and you're pulling fuel. Crazy. But some of the bigger boats, they're burning 200 gallons an hour. It's nuts.
What's marine fuel cost running these days?
The dock's like $8 a gallon right now.
Yeah.
It's $5.50 at the pump. We usually get a truck. If we don't buy, like if we don't buy the marina fuel, we'll get a truck. So we get it a lot cheaper.
Was it a special type of fuel or a diesel?
No, it's just diesel, but if you buy it from a truck, you're not paying marina price.
No, okay.
Yeah, but honestly, you're not. Not many people are worried about fuel prices when, like, you know what I'm saying. I don't want to sound stupid, but You own these, you're not worried about fuel prices too much.
Yeah, because you're getting more out of the enjoyment and everything, so fuel's irrelevant.
Right. I mean, it's crazy expensive to own and maintain and insure and all that fuel price, and buying ice and bait is like one of the minor expenses.
It's like taking me V8 wagon out, because I've been driving that a lot lately. It uses a little bit more fuel than the other car, but I get the enjoyment out of it.
I have dump trucks and dualies and bobcats and skid steer, like, you know, excavators. Like, I buy so much diesel, it's crazy. No, I don't even look at the bill. I can't do anything about it. I gotta have it, so. AC and fuel. This will be about the most upside down boat ocean I've ever heard of. So. We might name it the unsellable. To get value out of it, I'll have to just keep it. My kids want, you know, they'll have it. That's why I redid it, and we're making it basically brand new. They can have it forever now. You take care of them, they last pretty good.
Is that an epoxy paint they use?
To be honest, they use 3 different types of paint just on the top side, and on the bottom paint, like, we put 2 coats on, and we can't put the third final coat on until we're going in the water because it cures in the water or something. I don't know much about the paint. That's why I hired it out. I think all the hull, everything was epoxy, and then the non-skid, they call it, again, I'm tired, I can't remember, all grip. So I'm not sure what that was. I know they sprayed it on.
If it's anything like wing walk that they use on airplanes, you need a chipping hammer to get that shit off of there.
I'm not sure, to be honest. There's different types. All grip is the brand that they use. And my brother just painted his plane, and I'm not even sure what type he used. He did all his leading edges and running gear. But yeah, I know it's a special paint. This was definitely a specialty paint. I just don't know what it had in it, or what the base was.
Yeah, those leading edges take a beating.
Yeah, this plane's a little older. It's an older Tiger, so he's been having to do some maintenance on it lately. This prototype plane that they were building crashed, and they kind of did away with it. And now they're moving on to trying to develop some type of electric plane. But he got his deposit back. But it was a diesel pusher
Yeah.
called the Raptor. And diesel pushers aren't like brand new, but this one had some new innovative stuff, and it just didn't. They never could get it to do exactly what they wanted. The drive was the hardest thing, keeping it cool. The actual design of the plane and all that was great. Trouble with temperature and the drive system.
Well,
But it was,
even over a flat surface, we're going to get fake curvature, even over a flat surface, gentlemen.
We're gone from building boats back to curvature. Thanks, Lemon.
Fake curvature.
Yeah, pushers are usually canard designs.
it's a cool plane, man. It was pressurized, and you could put a parachute on if you wanted, but had a high ceiling and high speed and low cost. Like it was 150,000, but it was prototype. Yeah, it was real low cost. But like I said, it crashed, and they were having trouble with it before it crashed, and then they were trying to get it approved, and they had a crash, so they did away with it.
Yeah, you'll pay 150,000 for a 172.
Yeah. Well, this thing was like, I forget, but I think it was 300 miles an hour, maybe more, 300 knots, maybe. Pressurized, a high ceiling because it was pressurized. They had all that worked out, but they could never get RPM because it kept overheating, and then whatever V drive or whatever they put in it, that section, whatever the nut came loose when they crashed, but that transfer was problem area for the engineers. I think they were just trying to do things too special, too unique. Cool looking plane though. They designed it and made all their own molds, made all, did everything themselves in the house. Crazy.
All composite, probably.
Yeah, it was definitely that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of that and have been for a long time.
I like that little twin prop plane you've posted in my Discord, Blue. I like those ones.
Oh, little Cessna 310s. Yeah, they're nice. Sort of nice. they're sort of a bitch to fly. I can tell you that. I've got
okay.
Probably 25, 30 hours in one of them.
Is it the other one above it the same?
Hmm?
You got the white one flying, and then you got one that's on the tarmac.
Yeah, that's the same airplane, just different models of it.
No, I just like the look of the twin prop type ones like that.
Yeah. They got some nasty characteristics. I don't care much for twin engine. You can kill yourself in a heartbeat with one of those damn things.
So single prop's more safer then. In that way.
Under certain circumstances, yeah, they are. you've got a minimum controllable airspeed on a single engine. And when you drop below that, that thing is going to roll upside down no matter what you do. Yeah, canard.
Is that the canard there?
Well, the
I
canard.
typed.
Yeah, the canard is actually the little wing on the front, which you can't see.
Oh, okay. I got you. I think
There.
this was it. It seemed like the one that it used to bring up was, it's called the Raptor for sure. It seemed like it was blue, but it might have taken all their stuff down. This might be like whatever. But it was just like that. Raptor. They were building it in South Carolina. South Carolina. But it was a kit plane, you know, you as an owner you could go up there and help them build it yourself once they got it in production. Of course they're not gonna do that now. But they're designing another plane now, the same team is. But it's not a diesel pusher, it's some type of an electric prototype or electric hybrid or something. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, theoretically, you can't stall that airplane.
That's what they said.
Well, because the canard wing on the front will stall before the main wing does.
Yeah.
And put the nose down, and you're all good. And everybody believed that story till John Denver managed to stall along easy and kill himself in it.
The curvature goes up. The curvature goes down. Fisheye fakery all around.
Just add a couple more verses to that limit, and you might have a song.
Well, that reminds me of the Bill O'Reilly thing when he was talking to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said, "Tides go in, tides go out. You can't explain that. Curvature goes up, curvature goes down. You can't explain that."
Well, if you're looking for a pretty good explanation, electromagnetism appears to be pretty good. Either that or it could be the Earth bobbing up and down on the waters of the Great Deep.
Yeah, I can get with that.
I thought it was stationary, Lemon. How can it be bobbing up and down and be stationary?
It would be fairly stationary, but I would tend to go blue with on pillars as opposed to bobbing, yes. And on those pillars, it would be pretty motionless, or more motionless than just something bobbing up and down or tipping over.
Yeah, it'd have to be motionless, otherwise I get seasick.
Well, maybe it's weaving back and forth while it's bobbing up and down. How's that? Maybe it's
Floating
bobbing and
around.
weaving.
Yeah. I certainly wouldn't assume a stationary aspect if it was bobbing. Might crash into the edge or something like that. Crash into something else.
Yo, Geo. Geo.
What's up?
Yo, mic check, mic check.
Yo, Geo. Geo.
numbers are not globes. Magic art is not a globe. Imagination. Mathmagics.